Chapter 1. The Most Ordinary Farmer. As the first light of dawn began to break, the soft golden rays of sunlight penetrated the thin mist, gently casting their glow upon a solitary courtyard nestled among the rolling green hills. Lin Fan yawned, rubbing his bleary eyes as he climbed out of the creaking wooden bed. Da-da! Yet another mundane day. He sighed habitually, his voice infused with a mixture of resignation, routine, and an inexplicable satisfaction akin to that of slothful fish. It had been precisely 3 years since he arrived in this realm known as the Xintian continent. From the initial excitement, fantasies, and apprehensions that accompanied his arrival, to the disheartening revelation that he was a rare no-spiritual root waste, Lin Fan's emotions resembled a roller coaster plummeting from dizzying heights into the Mariana Trench, ultimately settling into a profound stillness in the depths of darkness. Cultivation, sword flight, immortality. Those once inspiring aspirations now sounded as ludicrous as the boasts of a villager claiming he could fell a cow with a single punch amusing to hear, yet utterly absurd if taken to heart. Fortunately, fate did not entirely forsake him. Perhaps the deities of transmigration had left him a sliver of hope. He had bound himself to a peculiar Shenong system. Upon first binding, Lin Fan fancied he was destined to cultivate a path of agriculture leading to the creation of earth-shattering divine plants, capable of defeating celestial emperors and demon lords alike. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. This Shenong system was astonishingly mundane, bordering on the absurd. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. With a mere thought, a translucent light blue panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, Lin Fan. Stamina, 445.8. Anti-fatigue, 439.2. Crops affinity, 655.1. Nature, 321.4. Heaven's Way, 288.3. Today's sign-in reward, stamina 0.1. Gazing at the eternally unchanging 0.1, Lin Fan could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. For 3 years, through wind and rain, he had diligently signed in, and the rewards had been nothing short of monotonous. Stamina and anti-fatigue rendered him an inexhaustible machine, toiling for hours on end without so much as a breath. Crops affinity allowed any seed he planted to sprout and bear fruit with astonishing speed, thriving to a degree that often left him with a sense of worry. As for the attributes of nature and Heaven's Way, they were ethereal and elusive. After 3 years of contemplation, the only discernible effect was an increasing sense of tranquility while residing in the mountains, where he could spend hours simply watching the clouds drift by. Beyond that, he found little practical application. This was no divine farming system. It was clearly a super health and farming app, equipped with a passive skill to prevent him from overworking himself to death. Shutting off the panel, Lin Fan stretched lazily, the joints of his body cracking with a series of sharp sounds. Invigorated with an inexhaustible energy, he ambled into the yard, grasping the towel hanging on the wall, dampening it in the water tank, and carelessly wiping his face with vigorous strokes. The icy well water revitalized him completely. Woof, snore, woof, snore. A rhythmic snoring resonated from the gate of the courtyard. Following the sound, Lin Fan beheld a large, earthy yellow dog sprawled on the ground, its belly rising and falling in a deep slumber, occasionally twitching its legs and emitting a few dreamlike barks. Da Huang. You lazy creature, Lin Fan reprimanded with a hint of annoyance. All day long, you do nothing but eat and sleep, and your sleeping posture is utterly ungraceful. You've grown so plump, nearly resembling a pig. What use are you if you can't even guard the house at night? Da Huang seemed to have heard its master's call, merely lazily lifting an eyelid, shifting to a more comfortable position and resuming its thunderous snoring. The snoring grew even louder, seemingly imbued with a peculiar rhythm that caused the surrounding air to ripple ever so slightly. Shaking his head, Lin Fan decided to pay it no further mind. This dog, named Da Huang, was a stray Lin Fan had found in the mountains when he first arrived, emaciated and pitiable. His astonishment. After 3 years of nurturing with leftover food, it had become quite robust and astonishingly lazy. At times, Lin Fan suspected that even if a thief were to sneak into the yard and cart away their belongings, this creature would likely continue to snore undisturbed. Dressed in coarse garments, Lin Fan hoisted the hoe, polished to a gleaming shine through his frequent handling, and prepared to commence his day's labor. Passing by the vegetable garden in the backyard, he let out a second sigh for the day to, oh my heavens, another patch has ripened. In the modest garden, the tomato vines had completely overtaken the trellis, with heavy, crimson fruits dangling between the verdant tendrils. Each tomato resembled a small ball, plump and round, glistening with a sheen that caught the morning light as if coated in a layer of beeswax. The air was infused with a rich, fruity aroma. Plucking one and biting into it would unleash a burst of sweet, refreshing juice. Delicious as they were, the problem lay in their rampant growth. There was simply too much to consume. Initially, Lin Fan had enthusiastically prepared dishes such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tomato soup, and even attempted to make tomato sauce. However, the relentless ripening one patch after another was more than he could handle alone. Gifting them, he was the sole inhabitant for miles, with not even a shadow in sight. Ultimately, in sheer desperation, most of the tomatoes were left to overripen and fall to the ground, slowly decaying and transforming into fertilizer for the next wave of even more exuberant tomatoes. What a waste. As Lin Fan lamented the fate of these at least organic, green, and harmless tomatoes, he deftly navigated the small path beside the garden, heading towards the distant fields. Hoeing under the midday sun, sweat drips into the soil. For him, this epitomized the entirety of life. What is the immortality path or the pursuit of eternal life? Such notions have already become fleeting memories. His greatest aspiration now is to utilize this health cultivation system to live 100 years in this picturesque landscape, free from ailments and calamities. He dreams of saving some money and perhaps venturing to the nearby town, seeking a diligent and earnest maiden with whom to share a simple, yet fulfilling life of domestic bliss. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fan swung his hoe, striking the solid ground with rhythmic determination. To the once unyielding soil succumbed to the might of the hoe infused with physical strength 445.8, yielding as easily as tofu. Each strike unearthed vast patches of earth, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. As he toiled, he hummed a popular tune from his previous life, his mood buoyant and content. However, unbeknownst to him, just a few kilometers away in the depths of the forest, Zhao Tianming violently coughed up blood, his complexion as pale as parchment, feeling as though his internal organs had been mercilessly trampled by a raging bull. The pain. Excruciating. His attire as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sword sect lay in tatters, stained with blood and dirt, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Damn it! Damn it! How could I have provoked such a beast? A mix of fear and fury surged within Zhao Tianming. A mere outer disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he had painstakingly gathered enough contribution points to embark on a simple trial, believing it to be an easy endeavor, only to unwittingly trespass into the territory of a black wind demon wolf. The creature's power rivaled that of a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement, exhibiting a ferocity beyond imagination. He had exhausted all means. The low-grade magical artifacts bestowed by his sect lay shattered, talismans spent, and his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Awu! From behind, a howl brimming with malice and brutality echoed, the stench of blood assaulting his senses, causing his very soul to tremble. He could not afford to pause. To halt would be to perish. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Tianming fumbled in his robe for the last remaining token of salvation, the most precious item in his possession, a teleportation talisman. This talisman had been gifted to him by an inner sect senior upon his initiation, capable of whisking him away several miles in an instant. Burn, without hesitation, he ignited the talisman's essence, sacrificing a decade of his lifespan to unleash the full potential of this escape spell. Buzz! A brilliant azure light enveloped him, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, transforming into a streak of luminescence that shot forward with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was his final chance. He could only hope that this desperate flight would allow him to evade the relentless demon wolf, or perhaps lead him into the territory of another sect, where he might find a glimmer of hope for survival. The azure streak sliced through the sky like a falling star. As Zhao Tianming traveled at breakneck speed, his consciousness began to blur, sensing his vitality waning rapidly. The direction of his flight was towards an unassuming farmhouse nestled amidst the mountains and fields. Lin Fan was diligently tilling the soil when he suddenly perceived a flicker. In the corner of his eye, he lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and gazed into the distant sky. Strange, could it be an illusion? It seemed like I caught a glimpse of light. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, assuming it was merely the sun's glare, and returned to his toil with the earth beneath him. Regardless, I must finish plowing this patch of land. I shall enjoy a bowl of tomato soup for lunch upon my return. In the distant forest, the fleeting light faded, revealing a blood-soaked figure that plummeted heavily from the air, rolling several times upon the grass before falling silent. Chapter 2. That dog. Is it a Qilin? In a state of utter disarray, Zhao Tianming felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. The after-effects of the burning evasion talisman, coupled with the impact from his fall, caused his consciousness to oscillate between lucidity and oblivion. He strained to lift his head and surveyed his surroundings. Behind him, the terrifying howl of the dark wind demon wolf had faded into silence, seemingly shaken off. A flicker of relief washed over him, but in the next moment, a deeper, soul-chilling dread seized his heart. Where am I? Zhao Tianming's eyes widened in terror as he realized he had stumbled into a realm utterly beyond his comprehension. As a cultivator, his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was as instinctual as a mortal's breath. Yet now, he felt as if he had been cast into an absolute void. Not a trace of spiritual energy lingered in the surrounding atmosphere. No, that was incorrect. Zhao Tianming suddenly grasped the truth, his face draining of color. It was not the absence of spiritual energy. Rather, all the spiritual energy in this area had been drained, compressed, and imprisoned by an unimaginably domineering and irresistible force. Here lay an absolute vacuum of spiritual energy, an apocalyptic wasteland. Thud! The flow of spiritual power within him ground to a halt, disrupted by the complete lack of external replenishment. The meager reserves of spiritual energy within his dantian were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, utterly immobile. Forget about soaring through the skies on a sword at this moment. Even executing the simplest of calming techniques felt like an unattainable luxury. A forbidden zone, an ancient forbidden ground, or perhaps the sanctum of some unparalleled master. A thought that sent shivers down his spine took root in his mind. Only a transcendent being, possessing unfathomable power, could transform an expanse of reality into their own domain, governing all laws within, while severing access to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. It was over. Zhao Tianming's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Confronting a demon wolf might have offered a glimmer of hope, but to inadvertently trespass into the domain of such an existence, should he incur the owner's displeasure, it would undoubtedly lead to his annihilation, leaving no chance for reincarnation. His body trembled violently with fear, the instinct for survival compelling him to flee this place that sent shivers through his very soul. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he crawled upon the ground, desperately attempting to distance himself from this terrifying locale. Just then, his gaze traversed the sparse trees ahead, landing upon a humble farmhouse not far off. It was an exceedingly simple abode, with walls of earth and stone, wooden structures, and a low fence encircling the yard. Everything appeared so ordinary, suffused with the warmth of everyday life, a stark contrast to the ethereal, awe-inspiring sanctum of a mighty being that he had envisioned. However, when his gaze fell upon the gate of the courtyard, his breath momentarily ceased. There lay a dog of resplendent golden hue. This canine reclined lazily on the ground, basking in the warm sunlight, lost in deep slumber. To the eyes of mere mortals, it appeared to be an ordinary Chinese rural dog. Yet, within the perceptive realm of Zhao Tianming, the cultivator, this scene was akin to witnessing a divine miracle. The dog's golden fur, illuminated by the sun, radiated an indescribably profound and enigmatic luster of Taoist essence. Each strand of hair seemed to encapsulate a complete chain of cosmic laws. It lay there, seemingly unassuming, yet perfectly harmonized with the surrounding universe, as if it were the very embodiment of heaven and earth, the center of this world. Its casual breaths, rising and falling, within Zhao Tianming's magnified perception, resembled an ancient divine beast inhaling the essence of the cosmos. The surrounding spiritual energy, once depleted, appeared not to have vanished, but rather to have been absorbed by it in a manner beyond his comprehension. The snoring it emitted with its rhythmic woof, snore, resonated in Zhao Tianming's ears, sounding less like ordinary snoring and more like the majestic tone of the Tao itself. Each snore resonated like the deep chimes of dusk and dawn, striking heavily upon his fragile spirit, threatening to unravel his very essence. This could not possibly be an ordinary dog. At that moment, Zhao Tianming's mind faltered completely. He recalled a creature mentioned in the sect's ancient texts, one that existed solely in the myths of yore, golden from head to tail, accompanied by auspicious clouds when it moved, generating Taoist resonance when it rested. Its roar capable of shaking heaven and earth, its breath capable of inhaling the quintessence. This was a Qilin, the ancient divine beast, the Qilin. In an instant, Zhao Tianming grasped the truth. A transcendent being, returning to simplicity and indulging in the mundane world, had established a sanctuary here, living the most ordinary life of a farmer. And this ancient divine beast, the Qilin, willingly suppressed its celestial might, disguising itself as the most commonplace of dogs, to guard the threshold for its esteemed master. This was the true essence of greatness. True greatness requires no celestial mountains, no rare treasures. Their sanctuaries are the most unassuming rural courtyards. Their guardian beasts are the most ordinary of dogs. The Tao is profoundly simple, returning to simplicity. Understanding this, Zhao Tianming was left utterly terrified, his very soul fragmented. He scrambled to turn away, using hands and feet in a desperate attempt to flee this terrifying place. Every blade of grass, every brick and tile whispered of unimaginable dread. He dared not make a sound, even holding his breath in fear of disturbing the slumbering Qilin, lest he also disturb the supreme existence that might be tilling the earth in the courtyard. His sole thought was to escape as far as possible. However, the more frantic one becomes, the more prone one is to error. His crawling speed was excessively rapid, and in his panic, his right hand suddenly pressed against a soft, sticky substance. His feet slipped beneath him, and he lost his balance, crashing to the ground like a famished dog pouncing on its prey. Bang! The impact left him seeing stars, nearly rendering him unconscious. Trembling in shock, he lay on the ground, struggling to turn his head to discern what had caused his fall. As he glanced downward, his pupils dilated in horror. Before him lay a tomato, ripe to the point of having its skin split and begun to rot, a vivid, crimson orb. Chapter 3. This rotten tomato is a divine fruit. Lying on the cold earth, Zhao Tianming felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He dared not move, even forgetting the intense pain coursing through his body. All his senses were captivated by the rotten tomato that had tripped him. At first glance, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary tomato. It was quite sizable, larger than an adult's fist, its skin overripe and even split open, oozing a viscous red juice that stained the dirt beneath, rendering it quite unseemly. To the average person, this would simply be discarded refuse, a fruit gone bad from overripening. Undeniably trash. However, Zhao Tianming was a cultivator. Even in this desolate land, devoid of spiritual energy, his innate perception as a cultivator greatly surpassed that of mere mortals by hundreds or thousands of times. The moment his gaze and consciousness focused on the rotten tomato, his mind buzzed as if struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning, plunging him into an abyss of blankness. What had he seen? Within his spiritual perception, this seemingly decaying fruit contained not rotting flesh and juice. Instead, it harbored an overwhelming and pure essence of life, so potent that it left his very soul breathless. The torrent of this life essence surged within his awareness, akin to a tumultuous ocean, while he himself felt like a mere speck of dust before its vastness. Inconsequential and negligible. What a terrifying force of life energy. Zhao Tianming could swear by his very heart that this energy's richness and purity surpassed even the legendary 1,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng he had once glimpsed in his sect's treasury, by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. And yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most horrifying revelation was that amidst this overwhelming life essence, he could distinctly sense threads of something utterly incomprehensible beyond the realm of language, traces of profound Tao. Some of these traces represented life, some represented growth, others decay, and some still represented silence, an eternal cycle, as if the complete laws governing the growth and demise of all living things were encapsulated within this singular fruit. Divine fruit. Zhao Tianming's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, producing a clattering sound. This was undoubtedly the legendary fruit, long thought extinct from the Xiantian continent for countless millennia. The longevity, divine fruit. No, it was even more exalted than that. This was a fruit embodying the principles of the Tao, a Tao fruit. His heart thudded like a war drum, and the blood surged to his head. A ludicrous and frenzied thought, yet remarkably rational within the context, flashed like lightning through his mind. The unparalleled sage, who dwelled in this locale, regarded even the most mundane crops in his domain as supreme treasures imbued with profound truths. Yet, in the eyes of such an existence, these divine fruits, possessing such extraordinary qualities, were deemed unworthy of consumption, treated as mere refuse, carelessly discarded by the roadside to rot and decompose into fertilizer. What a terrifying realm this is! What an extravagant display of power! What does it mean to regard all things as trifling? What does it mean to watch epochs pass by? This is it. In that instant, Zhao Tianming felt a profound inadequacy and absurdity in his previous imaginings of great beings. At that moment, his reverence for the unseen elder reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of ecstasy and excitement erupted from the depths of his heart. A fortuitous opportunity, an extraordinary stroke of luck. This was a chance that Zhao Tianming, that the Zhao family, spanning 18 generations, had never encountered. The elder dismissed this divine fruit, yet in his eyes, it represented an unparalleled treasure capable of altering the course of his destiny. Trembling, he extended his hands, moving with the utmost gentleness as though handling the most fragile porcelain. He cautiously brushed away the dust from the surface of the fruit and, summoning all his courage, cradled the rotten tomato as if it were a precious gem. The moment the fruit touched his palms, a torrent of vibrant life force and profound essence surged through him, nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure. He restrained the impulse to consume it immediately, knowing it was not the right place. He could not be certain whether taking the elder's refuse would incur displeasure. No, he must observe proper etiquette. Zhao Tianming took a deep breath, adjusting his posture with great difficulty, and faced the utterly unadorned farmhouse with utmost reverence. Bowing 3 times with profound respect. Thud, thud, thud. His forehead met the solid earth with a dull thud, yet he felt no pain. Only an overwhelming sense of devotion and gratitude. I, Zhao Tianming of the Qingyun sword sect, inadvertently trespass upon your sacred ground, esteemed elder, and I beseech your forgiveness. I am grateful for the gift of this supreme fruit. This grace and virtue shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. He murmured, his voice trembling with emotion. After bowing, he dared not linger for a moment longer, nor glance back at the divine Qilin beast, fearing that his own greed and irreverence might be discerned. Cradling the divine fruit, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and fled in a frenzy towards the direction from whence he came, eager to escape this domain that made his very soul tremble. In the distance, in the fields, Lin Fan straightened his back, massaging the slight ache in his muscles, and instinctively cast a glance towards home. He happened to witness an astonishing scene. A bloodied figure, clad in tattered garments and resembling a refugee fleeing from a battlefield or perhaps a beggar, was stealthily crouched beside his vegetable patch. Then, it appeared that the individual had discovered something of value, cradling it in his arms as if it were a treasure. Subsequently, he unexpectedly bowed 3 times in the direction of Lin Fan's home. Finally, as if encountering a ghost, the man scurried away in a frenzy. Lin Fan stood on the ridge with a hoe in hand, his face a canvas of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What in the world is happening? He scratched his head, unable to comprehend the situation. Have the beggars in the city adopted such ceremonial practices? It didn't seem like theft. Rather, the man had salvaged a discarded rotten tomato. Was it truly necessary to react with such fervor and gratitude? Had the city fallen into such despair that even a spoiled tomato had become a coveted prize? Shaking his head, Lin Fan felt that the world beyond his own was becoming increasingly inscrutable. He glanced down at his feet, where another rotten tomato lay. With his hoe, he pushed it aside, muttering to himself, "What a peculiar person." He decided to focus on his work, striving to finish before nightfall. Chapter 4. The miraculous effect of the divine fruit. Zhao Tianming exerted every ounce of strength, desperately fleeing for his life. He felt akin to a drowning man. struggling in the unfathomable depths of the sea, yearning to reach the elusive surface above. At last, there came a moment when he sensed an abrupt lightness in his body. The invisible, overwhelming force that had shackled his soul and confined his spiritual energy suddenly dissipated. It was as if he had instantaneously resurfaced from the abyss. The familiar and soothing aura of the earthly realm rushing towards him like long-lost kin. The stagnant energy within his meridians began to flow once more, gently reviving. I'm free. I have finally emerged. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhao Tianming nearly shed tears as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his body drenched in cold sweat. With lingering trepidation, he glanced back. Behind him lay the ordinary forest, basking in sunlight, alive with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Showing no signs of the extraordinary, the quaint farmhouse and the desolate land seemed shrouded in an intangible mist, vanished from his sight and perception. Were it not for the overwhelming vitality and Taoist essence emanating from the rotten tomato in his arms, he might have believed that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion brought on by excessive blood loss. A miracle, surely. This is a place of miracles, he murmured, his eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Howl! Just as his thoughts surged, a ferocious and ravenous wolf howl erupted from not far behind him. Zhao Tianming's expression shifted dramatically as he turned abruptly. Before him, within the thicket, stood a colossal wolf. Comparable in size to an elephant, its body cloaked in long black fur, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. It was the black-wind demon wolf. It had indeed tracked him down by scent. The demon wolf, observing the exhausted Zhao Tianming slumped on the ground, displayed a flicker of cruel amusement in its crimson gaze. Instead of pouncing immediately, it approached with calculated elegance, savoring the fear of its prey in those final moments. Zhao Tianming's heart plummeted into despair. He had just escaped the jaws of a tiger, only to stumble into the den of wolves, devoid of spiritual energy and grievously injured. He lacked the strength even to rise, let alone fight back. Was it truly the end for Zhao Tianming today? Desperation engulfed him like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he clutched the divine fruit tightly in his arms. Wait, the divine fruit. A spark of determination ignited in his eyes. He stared at the advancing black-wind demon wolf and then down at the bruised, dirt-streaked tomato brimming with boundless vitality. I'll take the gamble. If I am to die, I might as well seize this slender thread of hope. A glint of madness and resolve flickered in Zhao Tianming's gaze. He no longer hesitated, lifting the tomato without bothering to wipe it, and directly thrusting it into his mouth against the gaping wound. He had steeled himself to confront the rotting, sour, and possibly earthy flavor. However, at the very moment his lips and teeth made contact with the flesh, he froze in astonishment. There was no trace of the unpleasantness he had anticipated. Instead, an indescribable, exquisite sweetness and fragrance erupted in his mouth, a sensation that words could scarcely encapsulate. The flavor was unlike any fruit he had ever tasted. It was a sweetness derived from the essence of life itself, a fragrance infused with the laws of nature. He felt as though he was not merely consuming a fruit, but savoring the very first ray of morning sunlight, swallowing the first drop of spring rain. Crack! He instinctively chewed, the crisp sound accompanied by a surge of juice exploding within. In the next instant, an unimaginable, warm, and vast torrent of vitality surged down his throat, flooding his limbs and vital organs. The horrific wound, deep enough to see bone and grotesquely raw from the wolf's claw, began to tingle with a peculiar itch. He looked down in disbelief to see that the wound was healing at an astonishingly visible speed. New flesh pulsated, shattered bones knitted together, and torn skin mended. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the life-threatening injury vanished without a trace, leaving behind skin as flawless as before, without even a scar. Simultaneously, his once parched and depleted dantian and meridians felt as if they had been inundated by a torrential flood after a long drought. A colossal and pure surge of spiritual energy materialized from thin air, filling his dantian and meridians to the brim. No, it was not merely filling. It was cleansing, broadening, and refining. He sensed that the spiritual energy within him was now purer and more robust than ever before. Yet, this torrent of energy did not cease after healing his wounds and replenishing his spiritual power. It transformed into an unstoppable wave, crashing violently against the impenetrable barrier of his cultivation. the bottleneck of the seventh layer of qi refinement. Boom! In Zhao Tianming's perception, the obstacle that had plagued him for 5 long years, rendering him helpless, crumbled like a fragile sheet of paper under the onslaught of energy from the divine fruit, offering no resistance whatsoever. A formidable aura, magnitude stronger than before, erupted from his being. He had broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. And all of this transpired within the span of just a few breaths from the moment he took his first bite of the fruit until his breakthrough. The black wind demon wolf had approached within 3 zhang of Zhao Tianming, poised to unleash its gaping maw and relish its impending feast. However, it was suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura emanating from its prey, a presence so formidable that it instilled a flicker of trepidation. Its advance faltered involuntarily, confusion and wariness flashing in its crimson eyes. Now was the moment. Zhao Tianming, sensing an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, beheld the demon wolf that had previously filled him with despair. His gaze transformed from one of desolation to exuberance, ignited by a fierce battle spirit. The tides of fortune had shifted. The roles of offense and defense had reversed. Abominable beast, prepare to meet your demise, Zhao Tianming bellowed, his voice reverberating through the mountains and forests. He leaped into the air, a surge of will guiding him, as the once dimmed flying sword at his waist soared skyward with a resounding clang, its blade now radiant with resplendent energy. As he executed the sword technique, the blade traced an arc of profound elegance in the air, its brilliance sharper and swifter than ever before. The foundational swordplay of Qingyun, which he had mastered long ago, now unfurled in his hands with an ethereal grace and ferocity that even he had not previously comprehended. With the Qingyun sword technique, a single strike could cleave mountains. Zhao Tianming became one with his sword, merging as a streak of azure light, advancing towards the still-dazed black wind demon wolf with a vengeful strike. Chapter 5. The despair of the saintess. In the vast expanse of the Xiantian continent, the eastern region stands out as one of the most prosperous and flourishing areas, teeming with sects and formidable beings. Among these countless sects, the Yaoqi sacred land shines as the most resplendent jewel, with its ancient lineage and profound heritage. All disciples within its gates are women of exceptional talent and unparalleled grace. The Yaoqi saintess, Luo Ningxuang, is the most distinguished among her generation, possessing an ethereal beauty that could captivate a nation. Her cultivation has ascended to the elusive transformation realm, a level that countless cultivators aspire to but seldom attain, earning her renown throughout the eastern region, revered as the unattainable moonlight in the hearts of many young aspirants. Yet, in this moment, the exalted saintess finds herself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Above, the clouds roil ominously. Luo Ningxuang stands suspended in midair, her once immaculate white gown now stained crimson with blood, resembling a tragic white lotus struggling in a sea of blood. Her exquisite visage is devoid of color, a trickle of crimson staining her lips, and her breath is erratic to the extreme. Before her loom 3 figures exuding overwhelming demonic energy, effectively encircling her and sealing off all avenues of escape. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man shrouded in a blood-red robe, his countenance dark and foreboding, his gaze brimming with cruelty and avarice. The oppressive demonic aura emanating from him warps the very fabric of space. He is none other than the foremost figure of the demonic path in the eastern region, the Blood River Old Demon, the master of the Blood Demon sect, a formidable entity who has also attained the transformation realm. Flanking him are 2 elders in black robes, their profound auras indicating their mastery of the Void Return realm. In a bid to eliminate Luo Ningxuang, the Blood Demon sect has mobilized its entire force, orchestrating this deadly ambush. Haraha, Luo Ningxuang, were you not renowned for your speed? Why do you not flee now? The Blood River Old Demon intones with a chilling, raspy laugh. As the esteemed saintess of Yaoqi, if you were to surrender willingly and become my 13th blood god furnace, I might grant you a few more years of life. Alas, you chose to ignore the paths to heaven and instead ventured into the depths of hell. Luo Ningxuang's beautiful eyes glint with icy resolve as she wields a resplendent celestial sword, coldly regarding her adversary. Blood River Old Demon, you vile entity of the demonic path. You are destined to be vanquished. Today, even if I perish, I shall ensure that the Blood Demon sect pays dearly. Pay dearly? Ha ha, how naive. The Blood River old demon scoffs as if he has heard the grandest of jokes. You are currently afflicted by my transformation powder, your soul gradually dissolving, your meridians shattering piece by piece, and your spiritual power dispersing like sand. What do you possess to make us pay a price? Your stubborn resistance will only lead to a more agonizing demise. No sooner had he spoken than Luo Ningxuang felt a surge of bitterness in her throat. And with a splatter, she expelled another mouthful of blood. She could distinctly sense a sinister force rampaging through her soul and meridians. Transformation powder. The blood demon sect harbors the most insidious and unfathomable poison. This venom specifically targets the souls of cultivators at the transformation stage. Once afflicted, it fundamentally erodes the essence of the cultivator's soul, dissolving their entire meridian system, an act of utmost malevolence. She felt her strength rapidly waning, her vision beginning to blur. In a previous fierce battle, although she had wounded one of the void-returning elders by severing his arm at the cost of her own grievous injuries, she ultimately fell into their trap, succumbing to their treacherous toxin. The tide had turned. A profound sense of despair and unwillingness surged within Luo Ningxuang. She was still young. Her journey had only just commenced, and she had yet to lead the Yaoqi sacred land back to its ancient glory. Was she truly destined to perish here today? No, absolutely not. In the final moment before her consciousness sank into oblivion, a fierce will to survive ignited a flicker of determination in her eyes. She summoned the last vestige of her soul's power, activating the ultimate life-preserving talisman bestowed upon her by her master before her departure. It was an ancient jade talisman inscribed with incomprehensibly intricate runes, the ancient space teleportation talisman. You wish to capture me? In your dreams. With her final ounce of strength, Luo Ningxuang let out a fierce cry and shattered the talisman. Buzz! An overwhelming force of spatial energy enveloped her in an instant. Not good. It's the space teleportation talisman. Quickly stop her. The Blood River old demon's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Luo Ningxuang possessed such a life-saving treasure. He, alongside the other two elders, acted simultaneously, unleashing 3 torrents of destructive demonic energy towards her position. However, it was too late. Just as the waves of demonic energy approached, Luo Ningxuang's figure vanished without a trace amidst violent spatial distortions. Boom! The 3 attacks collided, erupting with terrifying energy, transforming that expanse into a realm of chaotic nothingness. Damn it! She got away. The Blood River old demon seethed with fury, his face darkening to the point of dripping with rage. Master, please calm your anger. The elder with the severed arm hastily interjected. She has been struck by your soul-dissolving powder, and having forcibly activated the space talisman. Her soul is already like a candle in the wind. Even if she manages to escape, she will certainly not survive beyond half an hour. Humph. I want to see her alive or dead. The Blood River old demon's eyes glinted with a ruthless light. This ancient teleportation talisman has a limited range and will leave behind faint spatial fluctuations. Pursue her. Even if we must turn the eastern region upside down, we will find her. With that, he transformed into a streak of blood light, following the faint traces of spatial fluctuations pursued by the 2 elders, as they raced after her. Meanwhile, Luo Ningxuang traversed the chaotic currents of space, feeling as though her body and soul were on the verge of being torn apart. Time became an enigma as she was enveloped by the spatial force until it finally waned. Like a kite with severed strings, she helplessly plummeted from thousands of meters high toward a lush green forest below. In the final moment before losing consciousness entirely, she seemed to glimpse a tranquil and harmonious farmhouse courtyard. Suddenly, with a muffled thud, the once celebrated prodigy, the future hope of the sacred land of Yaoqi, landed squarely on a patch of soft grass at the periphery of Lin Fan's farm, instantly losing her senses, oblivious to life or death. Moments later, 3 formidable figures, shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy, descended from the skies, following the fluctuations of space. The spatial disturbance has ceased here. The Blood River old demon halted, his brow furrowed in concentration. His formidable divine sense surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping over the mountains and forests below, in search of Luo Ningxuang's whereabouts. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted from one of confident determination to sheer horror and disbelief. How can this be possible? He was aghast to discover that his divine sense, capable of encompassing a radius of 100 miles, vanished without a trace the moment it penetrated the seemingly ordinary forest below, devoured entirely by an invisible and terrifying force. The connection to that portion of his divine sense was forcibly severed. With a splutter, his divine sense wounded, the blood river old demon staggered, his throat suddenly sweet, and he coughed up a small mouthful of reverse blood. "Master," the two elders exclaimed in shock. "Do not use divine sense," the blood river old demon barked, halting the two elders who were also preparing to investigate. His expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently on the area below, filled with trepidation. He attempted to channel the demonic essence within him, only to be horrified to find that as he approached the boundaries of that area, his demonic essence began to stagnate uncontrollably, dissipating as if being forcibly siphoned away by some existence below. What an incredibly terrifying restriction. Is this an ancient relic of a forbidden land, or the sanctuary of some reclusive powerhouse? The blood river old demon, who had lived for thousands of years, felt a profound fear welling up from within for the first time. He deduced that Luo Ningxue must have fled into this dreadful forbidden zone. To pursue? He dared not. A strong intuition warned him that should he take even a single step into that area, his fate would be far more tragic than that of Luo Ningxue. But to simply abandon her? He was unwilling. Form a formation. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the blood river old demon's eyes as he commanded in a deep voice. Set up the blood sea grand formation around the periphery of this area. I refuse to believe she can hide in there for eternity. As soon as she dares to emerge, it will be her demise. Yes. The two elders acknowledged the order and immediately began to arrange the wickedly lethal formation around the forbidden land. They intended to lie in wait for their quarry. Chapter 6. A slice of cucumber to quench thirst. The moment these chilling words escaped the lips of the blood river old demon, both the one-armed elder of the void return and another robed elder in black could not help but shudder. Their expressions bore a mix of respectful obedience and profound dread. The Blood Sea Grand Formation was not merely a protective array of the Blood Demon sect. It was their most malevolent and insidious killing formation. Once this array was deployed, it would invoke the negative emotions of all beings within a 1,000-mile radius: fear, despair, resentment, greed, and then meld these sentiments with the foul demonic energy of the world, transforming it into an endless expanse of blood-red demonic sea. Within this sea of demons, vengeful spirits would howl, and the tides of blood would surge. Any soul ensnared within would be consumed by endless illusions and torment, ultimately becoming a part of the blood sea, serving as sustenance for the formation, forever denied rebirth. Even more insidious, this formation not only ensnares and kills foes, but also utterly corrupts the land, rendering it into cursed soil, devoid of life and vitality. This was a forbidden array of such extreme malevolence that it could summon divine retribution. Were it not for a situation of life and death, the Blood Demon sect would never dare to wield it lightly. Master, to invoke such a grand array for the sake of a mere Luo Ningxiang, is it truly wise? The black-robed elder could not help but counsel, his voice trembling slightly. Silence. The blood river old demon abruptly turned, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a frenzied and tyrannical light as he barked. What do you know? Whether that Luo Ningxiang lives or dies is of no consequence. What truly matters is the area below. He extended a finger, pointing toward the seemingly tranquil and serene forest below, his gaze filled with unprecedented trepidation and avarice. You sensed it just now. Our divine consciousnesses, probing into that realm, vanished like a cow into the sea, and even I suffered a backlash. Moreover, our demonic essence, once it approaches that vicinity, becomes uncontrollably sluggish and dissipates. What does this imply? The two elders exchanged glances, each seeing the horror reflected in the other's eyes. The blood river old demon inhaled deeply, lowering his voice as if fearful of being overheard by some presence below. This indicates that the place below is either an ancient site specifically designed to counter our demonic cultivators, or it could be the sanctum of an unparalleled powerhouse, one whose words can manifest laws and who has attained the ability to create their own domain. Regardless of which it might be, for us, it presents a monumental opportunity. The blood river old demon's eyes gleamed with uncontainable fervor. Should it be the former? This absolute domain must surely contain a pure yang treasure. If obtained, my blood god essence could harmonize yin and yang, breaking through bottlenecks, and possibly reaching the legendary Tribulation Realm. If it is the latter, his breath quickened, envisioning the sanctum of a reclusive master. Even if we were to acquire just a trifling discarded item, it might be a creation that we could ponder for 100 years without ever grasping. The wretched Luo Ningxuang must have inadvertently stumbled inside. With her being afflicted by the transformation dispersal, her demise is assured. Upon her death, the treasures of the Yaoqi and her essence cultivated in the realm of transformation will remain in that area. I dare not enter, but we can wait. A sinister smile crept across his face. Let us establish a blood sea formation to completely seal off this place. Firstly, to cut off any potential escape route for Luo Ningxuang should she still be alive. Secondly, to intimidate any intruders, preventing other unwise souls from attempting to seize this opportunity. I refuse to believe that the entities within can remain forever concealed. As long as they emerge, even a mere glance or a word exchanged with us would be a tremendous boon, even if those within truly live in seclusion. Detached from the world, the elderly nuns of the Yaoqi's sacred land will inevitably come searching for Luo Ningxuang upon her death. Should they dare breach the formation, their blood and souls will serve to enhance the power of this grand array. Upon hearing the Blood River Old Demon's ruthless and meticulous analysis, the two elders felt their fear supplanted by greed, and they bowed in unison. The sect master is profoundly strategic. We shall obey your command. Having spoken, the trio wasted no time, transforming into 3 beams of crimson light as they began to set up the nefarious forbidden formation around the perimeter of the area. Flags imbued with boundless resentment and demonic energy were cast into the void, inciting the surrounding wails of the tormented, dimming the very heavens. Lin Fan finally finished tilling the last patch of land. With a hoe slung over his shoulder, he hummed a disjointed tune, ambling leisurely toward his small courtyard. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted," he exclaimed, though in truth, with his stamina bolstered by the system to several hundred points, this labor was akin to a post-dinner stroll for him. He merely indulged in this habitual expression of fatigue, as if it lent him a semblance of being an ordinary person toiling for a living. As he passed the vegetable patch, he glanced at the cucumbers draped in vines, each one thick and long, glistening with a vibrant green, adorned at the tips with delicate yellow blossoms, each bearing glimmering dewdrops, exuding an abundance of moisture. Alas, these cucumbers have grown splendidly. Lin Fan lamented his daily quandary. Too much moisture. While they are crisp, there is no cucumber flavor whatsoever. They taste sweet like fruit, utterly unsuitable for pickling. The texture is all wrong. Sawed them leaves them watery and unpalatable. They can only be served as a salad or eaten raw, but how could I possibly consume so many on my own? He shook his head and continued into the courtyard, contemplating whether to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes or pork stew with vermicelli for dinner. Just as he was about to step through the gate of his home, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure lying on a patch of grass not far away. A person? Huh. Lin Fan halted, squinting to discern more clearly. There, on the grass, lay a distinct silhouette. It was a woman, clad in an eccentric white gown, the fabric marred by soil and dark red stains. She lay motionless, her long black hair cascading around her, concealing her face. Lin Fan was taken aback, his heart racing with trepidation. What was happening? In this desolate wilderness, how could someone be lying here? Given her appearance, could she be dead? Though Lin Fan often led a languid life, deep down he was a quintessential young man nurtured under the red flag. Incapable of ignoring a life in peril, he hastily set down his hoe and hurried over. As he approached, the details became clearer. Before him lay an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even in her unconscious state, her unadorned face was exquisitely crafted, akin to the most flawless masterpiece bestowed by the heavens. Yet, at this moment, her enchanting visage was devoid of color, pallid as parchment. Her eyes, which must have once sparkled with life, were now tightly shut, long eyelashes seemingly adorned with remnants of unshed tears. Her lips were chapped and cracked, pale and exhibiting alarming fragility. Lin Fan cautiously extended a finger to check for breath beneath her nostrils. To his relief, she was still alive. Sensing the faint yet undeniable breath, he sighed with relief. She was alive, and that was a good start. He examined her injuries. Although her white gown was stained and tattered, he, being an amateur, could discern little. However, the The cracked lips and ashen complexion indicated she was gravely injured and severely dehydrated. What to do? Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. Take her to the hospital? That was absurd. In this forsaken place, even the trek down the mountain would take half a day. And by the time he reached a hospital, it would be too late. Call for help. He had no mobile signal. No matter, saving her was paramount. Guided by the most fundamental humanitarian principles, Lin Fan resolved to employ the simplest first aid measures. Observing her parched lips, it was evident she was desperately thirsty. He thought to himself and turned to fetch water from his home. However, after taking a couple of steps, he paused, glancing back at the flourishing cucumber field. An idea struck him. The well water was too cold. In her weakened state, it might not be advisable. But these cucumbers, they were brimming with moisture and at room temperature, perfect for quenching her thirst. Lin Fan commended his own cleverness. This was the most natural, most organic saline solution imaginable. He promptly pivoted and approached the cucumber vines, scanning for the most suitable specimen. He deliberately selected the straightest, juiciest, and seemingly freshest cucumber. Its surface of vibrant green and smooth, devoid of any prickly spines, resembling a piece of natural jade. Lin Fan reached out, grasped the cucumber, and gave it a gentle twist. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the cucumber fell to the ground, releasing an invigorating fragrance that he had long since become accustomed to. Grasping the cucumber, which weighed no less than a pound, he returned to the side of Luo Ningxiang. He found himself in a quandary. It was hardly appropriate to simply thrust it into her mouth, was it? Miss, awaken. He gently patted her cheek, softly calling her name. Awake now, partake. Consume something to replenish your strength. Perhaps his entreaties bore fruit, or perhaps it was the profound life force emanating from the cucumber, imperceptible to mortal senses, that stirred the flickering flame of her spirit. Luo Ningxiang's long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Chapter 7. The Nine-Colored Divine Thunder and the Essence of the Tao Darkness. Boundless, infinite darkness. A chilling coldness, as though plummeting into the abyss of the underworld, freezing even the very essence of her soul. Luo Ningxiang's consciousness floated within this realm of desolation and frost, gradually sinking and dissipating. She could sense her own demise. The malevolent poison known as the transformation poison, like a ravenous beast, was voraciously devouring her soul's foundation, gnawing at the meridians of her celestial body. Once a paragon of her generation, the future hope of the Yaoqi's sacred land, she was hailed as an unparalleled prodigy of cultivation, appearing once in a millennium. She had once slain a rampaging phantom dragon by the eastern sea with a single stroke of her sword. She had ventured into the forbidden lands of the western desert, retrieving a ghostly lotus amidst countless fiends. She had been celebrated as the leader of the young generation in the eastern domain, radiant and brimming with potential. Yet now, all of this was on the verge of fading into oblivion. Unwillingness, a fierce unwillingness blazed within the depths of her fading soul, akin to a fiery inferno, as she had yet to lead the Yaoqi's sacred land back to the glory of ancient times. She had yet to behold the magnificent vistas of the immortal realm, far surpassing the Xiantian continent, as described by her master. She had yet to would she truly fall into obscurity in this desolate wilderness? Would she become the spoils of the Blood River old demon and his ilk? No, absolutely not. Even in death, Luo Ningxiang would stand firm. She could not allow that evil to prevail. Perhaps it was this last flicker of determination that summoned forth a miracle. Just as her consciousness was about to vanish completely, a vague yet warm voice seemed to pierce through the endless void, resonating deep within her soul. My dear, awaken. The voice was clear and pure, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, akin to a crystalline spring in the mountains, cleansing her crumbling essence. Then, a surge of life force, unprecedented in its vastness, grandeur, and purity, akin to a radiant sun, illuminated her frigid, shadowy realm. What is this? This life force in that moment. Luo Ningxiang's remaining consciousness surged like a mighty wave. She swore, with her collapsing resolve, that the richness of this vitality was 1,000,000 times denser than the longevity tree, planted by her sect's founding ancestor and thriving for 100,000 years, within her sect's sacred grounds. How could this be? How could such a terrifying life entity exist in the Xiantian continent? The instinct to survive urged her to muster her last ounce of strength, struggling toward the source of that light and warmth. Her eyelids, heavy as mountains, finally parted just a crack. Through her blurred vision, she beheld a young man with a handsome visage and eyes so clear they held no impurities. He appeared like a mortal, and in his hand, he held a green cucumber. At this moment, Luo Ningxuang's consciousness plunged into profound confusion and absurdity. As a distinguished saintess of the Yaoqi and a formidable practitioner at the transformation realm, the last sight she beheld before death was that of a mere mortal and a cucumber. A wave of immense self-mockery and despair surged within her. Was the heavenly Tao mocking me? Yet, the life force emanating from the cucumber was undeniable, sending tremors through her very soul. Have a cucumber to replenish your strength. The mortal's voice resonated once more, imbued with an inexplicable concern. He gently brought the cucumber to her lips. The cool, smooth sensation brushed against her cracked lips. In an instant, the overwhelming life force intensified 100-fold. Luo Ningxuang could perceive that within the seemingly ordinary cucumber flowed not mere juice, but threads woven from the most primal laws of life and creation, an intricate divine chain. A divine object. This was undoubtedly a transcendent treasure, far surpassing the realms of holy and celestial medicines. In that moment, all pride and restraint dissipated. Her instinct for survival eclipsed everything, summoning her last vestige of strength. She opened her mouth and gently took a bite. Crack! A crisp sound erupted deep within her soul, resonating like the first utterance of the Tao at the dawn of creation. It was the sound of chaos being cleaved asunder, the sound of laws being born. Contrary to her expectations of the cucumber's astringency, it was replaced by an exquisite sweetness and fragrance that she could scarcely fathom or describe, a sweetness beyond her wildest imaginings. That flavor seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe, the primordial chaos, and the celestial bodies. In an instant, an unimaginable torrent, both gentle and overwhelming, surged down her throat and into her limbs and bones. This torrent was composed of the purest laws of life, creation, purification, and reincarnation, countless fragments of supreme laws that she could only glimpse in the ancient texts of her sect. Boom! As this torrent rampaged within her, it encountered the toxic remnants of the transformation poison that had ravaged her soul, and upon contact, it disintegrated like filth in the presence of purifying sunlight. The venomous forces crafted from countless vengeful spirits and malevolent curses were unable to emit even a single wail before being instantaneously evaporated by the vast purifying laws, leaving not a trace behind. The poison was dispelled, just like that, with a single bite. Luo Ningxuang's consciousness fell into a state of profound stupor. But that was not the end. The torrent of laws, having purified the poison, continued unabated, washing over her celestial form. Her veins, once shattered and thoroughly decayed, began an extraordinary reversal under the formidable life and creation laws. The withered meridians were obliterated, replaced by a brand new, more resilient, and broader path illuminated by a faint golden radiance, meticulously reconstructed. Her soul, on the verge of dissipating, was enveloped and nourished by an immense force of soul laws, not only restoring instantly, but also becoming denser and purer than ever before. Upon her soul, a faint essence of immortality and invincibility subtly emerged. Her body was being remolded. Her soul was being reshaped. Her foundational path was also undergoing transformation. This was no mere healing. It was a profound metamorphosis. In this moment, she finally comprehended that the treasures within this elder's domain could not simply be described as divine fruits or sacred objects. What she consumed was not mere produce, but the entirety of the grand path. Under this incomprehensible force of rebirth, her cultivation, which had stagnated in the mid-stage of transformation, melted away like thin ice beneath the sun, without even a ripple to mark its passing. Boom. Mid-stage transformation shattered. Late-stage transformation. An overwhelming power continued to surge wildly, her aura ascending relentlessly. Her body erupted uncontrollably in resplendent divine light. Above, the heavens shifted and darkened. A terrifying celestial might, capable of instilling dread in all beings, began to coalesce slowly. Chapter 8. The Ascension of Tribulation. Power. An endless torrent of power. Luo Ningxuang felt as if she had transformed into a desiccated universe, parched for eons, and at this moment, a celestial river, born of the primordial essence of the Tao, was cascading down into her cosmos with reckless abandon. The cucumber, of which she had merely taken a small bite, contained an energy and a set of principles so vast and profound that they eluded her comprehension entirely. It was akin to a mere mortal yearning for a sip of water, only to inadvertently swallow an entire ocean. Her cultivation surged, shattering the barriers of the mid-stage transformation like a tempest, showing no signs of respite as it ascended with a relentless and unstoppable momentum. Late-stage transformation. Pinnacle of late-stage transformation. Once, she had toiled for 3 centuries to transcend from mid-stage to late-stage transformation, consuming countless rare treasures and enduring numerous trials of life and death to achieve that barely successful breakthrough. Yet now, with merely a single bite of cucumber, in less than 10 breaths, she traversed the arduous path of 300 years of cultivation. This was nothing short of astonishing. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning. That power coalesced within her, forming an even more terrifying wave, crashing against the colossal barrier known as the chasm between mortals and immortals that lay between the transformation realm and the void-returning realm. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, as if resonating from the depths of her soul. That formidable barrier, capable of thwarting 99% of the geniuses from the Shintian continent, crumbled before the insurmountable might of the principles, as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. It shattered with a single push. She had transcended into the void-returning realm. From the transformation realm, she stepped boldly into the void-returning domain. At that moment, the spiritual energy within her underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, transforming into a purer and more profound form of magical power. She felt an unprecedented closeness to the laws of heaven and earth, as if with a mere thought, she could summon the forces of the universe to her aid. Should she encounter the Blood River Old Demon at this instant, she was confident that she could vanquish him within 3 strikes of her sword. Yet, the ascent continued. Early stage void returning. Pinnacle of early stage void returning. Mid-stage void returning. Luo Ningxuang's cultivation resembled a wild stallion, galloping across an endless expanse of grassland, with no end in sight. Her aura surged exponentially, growing more formidable by the moment. Finally, as that power propelled her cultivation forward, breaking through the barriers of late-stage void returning and reaching the pinnacle of perfect void returning, that force culminated at its zenith. All fragments of the laws of life, creation, and purification converged into an unparalleled divine axe, poised to cleave through the final, most steadfast, and sacred portal on her path of cultivation. The tribulation phase. It marked the culmination of a mortal's pursuit of immortality and the dawn of a celestial journey. Boom. The entire world seemed to stand still in that very moment. Luo Ningxuang felt her spirit lighten abruptly, as if she had instantaneously broken free from an invisible shackle, establishing a profound connection with the celestial laws of the entire Shintian continent. Her body was enveloped in an ethereal, pure white light, and all her previous injuries and ailments dissipated entirely under its radiance. Her demeanor underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. If she had previously been likened to a lofty white lotus upon a snow-capped mountain, serene and sacred, then at this moment, she resembled a celestial being descended from the myths, a divine maiden of the 9 heavens, holy, ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. Each movement exuding an unparalleled majesty that commanded the reverence of all. She had shattered the final barrier of ascension, achieving the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. A single step to immortality. Remarkably, all of this, from the instant she bit into that cucumber to her current exalted state, transpired within the fleeting duration of a single incense stick burning. Simultaneously, as Luo Ningxuang's cultivation reached the tribulation stage, the entire Shintian continent was engulfed in a tempest of change. The eastern regions, the central plains, the western deserts, the southern wilderness, the northern expanse. In every corner of the continent, whether in mortal towns or among celestial sects, the populace gazed up in astonishment. What was once a boundless azure sky transformed within mere breaths, shrouded by an oppressive layer of ominous clouds. These clouds were not black. Rather, they were 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. 9 hues representing the most primordial laws of destruction in the cosmos intertwined, roiling and converging within the clouds. The entire sky was painted in a bizarre, yet apocalyptic tableau of terror. Endless thunder rumbled within the nine-colored calamity clouds, akin to countless enraged thunder dragons roaring in fury. An overwhelming celestial might, terrifying in its essence, descended upon the Xiantian continent. Under this divine authority, mountains trembled, rivers flowed backward, and all life fell into silence. Countless ancient beings deep in meditation were jolted awake, rushing from their sanctuaries to gaze incredulously at the sky, exclaiming in disbelief, This is the 99 catastrophic divine calamity. Heaven above. It is said that only those who defy the heavens, whose very existence is feared by the celestial laws, can invoke such a catastrophic divine calamity. The last occurrence of such a divine trial was 1,000,000 years ago, during the ascension of the unparalleled immortal emperor who single-handedly reigned over the ages. Who could possibly be undergoing tribulation? This is madness. The world is on the brink of insanity. And at the eye of the storm, outside the farm, the Blood River old demon and his companions, who were in the midst of setting up a formation, felt the overwhelming celestial might capable of freezing even the souls of those at the transformation stage. Terrified to their core, they no longer dared to continue their preparations. Plop! The three individuals, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, knelt in unison upon the ground, their bodies trembling like sifted chaff, their faces etched with boundless fear and despair. Positioned closest to the source, they felt the threat most acutely. They could distinctly sense that even the slightest flicker of lightning escaping from the ominous clouds above could obliterate them into mere ashes, leaving no trace of their souls behind. Yet, Lin Fan, situated at the very heart of this apocalyptic tempest, remained completely oblivious. He merely lifted his gaze to observe the kaleidoscopic, thunderous clouds swirling above him, instinctively furrowing his brow. How peculiar! The weather had changed so swiftly. Just moments ago, the sun blazed brightly, and now it was thundering. These clouds, their hues are rather unique, reminiscent of a rainbow. He felt no sense of divine wrath, only that the air had grown slightly cooler. It appeared a thunderstorm was imminent. His eyes fell upon the clothesline in the courtyard, where several coarse garments he had washed that morning hung. Oh no, my clothes! Lin Fan exclaimed, smacking his thigh. Panic etched across his face. I must retrieve them quickly. If they get soaked, I shall have nothing to wear tomorrow. With that thought, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the glowing maiden still lying on the ground. He turned and hurriedly dashed toward the courtyard. In his eyes, securing his clothes took precedence over all else, even the impending cataclysm. Chapter 9. The bark of a dog high above, the ominous clouds churned violently, and the thunderous seas roared. The cataclysmic divine tribulation had reached its zenith. The terrifying pressure bore down upon the hearts of all beings on the Xiantian continent, akin to the weight of countless ancient mountains, causing their souls to tremble and nearly suffocate. Within 1,000 miles, all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, lay prostrate on the ground, motionless and quivering, as if the apocalypse had descended. Even the air grew thick and stagnant. Outside the farm, the Blood River old demon and his companions knelt upon the earth, devoid of the courage to raise their heads. They could distinctly sense that within the tempestuous clouds, a target had been locked onto. That target was none other than the one they had previously sought to besiege. Luo Ningxuang. It was she. That wretched girl. The Blood River old demon raged internally, consumed by disbelief and boundless jealousy. Had she not been afflicted by the transformation powder? Why had she not perished? Not only had she survived, but she had also ascended to the heavens and directly faced the tribulation. What fortuitous opportunity had she encountered within that place? Regret. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He lamented why he had not discovered this forbidden ground sooner. He regretted his cowardice in not daring to enter. If he had been the first to step inside, would it not have been he, the Blood River old demon, who attracted this annihilating divine tribulation and ascended to immortality? Yet, following the jealousy and regret, a deeper fear and schadenfreude emerged. The cataclysmic divine tribulation. This is a path to self-destruction. Such a heavenly tribulation, even for true immortals, would lead to their obliteration. Luo Ningxuang, no matter the magnitude of your fortuity, you shall ultimately perish beneath this divine might. Die. When you are struck down to the point of annihilation, all that you possess shall belong to me. He cursed maliciously. envisioning the tragic fate of Luo Ningxuang being reduced to ashes by the divine lightning. Boom! At long last, after much anticipation, the first divine lightning struck. A bolt of 9-colored divine lightning, thicker than a barrel, resembled a spear of divine retribution that tore through the heavy clouds, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating all living beings, as it thundered down towards the figure enveloped in sacred light below. Where the lightning passed, the very fabric of space shattered, dissolving into a void of chaos. In that moment, the entire world lost all sound and color, leaving only the blinding brilliance of the 9-colored lightning. It is over. This was the simultaneous thought that arose in the minds of all the powerful beings observing from afar. Under such a heavenly tribulation, no one could survive. A cruel and triumphant smile spread across the Blood River Old Demon's face. However, just as everyone believed that Luo Ningxuang was undoubtedly doomed, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded, one that could upend the very understanding of cultivation on the Xintian continent. The cataclysmic 9-colored divine thunder, with an unparalleled might, surged into the atmosphere above the mortal farm, striking an invisible yet indomitable barrier, as if it were a high-speed train colliding with an impervious wall. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous clash of laws, and not even the faintest whisper of sound. This terrifying divine thunder, capable of effortlessly annihilating a colossal city and flattening a mountain range, simply vanished into thin air. Indeed, it disappeared, like a droplet merging with the vast ocean, or a wisp of smoke dissipated by a gentle breeze. It was erased by a transcendent force beyond description or perception, quietly and nonchalantly, as if it had never existed at all. Only the spatial rift it left behind silently testified that all that had transpired was not an illusion. The entire world fell into a profound silence. The smile on the Blood River Old Demon's face froze. All the powerful beings observing this place found their minds ensnared in a state of stupor. What had occurred? Where was the heavenly tribulation? Where had that apocalyptic thunderbolt gone? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the farmhouse, a dog known as De Huang, a Chinese pastoral canine, lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Though the flickering lightning had not penetrated the confines of the farm, the momentary brilliance that illuminated the heavens seemed to filter through some arcane barrier, catching the dog's eye. De Huang, somewhat irritated, lazily lifted its head, squinting toward the sky, seemingly displeased that its afternoon slumber had been disturbed. It then yawned widely and, with an air of indifference, let out a half-hearted bark. Woof! This bark was light and lethargic, indistinguishable to Lin Fan, who was inside the house frantically gathering clothes. What daydream is that lazy dog indulging in now? He mused. However, this seemingly mundane bark, once it reached beyond the confines of the farm, transformed into an utterance imbued with the supreme majesty of divine authority. The Blood River Old Demon and the two elder beings, kneeling on the ground, felt as if their souls had been struck by a colossal chaotic hammer forged from the very fabric of the universe. With a resounding puff, all three simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, mingled with shards of their shattered soul essence. Their vitality plummeted to an abysmal level, their faces turning as pale as gold leaf. The Blood River Old Demon, in horror, realized that his cultivation at the peak of the transformation stage had been forcefully shaken down a small realm, regressing to the mid-transformation stage beneath the weight of that single bark. The two venerable elders of the Void Return were in a dire state. Their foundational cultivation had sustained fractures, causing their mastery to plummet from the Void Return realm to the Transformation realm. Thousands of years of arduous cultivation, obliterated by a single bark. The three exchanged terrified glances, and in each other's bloodshot eyes, they beheld an unprecedented, profound dread that seeped into their very bones and souls. A howl that could repel the heavenly tribulation. A mere bark from a dog, and our powers are shattered. What manner of dog is that? The one raised by that esteemed elder? An idea too dreadful to contemplate. One that sent shivers through their beings and threatened to shatter their minds, took root in their thoughts. That esteemed elder, what kind of terrifying existence could they possibly be? Chapter 10. All things are garments, even when wet above the ethereal realm. The 9-colored calamity clouds that enveloped the entire Xintian continent appeared to possess life and consciousness, momentarily immobilized. It sensed something profound. Just moments ago, From an ostensibly mundane region below, emanated a supreme aura that even this embodiment of heavenly will trembled at, filled with dread. This aura was ancient, weathered, and indifferent, seemingly transcending all paths and existing beyond the confines of time and space. Before this presence, the formidable 9-9 annihilation calamity, which could instill fear even in celestial beings, resembled a child brandishing a wooden sword before an adult, absurd and naive. Especially that earlier bark. To its ears, it was not merely a sound but a warning imbued with supreme intent, a caution from a higher dimensional existence. Begone. From that bark, it deciphered a simple yet tyrannical message. The calamity clouds churned violently. It was unwilling to concede. As the manifestation of the heavenly order, it bore its own dignity and duty. Any defiant being must face its judgment and trials, an unchanging decree throughout the ages. It attempted once more to summon thunder. Yet, the aura below seemed to grow, increasingly impatient. A more terrifying, profound pressure surged like an invisible tide, enveloping the entire calamity cloud in an instant. Buzz. At that moment, the 9-colored calamity clouds, the most formidable instrument of divine punishment, trembled violently like a startled rabbit. It was afraid. A strong instinct told it that if it dared to unleash even a fragment of thunder, it would not reap the glory of fulfilling its heavenly duty, but would instead be utterly eradicated by that immense power, leaving no trace of the 9-9 annihilation calamity in existence. Weighing its options took but an instant. The vast, boundless 9-colored calamity clouds made a decision that left all the powerful beings of the Xiantian continent dumbfounded, nearly shattering their resolve. It began to dissipate, not shattered nor vanquished through exhaustion, but rather, slowly, with a hint of deference, a touch of appeasement, and even a sense of relief, it cautiously retreated. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, hastily concealing its toys, fearful of being discovered by its parents. In mere moments, the once menacing annihilation clouds vanished without a trace. The sky returned to its pristine clarity, unmarred by clouds, as if the apocalyptic scene had been but a surreal dream. Subsequently, the heavenly order began to bestow rewards. Endless rays of dawn cascaded from the heavens, transforming into myriad auspicious signs. Purple chi flowed from the east for 30,000 miles. Celestial melodies resonated through the 9 heavens. Blossoms rained from the sky, while golden lotuses erupted from the earth. A grand and sacred portal, constructed of pure celestial light, slowly opens in the sky. The Ascension Gate. Stepping through this threshold grants one the ability to transcend the mundane, ascend to the realm of immortals, and enjoy eternal life. Below, Luo Ningxiang bathes in the holy radiance, her body rising uncontrollably into the air. At this moment, her heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of shock and bewilderment. A cucumber has allowed her to recover instantaneously from the brink of death. It has enabled her to ascend to greatness, achieving the revered status of transcending tribulations. It has caused the legendary cataclysmic tribulation to retreat in haste. It has opened the Ascension Gate for her. All of this has utterly surpassed her understanding of the cultivation of immortality. She feels as if the worldview and understanding of cultivation she has built over centuries have been ruthlessly shattered today, only to be reconstructed in a more magnificent and incredible manner. Her gaze pierces through the void, landing on the exceedingly simple farmhouse below. She yearns to eternally engrave the visage of the mysterious mortal who bestowed upon her the gift of rebirth deep within her soul. Then, she sees it. A scene that grants her a moment of enlightenment once again. The mysterious mortal is now standing beneath the clothesline in the yard. He has just hurriedly gathered a few coarse garments into his embrace. Then, with a sense of relief, pats them down, murmuring with lingering anxiety, "That was close. That was close. I almost got them wet." His expression and tone suggest that what he has just experienced was not a cataclysmic tribulation, but rather the immense crisis of nearly failing to retrieve his clothes before the rain. At this moment, Luo Ningxiang, the newly ascended master of transcending tribulations, the soon-to-be ascendant of the celestial realm, witnesses this scene and instantly comprehends. She understands. She comprehends entirely. In the eyes of her predecessor, what is defying fate? What is ascending to immortality? What is the cataclysmic tribulation? What is ascending to the celestial realm? These so-called grand matters that could shake the ages and astonish an era, in her predecessor's view, Perhaps even the few ordinary garments drying in his yard were. No, this is the true path. This is the genuine transcendence. The path is devoid of sentiment, treating all things as mere fodder. It is not cold-heartedness. Rather, it is the perspective of standing at an unreachable height, gazing down upon the cycles of life and death in the world. In his eyes, the aging, sickness, and suffering of a mortal, and the tribulation and ascension of an immortal, perhaps truly bear no distinction. Only by reaching such a supreme realm, where all things are mere garments, and their dampness is regrettable, can one possess the unparalleled power to repel heavenly tribulations and enlighten mortals to ascend instantly. Having grasped this insight, all of Luo Ningxiang's shock and confusion transform into the purest, most devout admiration and reverence. She dares not entertain even a single stray thought. Under the immense gravitational pull of the Ascension Gate, she reverently directed her gaze towards the small courtyard below, performing the grand gesture of 3 bows and 9 prostrations in midair. This was an expression of a disciple's respect towards their master. It was a tribute from mortals to the divine. It was a gesture of gratitude for the gift of rebirth. Luo Ningxuang would eternally remember the benevolence of her predecessor. In her heart, she silently vowed to transform this profound gratitude into an everlasting imprint, etched indelibly upon her immortal soul. Then, with unwavering resolve reflected in her eyes, she decisively turned and stepped through the magnificent Ascension Gate. As the radiant light receded, the celestial portal closed, and tranquility once again enveloped the realm. Outside the farm, the Blood River Old Demon and his companions, who had witnessed these extraordinary events, were utterly paralyzed with fear, their spirits in disarray. The heavenly tribulation had been repelled with a mere bark, and the ascendant had soared into the heavens. The might of that venerable being transcended the limits of their imagination. Flee! This singular thought consumed their minds. No longer daring to linger, the trio expended their already dwindling vitality, transforming it into 3 streaks of crimson light, moving at least tenfold faster than before, as they fled this unforgettable and terrifying place without a backward glance. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this, Lin Fan, merely glanced up at the now clear sky and scratched his head in confusion. Oh, no more rain. How peculiar today's weather is. He shrugged, dismissing it as unimportant. And with a rumble in his stomach, he decided it was time to prepare dinner. With that, he cradled his cherished garments and made his way into the kitchen. Chapter 11. The stolen bowl of dog food. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold moonlight spilled over the disheveled forest. Yet it could not dispel the fear that penetrated to the very marrow. 3 streaks of bloody light, akin to meteors startled into a frantic flight by hunters, tore through the silent night sky with a desperate speed that seemed to consume the essence of their very lives, fleeing from the horrifying region that had frozen their very souls. These 3 blood-red streaks were none other than the once mighty blood demon sect master, the Blood River Old Demon, accompanied by 2 equally wounded elders of the void returning realm, now reduced to the status of lost dogs. Faster, even faster. The Blood River Old Demon frantically urged the dwindling remnants of his demonic energy, his mind roaring with an unprecedented terror and tremor. Images replayed in his mind, shattering his understanding cultivated over millennia. The cataclysmic divine calamity, capable of annihilating the entire eastern region, had not even had the chance to showcase its might before being silently erased by an invisible force. That seemingly unremarkable earth dog, merely disturbed from its afternoon slumber, had impatiently barked, leaving him and the 2 elders' souls severely injured and their cultivation levels plummeting by an entire realm. The Yaoqi Saintess, Luo Ningxuang, whom they had deemed certain to perish, not only survived but soared to the heavens amidst myriad rays of dawn, ascending to the immortal realm with the blessings of the celestial laws. As for the instigator of all this, an unfathomably mysterious elder, he had not even deigned to cast a glance upon the unfolding events. His sole concern appeared to be a few ordinary garments in the courtyard, nearly drenched by the rain. The immortal emperor, that was undoubtedly the legendary, long extinct, supreme immortal emperor who played with the mortal realm. The Blood River Old Demon's heart bled, his soul twitching violently from fear. After living for thousands of years, he had prided himself on his ruthless temperament, accustomed to death, and having seen through the ways of the world. Yet today, he discovered his own insignificance and absurdity. Before such an existence, his so-called God transformation cultivation and the blood demon sect he took pride in were hardly worth more than a slightly larger ant. The other party had not even bothered to strike at him. It was merely his dog that, in its impatience, had barked, almost resulting in the annihilation of their souls and the collapse of their foundations. What a desperate chasm of disparity. Master, we are still alive. The elder with the severed arm, though still missing his limb, felt a weakness from the drop in cultivation that overshadowed the pain of his injury. As he fled, he sent a fearful transmission. Alive? The Blood River old demon let out a mournful, chilling laugh. Do you truly believe we have survived? In the presence of such an existence, our lives rest upon his whims. The reason he has not killed us is not due to mercy, but rather disdain. We are like a few flies by the roadside. He cannot even be bothered to swat us away. This realization was more humiliating and terrifying than a swift death. Another elder, trembling in voice, inquired, Master, what shall we do now? The elder was swiftly interrupted by the Blood River old demon, who declared with unwavering certainty, No. That existence, whose thoughts are akin to divine will, if he wished to slay us, we would have no chance to flee. His letting us depart signifies his indifference to our fates. Now, return to the sect immediately. This matter must be treated as the highest secret. No one is to utter a single word about it. Furthermore, decree that all disciples of the sect must detour 1,000 miles around that mountain range in the future. No, make it 10,000 miles. They must head towards that farmstead, bow 3 times and knock their heads 9 times before passing through. Those who defy this order will face my wrath. I shall personally extract their souls and refine them for 49 days. His commands resonated with an undeniable resolve and palpable fear. As he issued the order, the elder with the severed arm, in a frenzied escape, succumbed to a final flicker of defiance and curiosity towards that forbidden land. Subconsciously, his spiritual sense flickered towards the receding small courtyard, casting a swift, cautious glance. This fleeting glimpse dared not delve deeper. His perception merely brushed against the entrance of the unassuming abode. Yet, this momentary glance revealed something that caused his heart to cease its rhythm. He saw it. He beheld the languid Chelan divine beast, seemingly ensnared once more in slumber. Before that majestic creature lay a worn, rough ceramic bowl, marred by several chips along its rim. This bowl appeared utterly mundane, akin to refuse discarded by a rustic farmer over decades, ignored by all. It contained half a bowl of crystal-clear water. Under the moonlight, the water shimmered gently, resembling ordinary well water. However, for this once exalted elder, now fallen to the realm of transformation, the scene before him was as profound as witnessing the birth and demise of the universe. That half bowl of clear well water was, in his heightened perception, anything but mere water. It emanated an ethereal quality, pure, vast, and deep beyond the limits of his imagination. He dared to swear, with the cracks in his Tao heart, that the essence of this water surpassed that of the ancient celestial elixir he had once glimpsed in the sect's treasury by countless magnitudes. Each subtle ripple of the water seemed to unveil 3,000 complete laws of the great Tao, intertwining, evolving, and perishing within. These were the laws of creation, the laws of destruction, the laws of time, the laws of space. This was no ordinary water. It was, in truth, a bowl of chaotic divine liquid, condensed from the very essence of 3,000 primordial principles. The dilapidated, coarse ceramic bowl that bore such divine liquid. The instant the elder's consciousness descended upon the bowl, his mind reverberated with a resounding thrum, nearly shattering under the weight of revelation. This seemingly ordinary vessel possessed the remarkable ability to perfectly contain the essence of 3,000 paths, encapsulating all wonders and resonances without a trace of leakage. What a terrifying realm this is. Returning to simplicity, the path is profoundly simple. This is undoubtedly an object transcending the realm of immortal artifacts. A divine implement existing solely in the most ancient of myths. A primordial Tao instrument. A supreme treasure that existed before the heavens were opened and the chaos was divided. The Tao, the instrument. The elder's breath halted, and his blood surged fervently to his head. An intense, frenzied greed erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcanic eruption, instantly overpowering the deep-seated fear. A mad thought streaked through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Oh, Venerable One, such a supreme existence regards all things as mere fodder and views the cosmos as dust. This dog-s bowl, which in his eyes might not even be worthy of a common item, he would undoubtedly disregard. If I were to take it, he would never notice. Even if he did, it would be akin to observing an ant carry away a grain of rice. He simply wouldn't care. This is an opportunity. This is my singular chance in this lifetime, the last chance for an extraordinary fortune. As long as I obtain this Tao instrument and the divine liquid within, not only can I return to the void, but even ascend to the tribulation phase, and the fairy realm would be within reach. Greed utterly triumphed over reason. The elder's blood-red eyes fixated intently on the distant bowl, his heart pounding like a war drum. Master, elders, you go ahead. I suddenly sense a healing treasure I had lost is nearby. I shall return shortly. He urgently conveyed to the Blood River old demon and another elder, his voice trembling with excitement. The Blood River old demon, engulfed in sheer terror, longed to flee this perilous place, and, upon hearing his words, impatiently retorted, "Fool! What treasure matters now? Preserving your life is paramount. Begone." He paid no heed to the other's peculiar behavior, vanishing into the horizon with the other elder in a flash of crimson light. Now is the moment. Witnessing the departure of the master, the one-armed elder hesitated no longer. Resolutely, he ignited all the remaining demonic essence within him, alongside his own vital blood, in that very instant. His speed surpassed all limits. His figure transformed into a blood-red blur, moving several times faster than before, almost imperceptible, as he rushed towards the entrance of that humble abode with an uncanny grace that transcended space and time, as if teleporting, his target unmistakably the wretched bowl. Inside the courtyard, Lin Fan had just neatly folded the clothes he retrieved and placed them at the head of the bed. He stepped out of the room, stretching languidly, gazing at the now clear night sky, scratching his head in bemusement. Today's weather is truly peculiar. The thunder rumbles loudly, yet the raindrops are scarce. Or rather, non-existent. He stifles a yawn, preparing to meander into the kitchen to check if the leftover scrambled eggs with tomatoes are still there. At the moment he turns, a fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye seems to catch a swift shadow darting by. Was that a shadow? Its speed was so astonishingly rapid that he doubted his own vision. A mosquito? He rubbed his eyes, dismissing it without much thought. He strolled to the gate of the courtyard, instinctively glancing at the slumbering De Huang. "You lazy dog, sleeping like a dead pig." He chuckled as he scolded, casually surveying the area before De Huang. Suddenly, he froze. The smile on Lin Fan's face faltered as he furrowed his brow, peering intently. It appeared that something was amiss in the empty space before De Huang. The battered ceramic bowl he had retrieved from the mountains to serve as De Huang's food container was missing. Lin Fan blinked, rubbing his eyes once more to confirm his sight. That wretched bowl had indeed vanished. Instantly, he recalled that fleeting shadow from before. An inexplicable fury surged within him. Damn it! A thunderous curse erupted in the tranquil farmhouse courtyard, startling the birds into flight from the trees. Lin Fan trembled with rage, pointing at the empty spot, unleashing a torrent of invective. "This is outrageous. This is nothing short of brazen. Just a couple of days ago, that beggar stole a rotten tomato, bowing and scraping, and I let it slide. But today, these scavengers have grown too audacious. They dare to steal my dog's food bowl. Is there no law? Is there no decency left?" He stomped his feet in frustration. Have these scavengers, who have descended from the city, truly sunk to such depths? Not even a wretched food bowl is spared. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, delivering a swift kick to De Huang's rear. "You worthless creature, a glutton. The bowl has been taken, and you still lie here snoring. What good are you to me? Guarding the house. More like inviting wolves into the fold." De Huang jolted awake from the kick, bleary-eyed and innocent, gazing up at his enraged master with a look of bewilderment, whimpering softly, utterly perplexed by his perceived misdeed. Chapter 12. The fortune of the blood demon sect. In the boundless abyss of darkness, a crimson shadow darted through the void like a bolt of lightning, traversing dimensions at a speed unfathomable to mere mortals. The heart of the elder with a severed arm beat faster than the very blood essence he burned. He had succeeded. He had truly triumphed. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his left hand tightly clutching a weathered earthen bowl. Within it resided half a bowl of clear, chaotic divine liquid. gently swaying with his frenzied movements, each oscillation resonating with the 3,000 paths, immersing his very soul in an enigmatic state of enlightenment. His right hand, having perished into ashes from excessive consumption of blood essence, and the shock of a dog's bark after escaping that forbidden realm, was of no consequence now. In comparison to this unparalleled treasure in his grasp, what was a mere arm worth? A Tao tool, a genuine innate Tao tool, and this divine liquid, if only I could partake of it. Nay, even a mere sip would restore my injuries and dramatically elevate my cultivation. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented madness and greed. Yet, he restrained himself. He understood that such a divine artifact must not be consumed lightly. He needed to return to the sect, to secure it within the safest confines, establish formidable restrictions, and partake in purification rituals with the utmost reverence to reap the greatest benefits. Furthermore, this monumental opportunity could not be hoarded alone. He must present it to the sect master. Firstly, this would be a means of atonement for his previous transgressions. Secondly, it would bind the entire blood demon sect to his chariot of success. He believed that upon witnessing this divine object, the sect master would be even more fervent than himself. At that moment, he would ascend as the foremost contributor to the blood demon sect, standing one rank below the sect master, yet above all others. With this exhilarating anticipation coursing through him, he hastened his way back, ultimately returning, disheveled and battered, to the blood demon sect's stronghold, the Blood Slaughter Peak, situated in the heart of the eastern domain where demonic energy was most potent, just before dawn. Within the blood demon sect's council hall, the atmosphere was oppressively stifling, thick with despair and dread. The Blood River Old Demon sat pallidly upon the sect master's throne, his aura diminished to its nadir. His cultivation had plummeted from the late stage of transformation to the mid-stage, a devastating setback not encountered in millennia. Another elder fared even worse. Having fallen from the void return realm to the transformation realm, his foundational essence damaged, years of arduous cultivation nearly obliterated. Below the hall, dozens of core senior members of the blood demon sect stood, all of them formidable figures at the level of demon lords and demon generals. Yet now they were as silent as the grave, scarcely daring to breathe. They had learned from the sect master of the harrowing ordeal that left them in disbelief. Ascending to enlightenment, repelling the heavenly tribulation, each word struck them like a heavy hammer, resounding in their hearts. Sect master, does this mean that our blood demon sect has attracted a monumental catastrophe? A cautious demon lord inquired. A flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of the Blood River Old Demon as he hoarsely uttered, "It is indeed a predicament, yet a glimmer of hope. That esteemed elder, since he deemed it beneath him to act against us, indicates that he perceives we are not yet at the brink of inevitable demise. Henceforth, the mountain shall be sealed for a century. All disciples are forbidden to venture outside. I shall personally enter seclusion. Until my cultivation is restored, I vow not to emerge." At that very moment, a surge of blood light burst into the grand hall, revealing the late arriving elder with a severed arm. "Impudence! Who permitted you to?" The Blood River Old Demon was about to unleash his wrath upon the elder, but the next instant, his words caught in his throat. He beheld it. He beheld the elder's hand, gripping a tattered, mud-stained, coarse pottery bowl. What is that you hold?" The Blood River Old Demon sprang from his throne, fixating intently on the bowl, as a familiar aura, one that stirred his very soul, emanated from it. It was the essence of that farmstead. The severed arm elder knelt before him, raising the pottery bowl high, his voice hoarse with excitement. "I report to the sect master. This item was found by me outside the esteemed elder's domain. This bowl is an innate Tao artifact. The water within contains the chaotic divine liquid of the 3,000 great paths. I dare to bring it back, as an offering to the sect master." Boom! At this declaration, the entire hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. An innate Tao artifact? Chaotic divine liquid? Every breath quickened, and eyes glistened with a blend of greed and fear, fixated on the shabby bowl. You dare to pilfer from the esteemed elder. Are you courting death?" The Blood River Old Demon was both shocked and enraged, yet more than that. He could not suppress his unbridled ecstasy. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before the severed arm elder, snatching the pottery bowl from his grasp. The moment his hand made contact with the bowl, an overwhelming, ancient, and profound aura of the Tao surged through his palm, flooding into his soul. His spirit, once weakened by the barking of dogs, found rejuvenation in this essence, eliciting a groan of pleasure. What a treasure! He could no longer afford to scold. His gaze was fixated on the crystal-clear divine liquid within the bowl. Cautiously, he extended a finger, dipped it into the liquid, and allowed a droplet to enter his mouth. Boom! The instant that droplet touched his tongue, the blood river old demon felt as if his entire demonic form was cast into a cauldron of chaos. Refining all things, boundless, pure demonic energy surged forth, ravaging his meridians. In that moment, his plummeting cultivation not only restored to the late stage of transformation, but even began to ascend. The barrier that had plagued him for over a millennium, obstructing his path to the pinnacle of transformation, showed signs of yielding under this newfound power. A divine object, a true divine object. The blood river old demon let out a long howl to the heavens, his laughter resonating with both madness and joy. No longer hesitating, he carefully distributed the divine liquid from the bowl to all the esteemed elders and demon lords present. Each individual received no more than a mere sip. Yet, this small draught instigated a cataclysmic transformation among the upper echelons of the blood demon sect. The elder who had suffered damage to his Tao foundation not only fully recovered, but also regained his cultivation to the void return realm, with signs of further advancement. The elder who had offered treasures, despite his severed arm, received the greatest reward, 3 generous drops. Upon consuming these 3 drops, the flesh and blood at the sight of his lost arm writhed with fervor, reshaping into a brand new demonic arm, more solid and imbued with explosive power than before. His cultivation also broke through its previous limitations, achieving the mid-stage of the void return realm, surpassing his former strength. Other demon lords and generals similarly shattered their respective bottlenecks, experiencing a surge in power. Within the grand hall, a spectacle of radiant breakthrough light and rolling demonic energy intertwined, creating a magnificent and eerie sight. Ha! The heavens do not forsake my blood demon sect. The heavens do not forsake me, the blood river old demon. The blood river old demon reveled in the collective surge of strength among his sect's leaders, laughing uncontrollably. He carefully wrapped the old ceramic bowl in the most opulent crimson silk, his face brimming with reverence and awe. Convey my orders. From this day forth, this bowl shall be the sacred relic of my blood demon sect. It shall be enshrined within the ancestral shrine, and I shall personally guard it day and night. This is both a punishment from our predecessors and a blessing. We have offended them. They have injured us as retribution. Yet, they have permitted us to take this mundane object, clearly indicating that as long as we remain reverent and cease to disturb them, they shall grant us a sliver of hope. The blood river old demon concocted a flawless logic in his mind, growing increasingly convinced of its validity. From that day forward, the blood demon sect seemed genuinely enveloped in supreme fortune. Disciples venturing out for training, once facing near certain death, now encountered extraordinary fortunes, even stumbling upon ancient fragments of demonic techniques along their paths. Elders in secluded cultivation, who previously struggled for a decade to break through a minor realm, now experienced minor insights every 3 days and major revelations every 5, with bottlenecks loosening one after another. Even the sect's protective mountain formation, the Blood Sea Cataclysm Array, appeared to acquire a sense of sentience after the bowl was enshrined, operating more smoothly than ever, extracting demonic energy from the Earth's veins at an accelerated pace. With the concentration of demonic energy at Blood Slaughter Peak surging by 30% in just a few months, the overall strength of the Blood Demon sect escalated at a frenzied pace reminiscent of a snowball effect, quickly surpassing other demonic sects in the eastern region, subtly trending towards becoming the foremost demonic sect in the area. Each day, the Blood River Old Demon led the sect's leaders in worship before the enshrined bowl, firmly believing that this was all a divine gift from that supreme existence. The edict inscribed in their very bones was rigorously upheld. Henceforth, disciples of the Blood Demon sect, upon encountering a location known as the Mortal Peasant Farm, must make a detour of 1,000 miles, bowing in reverence before they may pass. Those who dare to contravene this decree shall face no need for intervention from their elders. The sect shall ensure their utter annihilation. Chapter 13. The tremor of the Qingyun sword sect, unlike the revelry and reverence displayed by the foremost demonic sect, the Qingyun sword sect, one of the leading righteous sects in the Eastern domain, was currently enveloped in profound shock and uncertainty. In the outer sect of the Qingyun sword sect, when Zhao Tianming, a mere outer disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement, returned to the sect bearing the complete demon core of a black wind demon wolf, akin to that of a late-stage Qi refinement beast, and with his cultivation having surged to the 8th level of Qi refinement, a considerable stir was immediately ignited. In the outer sect's elders' hall, an elderly steward with a grizzled beard and a stern countenance furrowed his brow, scrutinizing this simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar disciple before him. Zhao Tianming, confess your truth. The steward's voice bore a note of severity. Before your excursion, you were merely at the initial stage of Qi refinement, with an ordinary foundation. How is it that after a mere few days' absence, you not only single-handedly dispatched the Black Wind Demon Wolf, but also ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement? Furthermore, the spiritual energy within you is remarkably pure and refined, far surpassing that of your peers. Have you acquired some nefarious inheritance? As the steward, he had to eliminate any possibility of his disciples straying onto the path of darkness. Kneeling before the elder, Zhao Tianming felt compelled to reveal every detail under the elder's piercing interrogation. He understood that the extraordinary experiences he had encountered were so surreal that failing to clarify them could lead to being branded as a traitor practicing demonic arts. Drawing a deep breath, he began to recount his dreamlike journey, embellishing it with fervor and sincerity. Elder, I assure you, I have not practiced any wicked arts. Rather, I inadvertently stumbled upon a celestial abode and received an extraordinary opportunity. Zhao Tianming's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement and reverence. He vividly recounted how he was relentlessly pursued by the Black Wind Demon Wolf, barely escaping with his life, ultimately finding himself in a forbidden land devoid of magic. He detailed the terror of that place, where the spiritual energy had been drained and all laws of nature ceased to exist. He emphasized how, at the entrance of the Taoist site known as the Mortal Farm, he beheld a leisurely slumbering yet awe-inspiring ancient divine beast, the Qilin. The elder's brows knitted tighter, a flicker of disbelief and absurdity flashing in his eyes. Could this lad have been so frightened by the demon wolf that he had lost his senses and begun to utter nonsense? The Qilin, a creature of ancient myth, had long since vanished from the Xintian continent for countless millennia. How could a mere outer disciple encounter it in the mountains so casually? Perceiving the elder's skepticism, Zhao Tianming hastily continued, Elder, every word I speak is the truth. Should I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by heavenly thunder and my soul obliterated. At that moment, I was so terrified that my spirit fled. As I attempted to escape in a panic, I stumbled over a fruit on the ground. I initially believed I had desecrated a divine beast and disturbed an elder, sealing my own doom. Unbeknownst to me, the venerable elder of the celestial abode, possessing a heart as vast as the heavens, has bestowed upon me, a mere mortal, an unparalleled boon. As he spoke, he cautiously retrieved from his bosom, with both hands, an object enveloped in the finest silk. Layer by layer, he unwrapped the silk to reveal its contents. It was a half-eaten, vividly red, and even somewhat soiled, rotten tomato. The elder steward gazed at the unsightly half of the tomato, his lips twitching involuntarily. This is what you refer to as an unparalleled boon? A rotten tomato? He felt his intelligence insulted and was about to erupt in anger when Zhao Tianming's subsequent words left him astounded. Elder, do not be deceived by its unimpressive appearance. This is a divine fruit casually discarded by that esteemed elder in his abode. Zhao Tianming exclaimed excitedly. The disciple merely consumed a small bite of this fruit, and not only did my injuries heal instantaneously and my spiritual power reach its zenith, but I also broke through my bottleneck on the spot, advancing from the 7th to the 8th level of Qi refinement. I dare not keep this divine object to myself. Hence I have brought back the remaining half to present to the sect master. The elder steward regarded Zhao Tianming with skepticism, then glanced at the half-rotten tomato. Though he found it ridiculous, Zhao Tianming's surge in cultivation and the demonic core of the Black Wind Demon Wolf could not be dismissed. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand cautiously, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy to probe the half-tomato. He initially assumed it was merely an ordinary fruit. However, The moment his spiritual energy made contact with the half-tomato, his expression transformed dramatically. A surge of immense, purifying life essence, intertwined with a profound, almost unfathomable essence of the Tao, violently rebounded into his being. The elder steward felt as though his body was immersed in the warmest spiritual spring. A wave of comfort washing over him. The bottleneck he had struggled with for decades in his mid-stage golden core cultivation began to show the faintest signs of loosening. Hiss! The elder steward gasped in shock, as if confronted by a ghost, abruptly rising from his seat. His face etched with disbelief as he stared intently at the half-rotten tomato. His heart raced wildly at that moment. Merely the residual aura could shake the foundations of his golden core bottleneck. If this were the complete fruit, what sort of terrifying divine object would it be? He finally believed. Everything Zhao Tianming had claimed was indeed true. Quickly, this matter is of utmost importance. It must not be disclosed to outsiders. The elder steward's breathing quickened intensely as he immediately cast a soundproof barrier, then seized Zhao Tianming. His expression more serious than ever. Immediately. Right now? Bring this item, and accompany me to meet the sect master. In the grand hall of the Qingyun Sword Sect, as the leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect, a middle-aged Taoist whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, along with several venerable elders who had been in seclusion for many years, beheld the half-rotten tomato and personally investigated it. An eerie silence enveloped the main hall. The faces of all present mirrored the same infinite shock and horror as that of the previous elder steward. To think, a divine fruit, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, could be regarded as mere common produce. The sect leader, cradling the half-tomato, spoke with a voice trembling with disbelief, as if the fruit, even in its decayed state, had been overlooked and allowed to fall to the ground, turning to rot and mud. Guarding the entrance was none other than an ancient divine beast, the Qilin. An elder with hair as white as snow murmured to himself, his eyes filled with reverence. What level of unfathomable mastery had that elder attained? We cannot fathom. It is beyond our comprehension. The sect leader sighed deeply, his tone imbued with yearning and awe. They repeatedly questioned Zhao Tianming about every detail concerning the mundane farm. They arrived at a conclusion akin to that of the blood demon sect, yet more specific. Within that region resided a transcendent being, one who had returned to simplicity and possessed unparalleled cultivation. This exalted individual detested disturbances, yet appeared not to reject those fated to receive the opportunities he casually bestowed. Opportunities. This was an extraordinary chance for the Qingyun Sword Sect, one not seen in a millennium. The leader's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the east, the demonic forces were formidable, while the righteous path waned. If they could forge even a slight bond with such a venerable being, even receiving a mere word of guidance would be sufficient to ensure the Qingyun Sword Sect's everlasting legacy. He made a decisive command. This matter shall be classified as the utmost secret of our sect. Zhao Tianming, you have rendered a great service, effective immediately. You are promoted to an inner disciple, bestowed with a superior magical artifact, 100 pills, and granted entry to the inner disciple sword grounds for focused cultivation. Yes, thank you. Sect leader. Zhao Tianming rejoiced, bowing deeply. The leader then turned to one of the most formidable elders, who bore an ancient sword on his back, and respectfully said, Uncle Li, you are the foremost swordsman of our sect, having reached the pinnacle of mid-nascent soul, just a step away from the late stage. This task may require your personal visit. We shall retrieve the most precious treasures from the sect's treasury. You will carry these significant gifts and visit the elder at the location described by Tianming. Remember, above all, do not disturb the elder's tranquility. All must be approached with respect as the priority. We seek not the rewards that may come, but rather to convey our respect and gratitude to the elder. The elder known as Uncle Li, Li Qingyun, slowly opened his eyes. Within them, it seemed as though myriad sword lights flickered and faded. He nodded and spoke with a voice as steady as a mountain. Very well. I shall pay a visit to this exalted being who discards divine fruits as refuse. Chapter 14. The Grand Elder rejected at the door 3 days later. A streak of azure sword light silently sliced through the vast sky, ultimately descending beyond a range of verdant mountains. As the sword light dissipated, it revealed an elderly figure clad in a blue Taoist robe, a time-worn sword slung across his back, with a gaunt visage and eyes sharp as an eagle's. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sword sect, renowned among Eastern Domain sword cultivators as the Qingming sword sovereign, Li Qingyun. He hovered in midair, his gaze solemnly fixed on a seemingly unremarkable expanse of forest ahead. According to the map provided by Zhao Tianming, the forbidden realm known as the Mortal Farmstead lay deep within this woodland. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his formidable nascent soul consciousness, casting it like an invisible net, cautiously probing into the depths of the forest. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He was horrified to discover that his powerful consciousness, capable of enveloping a vast area, vanished without a trace the instant it penetrated a mere 100 yards into the wooded region, like a cow sinking into the sea, or as if devoured by an unseen, terrifying beast. The connection to that portion of his consciousness was forcibly severed by a gentle, yet overwhelmingly authoritative force that brooked no resistance. With a sudden jolt, Li Qingyun felt as if he had been struck hard. He staggered, a coppery taste rising in his throat, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. What an astonishing domain! A tempest of trepidation surged within him, his eyes brimming with unprecedented awe and reverence. Merely the intangible restrictions at the periphery could effortlessly consume his nascent soul consciousness. The rumors were indeed true. This place was undoubtedly the sanctum of that unparalleled powerhouse. Daring not to harbor an ounce of arrogance, he swiftly reined in all his energy, descending from the air to firmly plant his feet upon the solid ground. He understood that in the presence of such a formidable existence, any act of soaring through the skies would be a profound disrespect. He adjusted his immaculate Taoist robe, meticulously inspecting the precious gifts chosen by the sect leader from his storage pouch, each capable of inciting bloodshed in the outside world, before carefully stowing them away. Having completed these preparations, he resembled the most devout of pilgrims, stepping steadily toward the legendary farmstead hidden within the depths of the forest. With every step, he felt the weight of reverence, moving with utmost caution. The deeper he ventured, the more alarmed he became. He distinctly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth dwindling at an astonishing rate. Finally, after traversing a dense thicket, his vision cleared, revealing a modest farmhouse nestled among lush trees and green mountains. By this point, he could no longer perceive even a trace of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Here lay an absolute land of desolation. With unparalleled might, he established his own domain, isolating himself from the heavenly path. Such means, even the most venerable ancestors in the tribulation phase could scarcely achieve. Li Qingyun murmured to himself, his awe for the unseen elder reaching its zenith. He dared not advance any further, for he sensed an invisible barrier standing silently just a few paces ahead. That power was gentle yet unyielding, imbued with an undeniable will, as if silently proclaiming the 4 words, "Idlers are forbidden to enter." A shiver coursed through Li Qingyun's heart. He understood that this was the restriction set by the elder. Without great fortune or the elder's acknowledgement, one could never step foot into this sacred ground. He dared not entertain any thoughts of forceful intrusion. After all, this was a place that had repelled even the catastrophic divine tribulation. What difference would it make for a mere nascent soul to attempt to breach it, akin to an ant trying to shake a divine mountain? He respectfully halted outside the invisible barrier, bowing deeply toward the unadorned courtyard, performing a 90-degree salute with utmost humility. Summoning the dwindling spiritual energy within his dantian, he spoke in a clear, respectful, yet unobtrusive voice. "I am Li Qingyun of the Qingyun sword sect, here to express my gratitude to the elder for the rebirth of my sect's disciple, Zhao Tianming. This humble offering is but a token of our utmost respect for you. Esteemed elder, I earnestly request an audience." His voice echoed through the silent valley, yet it fell into an abyss, yielding no response. The courtyard remained still. Only a few hens clucked as they scratched the ground, while the large yellow dog, known as the Qilin divine beast, lay at the entrance, sleeping soundly, too languid to even lift an eyelid. Li Qingyun dared not rise, maintaining his bowing posture in quiet anticipation. A stick of incense passed. An hour elapsed. Half a day went by. Inside, there was still no sign of life. It was as if no one had heard his words. Just as Li Qingyun's heart began to flutter with anxiety, fearing he had inadvertently offended the elder, a creaking sound broke the silence. The fence gate of the courtyard swung open. A young man clad in coarse linen, with a clear complexion and bright eyes, emerged from the courtyard, shouldering a hoe. Li Qingyun's heart jolted. This must be the elder who had returned to simplicity, playing in the mortal realm. He immediately lowered his head even further, lacking the courage to steal a glance, terrified that his gaze might desecrate this supreme being. His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat as he awaited the elder's response. Lin Fan had just awakened from his afternoon nap, preparing to check on the growth of the newly planted potatoes in the field. He carried a hoe, humming a little tune, and upon opening the door, he beheld a peculiar figure standing not far outside. The individual was clad in a traditional azure robe, bearing a sword upon his back, and sported a long beard, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. What struck him as most bizarre was that the man faced his home, maintaining a position of a 90-degree bow, utterly motionless, resembling a statue. Lin Fan paused momentarily, halting his steps to scrutinize this odd character. What was the situation? Who was this person? He seemed rather enigmatic. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, his mind beginning to churn. Could he be an extra from a nearby film crew? Or perhaps yet another avant-garde performance artist? Given his attire, he did indeed resemble a practitioner of Taoism, yet it was unfortunate that in these times, even con artists exhibited such dedication. Lin Fan shook his head, contemplating the possibility that this individual might be a bit unhinged. He thought little of it, choosing not to engage. After all, since his arrival in this new world, he had encountered an abundance of eccentric individuals and peculiar occurrences. A beggar stealing rotten tomatoes, a nearly deceased ancient beauty, and now, yet another bowing Taoist. The outside world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. He resumed his stride, circumventing Li Qingyun by several meters, and headed directly toward the distant fields, humming a tuneless song. I am but a farmer, with a remarkable skill in tilling the land. Li Qingyun waited patiently, feeling only a gentle breeze sweep past him, accompanied by an unintelligible yet oddly rhythmic melody that seemed to embody a certain natural Taoist principle. And then, there was nothing more. He cautiously straightened up and raised his head. In the distance, he observed that young senior had already begun to wield his hoe, effortlessly turning the soil with each stroke. Throughout the entire encounter, not a single glance or word had been directed his way. Had he been overlooked? Chapter 15. The guardian outside the door was completely ignored. Li Qingyun stood still, lost in thought for quite some time, before gradually awakening from the profound bewilderment that enveloped him. He felt neither slighted nor humiliated. Rather, a deeper sense of reverence and enlightenment welled up from the depths of his heart. He understood. He comprehended completely. An existence of such caliber as his predecessor had long transcended the mundane conventions of the world. In his eyes, his own status as a senior elder of the Qingyun sword sect, along with the so-called grand etiquette, was likely no different from a speck of dust or a fallen leaf by the roadside. His gratitude, in the eyes of the venerable one, was perhaps utterly superfluous, devoid of significance. The fact that he did not respond, did not acknowledge him, and did not even cast a glance in his direction was, in itself, a profound statement, an attitude of a transcendent principle, indifferent to all, viewing all beings as mere fodder. This was a clear revelation to himself. It served as a reminder to detach from such hollow titles and worldly formalities, to penetrate the superficial and aim directly at the true essence of his heart. Upon realizing this, Li Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of ridicule and shallowness regarding his previous petty desires to forge connections and seek benefits for his sect. In the presence of his predecessor, he felt akin to a toddler who had just learned to walk, vainly attempting to fathom the thoughts of an adult. Shame. An endless wave of shame surged within him. The junior has erred. Li Qingyun bowed deeply once more to the distant figure tending to the fields. This time, his gaze held not a trace of ulterior motive, but rather the purest devotion of a seeker of truth. Leave? No, he could not depart. Although the elder had not acknowledged him, he had not sent him away either. This indicated that the elder tacitly permitted his presence here. Such an opportunity was nothing short of immense fortune. The elder's sanctuary, where every blade of grass and every tree bore profound truths, where every gesture held celestial secrets, was a treasure beyond compare. To remain here, even if only to observe from afar and breathe the air of this sacred space, was an unparalleled boon for him. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Li Qingyun's eyes. He resolved to stay, Even if the elder never acknowledged him, he would remain, intent on perceiving the supreme principles laid down in this hallowed ground with his sincere heart. He surveyed his surroundings and eventually found a clean piece of blue stone not far from the invisible barrier surrounding the farm. He sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, closed his eyes, and began his meditation and cultivation. He would guard the door for the elder. In his view, being able to protect the threshold of such a forbidden existence was a glory he could boast of for eternity. However, as he entered a state of tranquility, Li Qingyun soon discovered a dilemma. This area was devoid of any heavenly spiritual energy, a barren land of the end of the Dharma, offering not even the slightest breath of life to absorb. By conventional wisdom, a cultivator in such an environment would find it impossible to practice. Over time, their spiritual energy would uncontrollably dissipate, leading to a regression in their cultivation. Yet, something peculiar occurred. Li Qingyun not only sensed no signs of spiritual energy dissipating, but rather felt an unprecedented tranquility enveloping his heart. His once sharp and decisive sword heart, honed through years of sword practice, appeared to be gently smoothed by a pair of tender hands amidst this serene atmosphere, washing away all traces of aggression, rendering it rounded, translucent, and clear. He felt that his comprehension of the sword was undergoing a profound transformation. At that moment, a series of crisp sounds, like crackling, emanated from the nearby courtyard. It was Lin Fan, returning from farm work, feeling a bit parched, munching on a cucumber he had plucked from the vegetable patch. The crisp crunching resonated in Li Qingyun's ears like the grandest of musical chimes, akin to the morning bell and evening drum. In his spiritual perception, each crack echoed like an unparalleled sword intent, slicing through the void and shattering chaos. This sword intent bore no trace of murderous aura, but contained the essence of rebirth, the highest sword principle of creation following destruction. Li Qingyun's body jolted as if struck by lightning. Shortly thereafter, a series of snoring sounds drifted from the courtyard entrance. It was De Huang, having eaten his fill, shifting to a comfortable position and resuming his thunderous snores. To Li Qingyun, these snores transformed into the primal rhythm of the universe. The ebb and flow of the snoring harmonized perfectly with the frequency of the sword essence circulating within him. He felt as if the sword essence that had been in motion for centuries was being meticulously refined and purified by an invisible hand, becoming even more condensed and agile. The essence of the sword, the rhythm of the sword. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Qingyun's forehead as he immersed himself in an unprecedented and enigmatic state of enlightenment. At times, he furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly pondering the ultimate conundrum of the cosmos. At other times, he appeared enraptured, a euphoric smile gracing his face, his hands unconsciously gesticulating as if rehearsing some extraordinary sword technique. He was utterly consumed by a frenzied state of ecstasy. Lin Fan, having finished his cucumber, felt much better. He approached the courtyard entrance, curious to see if the peculiar Taoist had departed. To his astonishment, upon peering out, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The ancient-looking figure had not left, instead, had gone mad. There he sat cross-legged on the large blue stone, alternating between laughter and tears, his hands flailing about as he chanted incantations, dancing like a shaman in a trance. Good heavens! Lin Fan quickly withdrew his head, his heart racing with trepidation. This person was seriously unhinged. In broad daylight, losing one's sanity in this desolate wilderness was truly terrifying. Lin dared not provoke him. Dared not provoke him at all. Lin Fan solidified his resolve. This madman is undoubtedly a perilous individual. It would be wise for him to maintain a safe distance in the future. Ideally, he should refrain from venturing outside lightly for the time being. Chapter 16. Chopping wood and the way of the sword. Time flows slowly. To the eyes of mortals, 3 days and nights are merely a few sunrises and sunsets, a handful of simple meals. Yet, in the realm of cultivators, 3 days and nights can transform the vast seas into mulberry fields, lead to the rise of a sect, or the fall of a dynasty. For the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect, the renowned Qingming sword sovereign, Li Qingyun, these 3 days and nights were the longest and most tormenting he had ever experienced in his several hundred years of cultivation, but simultaneously, the most fulfilling and astounding. He sat cross-legged on the cold blue stone at the farm's edge, resembling a steadfast statue or a devoted idol, utterly motionless. His body had not consumed a single grain of rice, nor sipped a drop of water. Yet his spirit, his soul, and his sword heart were more vibrant and abundant than ever before. He did not comprehend why this was so. He only knew that from the moment he chose to remain here, serving as a guardian for this mysterious elder, a remarkable transformation had quietly unfolded within him. This area was a desolate land, dreaded by cultivators, devoid of any spiritual energy to absorb. According to reason, a cultivator of his level, in such an environment, would experience a continuous dissipation of spiritual power, causing his foundation to waver. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Not only did he feel no signs of energy loss, but he also sensed that his sword heart, once sharp and decisive from years of immersion in the way of the sword, was being gently smoothed by an invisible force. It was akin to a stubborn stone, weathered by eons of storms, having all its edges and sharpness gradually worn away in this tranquil atmosphere, ultimately transforming into a jade-like stone, warm and translucent. He felt his understanding of the sword was shedding its previous constraints, gradually elevating towards a realm far beyond his imagination. Broader and more profound. What is the sword? This question had occupied his mind for hundreds of years. In his youth, he believed the sword to be a weapon, a tool for slaughter. In middle age, he perceived it as a path, a duty to protect his sect. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, he regarded the sword as a law, a lever to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. Yet now, sitting here, listening to the clucking of chickens in the yard, inhaling the faint fragrance of unknown flowers and herbs in the air, he suddenly realized that his past understandings had been too narrow, too fixated on the sword itself. He had fallen to a lower level. Just as he was immersed in this profound contemplation, feeling that he was but a thin veil away from the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage, yet perpetually unable to break through, a commotion arose in the yard. Creak. The somewhat dilapidated wooden door was pushed open. The venerable figure, clad in coarse garments and possessing eyes as clear as the purest crystal, emerged from the dwelling, wielding an axe that bore the marks of time and wear. A shiver coursed through Li Qingyun's being, abruptly rousing him from his contemplative state. Yet, he dared not move, maintaining his seated posture, lowering his head further, even shunning the thought of probing with his consciousness. The elder was stepping forth. What was his purpose? Was he about to manifest the supreme path? Li Qingyun's heart raced uncontrollably. He sensed that his moment of fortune had arrived. Meanwhile, Lin Fan felt a twinge of frustration. After surveying the kitchen, he realized that the pile of firewood he had gathered from the mountain the previous day was nearly depleted. Alas, as the weather grew colder, the need for firewood to heat water and prepare meals became increasingly pressing. It appeared he would have to engage in some labor once more. With a sigh, he retrieved his old axe, which had accompanied him for 3 years, from behind the door. This axe, a gift from the novice package of the system, was of decent quality, though its blade had dulled over time, making it somewhat laborious to chop thicker logs. He approached the towering mound of logs in the corner of the yard, selecting one that caught his eye, firmly setting it upright on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he assumed his stance. Before his journey through time, he had been an outdoor enthusiast, and while he was no master woodcutter, he understood the fundamentals. He raised the axe high, his biceps subtly flexing, channeling power through his waist as he lowered his center of gravity, locking his gaze upon the log center. Then, with a swift motion, he brought the axe down. The axe sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. To Lin Fan, this moment felt utterly mundane, even slightly clumsy. Yet, to Li Qingyun, who was cautiously peering from a distance, this scene struck him like a chaotic divine thunder, reverberating through his very essence. What had he just witnessed? In that fleeting instant, he beheld the elder raise the axe. In his eyes, it was no mere tool. It was a supreme weapon, embodying the very laws of force that governed the universe. The elder stood seemingly at ease. Yet every joint and muscle adjustment resonated with a profound principle beyond Li Qingyun's comprehension, the most primal essence of the Tao. His feet appeared rooted in the earth, intertwined with the very veins of the cosmos. His posture was as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly supporting the vast heavens above. His breath ebbed and flowed, harmonizing perfectly with the rhythm of this world. In that moment, he was not merely a man. He was the heavens. He was the earth. He was the primordial universe itself. At the moment the axe descended, Li Qingyun felt as if his very soul were being torn asunder. He observed that the blade of the axe bore no trace of spiritual energy. It wielded the most unadulterated and quintessential mortal strength. Yet, this mundane force, under the astonishing mastery of his predecessor, followed an arcane trajectory, landing with remarkable precision upon the nexus of cosmic principles of that wooden post. It was the grain of the wood, the weak point of the structure, the optimal path for energy transmission, the perfect embodiment of the principle of destruction. With a crisp crack, the sturdy wooden post, thicker than his thigh, shattered at the instant the axe struck, without the slightest resistance, without a moment's hesitation. It was as if a heated branding iron had plunged into a pat of butter. The cut was smooth as a mirror, even as if severed by the sharpest celestial sword. What was this? This was not merely chopping wood. This was an evolution of the Tao. It was a demonstration of the ultimate essence of the sword. The Tao is profoundly simple. Returning to the essence. Li Qingyun's mind resonated, as if a portal to a new world had swung open, leaving him momentarily blank. He recalled himself, reflecting on his centuries-long pursuit of the so-called sword way. He had sought the grandeur of sword techniques, the complexity of sword forms, the might of sword energy. He believed that a single stroke, with sword light spanning hundreds of miles, and sword energy capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, signified true strength. Yet now, witnessing his predecessor's seemingly effortless yet deeply profound strike, he realized how utterly ridiculous and naive he had been. What constitutes true strength? It is the ability to concentrate the mightiest force into a single point, following the most accurate trajectory, achieving the greatest effect with the least expenditure. This, indeed, is the essence of true strength. This is the quintessence of the sword. The essence of the sword is not in ostentatious techniques, nor in overwhelming sword energy. The essence of the sword can be distilled into a single word: destruction. I understand. I finally understand. Li Qingyun's body trembled violently, and 2 streams of scorching tears cascaded down his cheeks. These were not tears of sorrow, but tears of enlightenment. They were tears of euphoric clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the azure sky. He felt that the bottleneck of mid-nascent soul, which had plagued him like a chasm for centuries, was shattered into pieces beneath this earth-shattering strike. Lin Fan, having chopped through a piece of wood, felt quite satisfied. He shook his slightly sore arms, preparing to continue and clear the pile of stakes. He remained entirely oblivious to the figure in ancient attire, whom he had deemed eccentric, now weeping profusely several dozen meters away, consumed by ecstasy, emanating a terrifying aura that distorted the very air around him. Chapter 17. A Sudden Enlightenment. The birth of a sword enthusiast enlightenment. Mysterious and elusive, a moment of realization that one can encounter yet cannot seek. For practitioners, a genuine moment of enlightenment surpasses a century, even a millennium, of arduous cultivation. At this moment, Li Qingyun is immersed in an unparalleled opportunity that would drive any cultivator to madness. The elder stroke was akin to a key, unlocking a door leading to a new realm of swordsmanship. All his confusions, all his uncertainties, all the stagnations he faced over the centuries in his pursuit of the sword began to dissolve like snow under the sun in that instant. So it is, he murmured to himself, as if ensnared in a frenzied state. I pursued the swiftness of the sword, yet forgot that its essence lies in striking sooner. I sought the ferocity of the sword, yet overlooked that its core is to inflict greater destruction. I chased after the finesse of the sword, but neglected that its nature is to achieve goals with greater ease. Swiftness, ferocity, finesse, these are not the fundamentals. The essence is encapsulated in a single word: break. In the most direct manner, shatter all obstacles. This is the true meaning of the sword. This is the ultimate of swordsmanship. A tempest surged within Li Qingyun's consciousness. He perceived that the intricate, resplendent techniques, revered as the ultimate arts of the Qingyun sword sect, the 9 styles of Qingyun and the 36 swords of Tiangang, transformed into mere mockery before the elder's return to simplicity. They were mere embellishments, the dregs of forsaking the fundamental for the trivial. Break, break, break. He abruptly opened his eyes, and within those once keen, hawk-like orbs, now resided only the purest, most profound sword intent. Clang! A resounding note of the sword echoed through the heavens. The ancient sword, which had accompanied him for 5 centuries and had long been in harmony with his spirit, unsheathed itself uncontrollably, soaring into the sky, hovering before him, its blade vibrating violently, as if celebrating its master's enlightenment. Li Qingyun slowly rose to his feet, grasping the ancient sword. The moment it touched his hand, an unprecedented sensation of bloodline connection surged within him. He felt that this sword was no longer a mere weapon, but an extension of his arm, a manifestation of his will. He began to practice sword techniques on the spot, slowly. He no longer employed any of the familiar techniques from the Qingyun sword sect. Instead, he repeated the simplest, most fundamental movements: slash, chop, stab, flick. Each motion transformed into something incredibly simple, direct, and pure. He discarded all the ostentatious embellishments, relinquished all the techniques reliant on spiritual energy, retaining only the most primal and fundamental exertion. With every stroke he executed, it seemed he was mimicking the earlier action of Lin Fan chopping wood. The force arose from the ground, generated by the feet, transmitted to the waist, coursed through the spine, reached the arms, and ultimately coalesced at the tip of the sword. Buzzing filled the air around him, trembling violently as he danced with his sword. The sand, stones, and vegetation on the ground seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, slowly rotating around him, forming a miniature whirlwind. In the courtyard, Lin Fan was vigorously chopping away. He had already split 7 or 8 wooden posts, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Although his stamina was significantly enhanced by the system, this was still a laborious task, and he began to feel a bit fatigued. Just as he was about to take a break and wipe his brow, a peculiar buzzing sound reached his ears from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a sharp whistling of slicing air. Curious, he paused his activities and stealthily approached the fence, peering out. What he saw nearly made him drop the axe he held. The eccentric figure, who had been meditating earlier, was now brandishing a gleaming long sword, wildly swinging it in the open space outside the yard. His movements were vigorous, radiating an aura of fierce energy. As the surrounding sand and pebbles were swept up into the air, reminiscent of a scene from a martial arts film. Oh my! Lin Fan recoiled, his heart racing. This man was truly unhinged. This was no mere extra. He was a skilled practitioner. In broad daylight, right at my doorstep, he was showcasing his swordsmanship, not merely a sword, but a grand blade, and creating such a commotion. What if he accidentally lost grip of that sword and it flew into my yard, injuring my chickens? Or worse, what if it struck me? The more Lin Fan pondered, the more alarmed he became. The danger level posed by this madman had to be raised to the utmost. This was no simple case of insanity. He was evidently a highly aggressive individual. I cannot provoke him. I must hide. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan abandoned his wood chopping, grasped his axe, and hurriedly retreated into the house, bolting the wooden door securely and shutting the windows tightly. He concealed himself indoors, peering through the crack of the door, heart pounding as he anxiously monitored the commotion outside, contemplating whether he should dig an escape tunnel in the dead of night. Outside the courtyard, Li Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of the chaos he had caused. He was entirely absorbed in his comprehension and practice of a new realm of swordsmanship. As he reached a peak of exhilaration in his movements, he let out a long, resonant howl that reverberated through the mountains and forests. He channeled the surging power of his Yuan Ying, which had broken through its limits, into the ancient sword he wielded. Then, with a casual thrust directed at a massive rock formation towering 3 stories high, a mere 100 meters away, he unleashed his strike. This sword thrust appeared unremarkable, devoid of any dazzling light or fierce energy, reminiscent of a novice's aimless stab. Yet, in the very instant the sword tip pierced, a minuscule hole appeared at the center of the colossal rock, situated 100 meters away, without a sound. Following that, a series of sharp, excruciating cracks echoed, as countless fine fissures radiated from the tiny orifice like a spider's web, swiftly spreading across the entire surface of the stone. The next moment, boom, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. That indomitable, ancient rock, which had stood for countless millennia, erupted into fragments, turning into a cloud of dust that was whisked away by the mountain breeze, vanishing without a trace. With a single stroke, the rock was reduced to powder. Such exquisite control over power was a feat 1,000 times more challenging than merely cleaving the stone in two. After unleashing this strike, Li Qingyun's body trembled violently. He felt the last, unyielding barrier within him shatter at that moment. A terrifying aura, more potent than before by over tenfold, surged forth from his being. He had transcended to the late stage of the nascent soul. At long last, he had broken through the bottleneck that had plagued him for 500 years, a barrier that had left him helpless after witnessing the wisdom of his predecessor and undergoing this profound enlightenment. Thud, unable to contain the overwhelming excitement and gratitude within, Li Qingyun sheathed his sword and, facing the closed wooden door of the rustic courtyard, sank to his knees. He deeply bowed 3 times, his forehead striking the solid earth with a dull thud. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for the gift of your teachings." His voice, hoarse from emotion, was imbued with boundless reverence and admiration. "I, your junior Li Qingyun, have today glimpsed the great path and finally grasped the vastness of heaven and earth. The grace of your rebirth is beyond my ability to repay. From this day forth, I shall guard this mountain gate for you, esteemed predecessor. Unless you bid me leave or I perish, I shall not step away from this place." His vow resonated with unwavering strength, etching itself deep into his soul as a profound oath. In the days that followed, a legend quietly circulated among the high-ranking cultivators of the eastern region. It was said that the revered elder of the Qingyun sword sect, the sword sovereign Li Qingyun, while seeking out a forbidden realm known as the Mortal Farmstead, had the fortune to witness a great predecessor demonstrating the art of chopping wood. He guarded the entrance for 3 days and nights, achieving enlightenment in a single morning, mastering the sword technique and breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul. To repay this monumental kindness, he willingly forsook the prestige and glory of his sect, choosing instead to become the guardian outside the mortal farmstead, remaining ever vigilant at the threshold, untouched by the mundane world. Over time, people gradually forgot his title of sword sovereign, instead referring to him as the sword enthusiast, a devoted guardian, living for the sword and consumed by the path. Chapter 18. The visit of the Yaoqi Holy Master in the ethereal realm of the Xiantian continent, amidst the swirling mists and the divine aura permeating the Yaoqi sacred land. An unprecedented wave of shock and fervor enveloped the atmosphere. Within the grand assembly hall of Yaoqi's sacred land, constructed from millennia-old ice jade, a sanctuary typically characterized by its sanctity and solemnity, the scene now resembled a bustling marketplace filled with chaos. Leading the gathering was the Yaoqi Holy Master, accompanied by several esteemed elders who had secluded themselves for millennia, seldom engaging with worldly matters. These venerable figures were regarded as the ultimate foundation of the sacred land, and they had all convened in this momentous assembly. Each one of them was a formidable powerhouse, capable of instigating seismic upheavals with but a stamp of their foot in the eastern domain. Each possessed unparalleled beauty, exuding an innate air of pride and purity. Yet at this moment, their faces bore a common expression of shock, bewilderment, and incredulity. At the heart of the hall, a luminous screen composed of pure spiritual energy floated in the air, repeatedly showcasing a segment of divine consciousness transmitted by their most illustrious saintess, Luo Ningxuang, who, prior to her ascension to the celestial realm, had exhausted the last vestige of her connection to the mortal world to relay this poignant message. The content of the footage was simple yet potent enough to upend the entire understanding of cultivation across the Xiantian continent. In the imagery, Luo Ningxuang, gravely poisoned and on the brink of death, was presented with a vibrant green cucumber by a mortal youth whose eyes sparkled with clarity. Subsequently, she took a bite of the cucumber. In an instant, the heavens shifted and the earth trembled. The venom that plagued her was instantly purged, her injuries healed, and her cultivation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, surging from mid-stage transformation to transcend the void, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of tribulation phase. Soon after, the legendary cataclysmic divine tribulation descended, only to be dispersed by a single bark from a lazy earth dog at the gate. In the end, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, the celestial gates swung open, and after offering 3 bows and 9 prostrations to that humble farmhouse, Luo Ningxuang stepped through the celestial portal and ascended into the sky. This segment of divine consciousness had been viewed by them no less than 100 times. Each viewing stirred tumultuous waves within their otherwise placid hearts. A cucumber led to Ningxuang's instantaneous ascension. An elder who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, having long since grown indifferent to worldly affairs, and having attained late-stage tribulation, now trembled as she spoke, doubting whether her prolonged seclusion had driven her to hallucination. And that dog. Another elder pointed at the drowsy earth dog in the footage, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate a coherent thought, stammering about a mere dog repelling the cataclysmic divine tribulation. Surely, that must at least equate to a divine beast of the celestial emperor level, right? The most terrifying aspect remained that esteemed predecessor, the holy matriarch of the Yaoqi, a regal and majestic woman who usually exudes an air of divine authority, now appeared pale and flustered. She pointed at Lin Fan, who was hurriedly rushing back to retrieve his clothes from the impending rain, her voice imbued with awe and confusion. The momentous event of Ning Shuang transcending to immortality seemed, in his eyes, to be overshadowed by the trivial concern of a few coarse garments at risk of becoming damp. What an unfathomable realm of existence was this! The grand hall fell into a profound silence, as everyone grappled with this incomprehensible reality, their minds rendered blank. They exhausted their imaginations, yet could not fathom the true greatness of that revered mortal elder. After a prolonged silence, it was the eldest elder, possessing the highest cultivation, who first regained her composure. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with radiant brilliance. Fortune, this is the greatest celestial opportunity our Yaoqi has encountered since the ascension of our founding ancestor. Her words struck like thunder, awakening all present. Indeed, Saintess Luo Ning Shuang was one of their own, having received the elder's benevolent favor. Did this not signify that the entire Yaoqi sect had forged a benevolent bond with this forbidden existence? Realizing this, their breaths quickened with urgency. No. The holy matriarch rose abruptly, her face resolute. Ning Shuang has received this divine grace. As the elders of our sect, if we do not personally express our gratitude, it would be a grave disrespect towards our ancestors and, moreover, to that supreme being. We must prepare the most substantial gifts and approach with utmost sincerity to thank the elder for bestowing this favor upon us. Her proposal was met with unanimous approval from all the elders. What she said was indeed true. They had to act swiftly, lest other sects seize the opportunity first. From the sect's treasury, they must bring forth the 9 heavens' mysterious jade, which was brought down from the celestial realm by their founding ancestor. Furthermore, they would retrieve the eternal ice lotus, which had been nurtured for 30,000 years in the forbidden cold pond. I also have a vial of 100 flowers jade dew, brewed from 9,999 varieties of celestial herbs and honey, which I shall offer as my humble token of respect. In no time, all the elders began rummaging through their treasures, bringing forth their most coveted and extraordinary relics, each capable of inciting turmoil in the outside world. Yet, they understood that in the eyes of that elder, these treasures might pale in comparison to a mere cucumber. Nevertheless, these offerings embodied their heartfelt intentions and the utmost reverence they could muster. Soon, a visiting delegation, led by the holy matriarch herself and accompanied by several esteemed elders, was assembled, carrying nearly half of the Yaoqi's profound heritage. They dared not exhibit any signs of negligence, nor did they dare to employ any flying artifacts. As a mark of respect for the elder, this group of unparalleled women, who could dominate the eastern domain, now resembled the most devout of mortal pilgrims. They shed their resplendent fairy garments and donned simple linen skirts. They suppressed all their airs and washed away the ostentation. Then, step by step, traversing mountains and rivers with a pilgrim's heart, they journeyed towards the direction indicated by the ethereal vision, towards the fabled mortal homestead. Chapter 19. We are carpenters. The mountain path was rugged, and the ancient trail meandered through the landscape. For mere mortals, the journey would take several months. However, for the Yaoqi saintess, a practitioner of her caliber, it should have been a matter of mere moments. Yet this time, they traversed for a full 10 days and nights. Throughout this period, they braved the elements, akin to the most devout ascetics, measuring the earth with their feet and attuning their hearts to the pulse of the mountains and rivers around them. Far from feeling any hardship, they instead experienced an unprecedented cleansing and deepening of their inner selves during this pilgrimage on foot. At last, on the morning of the 11th day, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their glow upon their travel-worn but still breathtakingly beautiful faces, they reached their destination. The Yaoqi saintess halted, her beautiful eyes gravely fixed upon the seemingly serene and harmonious forest ahead, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. She could sense it, an invisible yet domineering force emanating from that area, draining the very essence of the laws and spiritual energy from the surrounding world, imprisoning them. Their formidable cultivation, which spanned heaven and earth, felt as though it had been confined like a caged tiger, brimming with power yet utterly incapable of manifesting it. The flow of their inner energy became sluggish, as though they were mired in a quagmire. What a terrifying realm of the end law! An elder exclaimed in astonishment. His complexion drained of color. Such methods were said to be wielded solely by the saints of ancient mythology, capable of creating their own realms where words conjured laws. Silence. The Yaoqi saintess immediately admonished in a hushed tone, instructing them to gather their thoughts and refrain from speaking or acting recklessly, lest they disturb the tranquility of the Venerable One and invite calamity upon themselves. Yes, all present felt a shiver run through them, hastily lowering their heads even further. Cautiously, they continued along the narrow path forged by their footsteps. Soon, they beheld the legendary, utterly unadorned farmhouse courtyard. And there, guarding the entrance, sat a figure in meditation upon a slab of bluestone, eyes closed in tranquility. That is, Li Qingyun, the Qingming sword monarch of the Qingyun sword sect? An elder, who had crossed paths with Li Qingyun on several occasions, instantly recognized him, stifling a gasp in awe, nearly crying out in surprise. Li Qingyun, the renowned late-stage nascent soul cultivator, famous for his piercing swordsmanship and solitary demeanor. He actually sat like the most humble gatekeeper outside the Venerable One's sanctum. Moreover, the subtle yet profoundly refined sword intent emanating from him indicated that he had recently broken through and was in the process of consolidating his realm. The members of the Yaoqi sacred land collectively inhaled sharply, a chill racing from their feet to the crown of their heads. Even a late-stage nascent soul sword master was deemed worthy only to comprehend the Tao outside the door, lacking even the qualification to enter. The terrifying presence of this elder has once again reshaped their understanding. They dared not disturb the sword enthusiast who was engrossed in enlightenment, cautiously maneuvering around him until they reached the fence outside the farm. With hearts laden with anxiety and trepidation, they gazed into the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Fan was somewhat troubled. The chicken coop constructed from wood and bamboo in his yard appeared to be at risk of collapse, as several posts had become loose, likely due to the increasingly plump hens pecking at it. These wasteful creatures were only concerned with eating and causing destruction. With a sigh, he rummaged through the storage room and retrieved a rusty hammer along with a few long iron nails. Squatting before the chicken coop, he steadied the loose wooden post with one hand while raising the hammer with the other, aiming for the nail. Clang, clang. The crisp and rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated throughout the tranquil courtyard. To the eyes of the Yaoqi holy master and her companions observing from outside, this scene resembled a divine creation akin to the genesis of the universe. What did they behold? They saw the elder squatting before a temple exuding an aura of chaos. The temple, seemingly constructed from ordinary wood and bamboo, in their spiritual perception appeared as if every wooden beam was a branch of the world tree. Each bamboo stalk seemed to embody the indomitable essence of the sword path. And the clucking sounds emanating from within were not those of mere chickens, but rather divine avians, each possessing the ancient bloodline of the phoenix. This was undoubtedly a sanctuary for divine creatures. The elder was presently mending this sacred edifice. Each strike of the seemingly rusty hammer resonated with the primal laws of creation and destruction that governed the universe. Each blow was not merely an act of repair, but a formulation of new laws for this miniature world. The seemingly unremarkable iron nails appeared to them as markers that anchored the elemental forces of earth, water, and wind. The elder's act of nailing them into the world tree was a means to stabilize this crumbling microcosm. Creation. One venerable elder's lips quivered, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming realization that the elder was, before their very eyes, enacting the supreme principles of creation and destruction. The Yaoqi holy master, too, was entranced, her heart racing with sweat upon her palms. She understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, how should she voice her gratitude? To approach directly and say, "Elder, we are here to thank you for enlightening our saintess with a cucumber," would be far too mundane and direct. Surely, it would displease the elder. What to do then? Just as she felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, a nearby elder, renowned for her adeptness in navigating social intricacies, suddenly had a brilliant idea spring forth in her mind. She hurriedly leaned closer to the Saint Lord, urgently conveying her thoughts. "Saint Lord, we have a plan. We can declare ourselves as wandering carpenters." Carpenters? The Saint Lord of the Yao Pool was taken aback. Indeed, the elder excitedly communicated, "Look, the Venerable One is repairing the divine temple. Does that not perfectly embody the essence of craftsmanship? We shall proclaim ourselves as carpenters in pursuit of the God of craftsmen." Upon witnessing the damage to the Venerable One's divine bird temple, we could not bear to stand idly by and humbly request to assist in the repairs, as a gesture of our utmost reverence for the God of craftsmen. This plan is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, the Saint Lord's beautiful eyes sparkled with realization. This explanation not only conveyed their respect, but also avoided appearing abrupt or self-serving. It provided a seamless opportunity to remain close and gain profound insights into the Venerable One's grand Tao. It was simply perfect. She took a deep breath, adjusted her simple cloth skirt, suppressing all her nervousness and excitement, and then gracefully approached with deliberate steps, bowing deeply to the figure stooping on the ground, busily hammering nails. She spoke in the humblest, gentlest, and most reverent tone of her life. "May I inquire about your well-being, esteemed one? We are but wandering carpenters, fortuitously passing through this place. Witnessing your unparalleled craftsmanship, we are filled with immense admiration. Noticing the damage to your divine bird temple, we could not bear to see it in disrepair, and we dare to humbly request your permission to assist you in restoring the temple, as a token of our profound reverence for the God of craftsmen." Chapter 20. The free labor. As Lin Fan struggled with a stubborn nail that refused to be driven in, he suddenly heard a melodious voice behind him, akin to the sweet song of a warbler emerging from the valley, crisp and enchanting yet tinged with a hint of trepidation. His hands paused, and with a sense of perplexity, he turned around. Upon doing so, he found himself utterly astonished. Behind him stood a group of fairies. At the forefront was a strikingly elegant woman, appearing to be in her 30s, exuding an air of regal beauty and grace. Although she wore a simple cloth dress, her innate nobility was undeniable, her captivating eyes reflecting an inexplicable mix of anxiety and anticipation as they regarded him. Behind her stood 7 or 8 equally ethereal and stunning women, varying in age but all possessing an extraordinary allure that would surely turn heads 1,000-fold on any street. For a full 3 seconds, Lin Fan's mind went blank. What was happening? In the midst of this desolate wilderness, how could such a multitude of exquisite beauties suddenly appear? Could it be a collective of fox spirits emerging from the mountains in search of sustenance? No, that couldn't be right. Since the founding of the nation, spirits were not permitted to manifest. Then, which film crew were they from? He quickly dismissed that notion. Given their poise and beauty, they could not possibly belong to an ordinary production. This was the caliber of a grand Hollywood production, one featuring actresses of the fairy queen archetype. As he pondered, he recalled the words spoken by the beautiful matron: supreme craftsmanship, divine avian palaces, the god of artisans. These ornate phrases left him entirely bewildered. However, a few keywords did resonate with him. Carpenter, at your service, repairing palaces. Lin Fan glanced down at the rickety chicken coop before him, then back at the group of delicate, unblemished maidens who appeared to have never even touched a hoe. His confusion peaked. "You are carpenters?" he inquired, skepticism lacing his voice. "Indeed. Yes, Senior." Upon hearing the acknowledgement, the holy master of the Jade Pool was so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly knelt down on the spot. She fervently nodded, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. We are descendants of generations of carpenters, and we possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of repair." The esteemed elders behind her mirrored her fervor, nodding vigorously, their faces contorted into the most sincere and devout smiles. They were consumed with anxiety, fearing that the senior would see through their facade. These venerable elders of the Jade Pool, who typically never lifted a finger for even the simplest tasks, were now pretending to be carpenters. To repair a chicken coop? If this were to get out, the entire eastern region's cultivators would be left agape. Nevertheless, in their pursuit to remain close and to truly grasp the essence of the senior's teachings, they were willing to masquerade as carpenters. And even if it meant mucking out stables, they would embrace it wholeheartedly. Lin Fan observed the anxious expressions and fervent nods of the group before him, and his initial wariness began to dissipate. He perceived that although they appeared peculiar and donned outfits reminiscent of cosplay, their gazes were sincere, devoid of any malicious intent. Moreover, he glanced down at his own fingers, slightly reddened from the hammer's impact, and then at the stubborn nail that refused to budge. Repairing this chicken coop alone proved to be quite a laborious endeavor. As the saying goes, why not make use of free labor when it is available? Although it felt somewhat like a waste of beauty to enlist such lovely ladies for such menial tasks, their offer was genuine, and to decline would seem rather ungracious. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan nodded, allowing a warm smile to grace his features as he casually remarked, "Very well, that sounds splendid. Since you are the experts, I shall entrust this task to you." He rose, dusting off his hands, and extended the old hammer, worn and rusty from 3 years of use, toward them. "Here, take the tool. Be careful not to get splinters." His gesture was effortless and natural, akin to a foreman handing over tools to his workers. However, at the moment he offered the hammer, the Yaoqi's sovereign and all the venerable elders behind her collectively held their breath. Their pupils constricted in astonishment. They beheld the ancient, rusted hammer, and in that instant, an indescribable aura of antiquity, profundity, and dominance flickered forth, as if it contained the very essence of the universe's birth and the shattering of chaos. It was the breath of creation itself. Each time this hammer was wielded by its master, it absorbed a fragment of the supreme laws governing the cosmos. This was no ordinary hammer. It was unmistakably a treasure imbued with the might of a creator, a postnatal spiritual artifact. No, it could even be considered a primordial divine tool of unparalleled caliber. And now, the master was about to casually place this artifact of creation into her hands. Gulp! The Yaoqi's sovereign swallowed hard, feeling her legs weaken beneath her. She understood this was both a test and a blessing from her predecessor. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to quell the tsunami of excitement and trepidation surging within her. She dared not receive it with just one hand. Instead, she slowly extended both hands, adopting an exceedingly solemn and reverent posture, reminiscent of a minister poised to accept the imperial seal from their sovereign. Then, with trembling hands, she cautiously cradled the hammer from Lin Fan's grasp. The moment the hammer touched her palms, a profound vibration coursed through her very soul. A surge of overwhelming and boundless energy, embodying the principles of creation and destruction, surged through the handle of the hammer into her very being. This essence was both tyrannical and pure, cleansing her foundational path and purifying her spirit. She sensed that the bottleneck in her mid-transformation cultivation had, under the impact of this force, experienced a subtle yet discernible loosening. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to sit cross-legged and enter a state of enlightenment right then and there. However, she resolutely restrained herself. She understood that this was not the opportune moment. The revered elder had entrusted her with the divine artifact, expecting her to fulfill her duties, not to indulge in idleness. The thought of betraying the elder's trust was too dreadful to contemplate. With both hands tightly cradling the heavenly artifact, which felt heavier than the entirety of the Yaoqi's sacred land, she bowed deeply to Lin Fan once more. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her exquisite cheeks. Her voice trembled with emotion, imbued with boundless gratitude and reverence. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing the heavenly artifact. I vow to honor your trust, dedicating myself wholeheartedly until my last breath. Lin Fan, observing the woman before him, who was clutching a seemingly mundane hammer, suddenly overwhelmed with tears and fervor, proclaiming her unwavering dedication, was utterly bewildered. He stood there in a daze, his expression a tapestry of confusion. Then, he reached a startling conclusion. It was over. Not only had the previous supporting role lost their sanity, but this new group of carpenters was even more profoundly afflicted. Chapter 21. The struggle of a weed. Lin Fan felt that ever since the arrival of this group of carpenters at his home, the quality of his life had soared to unprecedented heights. He reclined comfortably in the old rocking chair in the yard, a creation of the system, purportedly crafted from scraps of soul-nurturing wood. Though unpretentious in appearance, lying upon it invigorated his spirit, making afternoon naps more delightful than those taken in bed. With narrowed eyes, he cradled a cup of freshly brewed tea, made from wild tea leaves he had casually foraged from the mountains behind his home. The tea exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance that uplifted his spirits. Not far away, the group of ancient dressed beauties, who referred to themselves as carpenters, were industriously at work. The Yaoqi Holy Master, a woman whose commanding presence struck Lin Fan as particularly impressive, was meticulously polishing the stone table and stools in the yard. Her focused demeanor suggested she was not merely wiping away dust, but rather refining a piece of exquisite jade destined to be a timeless treasure. Other ethereal maidens, each possessing a unique charm, busied themselves chopping wood, fetching water, and tending to the chickens. Each face radiated an expression of fervor and bliss that Lin Fan found utterly incomprehensible. The dedication of modern-day cosplay enthusiasts was indeed remarkable. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, his heart filled with reflections. Not only did they bring their own costumes and props, but they also volunteered to provide complimentary domestic services. What a spirit of camaraderie! It was nothing short of an internationalist ethos. He had almost concluded that this peculiar band, along with the sword maniac meditating at his doorstep, must have escaped from some mental institution, fully immersed in their roles. However, given their efficient labor and refusal to accept payment, Lin Fan was disinclined to reveal their true nature. Free labor was a gift not to be squandered. He could relish the retirement life he had always envisioned, akin to a wealthy landlord. With the dedicated efforts of the Yaoqi Holy Land's inhabitants, the chicken coop was soon revitalized. No, it could hardly be termed a mere repair. Under the guidance of the Yaoqi Holy Master, several esteemed elders employed their rudimentary understanding of the laws to cautiously reconstruct what they perceived as timber and bamboo imbued with the essence of creation. They dared not alter the temple structure, fearing they might disrupt the profound rhythm established by their predecessors. Instead, wielding the divine artifact bestowed by their forebears, a rusty hammer, they reverently pounded the divine nails, also markers of the world, into place with utmost devotion. With each strike, they felt a surge of the overwhelming laws of creation and destruction flowing into their beings, cleansing their very souls. When the chicken coop was finally completed, the elders were so moved that tears welled in their eyes, as if they had accomplished a feat monumental enough to be etched into the annals of history. Yet, having finished their labor, none of them wished to depart. What a jest! This was no ordinary place. It was a sanctuary of forbidden existence, a retreat for the supreme beings. Lingering for a moment longer in this sacred space, inhaling the air here surpasses a century of arduous cultivation in the outside world. The opportunity to remain and assist the venerable ones with menial tasks is indeed a tremendous fortune. Should they depart now, upon their return, they would undoubtedly be consumed by regret, leading to the collapse of their resolve. Thus, the Lord of the Jade Pool, with a resolute heart, approached the leisurely Lin Fan, who was sipping tea. She bowed respectfully, her demeanor imbued with utmost humility, and spoke in the gentlest tones. "Esteemed senior, the temple has been repaired. Might it meet your approval?" Lin Fan glanced at the somewhat crooked yet stable structure, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, quite good. The craftsmanship is commendable and sturdy." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Jade Pool was instantly flushed with excitement, as if she had received the highest praise in the world. Seizing the moment, she continued in her humble tone, "Esteemed senior, we have noticed some minor chores remaining in your domain, and we cannot bear to leave these unattended. We seek no recompense, only the opportunity to remain in your service, to share in your burdens, and to listen day and night to your supreme teachings, in hopes of cleansing our mundane hearts. We implore your gracious consent." Lin Fan, understanding the essence of her eloquent speech, realized they wished to linger as free laborers after completing their tasks. His heart blossomed with joy at such a delightful prospect. Affecting a serious demeanor, he pondered for a moment before casually gesturing. "Very well, since you are so inclined. You may stay. The courtyard needs sweeping, more firewood must be chopped at the back mountain, and it seems the vegetable patch has sprouted quite a bit of weeds. Handle it as you see fit. Thank you for your gracious consent, esteemed senior." The Lord of the Jade Pool and the elders erupted with elation, kneeling in unison, overwhelmed with emotion. To them, this acknowledgement was a validation of their sincerity, officially designating them as disciples in menial service. What an honor this was! Soon, a new round of labor commenced, chopping wood, fetching water, sweeping the ground. Each seemingly mundane task transformed into a battlefield of opportunity in their eyes. One elder, known for her strict demeanor and oversight of punishments within the jade pool, found herself assigned to the most rudimentary task of weeding in the garden due to a game of chance. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that Elder Li, chopping wood, could grasp the essence of the sword of destruction, and Elder Zhang, fetching water, could draw closer to the fountain of life, she dared not voice any dissent. The tasks assigned by the esteemed senior surely held profound significance. With a heart brimming with reverence, she approached what she perceived as a divine garden, where every inch of soil embodied the laws of life. She dared not employ any brute force, nor even touch the vibrant vegetables directly, fearing that her mundane aura might tarnish their vitality. She delicately pinched the weeds that sprouted beside the divine plant with 2 fingers, gently and slowly extracting them from the soil. As she pulled, she silently contemplated. The ancestral grounds were teeming with such vibrant life, even the weeds, which clearly conveyed the lesson that beneath the great Tao, all beings are equal. Even the most humble weed has its purpose. Immersed in this self-generated epiphany, she suddenly felt an unusual weed beneath her fingers. This particular weed was a vivid emerald green, its leaves glistening like jade, perfectly adorned with 9 leaves. Elder Wang initially dismissed it, believing it to be merely an ordinary weed with a peculiar appearance. She grasped the stem as before, gently and slowly pulling it upwards. However, the moment this weed was entirely uprooted from the earth, boom! An indescribable, intensely rich aura of life and immortal principles erupted from the small plant. The essence was sacred, vast, and magnificent. It washed over her spirit and nourished her foundational Tao. Elder Wang felt as though she had been plunged into the ocean of life's origin, every cell in her body rejoicing and exulting. Her cultivation, which had stagnated for over a millennium, experienced an almost imperceptible yet undeniably real advancement under this powerful essence. At that moment, Elder Wang's breath halted completely, her eyes, wide with disbelief, fixated on the seemingly ordinary weed in her hand. Her lips trembled, her teeth chattered, producing a clattering sound, as her spirit shook violently from overwhelming shock and ecstasy. 9 leaves, a vibrant green like emerald, containing immortal vitality and the principles of reincarnation. A name which existed solely in the most ancient and tattered texts of the Yaoqi sacred land, struck her mind like a million thunderbolts. 9 leaf, revitalizing grass, a legendary supreme herb long thought extinct in the primordial era. It was said that a single leaf could revive a dying mortal, reconstructing their physical form. 3 leaves could reunite the shattered soul of a powerful being. 6 leaves could alter the fate of a cultivator who failed their tribulation, granting them a new life. And the complete supreme herb with 9 leaves. It was rumored that even the most exalted beings who had ascended to the celestial realm and achieved the fruit of the great Luo golden immortal could, if they fell, reconstruct their foundational Tao and live again, as long as a fragment of their true spirit remained. This was a divine object that could make even an emperor of the immortals envious. And now, this supreme herb, which existed only in myth, was merely a seemingly inconsequential weed in the garden of the elders' grounds, one that needed to be discarded by the disciples performing menial tasks. Boom! At this moment, Elder Wang's worldview was utterly and ruthlessly shattered. She comprehended the truth. The mythical everlasting ice lotus and the enigmatic 9 heavens mysterious jade, the so-called treasures they brought, in the eyes of this esteemed elder, were likely worth less than a mere fraction of this humble weed. Following the profound shock came an eruption of volcanic joy and insatiable greed. She realized that the elder dismissed this weed. Yet for her, it represented a treasure of supreme significance, capable of altering not only her own destiny, but also the fate of the entire Yaoqi sacred land. Her heart was instantly consumed by avarice. Instinctively, she glanced around and observed that others were engrossed in their tasks, while the elder reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed in repose, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. A frenzied thought began to take root in her mind. The elder regarded all things as mere fodder. Surely, he would not care for such weeds. If I were to secretly conceal it, without anyone noticing. Unable to suppress her inner turmoil any longer, her usually composed hands trembled violently with excitement. Cautiously, she prepared to stealthily and swiftly hide the 9-leaf, soul-rejuvenating grass within the confines of her sleeve. Chapter 22. The battle has commenced. Greed, the original sin. Even for the exalted elders of the Yaoqi sacred land, who have long transcended the mundane and possess realms of cultivation far beyond ordinary mortals, the sight of a 9-leaf resurrection grass, an object capable of driving even an immortal emperor to madness, stirs the once placid heart of Tao into tumultuous waves that could upheave the heavens and the earth. Elder Wang's heart raced like a drum, her blood felt aflame, and her spirit hummed with an exquisite blend of excitement and tension. Her hand had already brought the transcendent herb, radiating an aura of immortality, to her sleeve. With merely a thought, this celestial treasure would become her private possession. Obtaining it would not only enable her to break through to the late stage of tribulation, but also guarantee her ascendance to the immortal realm, achieving eternal life in the near future. However, just as her fingers were about to vanish into the folds of her sleeve, a seemingly casual yet chilling voice echoed from behind her. Elder Wang, it seems, you are facing a dilemma? Elder Wang's body stiffened abruptly. As if struck by a divine thunderbolt, her composure shattered from head to toe. She turned rigidly to find Elder Li, who often engaged in verbal sparring with her, had silently approached her from behind. In Elder Li's hand was a broom, her expression a blend of mockery and amusement. Yet, her typically languorous eyes now gleamed with the sharpness of two celestial swords, fixating intently on the hand of Elder Wang that clutched the precious grass. Moments earlier, Elder Li had been diligently sweeping the ground not far away, ostensibly clearing fallen leaves. But in truth, each stroke was a meditation on the purity and void of this sacred space. It was then that she sensed an elusive yet overwhelmingly vast wave of life's resonance emanating from the direction of the herb garden. A tremor so profound it sent shivers through her very soul. The wave flickered briefly, so swift that she almost dismissed it as an illusion. Yet, her intuition, honed from years of tribulation, confirmed that a wondrous treasure had indeed emerged. Without revealing her intent, she subtly maneuvered closer to Elder Wang under the pretense of continuing her sweeping. And then she beheld it, the 9-leaf resurrection grass, vibrant green, shimmering with ethereal light, exuding an aura of immortality. In that instant, Elder Li's heart ceased its rhythm. She recognized this legendary herb, existing only in myth. A surge of overwhelming shock and jealousy consumed her reason like a venomous serpent. How could such a monumental fortune fall into the hands of her lifelong rival? No, this divine object must not be allowed to be monopolized by her alone. The elder had revealed this treasure in the guise of mere weeds, clearly testing the nature of their hearts. Wang Shimi, with an impure heart, has succumbed to greed and thus fallen to a lower realm, unworthy of such a fortuitous opportunity. I must thwart her, and then seize this chance for myself. Thus, I posed that seemingly caring yet subtly lethal inquiry moments ago. Elder Wang, upon perceiving Elder Li's penetrating gaze, felt a heavy weight in her heart, yet her expression remained composed as she forced a smile, saying, it is merely you, Sister Li. It is nothing, just this weed, whose roots are rather peculiar, containing a faint trace of vitality. I was about to dispose of it to avoid tainting the revered sacred soil of our esteemed elder. While she spoke, her hands did not cease their movements, intent on pocketing the herb. Oh, is that so? Elder Li's smile grew colder. In my view, this weed harbors more than a mere hint of vitality. Wang Shimi, we are both but errand workers in the elder's domain, and should serve with sincerity first and foremost. Your secret hoarding of such trifles is a grave disrespect to the elder. Should you provoke the elder's displeasure and invoke punishment, can you alone bear the consequences? Her words rang with righteous indignation, steeped in reverence for their elder. I believe that such a vile object ought to be disposed of by me, as the senior sister, casting it into the depths of the abyss of transformation to demonstrate our sincerity. With that, Elder Li could no longer restrain herself. She reached out her hand, aiming directly for the 9-leaf, soul-recovering herb clutched in Elder Wang's grasp. Li Qingwei, how dare you? Elder Wang, recognizing the situation had escalated, tore off her facade and screamed. Dodging to the side, Wang Xiua, your heart is tainted and unworthy of serving our elder. Quickly hand over the divine object so that I may present it to the elder. Elder Li, having failed in her first attempt, lunged again. The two had irrevocably torn away any semblance of civility. However, in this land devoid of magical essence, their once mighty powers were suppressed to the point of impotence. Consequently, the ensuing spectacle would shock any observing cultivator to the core, shattering their faith and making them question their existence. Behold, these two formidable figures, whose mere stamp in the eastern domain could alter the landscape, and who were typically revered as the ethereal and untouchable elders of the Yaoqi sacred ground, now appeared as two bickering market women, grappling over a cabbage with no regard for decorum. "You old hag, let go." Elder Wang fiercely protected the sacred herb with one hand, while the other expertly seized Elder Li's meticulously maintained hairdo, yanking it with fervor. "Ah, Wang Shua, how dare you pull my hair? I shall retaliate." Elder Li cried out in pain, refusing to back down, biting down hard on the arm of Elder Wang that clutched the sacred herb. You filthy mutt. I shall cleanse the house today." The sounds of their scuffle echoed. Bang. Clap. Two individuals wrestled in the vegetable garden, throwing punches and kicks, grasping each other's faces and choking each other. There was no flash of brilliance, no clash of principles, only the most primal and unrefined form of combat, a brutal brawl. Their elegant skirts, now stained with fresh earth, their meticulously maintained faces, marred by angry red scratches from each other's nails, their carefully styled hair, now a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest. Lin Fan had been languidly reclining in a rocking chair, teetering on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, a series of shrill screams and the sounds of scuffling erupted from the direction of the garden. Curiosity piqued, he opened his eyes wide, straightened his posture, and turned to gaze at the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, the tea he had just sipped erupted from his mouth in a comical spray, splattering the ground below. What did he behold? He saw the two ethereal carpenters, who just days prior had exuded an air of celestial grace and conversed with him with utmost caution, now rolling about in their own garden like two fighting cocks. One was tugging at the other's hair, while the other was attempting to bite her arm. They hurled insults at each other, uttering phrases he had only ever heard in melodramatic television shows, akin to the raucous tirades of quarrelsome women. Scattered at their feet were a few uprooted weeds, remnants of their chaotic struggle. Lin Fan's mind momentarily short-circuited. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh to ascertain that he was not dreaming. Then, an absurd, laughable sensation washed over him. What on earth? What was happening? They were fighting, over a few wretched weeds? His worldview had been thoroughly upended once more. He had always assumed that these eccentric cosplayers, though somewhat unhinged, still retained a semblance of the grace and dignity of fairies. Now, it appeared he had overestimated them. It turned out that when fairies engaged in combat, they were no different from the likes of Aunt Wang and Aunt Li from the neighboring village, perhaps even more ferocious. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Lin Fan wore a look of utter disillusionment. What manner of people were these? Was his home a farm or a lunatic asylum? He shook his head, silently turning away, choosing not to behold the spectacle any longer. He resolved that he must keep a distance not only from the sword-wielding lunatic, but also from these brawling madwomen. Further and further away. This world was far too perilous. Ultimately, his little wooden cottage felt the safest refuge. Chapter 23. A cup of well water at this moment. The mood of the Yaoqi Holy Master could scarcely be described as anything but catastrophic. It was as if she were teetering on the brink of despair. Standing in the heart of the courtyard, she meticulously polished the stone table that, to her, embodied the essence of culinary wisdom, all the while reverently absorbing the omnipresent supreme Tao rhythm within the venerable predecessor's sacred realm. Suddenly, a cacophony of unbearable shrieks and curses erupted from the vegetable patch. Turning around in bewilderment, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. Her two junior sisters, the most esteemed elders of the Yaoqi sacred land, Wang Xiua and Li Qingwei, were, astonishingly, grappling like common ruffians in the divine garden of their revered predecessor. Boom! The Holy Master felt her mind reverberate as if 1,000 thunderclaps had simultaneously struck her, leaving her in utter disarray. It was over. All was lost. For countless millennia, the Yaoqi sacred land had been synonymous with purity, nobility, and inviolable sanctity across the entire Xinjiang continent. And now, at this very moment, their esteemed elders were embroiled in a disgraceful brawl in a place so revered that even the celestial emperors would tread lightly, all over. a few weeds. They had utterly lost face. If word of this got out, the Yaoqi sacred land would become the greatest laughingstock of the Xintian continent for millennia. More critically, their actions had severely disturbed the tranquil cultivation of their predecessor. It was a grave provocation and desecration of the utmost dignity. The Holy Master could almost sense the once serene and indifferent aura of the venerable elder nearby, now tinged with a hint of exasperation and disdain. Overcome with trepidation, she felt as if her very soul had fled, drenched in cold sweat. No longer could she concern herself with the table. She lifted her skirts and dashed madly toward the vegetable plot. "Stop! You two, cease this at once!" she cried, her voice choked with repressed fury and terror. Charging into the fray like a lioness defending her cubs, unable to wield her spiritual power, she resorted to the most primal method, forcibly separating the two elder sisters, who were now blinded by anger and fiercely clutching one another's hair. Do you have any idea what you are doing?" The Holy Master trembled with rage, gripping one of them while pointing an accusatory finger at their faces, her thoughts resonating only for them to hear. "What place is this? This is the sacred ground of our predecessor. And your dignity? What of the Yaoqi sacred land's dignity? You have both sullied it completely. The venerable elder is watching. Do you wish for the Yaoqi sacred land to meet its demise today?" With her thunderous reprimand, Wang Xiaoa and Li Qingyue finally emerged from their depths of greed and fury, awakening to the gravity of their actions. They felt the almost palpable fear and despair emanating from the divine presence of the Yaoqi Saint Lord, and they furtively cast a glance at the distant figure of their senior, who had turned away, seemingly utterly disappointed in the two of them. A chilling wave of dread surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. What had they just done? They had engaged in a fierce struggle over divine artifacts right under their senior's nose. How foolish, how arrogant, how utterly reckless. The color drained from their faces, leaving them as pale as parchment. They gazed at the bloodstains on each other's faces from their own hands, and then at their disheveled clothing, smeared with dirt. An overwhelming tide of regret and fear engulfed them completely. Thud, thud. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The Yaoqi Saint Lord looked at their disheveled, soul-crushed appearance, feeling both anger and apprehension. She recognized that this was not the moment for reproach. The most pressing concern was how to quell the ire of their senior. Although the senior had not delivered immediate divine retribution, that indifferent silhouette spoke volumes. They had been deemed unworthy. They had disappointed their senior. If they could not make amends, it seemed unlikely that any of them would leave this farm alive today. Just as the Yaoqi Saint Lord was frantically agitated, akin to an ant on a hot stove, completely at a loss and even prepared to kneel and beg for forgiveness. A calm yet somewhat resigned voice drifted over from a short distance away. Enough, enough, stop fighting. Lin Fan could no longer bear to watch. Though he had resolved to remain oblivious, the sobs and wails from the scene made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they were free labor he had invited. Despite their apparent lack of sense, they had worked diligently. He could not truly allow them to come to blows in his vegetable garden, could he? Driven by a sense of humanitarianism and the fundamental qualities of a good foreman, he felt compelled to intervene. He stepped out from the house, observing the three fairies, some standing and some sitting, all looking dejected like defeated roosters, and he sighed. What is the big deal? It's just weeding. Is it really worth this? How much enmity could there possibly be? He shook his head, noting their sweaty brows and muddy faces. His initial disdain transformed into a touch of sympathy. All right. You all look utterly exhausted. You must be thirsty and tired, too angry for your own good. Wait here, I'll fetch you some water. With that, Lin Fan turned and headed towards the old well in the backyard, a place he knew all too well. The Yaoqi Saint Lord and the two esteemed elders were taken aback by Lin Fan's words. Their senior did not blame them. Is he really going to offer us water? The three exchanged glances, each reflecting an abyss of confusion and bewilderment. Soon, Lin Fan returned from the backyard, carrying a somewhat weathered wooden bucket. Within it lay more than half a bucket of crystal-clear water, glimmering under the sunlight. The moment the holy master of the Yaoqi and her companions beheld the bucket, their breaths caught once more. Their spiritual senses had been suppressed to the lowest point. Yet, despite this, they could still perceive with stunning clarity. Within that seemingly ordinary well water resided an essence, a purity so vast and refreshing that it transcended imagination. A spiritual resonance. It felt as if this resonance was the first breath of innate spiritual energy birthed at the dawn of creation. It seemed to be the origin of all paths, the essence of life itself. They had once been fortunate enough to witness a small vial of celestial nectar brought back from the celestial realm by the first-generation patriarch, deep within the forbidden grounds of Yaoqi. However, the spiritual resonance contained in that celestial nectar was akin to a trickling stream compared to the ocean, a firefly next to the bright moon. There was no comparison whatsoever. This is not mere well water, one elder stammered, murmuring to herself, this must be the legendary Nine Heavens spiritual spring that has long since run dry in the celestial realm. To use the Nine Heavens spiritual spring for daily consumption and watering the vegetable patch. This realization struck a heavy blow to their already battered worldview. Lin Fan remained oblivious to their thoughts. He retrieved several rough porcelain bowls, with a few chips along the rims, that he had prepared earlier from the kitchen. These were the cheapest bowls he had bought from the small town at the foot of the mountain when he first arrived. He placed the wooden bucket on the ground and scooped water with a wooden ladle, filling each bowl for everyone. Come, gather around for a sip, quench your thirst, and cool off, Lin Fan warmly invited them. Drink up, the water from my well is particularly sweet and very refreshing. The holy master of the Yaoqi and the elders gazed at the coarse porcelain bowls Lin Fan extended towards them, staring at the crystal-clear water, which seemed to contain the essence of a world within the great Tao. They stood frozen, unable to move. They felt as if their legs were laden with lead. How could they possibly deserve to drink water poured for them by a predecessor using the Nine Heavens spiritual spring? Such a bestowal was far too great, so great that they could hardly bear it. Chapter 24. The fountain of Tao and enlightenment. The air seemed to crystallize at that moment. Sunlight filtered through the sparse foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the exquisite faces of the crowd in the sacred Yao pool, each visage etched with astonishment and disbelief. They stood there, transfixed, gazing at the coarse porcelain bowls filled with the ethereal springs of the Nine Heavens in Lin Fan's hands, none daring to step forward and accept them. Lin Fan, holding the bowls aloft, observed their ghostly expressions with a touch of exasperation. What are you all doing? Frozen in place? Are you not thirsty? The water has been brought to you, yet you hesitate to drink? Are you afraid I have poisoned it? He jested. At his words, the sacred master and her companions were struck with terror, their souls seemingly departing as they collectively knelt before him. Forgive us, esteemed one. We mean no disrespect. As mere mortals, how could we presume to gauge your divine might? The gift of the fountain of the Tao is the pinnacle of our aspirations across eons. We are simply overwhelmed with excitement and momentarily lost our composure. We beseech your mercy. The sacred master, kneeling at the forefront, trembled as her voice quavered with fear and exhilaration, tears streaming down her cheeks. To her, the remark about fearing poison was a clear admonition, a warning against harboring any covetous thoughts or acts of disrespect. Otherwise, the benevolent gift could just as easily transform into a lethal poison. This was both a reprimand and a final act of compassion. Lin Fan regarded the scene before him, bemused by their rapid descent into prostration and tears, his lips twitching involuntarily. He was utterly exasperated. Reasoning with such a crowd seemed futile. With a sigh, he chose not to elaborate further, stepping forward to place the porcelain bowls, one by one, into their hands. Enough. Rise. Drink if you wish. This is not a place for kneeling. I am not some feudal lord from an antiquated society. With that, he turned his back on them, lifting a bowl to his lips, strolling over to a rocking chair, and consuming it heartily, savoring the refreshing taste. Truly quenching. The sacred master and the elders watched Lin Fan's casual yet grand manner of drinking, and their reverence deepened immeasurably. To them, he was not merely drinking water. He was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, refining the Tao. Such a divine substance, in his eyes, was reduced to mere refreshment. This was the epitome of true greatness. The sacred master inhaled deeply, realizing the time for hesitation had passed. The esteemed one had offered them an opportunity. To ignore it would be to court disaster. With trembling hands, she cautiously raised the coarse porcelain bowl to her lips, cradling it as if it were a cherished relic. A crisp, sweet aroma, imbued with boundless Taoist resonance, enveloped her senses. merely inhaling the fragrance. She felt her very soul undergo a cleansing, emerging with an unprecedented clarity and translucence. She dared not hesitate any longer. Closing her eyes, her delicate lips parted slightly, and she gently took a small sip. Boom! The moment that minuscule draft of the spring flowed down her throat, an indescribable torrent, both gentle yet overwhelming, erupted within her being. This was not mere spiritual energy. It was an essence infinitely superior, the primordial source of the great Tao. That source energy surged through her already tempered meridians, racing and crashing like a tempest. It purified her celestial body, nourished her foundation of Tao, and sanctified her spirit. She felt as though she had been cast into the primordial furnace of heaven and earth, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. What astonished her most was the fact that the bottleneck, which had tormented her for 3,000 years, a seemingly insurmountable divine mountain blocking her path, the mid-stage tribulation barrier. At that moment, under the onslaught of the terrifying force from the spring of the great Tao, there emerged a faint yet undeniably tangible loosening, though it was but a mere hint of relaxation, scarcely even a crack, to one of her cultivation level. It was akin to a mortal ascending to the heavens in a single step. This signified that she had found her direction. She glimpsed the hope of breaking through. How? How could this be possible? A tempest of unprecedented magnitude surged within the heart of the Yaoqi Holy Master. For 3 millennia, in her quest to overcome this barrier, she had secluded herself, ventured into forbidden territories, consumed countless rare treasures, and even expended her very essence to unravel the mysteries of fate. Yet that barrier remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering. And now, merely by sipping a draught of water from the senior's abode, she had stumbled upon the opportunity for breakthrough? This was utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, the other elders, after imbibing from the spring, also experienced remarkable transformations. An elder who had been trapped in the late stage of the returning void for thousands of years, upon drinking the spring water, found her understanding of spatial laws instantaneously illuminated, enveloped in a subtle ripple of space. She fell into a state of enlightenment. Another elder, who bore a lingering injury from an early encounter with a formidable demon, felt a warm force of life as law swiftly mending her hidden wounds. A malady that had plagued her for centuries was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. And the 2 elders, Wang and Li, who had previously clashed fiercely over the 9-leaf soul herb, now found themselves utterly ashamed. As they drank the crisp and sweet essence of the Tao spring, they felt an utterly pure force washing away the greed and envy that had just arisen in their hearts. That force seemed to silently admonish them. Your vision is too narrow. In the dojo of the venerable elder, even a bowl of refreshing well water embodies the supreme essence of the great way. Yet you all, in your short-sightedness, have allowed your resolve to falter over a mere weed, resorting to violence? Such folly is unfathomable. In an instant, the 2 realized the truth. They comprehended that the elder was imparting a lesson in the most unadorned yet direct manner, offering both reward and admonition. Work begets reward. Greed incurs punishment. The distinction between reward and punishment is clear, and the path is profoundly simple. Having grasped this concept, the sovereign of the Yao pool could no longer contain her surging emotions of gratitude. She, alongside the elders who were equally shaken and enlightened, knelt in unison before Lin Fan, who reclined in his rocking chair, wearing an expression akin to madness. This time, their act of reverence transcended mere bowing. Tears streamed down their faces like a burst dam, each sobbing uncontrollably, resembling weeping pear blossoms. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing the spring of the great way to cleanse our mortal hearts. Your teachings shall be etched in our hearts, never to be forgotten. We express our profound gratitude for your merciful grace. We are eternally thankful for your benevolent rebirth. The chorus of cries and expressions of thanks resonated throughout the tranquil farmhouse courtyard, creating a strikingly surreal atmosphere. Startled by this unexpected display, Lin Fan nearly toppled from his rocking chair. He staggered back several steps, gazing in terror at the celestial maidens who knelt before him, bowls in hand, weeping uncontrollably. Only one thought lingered in his mind. It's over. This illness, it seems beyond cure. Was it merely a sip of water that prompted such a reaction? One after another, they all responded thus. Could it be? Something is amiss with my well water? Does it induce hallucinations? He glanced down at the half-full bowl of water before him, hesitating briefly, yet ultimately refrained from taking another sip. Chapter 25. The Dan Emperor of Danxiao Sect. The legend of the mortal farm has swept through the entire eastern domain of the cultivation world like a superstorm, growing ever more intense. From the initial miraculous encounter of the Qingyun sword sect disciple with the divine fruit, to the cucumbers of ascension witnessed by the saintess of Yaoqi. From the Tao bowl of the blood demon sect to the lumberjack enlightenment of the Qingming sword lord, it has now reached the point where the Yaoqi saint lord, accompanied by a host of esteemed elders, willingly toils in the farm, chopping wood, fetching water, sweeping, and feeding chickens, all in pursuit of a mere hint of guidance from the venerable predecessors. These revelations have detonated like heavy bombs, continually bombarding the nerves of the high-ranking officials of various premier sects, who had long been as calm as still water. Initially, most regarded these tales with skepticism. After all, such legends seemed far too outrageous and disruptive to one's understanding. A single cucumber leading to ascension? A drop of dog saliva incapacitating a nascent soul? Such narratives sounded more like the absurd fabrications of a third-rate storyteller seeking to capture attention. However, as more evidence emerged, and with the increasingly bizarre yet eerily consistent intelligence brought back by spies dispatched by various sects, disbelief became untenable. Especially when the blood demon sect's power inexplicably surged and Li Qingyun of the Qingyun sword sect truly took on the role of a gatekeeper outside the farm. Everyone realized that this seemingly unremarkable region, known as the Mortal Farm, might indeed conceal some earth-shattering secret. In an instant, the entire eastern domain's cultivation world was rife with undercurrents. Countless sect leaders and solitary cultivators turned their gaze towards the remote mountain range, unmarked on any map. Danxiao Sect, a renowned sanctuary for alchemy in the eastern domain and across the entire Xinjiang continent, has always held a transcendent status. Whether facing righteous leaders or formidable figures of darkness, all must show deference and restraint when encountering the elders of Danxiao Sect. For no one can guarantee that one day they might not find themselves at the doorstep of Danxiao Sect, seeking a life-saving elixir. The sect's master, revered as the Dan Emperor, Gu He, stands as a towering figure in the realm of alchemy. He has been renowned for 3,000 years, mastering the art of alchemy to such a degree that he has reached the realm of a 7th-grade Dan Emperor, merely a step away from the legendary 8th-grade Dan Emperor capable of concocting immortal pills. At this moment, within the incense-filled conference hall of Danxiao Sect, Gu He furrowed his white brows, listening to the latest intelligence regarding the mortal farm brought back by his disciples. His countenance was marked by disdain and irritation. Enough. No more of this. He abruptly slammed his hand on the armrest, interrupting the report, his voice tinged with barely contained fury. This is utterly absurd. Nonsense. Gu He scoffed, his white beard trembling with indignation. A cucumber leading to ascension? Water from a well granting enlightenment? Such claims fundamentally contravene the principles of alchemy. They violate the most basic laws of energy conservation in the universe. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth in the hall, his expression animated. All things possess their inherent nature, and the potency of medicines is rooted in their origins. Every natural treasure, from its inception to maturation, requires the absorption of vast amounts of celestial and earthly essence, enduring extensive periods of sedimentation. Take, for instance, a commonplace cucumber, regardless of its optimal growing conditions. How much energy could it possibly contain? To suggest it could elevate a practitioner to the divine realm is ludicrous. Even enabling a Qi refinement stage cultivator to replenish a modicum of spiritual energy would be a remarkable feat. And as for those wretched tomatoes, akin to swine fodder, it is utterly laughable, untamed and unrefined. Their medicinal properties are chaotic. Consuming them could lead to dire consequences for mere mortals, let alone expect a cultivator to surmount their limits. Such notions are the fabrications of a deluded mind. As a meticulous sovereign, who regards alchemy as a lifelong scientific pursuit, Gu He harbors an intrinsic disdain and resistance towards such mystical rumors steeped in esotericism. In his perspective, there must be a sinister ulterior motive behind them. Please, esteemed leader, restrain your wrath, an elder from the Danxiao sect urged cautiously from below. However, the tidings from the Yaoqi sacred land seem undeniably credible. It is said that the Yaoqi Holy Master is indeed residing at that humble farm, engaging in carpentry. Carpentry. The corners of Gu He's eyes twitched violently. He halted his stride and scoffed. I perceive that she is not a carpenter, but rather has had her intellect ensnared. The illustrious Yaoqi Holy Master, instead of diligently overseeing her sect, has chosen to toil as a menial laborer in a remote and impoverished locale? Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. I suspect this mortal farm is, more likely than not, a grand deception orchestrated by an ancient master adept in illusionary formations, manipulating the perceptions of the masses, conjuring incredible facades. Their aim is likely to lure the talents and dignitaries of various sects for nefarious purposes. The more Gu pondered, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. Li Qingyun from the Qingyun sword sect is nothing but a brute, well-versed only in swordplay. So it is no surprise he fell prey. The bloodthirsty fiends of the blood demon sect are equally impulsive, their minds consumed by muscle. As for the women of Yaoqi, with long hair and short sight, it is excusable that they were dazzled by some flashy illusions. His eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom, as if he had unraveled every secret. This will not stand. I cannot remain idle. Gu abruptly waved his robe, a sense of mission emanating from him, as if he alone were sober amidst the intoxication of the masses. Such enchantresses, who sway hearts and undermine the foundations of our Eastern Domain cultivation world, must be eradicated. I have resolved. I shall personally visit this so-called mortal farm and utilize my alchemy, which perceives the essence of all things, to expose their ruse. I shall restore clarity to the Eastern Domain. I am eager to discover which audacious entity dares to play tricks before me. His words resonated with fervor and a sense of justice. Yet, deep within, there existed a profound pride and curiosity as the preeminent figure in the realm of alchemy. He could not fathom that anything in this world could surpass the marvels of his elixirs. He was determined to shatter this myth with his own hands. Having spoken, Gu disregarded the pleas of the crowd, donning a simple garment of hemp, and quietly departed from the Danxia sect. He stirred not a soul, nor did he carry any magical artifacts, relying solely on his profound and inscrutable cultivation, as well as his masterful technique of breath concealment. He slipped away like a wisp of smoke towards that fabled land, stealthily advancing. He intended to embody the essence of a consummate hunter, lying in wait with utmost patience, ready to deliver a lethal strike when his prey was most at ease. Days later, Gu finally arrived at the outskirts of the mortal farmstead. The moment he stepped into the area, he sensed the familiar oppressive aura of the end of the law era. Indeed, it bears the hallmark of an ancient formation. A cold smile crept across Gu's heart, solidifying his suspicions. This formation possesses some intricacies, capable of severing the connection to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, beneath the gaze of Maidan Tong, all illusions shall be laid bare. He quietly activated his unique eye technique, the Dan Tong, and the world before him instantly transformed. Within his vision, all matter was deconstructed into its most primal energies and strands of laws. Cautiously, he followed the path of least resistance in the fabric of law. Like a specter, silently infiltrating the vicinity of the farmstead, he sought out a towering ancient tree, lush with foliage, merging his form and essence seamlessly with the great tree. Then from a distance, he observed the unassuming courtyard, patiently awaiting the moment when that enigmatic figure would reveal his true colors. Chapter 26. Is this cauldron the Chaos Cauldron? The night descended like a profound ancient jade, gradually enveloping the entire sky, with a few scattered stars adorning it like fragmented diamonds, yet seemingly daunted by some unseen force. Their brilliance dimmed, reluctant to compete with a certain spot below, at the periphery of the mortal farmhouse. Behind a towering ancient tree that would require at least a dozen people to embrace, a figure that should have melded completely with the darkness now trembled violently, as if enduring an indescribable, immense shock. This figure was none other than Gu He, the esteemed leader of the Danxia sect. He had been lurking here for an entire afternoon, as the North Star of the alchemical world in the Eastern Domain. Gu He's patience and tenacity had been honed like stone through countless tedious alchemical processes. He had initially anticipated witnessing a meticulously arranged illusionary performance or a brash junior attempting to conjure tricks with some ancient relic. He had even prepared numerous methods to expose their deception, along with the most understated yet authoritative remarks to assert his wisdom and stature upon unveiling the ruse. However, from the moment he stepped into this area and glimpsed the small courtyard through his proud alchemical eyes, the confidence and pride he had cultivated over millennia began to crumble. Inch by inch, what did he see? He beheld the legendary mortal elder, reclining leisurely in a rocking chair within the courtyard, surrounded by a group of ethereal women, whose beauty could overshadow even the sacred lands, engaging in menial tasks such as chopping wood, sweeping, and fetching water. He recognized several of these women. The foremost among them was none other than the sovereign of the Yaoqi's sacred land, a woman of such lofty stature that she would hardly deign to acknowledge even him. The alchemist emperor, and the one chopping wood. Was that not Li Qingyun, the notorious sword madman of the Qingyun sword sect? Hadn't he been meditating outside? How had he ended up inside chopping wood? He rubbed his eyes and activated his alchemical vision once more to perceive everything more clearly. Indeed, it was them. These top-tier powerhouses, who could shake the very earth with a stomp in the eastern domain, were now engaged in the most menial of chores, their faces not reflecting any humiliation, but rather radiating an inexplicable, fervent joy. At that moment, Gui's heart sank. He realized that the reality of the situation was rather different from his expectations. Just then, in the courtyard, the young man who had been meditating with his eyes closed, Lin Fan, finally stretched, rising from the rocking chair. He glanced at the sky, patted his belly, seemingly hungry, and turned towards the kitchen. Gui's heart raced, and he immediately held his breath, restraining his aura to the utmost. He knew the main event was about to commence. He was eager to witness firsthand the extraordinary abilities of the individual who could command even the Yaoqi's sovereign to serve as a maid. Lin Fan stepped into the kitchen, muttering to himself, "Ah, these carpenters and swordsmen, they can really eat." The large pot of rice he had prepared for lunch had been completely devoured, even the crispy bits scraped clean. However, it was for the best, with so many hands. The courtyard was considerably tidier. As he grumbled, he began to prepare dinner. First, he had to cook for himself and his guests. Then, he needed to prepare a special midnight snack for the increasingly plump and ravenous black pig in the backyard. With practiced ease, Lin Fan retrieved a heavy, dark iron pot from the corner, placing it atop the earthen stove. This pot had been a part of the novice gift package from the system, remarkably heavy, with thick walls and an entirely black surface, devoid of any embellishments. It appeared rather unsightly and cumbersome. Yet, Lin Fan was thoroughly pleased with it, for this pot was remarkably durable. Over the past 3 years, regardless of how he cooked or boiled, it had neither been damaged nor even acquired a speck of rust. Moreover, it conducted heat with remarkable speed, cooking far faster than ordinary pots. Lin Fan always believed it must be some high-tech alloy, the only truly useful high-tech item granted by the system alongside this farming and wellness app. However, the moment Gui's spiritual eye pierced through layers of space and fell upon that dark iron pot, boom, his mind and spirit seemed to be struck by a colossal meteor plummeting from the outer cosmos. He felt as if struck by lightning, his entire body shuddering violently, almost toppling from the tree. His eyes widened to the size of bells, nearly popping from their sockets. What had he witnessed? Beneath his spiritual gaze, that seemingly ordinary black iron pot was anything but mundane. What flowed upon its surface was an essence he could not comprehend nor dare to behold. The aura of chaos, the black marks adorning the pot, which appeared to be the residues of years of burning, transformed in his sight into profound and mysterious patterns, as if they recorded the entire cycle of the universe from birth to annihilation, the great divine runes. Inside the pot, it seemed to form a world of its own. The rim appeared to be the boundary of the universe. The bottom seemed to be the origin of all things. An ancient, profound, and weighty aura, as if it bore the essence of the cyclical existence and extinction of 3,000 worlds, surged forth from that pot. Merely sensing a fraction of this aura sent Lin Fan's previously steadfast heart, as stable as a mountain, into a violent upheaval, nearly causing it to shatter. This. Gui's lips trembled, his teeth chattering, producing a clattering sound as he pointed at the pot. Yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. He recalled a supreme alchemical treasure documented in the ancient and fragmented scriptures of the Danxia sect, a relic that existed only at the dawn of creation, when chaos had not yet been divided. It was said to be crafted from chaos itself, adorned with myriad patterns, capable of refining all things in heaven and earth, and reversing the interplay of yin and yang, the five elements. According to legend, it had long since shattered during the primordial divine wars, lost to the annals of time, the chaos cauldron of all things. The mere mention of this name sent his soul into a frenzy, as if his very essence quivered at the thought. From the depths of his throat, he struggled to voice it. At that moment, he felt as though the understanding of alchemy he had painstakingly built over millennia was utterly, mercilessly obliterated upon witnessing this cauldron. He had always believed that the nine-dragon sacred fire furnace, painstakingly forged by the founding alchemy emperor with celestial iron and the divine fire of the earth, was the pinnacle of alchemical vessels in the Xiantian continent. Yet now, in comparison, the nine-dragon sacred fire furnace appeared as mere, a radiant moon in the sky, to the dim flicker of fireflies on the ground. No, it was even less than that. At best, it resembled a lump of cow dung by the roadside. But that was not all. The most suffocating revelation was yet to come. He watched as the elder, after setting up the chaos cauldron of all things, proceeded to grab a handful of wilted vegetable leaves from a nearby basket, alongside a few unsightly tomatoes marred by pests, crooked carrots, and small potatoes deemed unworthy. In one swift motion, he tossed them all into the cauldron. At that moment, Gu He's alchemical eyes nearly shattered under the overwhelming impact of the profound Tao rhythms. What was he witnessing? Those limp vegetable leaves, in his eyes, undeniably contained the essence of magnificent life laws, akin to immortal herbs aged over 5,000 years. The rotten tomatoes pulsated with the rhythm of life and death, clearly embodying the legendary fruits of reincarnation. The crooked carrots, radiating a golden hue and brimming with spiritual energy, were unmistakably the essence of the Earth's dragon veins, taking millennia to form. And those small potatoes, each one was as round as a pearl, exuding the weighty laws of the earth, clearly suitable for concocting 8th-grade imperial elixirs. And now, these unparalleled divine medicines, fruits of the Tao, and sacred herbs, which could incite fierce battles among tribulation-stage ancestors if presented to the world, were being treated as kitchen waste, tossed indiscriminately into the chaos cauldron of all things, prepared for a brew. A surge of blood erupted uncontrollably from Gu He's mouth. He was not injured. He was incensed, infuriated to the point of spitting blood by such an extravagantly wasteful and outrageous act. He felt as though he had spent millennia living as a mere jest. In his quest to discover a millennium-old spiritual herb, he had ventured into the abyss, facing mortal peril time and again. Yet here, he found that the legendary herbs and fruits, aged for 10,000 years, were nothing more than scraps left behind by others, intended for swine. Refuse? Just as the ancient river's heart shattered and his worldview crumbled, nearly causing him to faint on the spot, he witnessed an elder in the courtyard. The elder lifted a bucket from the well of the nine heavens spiritual spring and poured its contents into the chaos pan of all things with a flourish. Following this, he casually grabbed a few seemingly ordinary twigs from beside the stove and tossed them into the hearth, igniting a fire. The ancient river's alchemical eyes instinctively glanced at the twigs. Suddenly, his pupils constricted to a perilous pinprick. He beheld, those twigs were entwined with strands of purer and more primordial than the fire within him, the essence of true solar fire, and the life rhythm of the world tree, using branches of the world tree, imbued with the essence of true solar fire, as kindling, utilizing the nine heavens spiritual spring as cooking water, employing the chaos pan of all things as a cauldron, treating the legendary herbs and fruits as ingredients. All of this merely to concoct a pot of swine food? No, it was too much. The ancient river felt darkness envelop him, as the last thread of reason within his consciousness snapped with a decisive, crisp sound. His eyes rolled back, unable to endure any longer, and he fell headlong from the towering ancient tree. Chapter 27. Is that pig the devourer of heaven? A dull thud resonated through the tranquil night. Gu He, the revered emperor of alchemy in the eastern domain, a figure of monumental stature, fell straight down from a tree trunk several meters high, landing amidst a soft patch of grass. Fortunately, As a powerful being at the tribulation stage, his body had been tempered by alchemical fire to an extraordinary resilience. Although the fall left him dazed, with stars dancing before his eyes, he emerged unscathed. Yet, the shock to his mind was far more profound than any physical impact. Lying on the cold grass, his vacant gaze fixed upon the dim stars above, his mind was blank, his spirit rendered catatonic. The terms, chaos cauldron, Tao fruit, sacred medicine, nine heavens spiritual spring, world tree, once confined to the most ancient and ethereal myths, now confronted him in a brutally direct and utterly transformative manner. Their roles were remarkably mundane. A pot, a heap of kitchen scraps, a bucket of water, and a bundle of firewood, all culminating in the mouth of a pig. What have I been doing all these 1,000 years? Goo, he stammered, his lips trembling as tears, heavy with age and regret, silently streamed down the creases of his weathered face. He recalled his own endeavors, how he had fasted and bathed, offered incense and prayers, meticulously controlling the furnace's flame. Fearful of the slightest error in concocting a seventh-grade elixir, he remembered the fierce battles he fought for a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb, scheming and even incurring immense debts of gratitude. He reminisced about the pride and joy that surged within him each time he successfully refined a superior elixir. Yet now, he felt akin to a child building sandcastles on the beach, who one day glimpses a divine kingdom, forged from celestial gold and immortal iron, floating high above the nine heavens. The disparity was not merely one of distance. It was an absolute, insurmountable chasm in the hierarchy of existence. A crushing blow that transcended dimensions. His proud alchemical prowess became a mere jest in the face of the culinary mastery of his predecessors, who regarded divine ingredients with the same indifference as one would treat mere weeds. Just as his resolve began to shatter, casting doubt upon his life's pursuits, even contemplating a shift from alchemy to the art of cooking, a fragrance wafted from the kitchen of the small courtyard, an indescribable, supreme, and domineering aroma, potent enough to enchant the very fabric of the 3,000 worlds, emanated from within. This fragrance was so rich, so pure, so commanding. It seemed to possess a life of its own, disregarding the barriers of space and the restrictions of this desolate realm, plunging directly into Goo He's nostrils. Then, with a thunderous explosion, it detonated within the depths of his soul and consciousness. Buzz. Goo He felt as if his entire spirit was immersed in the warmest, most primordial essence of the Tao. The fragrance of the elixir was not merely aromatic. It contained the principles of creation, the laws of reincarnation, the tenets of life, and the essence of the 5 elements. Countless truths of alchemy, which he had once desperately sought, yet could only glimpse in fragments, now coalesced in the most complete, harmonious, and perfect manner, manifesting as this intoxicating aroma before him. The lingering damage to his soul, a result of a failed attempt to concoct an ancient elixir, began to heal at an astonishing pace, nourished by this essence. A critical bottleneck, which had plagued him for 8 centuries regarding a fragment of an 8-rank imperial elixir recipe, was suddenly illuminated by this fragrance, and he found clarity in an instant, as if a veil had been lifted. What had once been an insurmountable conundrum now appeared as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Enlightenment. Enlightenment. Goo He's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. He sprang to his feet, shedding any trace of despondency. He was engulfed in a frenzied state of realization, his hands wildly gesturing before him as if simulating some alchemical technique, his lips murmuring, "So that is it. So that is it." The reversal of yin and yang. The unity of the 5 elements. It is not about forced amalgamation, but about discovering that singular point of chaos. By taking life as the guide and death as the medium, one can transcend the cycle of reincarnation and achieve the imperial elixir. I understand. I finally understand. Ha ha ha. Goo He let out a long howl towards the heavens, his laughter brimming with the ecstasy and exhilaration that had been suppressed for 800 years. Merely catching a whiff of the aroma from the elder's concoction had allowed him to break through the greatest bottleneck in his alchemical journey. This was not simply boiling pig feed. This was undeniably the crafting of a 9-rank imperial elixir. Moreover, it was a supreme alchemical technique that utilized heaven and earth as the furnace and all things as the ingredients. At that moment, the reverence and admiration in Goo He's heart reached an unprecedented zenith. He could no longer harbor even a flicker of doubt. All he desired now was to rush forward, kneel before the elder, and even if it meant merely being a humble assistant, he would have no regrets as long as he could observe the elder's unparalleled mastery of alchemy day and night. Just as he was filled with fervor and prepared to act, he beheld the elder emerging from the kitchen, carrying the cauldron of chaos. Filled to the brim with a steaming concoction radiating a spectrum of colors, exuding a fragrant aroma, with the essence of the Tao swirling within. Divine elixir porridge. Then, the elder approached the pig pen in the backyard. He poured the pot of divine porridge, capable of driving the entire Xiantian continent into a frenzy. Into the seemingly unremarkable stone trough, a series of impatient grunts erupted. A robust, jet-black pig, glossy and plump, with a stout tail, scampered out of the pen. Guhi's gaze instinctively followed the pig. As the alchemist emperor, his ability to discern various spiritual beasts and divine creatures was unparalleled. He initially believed that only beings of ancient, extraordinary lineage, if not true dragons or chelants, were worthy of such divine porridge. However, the moment his alchemical eyes fell upon the hefty black pig, the ecstasy on his face froze instantly. It was replaced by a terror, 1,000-fold stronger than when he first beheld the chaos cauldron, a dread that penetrated to his very marrow, rendering his soul momentarily paralyzed. In his alchemical vision, the seemingly comical pig, prancing clumsily, revealed an interior that was anything but flesh and blood. Instead, it housed a deep, dark void, continuously contracting and expanding, as if it could devour all light and matter, a singularity of space. It represented the very brink of cosmic laws. With every breath the pig took, it was not merely inhaling air but consuming the surrounding space and its inherent laws. Its rotund belly was not composed of fat, but rather an expansive, self-contained microcosm, ever-growing. Each unadorned strand of its black bristles appeared to be a divine chain forged from the purest essence of the devouring principle. A terrifying aura, emanating from the depths of its bloodline, ancient and primordial, enough to make stars tremble and instill fear in gods and demons alike, subtly radiated from the pig, albeit suppressed to an infinitesimal degree by the overwhelming power of this sacred ground. Yet, Guhi still discerned its origin. He recalled the final page of the tattered tome of alchemical scriptures, inscribed in blood-red ancient glyphs, detailing a forbidden being born from the primordial chaos of the universe. One that even gods and demons feared. Its form resembled a pig. Its nature was unfathomable, capable of swallowing the sun and moon and engulfing the rivers of stars. Its name was. Guhi's lips drained of color, and with all his strength, he forced out the three soul-shattering words from his throat, swallowing. Heaven. Beast. The legendary cosmic beast, long eradicated by the collective might of all realms for its overwhelming defiance. The first of its kind in the universe, the ultimate terror. And now, this taboo existence. This terrifying creature that feeds on the stars and rests upon the world, has actually been regarded by the elder as nothing more than an ordinary domestic pig, kept in the backyard. Moreover, it requires daily nourishment with the 9-rank imperial pill. Guhi could no longer withstand the relentless, cataclysmic shock of these revelations. He felt a sweetness rise in his throat, his heart blood surging backward, and a spurt of purple-golden blood erupted from him like a fountain. His vision darkened, his legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed once more into the grass. At this moment, he truly shattered his resolve, succumbing to unconsciousness on the spot. Chapter 28. Senior, your fire needs more fuel in the vast ocean of consciousness. A state of chaos prevailed. The Dan Emperor, Guhi, felt as though he had just emerged from a long and absurd dream. In this dream, he beheld the legendary chaos cauldron, being used by a young man to prepare a meal. He witnessed the mythical 9-leaf soul herb, treated as mere weeds and uprooted without a second thought. He saw the 9 heavens spiritual spring, coveted even by celestial emperors, utilized to irrigate an ordinary vegetable garden. He even observed the universe's fiercest beast, the sky-swallowing beast, behaving like a domestic pig, contentedly devouring a divine porridge made from Tao fruit elixirs in a stone trough. All this was so absurd, so contrary to his understanding, that he would rather believe it to be the deepest manifestation of his inner demons. Born from his obsession with alchemy, an illusion, everything was but an illusion. He struggled to awaken from this chaos. Yet, just as he was on the verge of consciousness, an intense, pure, and overwhelmingly potent fragrance of elixir penetrated his soul, yanking him back into reality. Guhi abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar, dimly starry night sky. The aroma that lingered at his nostrils was the supreme fragrance of elixir he had longed to inhale, one capable of breaking his bottleneck. And in his ears, he heard the contented sounds of chewing. Guhi stiffly turned his head. Not far away, the black sky-swallowing beast had devoured the divine porridge in the stone trough, now extending its tongue to meticulously lick the interior walls, as if unwilling to waste even a drop of broth. Meanwhile, the mysterious senior was holding a ladle, cleaning the feeding trough while affectionately chiding, "You glutton, all you do is eat. You eat better than I do, growing so plump. I wonder when you'll be ready for market." Reality. The scene before him was achingly real, so real it felt cruel. In that moment, Guhi's heart plummeted to the depths. This was no illusion. This was no inner demon. Everything was undeniably real. In this world, there truly existed a transcendent, forbidden being who treated the chaos cauldron as a pot, the sacred herbs as ingredients, the nine heavens' spiritual spring as water, and the sky-swallowing beast as a pig. After the pinnacle of fear came an even more intense and frenzied ecstasy, erupting from the depths of Guhi's heart like a volcano. Opportunity. This was the greatest, most incredible, most unprecedented opportunity Guhi, had encountered in his life, and since the founding of the Danxia sect. What of the seventh-rank Dan Emperor? What of the Taoist masters of alchemy? Before such an existence as this senior, he was unworthy even to be a mere fire attendant. No, he could not allow this. He must become the senior's fire attendant, even if it meant watching from afar, or merely inhaling the aroma of this pig's food each day. It would be an unparalleled transformation for him. If he could receive even a single word of guidance from the esteemed predecessor, it would suffice to liberate him from the shackles of the eighth-grade alchemist and grant him a glimpse into the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Should he miss this opportunity, Guhi would carry the burden of regret for eternity, forever sinking into despair. He was determined. A brilliance unprecedented surged in Guhi's eyes. He could no longer maintain any semblance of composure or restraint. He scrambled to his feet from the thicket, neglecting to brush off the dirt and grass clippings clinging to his coarse garments. A smile, the most humble, ingratiating, sincere, and obsequious he could muster, spread across his face. He sprinted towards the young man who was washing buckets beside the well. Lin Fan had just finished feeding the pigs and was now cleaning his tools. This pig, a fine black breed gifted by the system upon his arrival, was remarkably easy to care for, consuming anything in sight and growing at an astonishing rate. After 3 years, it had become robust and sleek, surely weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. Lin Fan contemplated slaughtering it when the weather turned colder, intending to make cured meat that would sustain him for an entire year. Just as he pondered whether to smoke or air-dry it for flavor, he suddenly noticed a ragged old man bursting forth from the nearby woods, his hair adorned with blades of grass. The old man bore a peculiar expression, one that seemed to oscillate between laughter and tears as he sprinted toward Lin Fan. Startled, Lin Fan thought, another one? And this one seems in a much worse state than the previous woodworkers and that sword-crazed lunatic. How long has he been starving? He looks like a refugee. Instinctively, Lin Fan attempted to evade him. However, Guhi was too swift. Before Lin Fan could escape, the old man was already before him. Then, to Lin Fan's astonishment, the old man fell to his knees, clasped Lin Fan's leg, and began to weep uncontrollably. "Predecessor! Oh, predecessor! I have finally met you," Guhi cried, his tears flowing freely, his voice choked with emotion. He had never experienced such excitement or loss of composure in his life. "Predecessor, I am but a wandering alchemist, a lifelong devotee of the art, who dares to consider himself modestly accomplished in alchemy. Yet today, witnessing you wielding the universe as your crucible and all things as your medicine, concocting the supreme divine elixir, I have come to understand what true alchemy is. I realize how limited my perspective has been, how utterly laughable. Your mastery of alchemy is pure and transcendent, having reached an unparalleled realm. No, you have long surpassed the essence of alchemy itself, attaining a state where your words manifest reality, turning stone to gold. My admiration for you is like the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, boundless and unending. It is akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. Lin Fan was utterly bewildered by the old man, who clung to his leg, weeping with such fervor. He stood there in a daze, his face a canvas of confusion. What was happening? What was this old man rambling about? Alchemy? Divine elixir? The realm of creation? Was I not merely boiling a pot of swill? What connection did this have to alchemy? And what was with the incessant monologue? Why did it sound so familiar? Lin Fan felt an insurmountable chasm between himself and these eccentric individuals, rendering communication utterly futile. He strained to extricate his leg, but the old man clung too tightly, making it impossible to break free. Seeing the elders seemingly struggling, Gu feared he had been overly forward, causing displeasure, and quickly released his grip. Yet, he remained kneeling, lifting his head to gaze at Lin Fan with tear-stained, earnest eyes, pleading, "Senior, I ask for nothing else. I only wish to follow you, to stoke your fire and gather your wood, to fan the flames and listen day and night to your supreme teachings. As long as I may stay, I am willing to do anything you command. I implore you, Senior." As he spoke, Gu repeatedly bowed his head to the ground with resounding thuds, causing his forehead to bleed. Lin Fan observed this spectacle with a mix of exasperation and amusement, yet predominantly felt a sense of helplessness. It became evident to him that this old man was of the same ilk as those he had encountered before, a group entrenched in immersive role-playing, unyielding until their objectives were met. There was no driving him away. To strike him seemed unthinkable, for he was an elder. To scold him would likely be futile, akin to playing music to a cow. Lin Fan sighed, his heart weary. Enough of this, he thought. After all, the carpenters in the yard have stayed, and there is a sword fanatic sitting at the gate. One more alchemist, one tea make a difference. More people, more chaos. What chaos indeed. I simply wish to live a quiet life as a humble farmer. Lin Fan raged inwardly, yet on the surface, he managed to force a smile that was more painful than tears. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the kitchen stove. It appeared neglected and was on the verge of extinguishing. An idea sparked in his mind. He pointed towards the kitchen and said to Gu, all right. Stop crying and bowing. If you wish to stay, see that stove? The fire is almost out. Go help me stoke it back to life." Upon hearing this, Gu was taken aback for a moment. Then a wave of overwhelming joy washed over him. The senior had agreed. He had truly consented to let him stay and tend the fire. What a blessing. What an honor. Yes, Senior, I shall obey. I will ensure the fire burns fiercely. Gu exclaimed in excitement, hurriedly scrambling into the kitchen and reaching the earthen stove. He gazed at the feeble, nearly extinguished flame within, his expression transforming into one of utmost solemnity and reverence. To him, this stove represented the source of the alchemical fire from the chaos cauldron. This flame is the supreme divine fire utilized by my esteemed predecessor in the crafting of the 9th grade Emperor elixir. It is the greatest honor of my life as a Pill Emperor to wield this sacred fire on behalf of my predecessor. With utmost care, I gingerly selected a seemingly ordinary piece of firewood from the nearby pile, preparing to place it into the hearth. I murmured with professional fervor, the fire is dwindling. I shall add some young wood to bolster the flames. Oh, esteemed predecessor, it appears that the fire in the hearth is lacking in fuel. Chapter 29. The divine soul of the eternal thunderstruck wood in the dimly lit kitchen. The faint glow from the hearth cast flickering shadows upon the aged face of the Dan Emperor, Gu, his features etched with fervor and reverence. He knelt before the hearth, his demeanor as humble as that of a novice stepping into the realm of alchemy. In his hands, he cradled a piece of ordinary firewood, carelessly taken from a pile. To Lin Fan, this was merely a damp and somewhat unburnable scrap of wood he had hewn from the back mountain after a rain. Yet to Gu, a 7th grade Dan Emperor who had immersed himself in the alchemical arts for millennia and possessed the ability to perceive the essence of all things. The moment his fingers brushed against the seemingly inconspicuous wood, time appeared to stand still. The very fabric of space seemed to freeze. At that instant, his soul was drawn by an invisible yet overwhelming force, transporting him to an ancient battlefield teeming with thunder and destruction. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of his soul, reverberating through his mind. He beheld the true essence of the seemingly mundane firewood. Through his Dan eyes, the interior of the wood revealed itself to be far from ordinary fibrous material. Instead, it flowed with serpentine, violet chains of the thunder law, akin to divine dragons coiling in grandeur. Each chain brimmed with an aura of unyielding masculinity, a terrifying essence capable of annihilating all. This aura surpassed even the most fearsome purple celestial thunder he had encountered during the 8th grade Emperor Dan tribulation, being exponentially purer and more ferocious. This was unmistakably the fabled eternal thunderstruck wood, born only through the legendary baptism of the world-destroying divine thunder, having absorbed the primal laws of thunder from the heavens and earth. However, this revelation was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the heart of this magnificent tapestry of thunder law chains, where, astonishingly, there nestled a sphere of soft, pure energy, radiating a luminescence akin to moonlight, a manifestation of life force. This energy was so untainted, so distilled, as if it were the very essence of all soul power in existence. Thunder embodies destruction, while life embodies creation. In this moment, these two diametrically opposed and eternally incompatible supreme laws coexisted within that small fragment of wood in a manner that defied comprehension, achieving a perfection beyond measure. Life and death intertwined here. Yin and yang danced in cyclical harmony. Within destruction, new life was conceived, and amidst despair, hope lay concealed. This, the name of a legendary alchemical material, existing only in the deepest recesses of the Tao of alchemy scriptures. A material so revered that even the first generation of Dan Emperor could only dare to dream of it, resounded like a thunderous bell, striking mercilessly upon the already shattered heart of Gu He, the divine soul wood heart of the 10,000-year thunderstruck wood. Gu He's teeth chattered uncontrollably. His body quaked violently, as if it might disassemble at any moment. The soulwood heart. According to legend, after enduring countless years and absorbing the boundless destructive force of thunder, the core of the 10,000-year thunderstruck would undergo an extreme reversal, giving birth to a pure essence of life's soul. This essence is none other than the soulwood heart. It embodies the supreme truths of life and death reincarnation, serving as the ultimate catalyst for all soul-related elixirs in the world. It is said that by merely adding a minuscule amount of soulwood heart powder, the size of a fingernail, during the refinement of the 8th grade Emperor elixir, the 9 turns resurrection pill, one could elevate the success rate of the elixir by a staggering 30%. Furthermore, it would reduce the potency of the alchemical tribulation by half. For any alchemist, this is a treasure worthy of sacrificing one's life. And now, this divine object, this astonishing material capable of driving the alchemists of the entire Xintian continent, and even those of the celestial realm, to madness, was casually tossed into a pile of firewood by a predecessor, treated as a fire poker, used to boil pig feed. Gu He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, a sweetness rising in his throat, almost causing him to spew forth an old mouthful of blood. Yet, he forcefully swallowed it back down with his formidable willpower. He could not spit it out. Absolutely not. To tarnish the sacred hall of his predecessor with the essence of their blood would be a grievous disrespect, a sin deserving of death. He felt as though his heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain nearly suffocating him. It hurt. It hurt so deeply. Never in his life had he felt such anguish. This was not mere squandering. It was akin to desecrating a revered legacy. A brutal strike against the dignity of the Dan Emperor that he had upheld for millennia. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, like a flood that had burst its dam. Cradling the soulwood heart, which he deemed a treasure 1,000,000,000 times more precious than his own life, he wept profusely, unable to contain his sorrow. Yet gradually, the anguish and indignation etched on his face began to transform, slowly, into a sense of acceptance, a profound tranquility following an epiphany. He comprehended. He understood once more. He finally grasped the true disparity between himself and his predecessor. It was not a difference in alchemical skills. It was not a gap in cultivation levels. Instead, it was a chasm of realms. In his eyes, this was the ultimate treasure. Yet, in the eyes of his predecessor, this was merely a piece of wood suitable for fueling a fire. Its worth was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary dry twig nearby, for both could ignite and provide the most primal warmth to the chaotic cauldron. This encapsulated the essence of their existence. The elder perceived the fundamental nature of all things, while he merely regarded their value. This delineates the distinction between mortals and deities, as well as the contrast between the Dan Emperor and the creator of the Dan Dao. I understand now. Gu, he murmured, his gaze transforming into an unprecedented clarity and brightness at that moment. All his astonishment, sorrow, and reluctance coalesced into the purest and most devout reverence and awe. No longer hesitating, he trembled as he carefully and solemnly placed the fragment of divine soul wood into the hearth. His posture and expression suggested that he was not merely adding fuel, but engaging in the most sacred of sacrifices. At the instant the divine soul wood made contact with the faint flame, an explosive surge erupted, a violet flame, imbued with the essence of both life and destruction, erupted violently from the wood. The entire hearth was instantaneously engulfed in this divine purple fire, which was so domineering and pure. The temperature within the kitchen escalated by several hundred degrees in that fleeting moment, transforming the space into a resplendent and otherworldly violet hue. Gu knelt before the hearth, feeling the terrifying heat wave potent enough to dissolve him instantly. Yet, instead of fear, a fervent and obsessive smile graced his face. He understood that this violet flame was none other than the legendary Nine Heavens divine thunderfire, a force that only an 8th-grade imperial alchemist could hope to control. And now, he was witnessing the birth of divine fire at such close proximity. He inhaled greedily, savoring and imprinting every nuance and principle of the divine fire in his memory. His heart was consumed by a singular thought: to contribute light and warmth to his predecessor's divine elixir, to become the fuel for the elder. What an immense honor this was. Chapter 30. The King of Ghosts disdained. The legend of the mortal farm spread through the upper echelons of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world like a whirlwind with wings, sweeping across the realm in less than a month. In an instant, the term's predecessor, Taoist temple, and opportunity became the most frequently uttered words among the prominent figures of various sects during their clandestine discussions. The righteous sects, such as the Qingyun Sword sect, the Yaoqi Sacred Land, and the Danxia sect, regarded the mortal farm as a revered sanctuary. They strictly ordered their disciples to keep a distance of at least 100 miles from the farm and to harbor no covetous thoughts regarding anything associated with it, lest they disturb the predecessor's tranquil cultivation and invite calamity upon their sections. In their eyes, having formidable beings such as Li Qingyun, the Yaoqi Sacred Lord, and the Dan Emperor Gu he served beside the predecessor was a tremendous honor and guarantee, as long as they could cling to the leg of this powerful figure. How could the righteous alliance not prosper for generations to come? However, the reverence and fervor of the righteous sects were interpreted quite differently by the demonic sects, particularly by those formidable entities within the demonic realm who had not managed to partake in the spoils of the blood demon sect. Jealousy distorted their appearances, and suspicion stirred their restless hearts. Among the demonic sects in the Eastern Domain, there existed one called the Wan Gue sect. Although its influence was slightly inferior to the recently ascendant blood demon sect, it remained a top-tier demonic faction that could instill fear in the hearts of righteous cultivators. The leader of the Wan Gue sect, known as the King of Ghosts, was a ruthless and bloodthirsty figure, having reached the late stage of the Void Return realm. He practiced one of the most sinister arts of the Xiantian continent, the 10,000 ghosts soul-devouring scripture. This technique required the sacrifice of countless souls to forge a life-bound treasure, the 10,000 Souls Banner. On the day the banner was completed, ghostly wails would echo, and countless spirits would emerge, capable of devouring heaven and earth, obscuring the sun and moon. At this moment, within the ominous and terrifying hall of Sunluo, constructed from the skulls of myriad beings, the King of Ghosts sat upon his throne of bones, listening to the bizarre tales about the mortal farm brought back by his spies. His eyes, sunken deep within their sockets and resembling two flickering ghostly flames, radiated disdain and mockery without reservation. He chuckled, a raspy and jarring laughter akin to that of a night owl, echoing throughout the hall and causing the kneeling demon generals to shudder involuntarily. A cucumber allows a saintess to ascend? A mere well's water grants the Dan Emperor enlightenment? A piece of firewood is the heart of a divine soul? The King of Ghosts extended a finger, withered and claw-like, tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his throne. As he spoke slowly, his tone dripping with derision. And that old blood river demon, how laughable! He steals a broken bowl and proclaims it a sacred artifact of the sect, truly believing he has gained fortune? In my observation, Each of you is utterly blinded, deceived by those hypocritical champions of righteousness. He abruptly rose from his throne, the terrifying demonic aura of his advanced stage enveloping the entire hall like a tempest of darkness. Illusion. This is undoubtedly a formidable ancient illusion. The voice of the Demon King resonated like the clash of metal, laden with resolute conviction. How could such an irrational phenomenon possibly exist in this world? It fundamentally contradicts our cultivation principles. It must be some ancient creature, having lived for countless millennia, nearing the end of its lifespan or suffering an irreparable injury, attempting to lure us with this supernatural charade, seeking to possess our souls for its own survival. That Li Qingyun from the Qingyun sword sect is nothing but a sword fanatic, obsessed solely with the blade, easily deceived. The women of the Yaoqi are even more foolish, easily beguiled by these flamboyant illusions. As for that old fool Gu He from the Danxia sect, humph, he must have concocted too many elixirs. Muddling his own mind, the Demon King paced back and forth in the hall, his gaze filled with disdain and burgeoning greed. He believed he had unraveled the truth behind it all. This is a deception, a grand scheme targeting the foremost powers of the eastern region. And he, the Demon King, would emerge as the hero who exposes this ruse. Ha! The foolish righteous ones regard this place with reverence and dread. This is the perfect opportunity for my Wan Gui sect to make a name for itself. The Demon King's eyes gleamed with a mad and cruel light. If only I lead 100,000 ghostly soldiers to raise this so-called mortal farm, drag out that ancient trickster, and before the eyes of the world, extract its soul and refine it into my Wan Hun banner. At that moment, who would dare to claim that my Wan Gui sect is inferior to that fortuitous blood demon sect? My Wan Gui sect shall become the supreme force of the eastern region and even the entire Xinjiang continent. This thought ignited all his ambitions and desires like a wildfire. He hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion of his hand, the banner hanging ominously in the hall, exuding an aura of ghostly terror, seemingly linking to the depths of the netherworld, let out a piercing wail and flew into his grasp. Proclaim my decree. The Demon King, holding the Wan Hun banner, roared like thunder, echoing throughout the blood-slaughter peak. Gather my most elite 100,000 ghostly soldiers. I shall personally lead the charge. I shall make the entire eastern region aware of this so-called mortal farm, this so-called venerable elder, before the 100,000 ghostly soldiers of my Wan Gui sect. Everything shall be reduced to ashes. With his command, the entire headquarters of the Wan Gui sect erupted with a surge of demonic energy. Countless sealed malevolent spirits, vengeful souls, and evil entities have been awakened from the depths of the earth, from the banners, and from the abyss. A multitude of dark, twisted figures, replete with agony and resentment, converge into a surging torrent of blackness. At the forefront stand 10 ghostly sovereigns, forged from the souls of formidable beings of the void return realm. Following them are 100 ghostly kings, created from the souls of nascent soul practitioners. Behind them, thousands of golden core spirits and hundreds of thousands of chi refinement practitioners. A terrifying army capable of effortlessly annihilating a top-tier sect has assembled in the brief span of a single incense stick. The Ghost King stands before his legion, brimming with ambition and fervor. He envisions himself shattering the farmhouse, trampling that old deceiver beneath his feet, and basking in the glory of being worshipped by the entire demonic path of the eastern domain. Onward, with a fierce gesture of his hand, he directs the myriad souls banner, his voice laced with boundless bloodlust and cruelty. Target, the mortal farmhouse. Flatten this land. Thunderous roars resound as the 100,000 ghostly troops transform into a colossal black cloud, casting shadows that obscure the heavens and earth. They exude an aura so terrifying it could wither all life, surging forward with an overwhelming presence, intent on crushing that sacred and inviolable realm spoken of in legends. Chapter 31. The 10,000 ghost army fixed in place. The night enveloped the world like an impenetrable ink. There were no stars, no moon. The entire expanse of the sky was shrouded in an even deeper, more ominous darkness. This darkness was a gathering of boundless grievances, hatred, despair, and the essence of slaughter, forming a black cloud that obscured the heavens. This cloud was the supreme reliance of the 10,000 ghost sect, the very foundation upon which the Ghost King reigned over the eastern region with his army of 100,000 ghosts. A cacophony of sinister laughter echoed. A band of fools, paralyzed by fear. Standing before the ghostly legion, the Ghost King hovered high in the air. His hand, as desiccated as a chicken's claw, gently caressed the banner of myriad souls that fluttered in the wind, emitting wails of ghostly lament. His face bore an unmistakable expression of disdain and mockery. He gazed down upon the mountains below, which, in his perception, were devoid of spiritual essence and utterly mundane, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of exposing a monumental deception. What of esteemed forebears? What of forbidden sanctums? Before my 10,000 ghosts devouring souls' formation, all illusions shall be utterly shattered. All living beings shall be reduced to the most humble sustenance for my banner. He, the master of the 10,000 ghost sect, the Ghost King whose name instilled terror across the eastern region, had practiced the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls scripture for over 3,000 years. Attaining the pinnacle of the returning void stage, he stood but a step away from the legendary crossing tribulation realm. He placed no faith in the absurd notions of fate and chance. He believed solely in power, absolute power. To him, the so-called mortal farms were merely the elaborate deceptions of a jaded ancient being employing ancient illusions to orchestrate a farcical scheme. What of cucumber ascension? What of well-water enlightenment? All nonsense. It was the self-righteous hypocrites of the so-called righteous path, fabricating ludicrous lies to mask their own incompetence and folly. And he, the Ghost King, would today be the one to tear apart this veil of shame. He would make the entire eastern region aware that the so-called leaders of the righteous path and the esteemed alchemical masters were nothing but fools ensnared by illusions. Only he, the 10,000 ghost sect, and only he, the Ghost King, were the true sages who had pierced the veil of truth. Minions. The Ghost King abruptly raised the banner of myriad souls, his hoarse, piercing voice resonating like the chilling winds of the abyss, echoing across the heavens. Crush it for me. With his command, the encompassing black cloud surged with fervor. The 100,000 ghostly soldiers roared in unison. Their voices, woven from the agony and despair of countless beings, were potent enough to alter landscapes and eclipse the sun and moon. At the forefront stood 10 ghost emperors, forged from the souls of powerful beings in the returning void stage, their essence tempered by millennia of resentment. Their bodies were as solid as obsidian, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly green flames, emanating a terrifying aura that could instill dread even in their peers of the same realm. After the Ghost Emperor, there exist hundreds of Ghost Kings, forged from the souls of cultivators at the Yuaning stage. They exhibit a myriad of forms. Some possess green faces and sharp fangs, while others have 3 heads and 6 arms, enveloped in a swirling miasma of demonic energy, exuding an aura of malevolence. Beyond them, there are tens of thousands of Golden Core and Foundation establishment-level ghost generals and soldiers. Together, they coalesce into a torrent of darkness, a black tide capable of instantaneously freezing all life and devouring everything in its path. It resembles a cataclysmic tsunami cascading from the heavens, relentlessly surging towards the seemingly insignificant and fragile mortal farm below. In their wake, vegetation withers instantaneously, reduced to ash. The earth fissures open, severing all vitality. The air is thick with an inescapable stench of death and decay. The Ghost King, hovering in the sky, gazes down upon his proud creation, a cruel and satisfied grin spreading across his face. He envisions the farm, along with all its supernatural trinkets, being utterly consumed by his 100,000-strong ghost army, leaving not a speck of dust behind. Crush, tear, devour. This epitomizes the modus operandi of his myriad ghost sect. This represents the purest aesthetic of the demonic path. Charge, charge, charge. The Ghost King fervently urges the myriad souls banner, reveling in the impending one-sided slaughter. The vanguard of the ghost army, the 10 mightiest ghost emperors, have already breached the perimeter of the farm. They roar menacingly, brandishing their bone blades and claws, forged from the essence of resentment, ready to rend the fragile fence and the entire yard into oblivion. Closer, even nearer, just a step away, just a single step, and they shall cross into the mist-enshrouded realm. However, at that very moment, as the vanguard's claws are about to cross the invisible threshold, an utterly bizarre and terrifying scene, one potent enough to freeze the Ghost King's heart, unfolds. The 10 roaring, Charging ghost emperors, upon entering the farm's domain, find all their movements, sounds, and fierce aura abruptly cease. They remain frozen in their previous charging poses, some brandishing bone blades high, others with mouths agape, faces contorted, all rendered immobile. Not a single motion. Immediately following this, the hundreds of ghost kings, the tens of thousands of ghost generals, the 100,000 ghost soldiers. Like a row of dominoes, all who have stepped into that territory are simultaneously ensnared by an incomprehensible, irresistible, unimaginable supreme power. There are no earth-shattering explosions, no resounding clashes of laws. Indeed, not even a whisper of sound. The once surging torrent of ghostly legions, reminiscent of a black tsunami, transforms within a breath into a still, silent, eerie assemblage of black sculptures. They were suspended mid-air, densely packed and layered, resembling a suddenly frozen black forest when viewed from above, exuding a sense of absurd yet terrifying beauty. What is happening? Above, the smile on the Ghost King's face froze entirely. His eyes, akin to ghostly flames, abruptly constricted into the most perilous needle-like slits. He sensed, just moments ago, a will that did not belong to this world, ancient, vast, and indifferent to the extreme, sweeping through the small courtyard below. This will was dismissive and casual, akin to a slumbering giant disturbed by a swarm of noisy flies, impatiently waving its hand. And then, his proud army of 100,000 ghosts transformed into 100,000 immobile targets. Move. I command you to move. A tempest surged within the Ghost King's heart as he frantically urged his divine consciousness, attempting to regain control of his ghostly army. Yet, no matter how he roared or howled, the ghostly forces below remained utterly still. It was as if they had completely severed their connection with him. No, impossible. The color drained from the Ghost King's face in that moment. He suddenly lowered his gaze to the soul banner, his life as treasure, in his hands. This soul banner was connected to his very essence, the foundation of his command over the 100,000 ghosts. As long as the banner remained, the ghost army would too. He attempted to establish a connection with the ghost emperors and ghost kings through the soul banner. However, the instant his consciousness penetrated the soul banner, he was horrified to discover the threads of divine connection, once tightly bound like lifelines between him and the 100,000 ghosts, had all been abruptly severed by an invisible force. Thud! The violent backlash from the severed connection struck the Ghost King himself instantaneously. He felt as if his soul sea was pierced by 10,000 burning steel needles, in excruciating agony. He staggered, reeling from the impact. A taste of blood, infused with primal demonic energy, surged forth violently. His breath, in that fleeting moment, waned to the utmost degree. No, this cannot be. He stared blankly at the soul banner in his hand, then glanced down at the still, silent, yet infinitely terrifying black sculptures below. His pride, his confidence, his ambition were shattered in that instant. For the first time, he felt a trace of fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Chapter 32. There are worms to eat. A chill, akin to the bone-piercing winds that sweep from the depths of the abyss, crept along the spine of the Ghost King, instantly freezing every inch of his flesh and every fragment of his soul. He finally comprehended that he might have committed a monumental error, one that could lead to his eternal damnation. This is not an illusionary formation. It is certainly not some nonsensical mirage. Even the legendary illusions crafted by celestial emperors could not possibly possess such unfathomable and unreasonable power. This is a domain that transcends the very laws of heaven and earth, an existence he could neither comprehend nor conceive. It is a realm where words manifest into reality. It stands as a world unto itself. Those rumors, those tales he had scorned, deeming them mere fabrications, struck him now like resounding slaps across his face. Mercilessly and brutally. What kind of existence have I provoked? The voice of the Ghost King trembled violently with sheer terror. His once desiccated visage now devoid of arrogance and cruelty, replaced instead by boundless regret and despair. He yearned to flee. His sole thought was to escape immediately from this terrifying place that screamed at his very soul. Yet, he dared not move. An intense instinct warned him that the supreme force, which had ensnared 100,000 ghostly soldiers, would descend upon him in an instant should he dare to stir, erasing him, along with his very essence, from this world entirely. He could only remain frozen in place, like a condemned prisoner awaiting the final judgment, enduring endless torment as he awaited fate's decree. Meanwhile, in the backyard of a humble farmhouse, a flock of robust, plump chickens with glossy feathers leisurely scratched at the earth, in search of their beloved delicacy, earthworms. These chickens were a gift from the system's beginner package when Lin Fan first arrived in this world. According to the system, this breed of chicken boasted firm meat and rich nutrition, and regular consumption would effectively enhance the host's stamina and fatigue resistance attributes. Lin Fan cherished these chickens dearly, feeding them a blend of worms captured from the mountains, mixed with vegetable leaves and grain husks, and occasionally treating them to sips of the divine spring water from the heavenly well. Over the course of 3 years, these chickens had been nurtured into something extraordinary. Each one was significantly larger than ordinary domestic fowls, and when they ran, they moved with a vigorous grace. Their beaks and claws were impressively strong. Not only could they easily devour earthworms, but they could also crush small stones from the ground, eagerly consuming them as a source of trace minerals. In their world, this farm was a paradise. The air here felt invigorating with every breath, and the soil, when dug up, revealed earthworms far superior in size and taste compared to those found outside, sweet and succulent beyond measure. However, today, the simple yet blissful lives of the chickens are about to encounter an unprecedented feast. Cluck, cluck, cluck-a-doodle-doo. The imposing rooster, resplendent with feathers akin to satin, known as the General, suddenly ceased its foraging. It raised its head high, and a flicker of human-like curiosity danced in its tiny, bead-like eyes. It had caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, one that sent tremors of excitement coursing through its very essence. This aroma was chilling and ominous, a harbinger of death and misfortune to any living creature. Yet, within the refined sensibilities of these extraordinary chickens, transformed by the sublime aura of the farm, this scent was akin to the finest catnip. No, it surpassed catnip, elevating their spirits a millionfold. It was a superlative tonic. A single taste could render their feathers more lustrous, their calls more resonant, and their eggs significantly larger. A transcendent elixir. The source of this enthralling scent lay just beyond the yard, and the quantity was staggering, so abundant that even the General found it hard to believe. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The General could no longer contain its inner exhilaration and desire. It thrust its neck upwards and emitted a resonant crow that pierced the skies, filled with fervor and summons. That sound transcended the ordinary clucking of chickens. To the ears of the hens and chicks, it unmistakably proclaimed, "Little ones, meal time. Outside, there are countless, incredibly delectable, giant worms. Charge forth. For the tribe. No, for the feast." Boom. The entire flock erupted in a frenzy. Dozens of plump chickens and hundreds of half-grown chicks, upon hearing the General's call, became consumed with fervor. They transformed into a disciplined, well-trained battalion. Flapping their wings, they surged forth from the vegetable patch, the coop, and every corner of the yard. They rallied behind the General, forming a somewhat comical yet undeniably audacious charge. Their objective was crystal clear. Beyond the yard lay a sea of enticing, dark-hued worms. Inside the house, Lin Fan had just yawned, preparing to check on the new kitchen assistant at Dan Huangguhi to see if they had ignited the stove. Suddenly, he was jolted by the uproar emanating from the yard. The cacophony of clucking, flapping, and running merged into a chaotic symphony. He approached the window, peering out, and was instantly filled with ire. Before him, his cherished chickens, renowned for their vigor, suddenly surged forth like a throng of desperate refugees, dashing wildly towards the yard's exit. Leading the pack was a particularly robust rooster, sprinting faster than the rest, as if a weasel were in relentless pursuit. Goodness, what madness has overtaken these gluttons? Lin Fan observed, torn between exasperation and amusement. All they think about is eating. Haven't they had enough? Must they venture out to wreak havoc on the crops? A sudden headache plagued his mind. Although there were no neighbors nearby, the mountains behind housed wild fruit trees and medicinal herbs. If these chickens were to uproot them, it would be a grievous waste. No, he must hastily retrieve them. Muttering to himself, Lin Fan hurriedly donned his shoes, preparing to chase after the chickens. He remained blissfully unaware of the distant, immobile legion, resembling a dark forest, lurking nearby. He certainly did not notice the Wan Gui's own master, nearly paralyzed with fear, standing before the ghostly army. In his eyes, the impending collapse of the sky paled in comparison to the frustrations posed by his disobedient chickens. The Ghost King knelt in abject terror and torment, awaiting the judgment of fate. Suddenly, he beheld a flock emerging from the farm he dared not gaze upon. Chickens? A seemingly ordinary assembly of slightly plump poultry? The Ghost King was momentarily stunned. His mind, still reeling from prior shocks, struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that this esteemed individual intends to humiliate me with a flock of chickens? Or might these fowl, like that dog, conceal a profound ancient power? His heart brimmed with uncertainty and trepidation. He watched as the chickens, wobbling and flapping their wings, advanced directly towards his immobile army of 100,000 ghosts. They came to a halt at the forefront, where the most splendid rooster, adorned with resplendent feathers, approached a formidable ghost emperor, forged from the essence of a powerful soul. The rooster tilted its head, its small, bean-like eyes curiously scrutinizing the dark, appetizing creature before it. Then, under the horrified, bewildered, and incredulous gaze of the Ghost King, the chicken slowly extended its seemingly unremarkable, sharp beak. Delicately, it pecked downwards. Chapter 33. Ashes to Dust. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Space, beneath the sharp beak, rippled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. The King of Ghosts widened his eyes, already filled with dread, fixated on the astonishing spectacle before him. What did he witness? He beheld a resplendent rooster, its plumage extravagant to the point of absurdity, akin to a curious child poking at a wondrous toy. It extended its beak, delicately, one might even say tenderly, pecking at the soul of the Ghost Emperor. A being refined through the secret arts of the Wangwuzong for over a millennium, solidified to the essence of adamantine, impervious to water and fire, unafraid of blade or battle. This was one of the 10 mightiest Ghost Emperors under his command, a terrifying entity capable of clashing head-on with equal-tiered beings of the void return and emerging victorious. The pinnacle of combat prowess within the Wangwuzong, aside from himself. Yet, at that very instant when the seemingly unremarkable beak, devoid of any discernible surge of spiritual energy, made contact with the Ghost Emperor's solid, jade-like soul. Pop! A soft sound. A clear, melodious tone, reminiscent of a child bursting a soap bubble. It suddenly resonated across the silent battlefield, thick with the aura of death. That sound was utterly insignificant. Yet, to the ears of the King of Ghosts, it bore the weight of the ultimate judgment of heaven, the cataclysm of the universe. He stood transfixed, watching as his proud, indomitable Ghost Emperor, at the moment of contact with that beak, bore no wounds upon its form. Its fierce expression remained frozen. However, from the point of contact, its entire soul began to swiftly, silently dissolve into nothingness, not merely dissipating, nor collapsing, but being utterly, completely, and irrationally erased from the very fabric of existence in this world, as if it had never existed at all. Not a trace of soul energy remained. Only the crisp pop lingered, echoing in the King of Ghosts' already vacant mind. This. The King of Ghosts' mind crashed entirely. His mouth agape. His throat produced a series of strangled sounds, yet not a single coherent word escaped his lips. He felt that all he had understood over the course of 3 millennia regarding power, laws, life and death, and existence itself, was mercilessly ground into the most humble of dust by this absurd and terrifying scene before him. Meanwhile, the magnificent rooster, after bursting its first delectable bubble, seemed momentarily stunned. It tilted its head, as if savoring the exquisite taste that had just melted in its mouth. Then, an unprecedented, fervent light ignited in its eyes. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. This is 1,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times more delectable than those plump, glistening earthworms in the backyard garden. Ha 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 ha. It suddenly threw its head back and let out a resounding crow filled with boundless joy and excitement. That sound seemed to announce to its companions behind, brothers, sisters, these colossal worms, they are edible and incredibly delicious. Don't be shy. Dig in. Boom. The entire flock erupted into a frenzy. They hesitated no longer. They transformed into a pack of yellow, black, and white wolves, wildly charging into the still, black forest composed of 100,000 ghostly soldiers. And then, the gluttonous feast that would forever haunt the Ghost King's dreams began. Pop! A tiny hen, no larger than a palm, hopped eagerly to the feet of a colossal Ghost King, needing to tilt its head back just to glimpse the king's knees. Curiously, it pecked gently at the king's ankle. The enormous spirit, forged from the souls of late-stage nascent soul cultivators, burst like a giant balloon pricked by a needle, instantly dissolving into nothingness. Pop! Pop! Two little chicks, frolicking and chasing each other, accidentally collided with a row of neatly aligned ghost soldiers. Those dozens of soldiers, crafted from the souls of golden core cultivators, made not a sound, vanishing like dewdrops under the scorching sun. Pop! 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 The crisp sounds of shattering resonated, merging into a symphony of joyful, yet cruel death. Dozens, even hundreds of chickens. They strolled leisurely through the ranks of the ghost army, weaving in and out as if they were children who had just entered a grand candy store. They would lick the colorful candies they found appealing, peck at the larger ones, their faces alight with happiness and satisfaction. Some chased after the drifting shards of soul power, believing them to be delightful specks of light. Others squabbled over a seemingly more delectable ghost general. Some even, having feasted to their heart's content, nestled comfortably on a ghost king's shoulder, preening their feathers. The entire scene brimmed with the joy of harvest, exuding a pastoral tranquility and serenity. Yet, all of this unfolded before the ghost king's one remaining eye, which bore witness to hell, a realm far more terrifying than the depths of the nine nether purgatory, the most profound, darkest, and most hopeless of hells. He could only watch in horror, gazing upon the culmination of a millennium's worth of effort, the slaughter of countless souls. He had barely managed to assemble a ghostly army of 100,000. This was the very foundation upon which his notoriety was built, the root of his dominance in the Eastern domain. This was his greatest reliance in aspiring to the pinnacle of the demonic path, even as he cast his gaze toward the celestial realms. Yet, it was all so easily reduced to a mere dessert for a flock of seemingly innocuous fowl. Treated as a snack to gnaw upon, one by one, they pecked and devoured them. The king of ghosts emitted a series of incomprehensible roars, akin to the wheezing of an ancient bellows. He yearned to weep, only to find that no tears would come forth. He longed to flee, yet discovered that his legs had long been paralyzed by fear, rendering him utterly powerless. He wished to resist, but reason frantically warned him that any act of defiance would only hasten his demise, leading to a more brutal end. His soul was inexorably tethered to the banner of a myriad of souls. Each ghostly soldier's obliteration felt like a dagger, mercilessly carving away at his very essence. 100,000 ghosts. That equated to 100,000 daggers. The heart-wrenching agony had surpassed the limits of physical endurance. His spirit was fracturing piece by piece. His foundation crumbled, inch by inch. In the span of mere breaths, the once imposing, ghostly legion that darkened the skies had become sparse and scattered. After a few more breaths, that obsidian forest had entirely vanished. Only a few plump chickens, still seemingly unsated, roamed the desolate land, searching for any stray insects that may have escaped their clutches. The world once again fell into tranquility. The oppressive, chilling aura of the ghosts had long since dissipated into oblivion. Warm sunlight bathed the land anew, casting a serene glow upon the territory that had recently endured such devastation, as if nothing had ever transpired. High above, the banner, now devoid of all souls, emitted a mournful cry as it drifted down from the sky, resembling a charred rag, gently landing before the king of ghosts. He stared vacantly at the tattered cloth, then turned his gaze to the flock that, having feasted to their heart's content, now ambled away with a swagger, oblivious to their kinship. His expression shifted from bewilderment to terror, and then to despair. Ultimately, all these emotions coalesced into a ghastly, deranged smile, more grotesque than tears. They have all been consumed. Madness, the master of the ghost sect, a formidable figure in the demonic realm of the Eastern domain, upon witnessing this scene, felt his once unyielding heart of darkness shatter utterly. Chapter 34. Are the ancestors' chickens so fierce? Silence enveloped the surroundings. In the vast expanse of the world, only the contented clucking of a few plump chickens remained, accompanied by the ghost king's dazed murmurs, reminiscent of a dreamlike state. He knelt upon the desolate land, where everything seemed to radiate tranquility and peace. The warm sunlight that bathed him did not bring a semblance of comfort. Instead, it felt as though he were ensconced in a frigid chamber, where temperatures plummeted to absolute zero, threatening to freeze even the blood coursing through his veins. He had lost so utterly, lost so absurdly, lost with such utter humiliation. He had not even laid eyes upon the so-called ancestor. He had not set foot inside that farm. He had not engaged in combat with anyone. He and his proud army of 100,000 demons were effortlessly devoured by a group of mundane chickens he couldn't even be bothered to glance at. Shame, an indescribable, deeply ingrained humiliation that penetrated to his very soul. Yet, more potent than the shame was fear, a fear so profound that it could make even gods and demons tremble, causing the heavens and earth to pale. An endless terror that stemmed from the very essence of life itself. In that moment, he finally understood. He finally grasped why that cunning old demon, Blood River, had instantly tucked his tail between his legs upon acquiring a mere broken bowl, no longer daring to display any arrogance. He understood why the sword-obsessed madman, Li Qingyun, from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, willingly stood as a humble gatekeeper outside that farm. He comprehended why the proud women of the Yaotai sacred land would relinquish their lofty demeanor to chop wood, fetch water, and undertake menial tasks that even the lowest servants would disdain. He realized why the self-proclaimed omniscient old man from the Danxia sect, upon arriving here, clung to others in tears, eager to tend the fire. They were not mad. They were not foolish. They were, in fact, the most astute, rational, and perceptive individuals in this world, for they had borne witness to the miracles of this place. They understood the nature of the being that resided here. And what of himself? This self-important fool, this arrogant imbecile who fancied himself all-seeing. How could he still entertain the notion of flattening this place, of exposing its ruse, of extracting the ancestor's essence to forge a banner? The Ghost King, upon this realization, struck himself fiercely across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed sharply across the silent wilderness. His cheek burned with pain. Yet, this pain brought a sliver of clarity to his crumbling mind. To die meant losing everything. As long as he lived, there remained hope. He recalled another rumor regarding the mortal farmstead. The arrogant and haughty devotee of the great Yin dynasty, who had brazenly shouted at the farm's entrance, was not killed after his powers were rendered useless by that divine beast. That esteemed elder seemed to possess no thirst for blood, as long as he could demonstrate sufficient sincerity, sufficient contrition. If only he could make the elder feel that he had fully recognized his errors, utterly relinquished all dignity and resistance, then perhaps he might still have a glimmer of hope. This was his sole and final opportunity. At this thought, the once dull and lifeless gaze of the Ghost King ignited with an unprecedented, fervent desire to survive. Dignity? The dignity of the supreme of the demon path? What was that worth compared to his own life? Reputation? The reputation of the Lord of the 10,000 Ghosts. Could reputation sustain him? Could it grant him life? In the face of absolute, inescapable dread of death, all pride and dignity became utterly worthless. He could no longer afford even a moment's hesitation. He even neglected to retrieve the completely ruined 10,000 souls banner. Facing the humble, tranquil farmhouse that radiated endless terror under the sunlight, he prostrated himself deeply, profoundly. He assumed the most standard, most devout, most humble posture of his life. 5 bodies to the ground. Bang! With all his strength, he forcefully struck his forehead against the hard earth. A dull thud resounded. His forehead instantly split open, blood gushing forth. Yet, he felt no pain whatsoever. His heart was consumed by endless remorse and supplication. Esteemed elder, he let out the most heart-wrenching, desperate, and regretful roar of his life with his already hoarse throat. Junior, the Ghost King of the 10,000 Ghosts sect. Failing to recognize the greatness before him, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I, in my ignorance and arrogance, dared to offend the elder's heavenly might, disturbing your serene cultivation. I deserve death. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for my sins. Bang, bang, bang. Like a madman, he repeatedly smashed his head against the ground. The heavy thuds echoed across the desolate wilderness. His forehead was already a bloody mess. His consciousness began to waver from excessive blood loss and intense pain to his soul. But he dared not stop. He could not afford even a moment's pause. Esteemed elder, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. I implore you, in consideration of my arduous 3,000 years of cultivation, spare my wretched life. I am willing to be a beast of burden for you. No, I am unworthy to serve you in such a manner. I would be content to be but a dog beneath your feet. No, I am not even worthy of being a dog. The junior seeks only to remain outside the esteemed elder's sanctuary, to guard and sweep the grounds, day and night repenting for his transgressions. His cries pierce the heart, filled with a desperation that is humbling to the dust. He has utterly relinquished all, entrusting his very existence to an unfathomable and terrifying presence. In a fleeting thought, in the distance, Li Qingyun, engaged in chopping wood, the Yaoqi Saint Lord, busy sweeping, and the Dan Emperor Gu He, tending the fire. All observe this scene from afar. Their faces betray not an ounce of sympathy, but rather profound disdain, mingled with a flicker of relief that only comes with experience. Humph! Yet another fool unaware of his impending doom. Li Qingyun scoffs, quickening the rhythm of his axe. To dare lead a ghostly army to intrude upon the elder's domain, only to be thwarted by the elder's guardian spirit, and to not have his soul obliterated on the spot, is a testament to the elder's remarkable mercy. The Yaoqi Saint Lord shakes his head gently, his tone imbued with an utmost reverence for the elder's formidable power. Dan Emperor Gu He, still shaken, wipes the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, I too once held such reckless disbelief. Thankfully, I merely stole a glance from afar and did not rush in. To have the opportunity to kneel before the elder and beg for mercy is, in itself, a tremendous blessing. They gaze at the kneeling, heart-wrenching figure of the Ghost King, and within their eyes, there lies a hint of envy? Indeed, envy. For they recognize that this fool, through his own folly, has secured a chance to confront the miraculous. This moment of divine encounter will serve as his boastful tale for a lifetime, if he is afforded a future. At this very moment, a flock of chickens, having feasted and meandered back to the courtyard, seemed to catch wind of the Ghost King's anguished wails. The leading rooster, curious, turns its head, tilting it slightly to observe the two-legged creature kneeling and knocking its head like a pestle. In its beady eyes, a flicker of human-like bewilderment and disdain appears. Then, with a flap of its wings, it turns away, strutting into the humble farmhouse, as if to declare, "What a racket! You disturb my digestion." Chapter 35. Beggar's Chicken and the Laws of Earth. Lin Fan paced restlessly in the courtyard. He had just stepped outside, intending to round up the chickens that had strayed out for a picnic. To his dismay, he was met with a scene that sent his blood pressure soaring. The once lush grass outside his farm had been transformed into a pockmarked wasteland by the reckless chickens, with patches of earth laid bare and the roots gnawed down to nothing. These gluttonous creatures had become increasingly unrestrained. Lin Fan fumed, hopping in agitation, his mouth spewing complaints. Each of them had grown plump and well-fed, living better than he did, and now they were desecrating his grassland. At this rate, his farm would inevitably be reduced to a barren desert. This cannot continue. Starting tomorrow, they must all be confined. Only 2 meals a day. No, just one. As he ranted and waved a bamboo pole, he herded the reluctant chickens back into their coop, passing by the new performance artist, who was prostrate on the ground. Weeping inconsolably, Lin Fan merely wrinkled his nose in disdain and sidestepped him. The stench of blood and an odd odor emanating from the man, reminiscent of the accumulated miasma and resentment of a Ghost King, made him feel quite uncomfortable. Another madman. Lin Fan shook his head, muttering to himself, and concluded that this individual seemed even more deranged than the sword-wielding figure at the entrance or the group of weeders in the yard. Why are there so many peculiar people flocking to this remote locale? Upon hearing this, the Ghost King trembled. He understood that merely surviving was a tremendous blessing. He cast a jealous glance at the others in the estate and quickly retreated, bowing profusely. Lin Fan stared at the bizarre figure, utterly perplexed, but quickly dismissed the thought. After securing the chicken coop, he glanced at the plump chickens and a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Humph, you dare to vex me? Tonight, one of you shall be my feast. He resolved to prepare a dish he had cherished before his journey, the famed beggar's chicken. Without hesitation, he selected the fattest, slowest chicken, which had been the most enthusiastic in its digging, and swiftly dispatched it with deft hands. Then, he retrieved his secret blend of 13 spices, concocted from a myriad of unknown herbs gathered from the mountainside, and generously rubbed it all over the chicken. He stuffed its cavity with freshly harvested mushrooms and bamboo shoots that exuded an enticing aroma. Next, he carried a bucket to the well by the Nine Heavens spring in the backyard, drawing a pail of crystal-clear, refreshing water. He utilized well water, which he had excavated from the rear mountain, seemingly the most ordinary of substances. However, in the eyes of the Yaoqi saint and others, it was imbued with the profound essence of the earth, a miraculous clay that had formed into a perfectly moist mixture. Finally, he tightly wrapped the marinated chicken with several large lotus leaves, exuding a delicate fragrance, specifically the leaves of the ancient ice-heart lotus, and then evenly coated it with a thick layer of clay. Thus, a large, clay-coated chicken resembling a hefty mud ball was completed. Lin Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. In the courtyard, he constructed a rudimentary earthen stove from stones and filled it with the soulwood kindling, previously chopped by Li Qingyun and others, which pulsated with the essence of thunder and vitality, igniting a fire. The flames blazed to life instantly. He tossed the enormous clay ball directly into the flames, burying it beneath the embers. Next came the patient waiting. An hour later, an indescribably potent and rich aroma, capable of intoxicating the very soul, wafted forth from the bonfire, permeating the entire farm. Li Qingyun, chopping wood, caught a whiff of the scent and felt his sword essence within him rejoice, as if cleansed anew. The Yaoqi saint, sweeping the ground, sensed that his foundational understanding of the Tao had solidified further, sharpening his insights into the laws of nature. Ancient Emperor Dan, tending the fire, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in his eyes, for he knew that his predecessor was once again concocting the 9th-grade imperial elixir. Lin Fan pried open the fire pit and extracted the enormous clay ball, now charred and as hard as iron, with a pair of tongs. He gently tapped it with a hammer. Crack! The hardened shell shattered, releasing an even more intense and commanding fragrance, akin to a perfumed explosion. Golden oil seeped from the cracks. The chicken, having been roasted to a crispy golden exterior while the interior was tender and falling off the bone, easily separated with a gentle tug. Lin Fan tore off a drumstick, blew on it, and eagerly took a bite. Delectable. The succulent chicken, combined with the refreshing lotus leaf, aromatic spices, and the umami of mushrooms, created a harmonious explosion of flavors on his palate. This taste was simply extraordinary. Lin Fan relished every bite, his mouth glistening with juices, utterly satisfied. Soon, he had polished off the entire 3 to 4 pound chicken by himself. After a hearty meal, Lin Fan let out a long, contented belch, feeling that life was utterly fulfilling. He glanced at the two halves of the clay shell, still radiating warmth and an alluring fragrance, and found them somewhat bothersome. Thus, he picked up the shell and, with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed it aside. Whoosh! The two halves of the clay shell traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, sailing over the farm's fence and disappearing into the dense underbrush beyond. In his eyes, this was merely the refuse left behind after a meal. The following day, a middle-aged cultivator clad in an ochre robe, with a sorrowful countenance and a languid breath, stumbled through a desolate mountain range in the eastern domain. He was Zhao Dizhu's, the leader of the second-rate sect, the Hutus sect, which specialized in earth-based techniques. As the sect master, he had cultivated the sect's signature technique, the 10,000 June Earth formula, to the mid-stage of the Void Return realm. However, 3 centuries prior, in his quest to break through to the latter stage of the Void Return, he recklessly forced his cultivation, resulting in a backlash that injured his foundational essence. For the past 300 years, his cultivation had regressed, now teetering on the brink of the early Void Return stage, enduring the torment of his damaged foundation daily. Suffering immensely, he had scoured famous mountains and rivers, seeking countless masters, yet none could heal his spiritual injuries. Today, upon hearing rumors of peculiar phenomena in this area, he ventured forth with a final glimmer of hope to investigate. Yet, after extensive searching, all he discerned was an unusual scarcity of spiritual energy, leaving him empty-handed. Just as despair began to engulf him and he prepared to turn away, his foot inadvertently kicked against something solid. Looking down, he saw a half-burnt clod of earth lying amidst the grass. Initially indifferent, his innate sensitivity as a master of earth techniques compelled him to bend down and pick up the half-clod. The moment it touched his hand, A startling vibration coursed through Zhao Di's body, rendering him immobile as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in horror. He felt it, a surge of pure, profound, ancient power emanating from this seemingly ordinary clod, akin to the very essence of the earth itself. The laws of earth, akin to a flood unleashed, rushed into his mind with unparalleled ferocity. Those laws were so complete. Those laws were so lucid. They seamlessly intertwined with fragments of the destructive laws of fire, a trace of the life laws of flesh and blood, and a hint of the creative laws of flora, life and death, yin and yang, the five elements. Within this small fragment of earth, there formed a perfect, self-sustaining cycle of the great Tao. This was Zhao Di's breath caught in his throat. The affliction that had plagued him for 300 years began to mend at the touch of this overwhelming yet gentle essence of earth, visibly restoring his injuries. His cultivation, stagnant for 3 centuries, erupted forth with newfound vigor under this force. Early void return, shattered. Mid-void return, pinnacle of mid-void return, late void return. In the brief span of a dozen breaths, he not only healed all his injuries, but also ascended through 3 realms in his cultivation, ultimately achieving the coveted late stage of returning to emptiness. Thud. Zhao Di's could no longer contain the tumult of excitement and ecstasy within. His legs grew weak, and he knelt, cradling that half-piece of the Taoist divine clay, which appeared to him more precious than life itself. With tears of joy brimming in his eyes, he directed his gaze towards the distant farmhouse, which stood remarkably tranquil in the morning light, and summoned all his strength to prostrate himself, striking his forehead against the ground 9 times with profound reverence. Junior Zhao Di's. Thank you, esteemed senior, for bestowing this supreme Tao soil, this kindness and grace, I shall eternally remember. Zhao Di's performed the utmost act of respect, bowing thrice and knocking his head 9 times towards the direction of the mortal farmhouse. Subsequently, he delicately cherished the divine clay as though it were a treasured gem, carefully stepped forward, and departed with utmost reverence. Chapter 36. The Assessment of Farm Laborers as the night deepened. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the backdrop of a deep blue velvet sky. However, within the confines of the mortal farm, a scene of exuberance unfolded, starkly contrasting the tranquil night. Lin Fan sat upon a rocking chair, purportedly crafted from scraps of soul-nurturing wood, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment as he gazed at his once peaceful courtyard, now resembling a bustling marketplace. Ever since the celestial maidens, who fancied themselves carpenters, had taken up residence in the Yaoqi sacred land, and the self-proclaimed fire wielder, the ancient Dan Huang, had successfully secured a position at Danxia sect. The reputation of the mortal farm soared to unprecedented heights, spreading through the eastern region's cultivation community at a bewildering pace that Lin Fan could scarcely comprehend. Consequently, his doorstep transformed into the most sought-after hotspot in the eastern region. Each day before dawn, the clearing outside the farm brimmed with individuals from various sects and esteemed families, even including some elusive old masters. Each one exuded profound aura and remarkable cultivation, capable of shaking entire regions with but a stamp of their feet. Yet, here they stood like the most humble of laborers, eagerly awaiting employment. Senior, look at my physique. I am undoubtedly a master at chopping wood. Let me in. I require no wages. I come with my own provisions. Bellowed a muscular figure radiating explosive strength, resembling an ancestor from a body-refining sect. Begone. How dare you disturb the sacred grounds of the senior? Senior, I am the master of the Tianshui sect, an expert in water manipulation. I shall take charge of watering your crops, ensuring each droplet resonates with the essence of life. Watering? That is trivial. Senior, I am the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley, fluent in the language of myriad flora. I shall vigilantly tend to your garden, pruning the branches to guarantee that your flowers bloom more beautifully than the celestial blossoms of the immortal realm. Senior, look at me. I sweep better than anyone else. As Lin Fan listened to the cacophony of self-recommendations outside, he felt a profound sense of overwhelm. It dawned upon him that he had not merely traversed into a world of cultivation. Rather, he had inadvertently opened a madhouse, and the patients arriving were increasingly unhinged. First, there were the madwomen who had fought over weeds, followed by the old coot clinging to a leg, wailing for firewood. Now, An entire crowd of fervent laborers, each more afflicted than the last, had congregated at his doorstep. Was there no end to this chaos? All he desired was a tranquil life, to be an unassuming farmer, to till the land, tend to chickens, sip tea in peace. Why was that so difficult? Senior. Just as Lin Fan contemplated closing the door and feigning his absence, a new wave of agitation surged within him. The newly appointed firekeeper, Gu He, cradled a cup of the Taoist tea he had just brewed from the wild leaves of the back mountain, approaching with an ingratiating smile. Esteemed senior, are you troubled by the disturbances caused by those mundane beings outside? Gu He, having honed his perceptive skills over millennia in the realm of alchemy, immediately discerned the trace of impatience concealed beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of his senior. In his eyes, an individual of such stature could effortlessly annihilate the insignificant pests outside with but a thought. Yet, he refrained from doing so. What did this signify? It indicated a benevolent heart, an unwillingness to indulge in bloodshed. But it also implied that his senior required a graceful exit, a solution that would uphold dignity while effectively alleviating the nuisance. This was indeed the perfect opportunity for him, the attentive firekeeper, to showcase his worth. Lin Fan cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, otherwise? It's unbearable, akin to a bustling marketplace. Can one not find peace? Esteemed senior, please do not be angered. Gu He quickly bowed, a look of understanding dawning on his face, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. I have a strategy that may alleviate your concerns. Oh, Lin Fan's interest piqued. What plan do you propose? Speak swiftly. Clearing his throat, Gu He adopted a tone he believed would resonate with his senior's sentiments, respectfully stating, Esteemed senior, consider this. Your esteemed domain is renowned far and wide, and all practitioners yearn to pay homage. Instead of blocking them, it would be wiser to establish regulations and set forth an assessment. Assessment? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Precisely. A spark of brilliance flashed in Gu He's eyes. You could institute 3 tiers of assessment, allowing only those who pass to enter your domain, serve you, and listen to the Tao. This way, you would filter out those truly fated and wise while keeping the unworthy at bay. Such a measure would not only affirm your authority and principles, but also restore tranquility to your space. Is it not a splendid idea? As Lin Fan absorbed Gu He's words, his eyes lit up with excitement. Ah, this old man, though somewhat eccentric, has proposed a rather astute idea. An assessment. Why did I not think of this sooner? If I devise questions they cannot possibly answer, they shall be stumped, retreating in defeat, and thus depart obediently. As for the questions, in an instant, Lin Fan's mind was flooded with countless absurd queries he had encountered online before his transference. A sly grin spread across his face, one that sent a shiver down Gu He's spine, a smile that spoke of profound satisfaction, as if his senior were preparing to impart a profound interrogation of the Tao. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, it was merely a sinister smile born of a successful conspiracy. Without hesitation, he cleared his throat, rose from the rocking chair, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled to the entrance of the courtyard. He gazed at the group outside, who had fallen into an instant silence, sitting upright like schoolchildren awaiting their teacher's query, and a cold sneer formed within him. So, you wished for noise. Today, I shall let you witness a dimensional strike from the blue star. After cultivating his emotions, he spoke in a tone he deemed profound and ethereal. You, who aspire to the great path and wish to enter my realm, heed my words. However, my domain does not welcome the unworthy nor the unenlightened. Today, I shall present 3 tests. Those who can solve them may enter and contribute to my humble abode. Those who cannot, your fate is not yet aligned. Depart swiftly and refrain from lingering in commotion. As his voice fell, an electric hush enveloped the gathering outside. All present held their breath, their faces displaying an unprecedented gravity and fervor. It has arrived. The great inquiry from the elder is finally upon us. This is an opportunity of unparalleled magnitude, akin to the sage's teachings of old, a celestial aura stretching 30,000 miles. Everyone pricked up their ears, pushing their consciousness to the utmost, fearful of missing a single word. Observing their tense demeanor, Lin Fan's heart swelled with delight. He cleared his throat once more and slowly articulated his meticulously prepared first question. First inquiry. In this world, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Boom. This question struck like a divine thunderbolt, reverberating through the souls of all the great ones. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? This seemingly simple query concealed the most profound and primordial ultimate philosophy of the universe. Is it a question regarding the origin of the cosmos? Is it inquiring whether the innate spirit birthed the physical form, or if the physical form is the vessel for the innate spirit? It probes the very essence of causality and reincarnation. At this moment, every mind began to whirl with frenetic energy. Lin Fan paid no heed to the shock written across their faces and continued, in a tone of calmness, to deliver the second question. Second inquiry: how does one fit an elephant into a refrigerator? Boom! Another bolt of celestial thunder. All those adept in spatial laws and formations trembled upon hearing this question, as if struck by lightning. An elephant into a refrigerator? The elephant symbolizes grandeur, the tangible essence. The refrigerator signifies the minuscule, the confines of space. Is the elder inquiring about the ultimate mystery of the infinite within the finite? This tests our understanding of spatial laws and the heights we have achieved. Cold sweat emerged on the foreheads of all present. Lin Fan gazed at their expressions of utter distress with satisfaction, secretly reveling in their discomfort. He resolved to deliver the final, most potent blow to utterly dismantle their psychological defenses. He paused, adopting an even more ethereal and insubstantial tone before slowly articulating. On your ship, there are 80 sheep. The ship has sunk. How many remain? An oppressive silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to the grave. All the prominent figures stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The ship has sunk? How many remain? This question, seemingly a mere arithmetic puzzle, bore terrifying implications when considered alongside the elder's vague and nebulous tone. Did the ship refer to the corporeal vessel that bears our souls, or to the very realm in which we exist? Were the 80 sheep representations of 80 living beings, or perhaps the 80 worldly afflictions, or even the 80 paths of enlightenment? And what of the sinking? Did it signify the annihilation of the physical form, the return of the soul to the void, or perhaps the cataclysmic collapse of the entire world back into chaos? The inquiry of how many remain probes deeper. When all is rendered void, what, then, is eternal? What constitutes existence? Is it the immutable nature of cause and effect, or the everlasting essence of the spirit? Or could it be that all is emptiness? A collective gasp reverberated through the assembly. A chorus of shock and trepidation etched upon their faces. They finally comprehended the sheer terror that lay behind the elder's examination. This was not merely an assessment. It was an ultimate interrogation that pierced the very essence of the Tao, emanating from the depths of their souls. To answer correctly would elevate one to celestial heights, granting access to the true path. To answer incorrectly would likely result in the shattering of one's Tao heart, leading to the obliteration of the soul. Chapter 37. The Inquiry of the Great Tao Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space outside the humble abode of mortals, a place that once echoed with the clamor of a bustling marketplace, now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Gathered here were the most exalted figures of the Eastern Realm's cultivation world, a cadre of individuals perched atop the pyramid of power. They were the lords of sects wielding the authority over life and death of countless beings, ancient hermits who had lived for millennia, and prodigious talents hailed as once-in-a-millennium geniuses. Their states of mind had been tempered by the passage of time and countless experiences of life and death, polished to a mirror-like clarity, devoid of ripples. Yet, at this moment, every face among them bore an unmistakable expression, solemnity, trepidation, and an uncontainable fervor. They stood or sat in a daze, some in meditation, resembling statues ensorcelled by a spell of stillness, their minds echoing with three seemingly simple, yet profoundly enigmatic inquiries that seemed to encapsulate the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? How does one fit an elephant into a refrigerator? The ship has sunk. How many of the 80 sheep remain? At that moment, an elder clad in a crimson robe, radiating an intense heat with a flame insignia upon his brow, was seated cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, veins bulging upon his forehead, sweat cascading down like rain. He was the lord of the Fire God Palace in the southern region, renowned for his explosive temper and unparalleled mastery of fire manipulation, a formidable presence in the late stage of the Void Return realm. At this instant, A tumultuous wave raged within the ocean of his soul. Chicken egg, this was clearly an inquiry into whether the primal fire birthed the cauldron of all things, or if the cauldron of all things gave rise to the post-heaven fire. Fire represents the chicken, while the cauldron symbolizes the egg. Fire emerges from the cauldron, and the cauldron is formed by the fire. This is an unsolvable deadlock, a paradox of cause and effect. Was the Elder's question meant to enlighten us, urging us to transcend causality and pierce through the cycle to grasp the true essence of the Tao of alchemical fire? But how does one transcend? The fire god Palace's lord felt as though his mind were on the verge of exploding. He perceived his comprehension of the laws of fire, honed over millennia, as utterly superficial and laughable in the face of this singularly simple question. Meanwhile, an elder in a Bagua Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura, clutched a tortoise-shell compass. Fixated on the second inquiry, murmuring incantations as his fingers feverishly calculated upon the compass. He was the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, famed for his prowess in divining the heavens and predicting the future, said to glimpse fragments of fate's trajectory. However, at this moment, he found his divination techniques rendered entirely ineffective. Elephant refrigerator the grand, and the minute the tangible and the intangible. The elder's question was far from a mere spatial riddle. The common notion of the mustard seed containing Mount Meru merely involves folding space, yet the essence of the substance of the elephant and the form of the refrigerator fundamentally conflict in their laws. Forcibly cramming will only lead to the collapse of space and chaos of the laws. Therefore, the only possibility is. The master of the celestial mechanism pavilion's eyes suddenly radiated a terrifying brilliance. Decompose, then reconstruct. Disassemble the essence of the elephant into the most fundamental particles of the Tao, and send them into the refrigerator, this miniature world, using the laws of the refrigerator as a framework to reconstruct the form of the elephant. This transcends mere spatial techniques. This is the legendary creation method that only the creator God can master. Upon realizing this, the master of the celestial mechanism pavilion felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He forcibly attempted to deduce this forbidden technique and suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura swiftly diminishing. Yet, rather than feeling fear, a frenzied smile appeared on his face. So the elder was using this method to reveal a glimpse of creation to us. As for the third question, the ensuing debate was the most intense. Almost all the mighty beings were caught in a whirlwind of frenzied brainstorming. A figure draped in a black cloak, exuding a chilling, murderous aura, sneered, "Humph. A bunch of fools. This question is utterly simple. The ship has sunk. The sheep have perished, yet their souls remain. As long as I raise the soul-refining banner, I can naturally collect the souls of all 80 sheep into the banner. Therefore, not a single one is lost, still 80. No sooner had he spoken than a venerable monk clad in golden robes, exuding a dignified aura with a halo behind his head, immediately chanted a Buddhist mantra in rebuttal. Amit Ba? Your words are erroneous, benefactor. What you perceive is merely the manifestation of souls, not the essence of sheep. The ship's sinking signifies the extinction of the physical body. The sheep's death represents the cessation of worldly ties. Both body and worldly ties are illusions. The elder's inquiry is whether, when all returns to emptiness, what, in essence, is existence? In my view, the sheep are no longer sheep. The ship is no longer a ship. All is void. Thus, not a single one remains. Nonsense. The dark figure erupted in fury. You bald donkey, what do you understand? Existence is justification. If the soul is immortal, then there is eternal life. You are attached to form. The monk shook his head, a look of compassion on his face. I believe it is you who is attached. Boom. The two, unable to reconcile their words, were about to clash. The dark figure's hand swirled with black mist, while the monk was enveloped in radiant golden light. Two drastically opposing yet equally terrifying energies collided in the atmosphere, producing a sizzling sound. At this critical moment, a cold, sharp sword intent, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul, swept forth. Clang! At the entrance of the farmstead, the sword madman Li Qingyun, who had been seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. He did not even rise. He merely cast a cold glance at the two individuals, who dared to act presumptuously before the esteemed elder's sanctuary. His voice, though soft, resonated like the chill of the ethereal ice, instantly extinguishing any remnants of anger and combativeness within them. The formidable sorcerer and the venerable monk trembled, retreating a step as they sensed the pure and lethal sword intent emanating from Li Qingyun, which felt capable of cleaving them in twain at any moment. In that moment, they suddenly recalled the significance of their surroundings. They had nearly engaged in a brawl at the very threshold of the Elder's abode over a mere answer to a question. What recklessness! The two, now petrified, quickly suppressed their auras and bowed deeply towards the direction of the farmhouse in apology. They were utterly foolish to disturb the Elder's tranquility. Li Qingyun snorted coldly, choosing to disregard them as he gradually rose, directing his gaze towards the young figure in the courtyard, diligently watering the vegetable patch. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. For amidst the earlier debate, he had found his answer. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, the sovereign of the Yaoqi, who was chopping wood, and the Emperor Dan, who was sweeping, along with all the laborers present, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the three profound inquiries posed by the elder. They were enveloped in a sense of profound relief. Grateful to be internal staff, they were fortunate to escape the daunting task of answering such terrifying questions. They quietly observed the group outside, who were fidgeting restlessly, even on the verge of physical confrontation, like ants on a hot skillet. A sense of superiority arose within them. These mere mortals, unable to grasp the elder's Zen wisdom, yet they dare to seek the path of enlightenment? It was truly laughable. As the sovereign of the Yaoqi chopped wood, she silently derided them in her heart. Then, glancing at the axe in her hand, deemed by Li Qingyun as the divine axe of creation, and at the pile of divine wood, which the Emperor Dan regarded as supreme material, she mused. The elder's question had long been answered. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Naturally, the elder preceded them both. If the elder wished for there to be a chicken, then there would be a chicken. If the elder desired an egg, then there would be an egg. Could an elephant fit into a refrigerator? With a mere thought from the elder, not just an elephant, but the entirety of the Xiantian continent could be contained within that artifact known as the refrigerator. As for the 80 sheep, fools, how could there possibly be a shipwreck in the elder's abode? This was clearly a trick question, testing our faith in the elder. With this realization, the sovereign of the Yaoqi intensified her efforts in chopping wood, feeling as though she had attained a new level of understanding. Chapter 38. Those who passed the assessment 7 days and 7 nights. For an entire week, outside the humble abode of mortals, an academic symposium of unprecedented scale, the highest level ever witnessed in the eastern domain of the cultivation world, unfolded. Its topics were as enigmatic as they were profound, and finally, it approached its conclusion. The esteemed cultivators who had come in search of enlightenment expended nearly all their knowledge and wisdom during this time. Some appeared haggard, their eyes bloodshot, as if they had endured cataclysmic battles. Others, however, radiated vitality, their spirits soaring, as if they had glimpsed a fragment of heavenly truth amidst the rigorous interrogation of the Tao, subtly advancing their cultivation. As the chief examiner, Lin Fan also found the past week to be quite excruciating. He had initially believed that the 3 ultimate absurd questions he posed, derived from Earth, would dissuade these ancient sages, causing them to disperse like birds and beasts. Yet, who could have anticipated that they not only remained but camped out at his doorstep? Invigorated as if by a potent elixir, from dawn till dusk, they engaged in fervent debates steeped in philosophical discourse, leaving him with a throbbing headache, unable to even take a proper afternoon nap. Today, he could no longer endure it. Enough. Silence everyone. Lin Fan, with a dark expression, pushed open the fence gate and faced the suddenly quieted assembly of distinguished figures, who gazed at him in unison. He brusquely exclaimed, after 7 days and nights, "Have you reached any conclusions? Does anyone have answers? Those with answers, step forward and share them. If you speak the truth, you may stay. If not, return whence you came. Do not block my doorway and disturb my farming." His tone was laced with impatience. Yet, to those outside, this proclamation was perceived as the precursor to a grand discourse from a venerable master, a divine opportunity to receive personal insights into their fates. Their hearts raced, for they understood that the moment determining their destinies had arrived. The first to step forward was the sword fanatic, Li Qingyun. He had grown increasingly restless. Throughout the week, he had deciphered the essence of his swordsmanship from the seemingly casual gestures of his seniors. He approached Lin Fan with measured steps, bowing respectfully. With eyes ablaze and a voice resonant and powerful, akin to a sword unsheathed, he responded to the first query. Honorable Senior, regarding the inquiry of which came first, the chicken or the egg, my answer is. He paused dramatically, a brilliant sword light igniting in his gaze. The sword. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, clearing his ears, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? It is the sword. Li Qingyun's voice brimmed with unwavering confidence and determination. The chicken represents the fruit, and the egg symbolizes the cause. The cycle of cause and effect is infinite, a fundamental principle of the heavenly Tao. However, the sword embodies sharpness and decisiveness. It is the blade that cleaves through all illusions, severing the ties of causation. Only by severing the chain of causality with supreme sword intent can one escape the cycle and behold the true self at the source. Thus, at the beginning of all things, it is neither the chicken nor the egg, but rather that unwavering sword that cleaves through the chaos. Upon completing his declaration, an intensely pure sword intent surged forth from his being, causing the surrounding space to resonate with a profound hum. In the courtyard, the Yaoqi Saint Lord and others, who were sweeping the ground, were rendered utterly astonished. Such an overwhelmingly audacious revelation of the sword path. This Li Qingyun truly embodies the essence of a sword enthusiast. Having grasped such an astonishing sword philosophy from the inquiries of his predecessors. However, Lin Fan, after hearing this impassioned and somewhat eccentric speech, found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth? What do the chicken and egg dilemma have to do with swords? This person truly seems unhinged, and in a rather severe way. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Fan considered that although he could not comprehend it, this answer certainly sounded rather impressive. It was somewhat reminiscent of the lofty declarations made by protagonists in the fantasy novels he had read. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, there is no definitive answer. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, adopting a rather perfunctory tone. All right then, although I have no idea what you are saying, it sounds quite formidable. You have passed. From now on, you shall be responsible for chopping firewood at my home. Thank you, Senior. Li Qingyun, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy. He bowed deeply to Lin Fan, then, trembling with excitement, seized the coveted heaven-splitting divine axe and hurried to a corner of the courtyard, beginning to diligently chop the divine wood. In his eyes, the senior had acknowledged his sword path and bestowed upon him the unparalleled glory of wielding destruction and creation. The second to step forward was the Yaoqi Saint Lord. She had also long since contemplated her answer. She gracefully approached, offering a respectful bow to Lin Fan, and softly responded to the second inquiry. Esteemed Senior, regarding the query of how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator, I believe it can be accomplished in 3 steps. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Finally, a sensible individual had come forward. The Yaoqi Saint Lord spoke with a calm demeanor. The first step is to open the door of the refrigerator, which symbolizes opening the world to embrace all things. The second step is to place the elephant inside, representing the path is fundamentally simple, pointing directly to the heart. The third step is to close the door of the refrigerator, signifying accomplishing the task and retreating, concealing one's achievements and reputation. Though this inquiry may appear simple, it contains profound Zen wisdom, reminding us that on the path of cultivation, we must not complicate the simple. Rather, we should simplify the complex, returning to the essence, for that is the true path. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Although he found the earlier notions of opening the world in the path is fundamentally simple perplexing, the core logic of executing it in 3 steps was indeed correct. Well, that is a satisfactory answer. Lin Fan remarked with contentment. You have also passed. From now on, the cleanliness of the courtyard shall be entrusted to you. Thank you, Senior. The Lord of the Yao Pond was overwhelmed with emotion, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. She felt as though she had been bestowed with the most sacred of responsibilities. The elder had recognized her simple yet profound understanding of the Tao and entrusted her with the task of clearing the dust from the sacred grounds, safeguarding this pure land. The third to step forward was, of course, the Emperor of Alchemy, Gu He. He now held Lin Fan in profound admiration, revering him to the core. Trembling, he approached and knelt, fervently responding to the third inquiry. I humbly report to the God of Alchemy, oh no, esteemed elder. Regarding the question, the ship has sunk. How many sheep remain? I believe none are left. Oh, Lin Fan observed him with keen interest. Why is that? Gu He, with a grave expression, replied, Esteemed elder, all things have their beginnings and ends. Life and death are but cycles. The ships sinking and the sheep perishing signify the return to dust. When form has perished, spirit disperses and causal ties are severed, existence ceases to be. Thus, all is void, all is illusory, and naturally none remain. He believed the elder's query was a test of whether he had discerned the boundaries between life and death, existence and non-existence. After listening, Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. While he personally leaned towards the answer of 80 dead sheep still remaining, the old man's words seemed to carry substantial philosophical weight. He appeared quite cultured. Very well. I shall concede your point. Lin Fan nodded. You have passed. From now on you shall tend to the fires in the kitchen. Thank you, God of creation. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, until my last breath. Gu He, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy as he scurried back to the kitchen, cradling the pile of divine soul wood, blissfully on the verge of fainting. Thus, Lin Fan, relying on the standard answers he brought from Earth and his whimsical criteria, assessed over a dozen individuals throughout the day. Some claimed that eggs were round, representing chaos. Thus the egg came first, and he assigned them to feed the chickens. Others asserted that refrigerators were made of iron, belonging to the metal element, while elephants were crafted from wood, belonging to the wood element, and since metal overcomes wood, they were tasked with repairing the fence. Eventually, Lin Fan succeeded in assembling a team comprising masters of swordsmanship, lords of sacred grounds, great alchemists, masters of formations, and divine craftsmen, a veritable agricultural brigade, unparalleled in the annals of the Xiantian continent. Meanwhile, those who failed the assessments lamented and expressed deep regret. Yet, they did not depart. Instead, they were more convinced than ever that the elder's profound inquiries contained truths yet to be unraveled. Thus, they remained outside the farm, day and night, immersed in contemplation, creating a spectacular scene of seekers of the Tao. Lin Fan gazed upon the industrious free laborers in his courtyard and then glanced at the group of contemplative onlookers outside. He sighed deeply. Alas, my farm shall likely never know peace again. Never mind, there is strength in numbers. It is precisely the right time to cultivate that piece of land in the back mountain. Chapter 39. The crisis of the Great Yin Dynasty as the mortal farmstead became increasingly vibrant and peculiar due to an unconventional labor assessment. Far away in the heart of the eastern domain, within a grand and majestic capital shrouded in purple mist, a heavy and oppressive gloom pervaded the atmosphere. This was the imperial city of Yanjing, the seat of the Great Yin Dynasty, which ruled over the most prosperous expanse of the eastern domain for a staggering 100,000 years, striking awe across the lands. At this moment, deep within the imperial city of Yanjing, in the revered purple micropalace that symbolized the supreme imperial authority, all core members of the royal family and high-ranking officials knelt solemnly outside the palace, their expressions grave and their hearts heavy, not daring to utter a single breath. Within the palace, upon the dragon bed crafted from 10,000-year-old warm jade and inscribed with a spirit-congregating formation, lay an elderly man whose visage was withered and whose breath was faint, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He was the stabilizing force of the Great Yin Dynasty, a man who had single-handedly upheld the nation's fortune for 8,000 years, revered as the current Emperor Yin. Once a formidable figure who commanded respect and struck fear across the world, the Emperor Yin had established the nation through martial prowess and governed with laws. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Void Return realm a millennium ago, only a step away from the legendary Crossing Tribulation realm. Under his reign, the Great Yin Dynasty flourished, bringing peace and prosperity like never before. However, even heroes cannot withstand the ravages of time. Despite being a powerful entity in the Void Return realm, his lifespan was reaching its inevitable conclusion. The flame of life within him was dimming irreversibly, flickering out. Once the Emperor Yin passed away, the newly appointed crown prince, though gifted and intelligent, remained young and inexperienced, lacking the necessary prestige. At that time, the ambitious feudal lords and rival dynasties that had long coveted the bountiful lands of the Great Yin would surely seize the opportunity to strike. Rising in rebellion against the throne, the entire Great Yin Dynasty, a colossal ship that had sailed for 100,000 years, would find itself plunged into a cataclysm of war, torn asunder in an instant, in a desperate bid to save the emperor's life and the fate of the entire dynasty. The royal family had exhausted every possible means. They depleted the treasury accumulated over millennia, scouring major auction houses for all manner of legendary treasures rumored to extend life. 1,000-year blood ginseng, 10,000-year stone milk, immortal herbs. These treasures, which would incite frenzied competition among cultivators in the outside world, were offered to the emperor as if they were worthless. They even made solemn promises to summon several elders from the Danxia sect to concoct longevity elixirs specifically for the emperor. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The flame of life within the emperor continued inexorably towards its extinguishment. All the imperial physicians and alchemists have arrived at the same conclusion, Your Majesty. The decree of destiny has arrived, and no medicinal remedy can avail. Please, prepare for the inevitable. Despair, a profound despair, akin to dark clouds, envelopes the hearts of every member of the Da Yin royal family. Just as the entire imperial court succumbed to a somber silence and sorrow, a message, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness, was brought to this desolate place by a prince connected by marriage to the Qingyun sword sect. Father, grandfather, there is still hope, a final glimmer of hope. The young prince dashed into the Ziwei palace, his face flushed with excitement, contorted with fervor. I have just received astounding news from my cousin at the Qingyun sword sect. In a remote mountain range within the eastern region, there exists a forbidden sanctuary known as the Mortal Farmstead. It is said that the master of this sanctuary is an unparalleled existence, one from whom even the immortal emperors would shy away. It is said that within the garden of that sanctuary grows divine fruits capable of enabling one to ascend to the heavens and reshape their foundation of the Tao. It is said that not long ago, a near-fallen saintess from the Yaoqi sacred land ascended to the skies instantly after consuming a cucumber from there. Such words would typically be dismissed as mere fantasies or absurdities. Yet, in this moment, amidst the shroud of despair, they served as a lifeline that everyone clung to desperately. Divine fruits, elixirs of longevity. On the dragon bed, the once fading emperor of Yin, barely clinging to life, upon hearing the words divine fruits, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his murky eyes, unprecedented in its radiance. The will to survive pulled him back from the brink of death with sheer determination. Quickly, he exerted the last vestige of his strength, his cracked lips forming a faint yet urgent plea. Immediately, assemble a delegation, spare no expense. Procure the divine medicine. Chapter 40. The arrogant envoy. The edict of the Flame Emperor acted as a potent tonic, revitalizing the languid atmosphere of the imperial city of Flame Capital in an instant. A series of the highest-level imperial decrees emanated from the Purple Star Palace. The vast machinery of the Great Flame Dynasty, in pursuit of this final glimmer of hope, commenced operations with an unprecedented fervor and efficiency. In the shortest span of time, an envoy delegation, luxurious to the utmost degree, was assembled. This entourage comprised hundreds of elite royal guards, each possessing the formidable prowess of the Golden Core stage, providing escort along the journey. At the helm was the esteemed Lu Qingyan, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator deeply trusted by the Flame Emperor, who was tasked with safeguarding the royal treasury. To demonstrate their sincerity to the reclusive master, the royal family nearly depleted half of the national treasury. Treasure chests crafted from pure gold were lifted onto an opulent carriage drawn by 8 magnificent snow-stride steeds. Within these chests lay the most coveted treasures of the mundane world, a fist-sized night pearl from the eastern sea, which radiated brilliant light even in darkness. The ever-frozen Xianbing jade from the frigid northern tundras, and the flowing cloud garments woven from Tianshan snow silkworm silk, a decade-long labor of hundreds of top embroiderers. Furthermore, there were thousands of coins forged from gold and silver, a wealth sufficient to purchase several second-rate sections. Any reclusive master, upon witnessing such sincerity, would undoubtedly be swayed. Lu Qingyan, adorned in resplendent brocade robes, his complexion fair and beardless, exuded an air of haughty indifference as he sat in the lavish carriage, akin to a small palace, surveying the bustling activity below with a disdainful smirk. He scoffed at the bizarre tales circulating in the palace regarding the humble farms of mortals. What was this talk of cucumbers ascending to the heavens? What of divine hounds repelling calamities? To him, these were merely the exaggerated fables spun by sect practitioners who had never witnessed the world, concocted to inflate their own worth. A band of rustic bumpkins. Lu Qingyin raised a goblet of exquisite wine brewed from a millennium-old spiritual fruit, savoring a sip while inwardly mocking the notion of hidden masters. What hidden masters? More often than not, they were simply fortunate souls who stumbled upon ancient legacies, indulging in their fantasies as wild cultivators in the mountains. They dared to call themselves predecessors? Before me, beneath the might of the great flame dynasty, be it a dragon, it must coil. Be it a tiger, it must lie low. Having served alongside the flame emperor for years, he had developed an arrogant disposition, looking down upon all. In his eyes, all lands beneath the heavens were royal territory. The great flame dynasty was the rightful sovereign of the eastern domain, ordained by destiny. Every cultivator, every sect, must bow before imperial authority. What was a wild cultivator hiding in a remote village, even if they possessed some skill? In this instance, he represented the supreme imperial power. He believed that once he revealed his identity as an envoy of the great Yin dynasty and presented the lavish gifts that would incite envy in anyone, the so-called sage would undoubtedly tremble in fear, overwhelmed with trepidation, and dutifully offer the so-called divine fruit with both hands. At that moment, he would be hailed as the savior of the dynasty, the foremost contributor to the emperor's longevity. Titles and riches would soon be his reward. With this unwavering ambition and unparalleled arrogance, Lu Qingyin led his ostentatious entourage, resplendent in luxury, as they made their way toward the remote mountains that were scarcely marked on any map. Days later, when this extravagant caravan, starkly contrasting with the surrounding rustic landscapes, finally arrived at the outskirts of a humble farmhouse, Lu Qingyin peered out from the window of his carriage and beheld the legendary, albeit somewhat shabby, abode. He also noticed several servants clad in coarse linen garments busily chopping wood, sweeping the ground, and tending the fire at the entrance of the courtyard. Humph, indeed. A pitiful recluse. The disdain in Lu Qingyin's eyes intensified, and he had no intention of disembarking. To him, it was imperative that the rustic cultivator come forth to greet him, thereby showcasing the authority of the envoy from the great Yin dynasty. He turned to the captain of his guards, issuing commands with an air of superiority. Go, clear a path for this esteemed envoy. Inform that charlatan within that the envoy of the great Yin dynasty has arrived. Tell him to emerge promptly and offer his greetings. Yes, the captain of the guards acknowledged the order and immediately spurred his steed, rallying a contingent to force their way in. However, at that moment, Lu Qingyin seemed to have a change of heart. He felt that sending a subordinate to convey the message would not adequately demonstrate his authority. He decided to personally intimidate this ignorant mountain dweller with a display of his formidable presence. Clearing his throat, he summoned the resounding spiritual power of his nascent soul stage, his voice booming like thunder as he called out to the tranquil courtyard. I am Lu Qingyin, envoy of the great Yin dynasty. Who is in charge here? Come forth at once to receive me. Our sovereign seeks a divine elixir. Should you present it, I shall ensure you a life of wealth and honor. But dare show the slightest disrespect. Do not blame the iron hooves of the great Yin dynasty for trampling your insignificant hilltop. His voice, laden with unabashed threat and arrogance, reverberated through the silent valley. This brazen proclamation caused those laboring, Li Qingyun, the sovereign of the Yaopool, and the Dan Emperor Gu He, to cease their tasks. Slowly, they raised their heads, casting looks akin to those one might reserve for the deceased, directed at the opulent carriage. Their expressions bore no trace of anger or surprise, only an innate, profound sense of pity. Chapter 41. A spit from the great yellow upon the luxurious carriage. Lu Qingyin reclined against the soft beast skin cushion, a smirk of disdain and self-satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth. He was immensely pleased with the commotion his words had stirred. In his eyes, it was sufficient to send any wild cultivator lurking in the mountain hollows into a frenzy of fear, compelling them to emerge in trembling reverence. He, Lu Qingyin, was one of the most esteemed offerings of the Yin imperial family, his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm. Having served the emperor for many years, he was accustomed to the grandiosity of mountains echoing with acclaim and nations bowing in homage. Deep within, he was steeped in the arrogance characteristic of the empire's elite, looking down upon all. What trivial mortal hamlet, What laughable reclusive sage! In his view, within the eastern region, the entire realm was the domain of the emperor. Any cultivator, any sect, amounted to nothing but dust beneath the imperial power, a nameless peasant from the mountains. Even if fortunate enough to inherit ancient legacies, what could he possibly achieve? In the face of the Dayan dynasty's might, whether a dragon or a tiger, they must yield. He could hardly be bothered to disembark. He intended to convey this condescending stance to that pretentious individual, illustrating the vastness of heaven and earth and the inviolability of imperial authority. However, his threatening shout reverberated throughout the valley for quite some time. Contrary to his expectations, the scene of the wild cultivator emerging in fear and humility did not materialize. The seemingly shabby farmhouse remained eerily silent, resembling a deserted haunted house. Lu Qingyin's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Such audacity, to dare disregard this esteemed offering. Just as he was about to command his guards to storm in and seize them, he suddenly noticed several rough-clad servants emerging from the courtyard. There were both men and women. Some were chopping wood, while others were sweeping the ground. The contempt on Lu Qingyin's face deepened. Indeed a pitiful wild cultivator, unable to afford decent servants. He failed to recognize the true nature of those whom he regarded as insignificant as ants. He did not know that among those laboring to chop wood was Li Qingyun, the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sword sect, a formidable sword master at the late Yuaning stage. He did not realize that the one diligently sweeping the fallen leaves was the sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred ground, an extraordinary powerhouse at the mid-stage of tribulation. He was even unaware that the figure squatting at the kitchen door, cautiously adding fuel to the stove, was Gu He, the sect leader of the Danxia sect, a seventh-rank alchemist. Any one of these individuals, should they step forward, could easily cause this mere Yuaning offering to kneel in submission, too intimidated to lift his head. At this moment, these top-tier cultivators, revered by millions in the outside world, gradually ceased their actions upon hearing Lu Qingyin's brazen proclamation. They lifted their heads, gazing with a look akin to that reserved for the deceased at the opulent carriage. In their eyes, there was neither anger nor surprise, but rather a profound, heartfelt pity. Alas, another soul-courting disaster. Li Qingyun shook his head, gently swinging the heavenly axe in his hand, causing a segment of the divine soul wood to splinter in response. To him, the raucous behavior in a senior's sacred domain was not merely an affront. It was a reckless gamble with one's life, probing the depths of hell. The master of the Yaoqi let out a soft sigh, continuing to sweep the floor, as if even a fleeting glance would tarnish her vision. The common folk, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, would ultimately be consumed by their own foolishness and arrogance. The emperor of Dan, Gu He, cast a wary glance at the resplendent carriage, silently lighting a stick of incense for the unfortunate souls within. How pitiable, how tragic, how lamentable. They had all endured similar trials. Hence they understood. They knew that in this seemingly mundane expanse, certain presences were absolutely, unequivocally not to be disturbed. Within the house, Lin Fan too heard the raucous commotion outside. He was preparing to transform the freshly picked tomatoes into sauce when the sudden clamor threw him into disarray, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Who on earth is making such a racket in the dead of night? Such a lack of courtesy. Are they intent on disturbing our slumber? He felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, ready to rise and confront the inconsiderate intruders. Yet before he could move, the lazy, plump Chinese rural dog, De Huang, dozing off at the entrance, seemed to be roused by the noise. De Huang's ears twitched in irritation. Slowly and languidly, it lifted its somewhat cloudy eyelids. Squinting, it glanced toward the source of the sound, the resplendent carriage, dazzling like a grand light bulb, parked several dozen meters away. Its gaze was filled with a deep discontent and lethargy, as if disturbed from a serene dream. Then, it opened its mouth, not to bark, but merely to yawn. It simply wished to release a long-suppressed, comfortable yawn. A great, satisfying yawn escaped De Huang's lips. Accompanying this yawn was a string of glistening saliva, reflecting a hint of light against the dim night. This droplet did not travel far. It traced an inconspicuous, small parabola through the air. Then, as if it had eyes, it accurately landed squarely on the face of Lu Qingyin, who sat arrogantly atop the carriage, poised to continue his loud tirade. Bah! What is this? Lu Qingyin felt a warm liquid, tinged with a faint metallic scent, splatter across his face. Fury surged within him. How could this be? As a distinguished nascent soul offering of the great Yin dynasty, he was being spat upon by a wild dog that had inexplicably appeared from nowhere? What an unparalleled humiliation. He was about to summon his spiritual power to obliterate that ignorant mutt, along with the entire farm, into ashes. However, in the next instant, his expression drastically shifted. He was horrified to discover that the moment the droplet of saliva touched his face, an incomprehensible and irresistible, overwhelmingly tyrannical force surged through that droplet, instantaneously invading his body. This power seemed to transcend all laws, a forbidden decree. In an instant, his meridians were forcibly sealed. The nascent soul, cultivated over hundreds of years and radiating with resplendent brilliance within his dantian, emitted a chilling wail of despair. Before his eyes, fissures began to appear upon that nascent soul with visible speed, resembling a delicate spider's web. No, no, my cultivation, my nascent soul. In an instant, Lu Qingyin's eyes were filled with boundless terror and disbelief. He could distinctly feel the immense power of his nascent soul, honed over centuries, surging forth uncontrollably like a flood breaching a dam, rushing outward. His cultivation was plummeting at an avalanche-like pace. Nascent soul mid-stage, nascent soul early stage, golden core pinnacle, golden core mid-stage. In just a few breaths, the cultivation he had once taken pride in, which had allowed him to stride through the great Yin dynasty with ease, was utterly obliterated by that seemingly inconsequential droplet of dog saliva. Completely, from an exalted celestial being, he had been reduced to a powerless mortal. An unprecedented sense of weakness and excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. His vision darkened, and he could no longer sustain himself, tumbling down from the opulent, lofty palanquin. Thud! He fell heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Lying there, his body convulsed, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, emitting a series of incoherent gasps. In that moment, his worldview shattered entirely. He could not comprehend, even in death. He could not fathom. Why? Why would a dog's saliva possess such formidable power? Chapter 42. The dazed envoy group silence. An eerie, deathly silence enveloped the scene. Moments ago, the farm had been alive with brazen shouts and the neighing of horses. Now, it was so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. The elite guards of the great Yin dynasty stood as if paralyzed, rooted to the spot, motionless. Their faces bore a uniform expression of bewilderment, horror, and a profound, soul-shattering fear. They beheld, with wide eyes, their revered master. The exalted Lu Qingyin, a figure akin to a deity in their eyes, high and mighty, now rendered utterly diminished. All this transpired because a drop of saliva, expelled by a seemingly innocuous local dog yawning several meters away, had splattered upon his face. And then, there was nothing further. The imposing aura that had once weighed upon them like a mountain, a terror so profound that they could scarcely gaze upon him, dissipated in mere moments. Vanishing without a trace, Lu Qingyin, as if stricken by a fit, convulsed and tumbled from his ornate carriage, landing upon the ground like a lifeless creature, oblivious to his condition. What has transpired? A nearby captain of the elite guards trembled, his lips quivering, teeth chattering, producing a stuttering sound. His mind had completely short-circuited, unable to comprehend or accept this absurd, bizarre, yet palpably real scene that sent chills down his spine. Was it that dog? Another captain, possessing slightly greater prowess and having reached the latter stages of foundation establishment, paled to a ghostly hue. He trembled as he extended a finger, pointing towards the entrance of the courtyard, where the dog, having just finished yawning, was shifting into a more comfortable position, preparing to return to slumber. Under the gaze of the assembly, the dog, seemingly sensing something amiss, lazily lifted its head. Its somewhat murky eyes casually surveyed the uninvited guests before it, akin to a glance cast upon a stone by the roadside or an ant on the ground. The expression was one of indifference, even tinged with a hint of disdain. Yet, this utterly mundane glance, to the eyes of the elite guards, it bore the weight of an ancient, formidable beast awakening from primordial slumber, its eyes capable of devouring the sun and moon, coldly scrutinizing these pitiful insects before it. Boom! An indescribable wave of terror, originating from the very depths of their bloodlines and the core of their souls, crashed upon them like the weight of countless ancient mountains, forcefully striking their very spirits. In that instant, all the elite guards, regardless of whether they were captains of the Golden Core stage or soldiers of the Foundation Establishment stage, felt as though their hearts were gripped by an unseen hand, squeezing with ferocious intensity. Breath ceased. Thoughts froze. Within their bodies, the spiritual energy seemed to be instantly frozen, rendering them utterly incapable of mobilizing even the slightest trace. Their legs felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Their knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, they all knelt in unison upon the ground. Their bodies trembled like a sieve, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall, instantly saturating their resplendent armor. They yearned to scream, yet discovered their throats ensnared by an invisible hand, silencing any sound from escaping their lips. Fear. It was a primal terror so profound that it could freeze their very souls and shatter their resolve into fragments. The purest, most extreme form of dread. They finally comprehended. They finally understood the true nature of Lord Lu Qingyan. That was not merely a dog. It was a colossal beast draped in canine skin. An entity beyond their wildest imagination. A primordial monster. A deity of ancient malevolence. It required no exertion. A mere glance, a yawn, a droplet of saliva, was sufficient to reduce a formidable nascent soul expert to a mere mortal. To strip this elite force of over 100 Golden Core masters of all resistance, forcing them to kneel in submission. What unfathomable power was this? What a desperate chasm of disparity. It turned out, the rumors surrounding the mortal farms were not only exaggerated, but rather, they were far too modest. Flee quickly. At last, after an eternity of suffocating silence, the captain of the late-stage Golden Core Guard, drawing strength from an unknown source, unleashed a hoarse, desperate roar with the last remnants of his spiritual will. This cry resonated like a clap of thunder, awakening all the guards ensnared by terror. Yes, run. They must flee. If they did not escape, the moment that divine beast yawned again, they would share Lord Lu's fate, perhaps even face utter annihilation of their souls. Boom. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else in that moment. The entire envoy crumbled. They could no longer regard the majesty of the great Yin dynasty, no longer care for the dignity of their envoy. They paid no heed to Lord Lu Qingyan, who lay motionless on the ground, oblivious to his fate. One by one, they tumbled and crawled, desperate and disheveled, igniting their essence, invoking secret arts. They summoned the swiftness of their lives, racing madly and recklessly back the way they had come. They abandoned their ornate palanquins. They forsook the chests crafted from pure gold, those so-called treasures of the mortal realm. Their singular thought was to escape this terrifying place that screamed at their very souls, as far and as fast as possible. In the blink of an eye, what had once been a grand and invincible envoy scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. Only a scene of devastation remained. Alongside a solitary figure lying on the ground, utterly unconscious, it was the once mighty Yuanian cultivator, Lu Qingyan. In the courtyard, the Yaoqi saintess gently shook her head, her expression revealing a hint of predictability. She picked up a broom, stepped through the fence gate, and commenced the task of tidying the scene. Approaching the treasure chests crafted from pure gold and filled with luminous pearls, Xianbing jade, and other worldly treasures, she regarded them with disdain. To the outside world, each of these items would incite madness among second-rate sects, yet to her, they resembled the most unsightly refuse. Alas, yet again, she encountered these tainted objects, reeking of copper stench. The elder's sanctum was the purest of places. How could such mundane trinkets desecrate it? Frowning in distaste, she summoned a trace of feeble magical power. The heavy golden chests, along with their precious contents, seemed to lose their weight, and she effortlessly swept them aside into a nearby deep ditch, as if disposing of rubbish. Next, she approached the unconscious Lu Qingyan, dragging him by the foot like a lifeless dog, and tossed him into a patch of grass 100 meters from the farmstead. To show disrespect to an elder by merely stripping one of their cultivation was already a profound act of mercy. Whether he would survive depended solely on his own fortune. Having completed her task, she dusted off her hands, content, and returned to the courtyard to resume her sacred and honorable work of sweeping. Lin Fan emerged from the house, intending to check whether the raucous individual outside had departed. However, upon stepping out, he was utterly bewildered. He beheld the lavish carriage at the entrance, which appeared quite valuable, still present, along with the magnificent steeds that had drawn it. Scattered on the ground were several gleaming golden chests. Yet, there was not a soul in sight. What was happening here? Lin Fan scratched his head, his face a canvas of confusion. Hadn't there been a loud commotion just moments ago? How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the carriage and chests? Could it be? An absurd thought emerged in his mind. A staged accident. Was this a novel con of sorts? To shout at my doorstep, then abandon a heap of goods and flee? Waiting for me to gather these items only to spring forth and accuse me of theft, demanding compensation? Goodness, the schemes of city dwellers are far too intricate. The more Lin Fan pondered, the more he felt convinced of this theory. He gazed at the opulent vehicles and the gleaming chests, and rather than feeling a twinge of greed, his eyes brimmed with wariness and disdain as he retreated several steps. I cannot afford to get entangled in this. Resolute, he vowed never to lay a finger on these items. Let them remain here. Let us observe what tricks those deceivers intend to play. Lin Fan shook his head, feeling increasingly bewildered by the complexities of this world. He sighed and turned back toward the house, resuming his study of tomato sauce. Chapter 43. The Old Emperor's Decision in the grand capital of the great Yin dynasty, Yinjing. Within the confines of the Ziwei Palace, the atmosphere was stifling, as if the very air had solidified. All the palace lights were dimmed to their lowest, casting elongated, distorted shadows upon the cold, white jade floor, resembling silent specters. On the dragon bed lay the unwavering pillar of the great Yin dynasty, the old Emperor Yendi. His once barely perceptible life force, after days of anxious waiting, had become even more ephemeral, as if it could be scattered by the night breeze at any moment. Outside the chamber, the crown prince and numerous core members of the royal family, alongside esteemed civil and military officials, knelt in despair, their faces shrouded in a pall of hopelessness. The envoy they had dispatched had been gone for over 10 days, with no word returned. To them, it seemed increasingly likely that the outcome would be dire. Perhaps that so-called mortal farm was nothing but an illusory ruse, or perhaps the reclusive sage had deemed their pleas unworthy of attention. Their last flicker of hope was gradually dissipating like mist. Amidst this grave silence, a disheveled figure, caked in mud and debris, stumbled and tumbled into the Ziwei Palace. It was the captain of the Imperial Guard, one of the envoy's members, who had miraculously returned. Your Majesty, Your Highness, it's terrible. A calamity has befallen us. He burst into the hall and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with an indescribable terror as though he had just clawed his way back from the depths of hell. At that moment, every heart sank heavily. The crown prince hurried forward, supporting him, and urgently inquired, "Speak. What has happened? Where is Lu Gongfang? What of the envoy?" The captain gasped for breath, his mind racing back to the unforgettable horror he had witnessed, his voice trembling with sheer terror, fragmented and devoid of coherence. Dead? No, not dead. Incapacitated. Lu Gongfang. He was spat upon by a dog, and then, his entire nascent soul cultivation was rendered useless. That dog. It was no ordinary dog. It was a divine beast. A demon god. It merely glanced at us, and we were all rendered immobile. We discarded everything, fought desperately to escape. Wu. As he spoke, this seasoned warrior, usually decisive and unfaltering on the battlefield, broke down into tears like a frightened child. At his revelation, the hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Everyone was struck dumb, their insides churning, their scalps tingling at the thought. A mere dog, a single spit, had incapacitated a nascent soul cultivator? How could this be possible? This is even more absurd and bizarre than the tales spun by the storytellers. In that moment, disbelief was etched upon the faces of everyone within the grand hall. Some posited that the captain had been driven to madness, uttering nonsensical words, while others speculated that this must surely be a trap orchestrated by some formidable fiend, leading to the annihilation of the envoy. Amidst the cacophony of opinions and the intensifying air of despair that engulfed the hall, a faint, aged voice, imbued with an indescribable excitement and fervor, emerged from the dragon bed. He-ha-ha-ha-ha. To the astonishment of all, the frail and seemingly breathless old Emperor Yan, who appeared on the verge of taking his last breath, struggled to rise, slowly sitting up from the dragon bed. His once murky eyes, devoid of any brilliance, now sparkled with an unprecedented, resplendent light. As he coughed violently, he exerted every ounce of strength to emit a hearty laugh. This laughter, raspy and weak, resonated with the euphoric joy of one who has narrowly escaped death. "Father, grandfather, your majesty." Everyone was taken aback by the old emperor's sudden transformation and rushed toward him. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." Emperor Yin gestured for silence. A sickly flush appeared on his gaunt face, yet his gaze shone with an unprecedented clarity. He looked upon the bewildered crown prince and the assembled ministers, speaking in a tone rich with wisdom and enlightenment, slowly and deliberately. "You are all mistaken. I too have erred. We have all misjudged that esteemed predecessor." His gaze swept across the assembly, and though his voice was frail, it exuded an undeniable authority. It was not that the predecessor refused to bestow medicine, nor did he wish to become an adversary to our great Yin. Rather, it was us who dispatched our envoy, too arrogant and disrespectful. To interpret the divine realm through our mundane eyes is the gravest sacrilege. Wisdom flickered in the emperor's eyes. Upon hearing the triviality that a mere droplet of saliva could ruin a nascent soul, he felt no anger. Instead, he experienced an instant of enlightenment. He comprehended all the nuances. Such beings, for whom even the sovereign of the Yao Pool willingly chopped wood and swept the grounds, and the alchemy sovereign of the Danxiao sect rushed to stoke the flames. What does this signify? It signifies that in their eyes, worldly power and the so-called treasures of gold and silver are as worthless as refuse. And yet, we foolishly dispatched individuals laden with heavy riches to request medicine. We even dared to speak impudently, threatening with the iron heel of our dynasty. This is not a request for medicine. It is an affront. It is a provocation. It is a death wish. The words of Emperor Yin struck each heart like a hammer, reverberating deeply within. Everyone wore expressions of sudden realization mixed with deep trepidation. Lu Qingyan was stripped of his title due to his disrespect towards his elders. This was his punishment. The emperor paused, his eyes igniting with an even more fervent light. And he did not perish. The envoy team also did not suffer total annihilation. This, indeed, is of paramount importance. What does this signify? It signifies that the elder possesses a benevolent heart and has shown mercy. It indicates that the elder has bestowed upon me a second chance for the great Yin dynasty. This final proclamation was nearly a roar, as if he summoned every ounce of strength within him. The entire grand hall fell into a profound silence. On every face, there shone an expression of euphoric relief as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Indeed, the elder did not exterminate them entirely. This, in itself, is an immense act of kindness, an extraordinary opportunity. The emperor inhaled deeply, fully aware that he must seize this last, and indeed, singular chance. He struggled to rise from his bed. The crown prince hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Father, your health is fragile. You must not. Assist me in rising." The emperor's tone brooked no argument. He pushed aside the crown prince's hand, his gaze piercing as he surveyed everyone present, issuing a command powerful enough to reverberate throughout the great Yin dynasty and destined to be etched into history. "Proclaim my decree. At once. Prepare my carriage. I shall personally journey forth." He pointed to himself, each word delivered with unwavering conviction, without any guards, without any treasures. "I shall approach the mortal's farm as an ordinary seeker of truth, as a dying man, and kneel before the elder to implore forgiveness, to plead for a glimmer of hope. I wish to demonstrate to the elder the sincerity of the great Yin imperial family." Upon these words, the court was left in astonishment. The sovereign of a nation, a ruler of great authority, would indeed choose to kneel before a humble farmer? This was utterly unprecedented. Yet, gazing into the emperor's eyes, filled with determination and hope, no one dared to dissent, for they all understood that this was the sole hope for the great Yin dynasty. Chapter 44. 3 days of humble pleased the mountains of the eastern domain. Shrouded in the morning mist, resemble an exquisite ink-wash painting, tranquil yet imbued with an air of mystique. On the periphery of a humble farmstead, along a path trodden by countless seekers of enlightenment, an elderly figure, frail and unsteady, laboriously approaches the fabled courtyard. This venerable individual is none other than the former sovereign of the great Yin dynasty, Emperor Yin. At this moment, he has long since shed the resplendent dragon robe that symbolized supreme imperial authority. Instead, he dons a bleached, patched garment of coarse linen. His hair, now a cascade of white, is merely tied back with a simple cloth strip, lacking any ornate crown. The visage that once commanded respect without uttering a word, wielding dominion over the fates of myriad lives, is now etched with deep wrinkles, a testament to the passage of time, and adorned with a profound, heartfelt reverence. He refrains from employing any of his former powers. Instead, he traverses this sacred ground with the gait of an ordinary villager, nearing the twilight of his existence. Measuring this hallowed land with worn straw sandals, the closer he draws to the farmstead, the more he senses an invisible yet overwhelming force gradually suppressing the remnants of his dwindling spiritual energy. Ultimately, as he emerges from a sparse grove and glimpses the modest courtyard nestled among verdant trees and bamboo, he feels as though he has become an entirely mortal being, a life force on the brink of extinguishment, poised to collapse at any moment. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, an unprecedented sense of solidity and tranquility wells up within him. He realizes he has arrived at his destined place. He observes visions that exist solely in legend, nearly mythic in their essence. He beholds the renowned swordsman Li Qingyun, hailed as the foremost sword cultivator of the Eastern Domain, whose character mirrors the aloofness of snow-capped peaks. At this moment, he swings an unremarkable axe with the fervor of the most diligent woodcutter, each stroke harmonizing with some profound rhythm of the universe. His movements, simple and direct, embody an unparalleled sword principle rooted in authenticity. He perceives the once reclusive array master of the Qingyun sword sect, long forgotten in seclusion for a century, now delicately wielding a small carving knife, painstakingly etching designs into an ordinary stone. With each incision, a flow of Taoist essence circulates, as if he is laying the groundwork for the emergence of a new world. He witnesses, too, the celestial beings of the Yaoqi's sacred land, typically lofty and indifferent, now behaving like the most ordinary of peasant women. Some are sweeping the ground, others are fetching water, and some are even chasing a flock of plump hens, attempting to extract a few still warm eggs from beneath their tails. Meanwhile, the esteemed Dan Emperor Gu He, revered as the North Star of the Dan Dao realm, kneels fervently and blissfully before a simple earthen stove, carefully adding kindling to the fire. His focused expression suggests that he is not merely stoking flames, but participating in a most sacred offering. All of this unfolds in harmonious, natural splendor, yet it is profoundly subversive to conventional views. In the heart of the Flame Emperor, doubts have dissipated entirely. He recognizes the brilliance of his prior decision. He adjusts the tattered coarse linen robe draped over him and refrains from advancing further, aware that beyond the farmhouse lies an invisible barrier, imperceptible to mortals. This realm belongs to the predecessors. Without permission, no one may tread even a step within. Approaching this invisible boundary, he stands upon the barren ground, worn smooth by countless seekers of the Tao, and slowly lifts the hem of his garment. Then, with a softening of his knees, he falls to the ground with a thud. This emperor, once commanding the fates of billions, now kneels heavily upon this ordinary earth. He utters no word, offers no bow, nor does he raise his gaze to the modest courtyard. Instead, he deeply lowers his head, forehead pressed firmly against the cold, fragrant soil, remaining utterly silent and motionless. He understands that any words, in the presence of such an esteemed being, are futile and superfluous. To the elder, all treasures are mere filth. The only thing he can do, and the only thing he ought to do, is to express his contrition in the most humble, devout, and direct manner, beseeching that elusive thread of vitality. A day passes, the sun rises and then sets again. The Flame Emperor remains in that prostrate position, akin to a statue weathered by time. Li Qingyun, who is chopping wood, glances at him briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. In recent days, many have come to kneel in supplication, titans of the demonic path, leaders of the righteous path, and reclusive demon kings. Yet, without exception, they have all been disregarded by the elder. In his eyes, this old man would be no different. 2 days pass, the blazing sun hangs high, and the mountain winds howl. The Flame Emperor's lips are parched and cracked, and his already weary body, deprived of sustenance, teeters on the brink of collapse from unceasing worship. His consciousness begins to waver, The Yaoqi holy master, sweeping the ground, glances at his swaying figure, and a flicker of barely perceptible sympathy? No, admiration. She senses that this old man is unlike the other seekers with ulterior motives. He possessed not the slightest hint of selfishness, nor any inclination towards opportunism. Instead, there resided within him a most profound and resolute devotion, one that embraced life even in the face of death. Yet, admiration aside, she dared not, and felt herself unworthy, to make any decisions on behalf of her predecessor. 3 days elapsed. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the clouds on the horizon in a brilliant crimson hue. The life force of the flame emperor had waned to an almost imperceptible flicker, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and darkness encroached upon his vision. He realized that his time was drawing near. Would it truly end this way? Just as he was about to succumb to unconsciousness and plunge into the abyss of eternal darkness, he beheld the fence gate that had remained shut for 3 days creak open. A young man emerged from the courtyard, clad in coarse fabric, with a fair countenance and eyes as clear as mountain spring water. Lin Fan had been utterly exasperated these past few days. Ever since the arrival of that fraudulent envoy group, the number of performance artists at his doorstep had multiplied. There were sword dancers, meditators, debaters, and now, an even more outrageous spectacle. An elderly man, appearing as if he were on the verge of the grave, knelt silently at his doorstep for 3 full days and nights. What was this? A new genre of performance art? Fraud 2.0? Attempting to morally coerce him into providing for his old age? Lin Fan felt a surge of irritation. However, upon witnessing the old man's precarious state, his breath shallow and his body trembling, as if life could slip away at any moment, his irritation transformed into a pang of compassion. After all, it was a human life at stake. If the old man were to perish at his doorstep, it would surely bring misfortune. Moreover, given the old man's stubbornness and unwavering resolve, perhaps he was indeed facing insurmountable difficulties and had nowhere else to turn. Sighing, Lin Fan reconciled his feelings. Ultimately, his kindness triumphed over his disdain. He could not stand idly by and let a life fade away. He resolved to procure some sustenance for the old man, ensuring his survival for the time being. What should he prepare? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before turning and stepping into the backyard. Chapter 45. A bowl of swine feed beside the pigpen in the backyard, the esteemed black pig, entrusted with high hopes by Lin Fan for the upcoming festivities, lay comfortably in its clean and spacious abode, dozing contentedly. Before it, a massive trough carved from a single slab of blue stone contained remnants of the midnight feast, barely half a bowl left from the afternoon meal. This concoction, prepared by Lin Fan, was a medley of vegetable and fruit scraps, mixed with grain husks, all simmered together with the sweet, crystalline well water. To Lin Fan, it was nothing more than ordinary pig feed. However, in the eyes of the holy master of Yaoqi, the Dan Emperor, and others, what remained in that bowl was far from mere pig fodder. Each leaf of vegetable held the essence of the laws of life. Each piece of fruit skin was imbued with the aura of the Tao. Each grain husk had been ground from rice that absorbed the celestial essence beneath the tea trees of the Enlightenment tea. The broth itself was brewed from the ethereal springs of the 9 heavens. This bowl was not swine feed. It was, in fact, a bowl of supreme divine porridge, capable of driving any being in the returning void stage, or even those in the tribulation crossing stage, to madness. Typically, the voracious sky-swallowing beast consumed every morsel, leaving the bowl spotless, even licking the broth clean. Yet today, perhaps due to the addition of several dragon vein earth essences, twisted carrots, during lunch, it had overeaten and left a little behind. Lin Fan approached the trough, gazing at the remaining half-bowl of porridge, stroking his chin. Ah, splendid. His eyes sparkled. This nourishing feed, rich in nutrients and perfectly balanced, was still warm, ideal for that famished old man. It would surely suffice. In Lin Fan's view, when one is famished, consuming swine feed is hardly a matter of concern. Moreover, the ingredients of his pig feed were top-tier organic and green, free from harm, far superior to what many outside would consume. With this thought, Lin Fan hesitated no longer. He fetched a rough ceramic bowl, slightly chipped at the rim, from the kitchen. Then, under the astonished gaze of an ancestor from a prestigious family, who was diligently cleaning the pig pen, Lin Fan skillfully scooped the remaining divine porridge from the trough and transferred it into the coarse bowl. Alas, what a boon for the old man. Lin Fan muttered to himself, feeling a tinge of regret. This was indeed the sustenance for his beloved black pig, precious in its own right. With that, he carried this bowl of what he deemed invaluable pig feed and turned towards the yard's entrance, leaving the ancestral figure kneeling by the pig pen, utterly bewildered, as if his world had shattered. What had he just witnessed? The esteemed elder had actually bestowed the remnants of the sky-swallowing beast's supreme, divine essence upon that unknown seeker of the Tao outside. Heaven help us. What a profound blessing. What an extraordinary fate. The venerable ancestor of the noble family gazed upon the frail figure of the old man kneeling outside, his eyes instantaneously filled with boundless envy and jealousy. Outside the courtyard, the consciousness of the Flame Emperor had descended into an abyss of unending darkness and frigid despair. His life force flickered like the last wavering flame of a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. He understood that his demise was imminent. After 3 days of desperate supplication, it seemed that he had ultimately failed to move the esteemed elder. Nevertheless, to perish at the threshold of such a celestial presence could indeed be considered a form of honor. Just as his consciousness was about to succumb entirely, surrendering to the eternal silence of death, a fragrance, one that transcended his lifetime of vocabulary, invaded his senses. It was a scent so overpowering, rich, and sacred, as if it contained the very mysteries of all life within the cosmos, akin to a primordial light that illuminated the darkness surrounding him. What? The nearly dissipated essence of the Flame Emperor was rekindled by this aroma, forcing him to gather every last ounce of strength to slowly lift his once mountainous head. Through his blurred vision, he beheld a figure akin to a deity, a young man, gently approaching him while holding a coarse porcelain bowl. Within that bowl resided a divine porridge, half filled with a radiant, multicolored light, swirling with ethereal rhythms and extraordinary phenomena. The steam rising from the porridge transformed in his eyes into golden dragons and resplendent phoenixes, swirling above him in joyous celebration. Just a whiff of that fragrance rejuvenated his withered and decayed meridians, breathing new life into them. It reignited the dying embers of his existence. A divine elixir. This was indeed the legendary panacea, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones. And that venerable elder was approaching him, step by step, with this miraculous concoction. In that moment, the heart of the Flame Emperor thundered wildly with emotion. Elation, rapture, gratitude, and trepidation. Countless complex feelings surged within him like a torrential flood, overwhelming his very being. He had wagered correctly. He had truly gambled wisely. With the last remnants of his life and utmost sincerity, he had finally moved this supreme entity, who played amidst the mortal realm. Old man, what troubles you? Do not be so harsh on yourself. A voice, serene and clear yet seemingly imbued with the resonance of the celestial Tao, echoed in his ears. Enough of this kneeling. Rise, eat something to fill your stomach, and we can discuss matters afterwards. Lin Fan approached the Flame Emperor, observing his pitiable state, on the brink of starvation, and sighed inwardly as he extended the coarse porcelain bowl toward him. The Flame Emperor slowly lifted his head and met Lin Fan's crystalline, water-like gaze. In those eyes, there existed neither sympathy nor compassion, nor the condescension of benevolence. Instead, there was a profound, unadorned indifference, as if observing an ordinary passerby. In that moment, the Emperor of Flames attained an epiphany. The elder was imparting a lesson in his gaze. The so-called Grand Emperor of the Great Flame held no distinction from the grass and trees by the roadside, nor from a chicken or a pig in the courtyard. All beings are equal. This, indeed, is the true path. The reverence and gratitude swelling within him reached a zenith at that instant. Trembling, he extended his hands. Long frozen and marred by age, he dared not touch the bowl of divine medicine. Instead, summoning all his strength, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan and the bowl. Bowing once more, profoundly and earnestly, his forehead struck the ground heavily, his voice hoarse and laden with sorrowful cries. Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing the medicine. The grace of your rebirth, I know, as your junior shall never forget. His tears cascaded forth like a breached dam, instantly soaking the earth before him. Lin Fan observed the elderly man, clutching the bowl and weeping more woefully than the previous Dan Emperor, and felt an overwhelming exasperation. He resolved never to casually offer food again, as the reactions were simply too shocking. After the Emperor of Flames had expended all his fervor and gratitude, he cautiously cradled the bowl of divine elixir as if it were the weight of the world, bringing it before him. No longer hesitating, he understood this was the elder's trial and his final opportunity. He parted his cracked lips and, disregarding all else, gulped down the still warm porcine sustenance with fervor. Lin Fan regarded the bizarre old man, weeping like a child over a bowl of pig food, and could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Alas, another one gone mad. Truly, I am accumulating karma. Chapter 46. The rejuvenation. What appeared to Lin Fan as an unremarkable bowl of pig's feed transformed, in the mouth of the Flame Emperor, into an exquisite delicacy the likes of which he had never tasted in his lifetime, an ineffable and supreme flavor. This taste transcended any earthly experience of sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy. It seemed to encapsulate the very essence of life at the dawn of creation, while simultaneously bearing the final whisper of silence after the decay of all things. Life and death, creation and destruction, reincarnation and eternity. Countless dichotomies, yet perfectly harmonized, erupted upon his palate in a magnificent explosion. Boom! A warm and overwhelmingly potent surge of vitality surged down his throat, flooding his long dry, decayed limbs and organs, which resembled rotting wood. In that fleeting moment, the Flame Emperor felt as though he was no longer an independent entity. He sensed himself transforming into an arid universe that had endured eons of desolation. And this divine porridge was the primordial source of creation, cascading down from a higher dimension, tearing through the fabric of the cosmos. Crack, crack, crack. Within him, the once broken, withered meridians, which had lost all semblance of life, emitted sounds of unbearable fracture under the relentless torrent of this incomparable life force. Yet, this was not destruction. Rather, it was rebirth from ruin. In an instant, those moribund meridians transformed into the purest energy, nourishing his being. Subsequently, new pathways, broader, more resilient, and shimmering with a faint golden hue as if forged from divine metal, were forcefully and violently reconstructed within him. His once dilapidated and murky energy reservoir, akin to a parched desert, was now inundated by a torrential flood connecting to the celestial rivers of the heavens. A vast, overwhelming, and supremely pure essence of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air. Surging in with fervor, it filled, washed, expanded, and refined. In merely a few breaths, his energy reservoir expanded to more than tenfold its former capacity, containing spiritual energy as pure as liquid celestial crystals. And this was merely the inception of his transformation. The Flame Emperor's frail, desiccated body, devoid of all life-est luster, underwent a terrifying metamorphosis, reversing the flow of time at a visible and astonishing pace. His hair, resembling withered grass, rapidly transformed from its roots to a lustrous black, radiating the vibrancy of life. His face, lined with deep wrinkles akin to the bark of ancient trees, was being gently smoothed by an invisible force. Age spots faded. His skin tightened and became smooth, regaining the healthy, rosy glow of middle age. His emaciated, stooped frame, which seemed ready to succumb to the slightest gust of wind, began to regain fullness and stature. Atrophied muscles swelled, and fragile bones solidified into iron, brimming with explosive strength. Rejuvenation, the true, miraculous reversal of life and the rejuvenation of youth. In the brief span of less than a single incense stick's burning time, the frail elder, who was on the brink of death and had one foot already positioned at the gates of the underworld, has completely vanished. In his place stands a man clad in coarse linen garments, yet still exuding an indomitable aura of power and unparalleled dignity, a middle-aged emperor in the prime of life. His vitality as robust as a furnace, striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His eyes, flickering with brilliance, seemed capable of piercing through the void, discerning the depths of the human heart. The terrifying pressure that belongs to a pinnacle cultivator of the void realm erupts uncontrollably from his being. Furthermore, he can distinctly sense the immense strength within him, which, having restored his corporeal form and reshaped his foundational essence, continues unabated. It transforms into an unstoppable force of supreme might, crashing fiercely against the insurmountable barrier that has obstructed his path to transcendence for 1,000 years. leaving him helplessly watching his lifespan dwindle. The formidable gate to the tribulation face, with a thunderous roar that seems to resonate from the depths of his soul. The once impenetrable barrier that had filled him with despair crumbles before this overwhelming force like mere parchment. A single thrust, and it shatters. An aura far more potent than before, transcending the mundane and merging with the laws of heaven and earth, surges forth from him, soaring into the sky. Though not yet fully stabilized, it undeniably heralds the presence of a being at the tribulation phase. He has not only been reborn, rejuvenated to youth, but has also shattered the shackles of a millennium, stepping into the realm of tribulation that countless cultivators strive for their entire lives, yet can scarcely hope to attain. All of this transpires from the moment he took the first sip of that miraculous concoction to this instant of achieving the esteemed tribulation phase. In the span of merely a fleeting incense stick's time. The Flame Emperor, feeling an unprecedented power within him, one capable of shattering a star with a single punch, finds his mind enveloped in a profound stupor and blankness. He knew that this bowl of divine elixir would be formidable, but he never imagined it would be so overwhelmingly transformative, shattering his understanding of cultivation accumulated over millennia, even redefining his comprehension of the heavenly path itself. A bowl of pig's feed. No, it is a bowl of leftover food bestowed by a predecessor, enabling him, a man on the verge of death, not only to regain his youth, but also to directly break through to the tribulation phase. What sheer power is this? What extraordinary means? This is no mere medicinal gift. It is akin to a primordial deity enlightening an insignificant ant. In the courtyard, Li Qingyun, who is chopping wood, the sovereign of the Yaoqi, who is sweeping the ground, and the emperor of alchemy, Gu He, who is tending the fire. All the laborers at the farm, upon sensing the surging aura of the tribulation phase emanating from the Flame Emperor, cease their tasks, turning in unison to regard him with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Another one. Li Qingyun nearly lost grip of the axe in his hand. After consuming a bowl of leftover food from the esteemed devourer of heaven, he directly faced the tribulation. In the beautiful eyes of the Yaoqi holy master, an indescribable shock flickered. She recalled how her own cultivation bottleneck had loosened after merely sipping from a well, igniting a fervent desire within her. The Dan Emperor, Gu He, pounded his chest in regret, lamenting, "If only I had known. If only I had knelt at the entrance. Perhaps if the elder were pleased, he might have granted me a bowl of leftovers, and I could have broken through to the 8th grade Dan Emperor." And the instigator of it all was Lin Fan. Upon witnessing the elderly man, after finishing a bowl of slop, suddenly transformed from a near-death old man into a vigorous middle-aged figure, he was utterly bewildered. His first reaction was, "What the heck? A revival? No, wait. How can a revival last this long? It's almost like magic." He gazed at the Emperor of Flames, with his dark hair, rosy complexion, and radiant eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Could it be that the pig slop at my home possesses such rejuvenating properties? Impossible. It's merely some ordinary vegetable leaves and peels. He was utterly perplexed. Just then, he saw the now rejuvenated old man, after a moment of daze, once again display that familiar, fervent, and devout expression, preparing to kneel before him. Lin Fan was so frightened that he hastily retreated. No, not again. He was truly terrified of these people's propensity to kneel. A gentle force cradled him just as the Emperor of Flames was about to bow down. This was not Lin Fan's power, but the invisible laws of this domain, operating spontaneously in accordance with its master's will. The Emperor of Flames felt a jolt in his heart. He sensed the gentle yet boundless force supporting him, an irresistible presence. In that instant, enlightenment struck him. The elder does not wish for him to kneel. This is a form of enlightenment. He dared not harbor any further resistance. He heard Lin Fan's voice, tinged with helplessness and disdain, resonating in his ears. All right. I've said no kneeling. Now that you're full, hurry home and don't delay my work here." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Flames felt another jolt within. Home. The elder urged him to return home. He instantly comprehended the elder's profound intention. The elder was guiding him. His worldly affairs were not yet resolved, and he must swiftly return to manage the mundane matters of the dynasty, ensuring the succession of the throne, settling the karmic ties of the mortal realm, thus allowing him to return here, unencumbered, to pursue the supreme path. The junior understands. A glimmer of enlightenment shone in the emperor's eyes. He no longer dared to utter the word kneel in Lin Fan's direction, instead bowing deeply, respectfully, and profoundly in a 90-degree gesture of reverence. Then, he resolutely turned away, striding forth with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, departing from the confines of the farm. With each step he took, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly steady and composed. He was determined to return. He yearned to proclaim to the entire Dian dynasty, to the whole eastern region. From this moment forth, the Dian dynasty would eternally honor the humble mortal farm, venerating this supreme being who had rejuvenated his life and reshaped his path. Chapter 47. The sacred land of Dian. In the heart of the eastern region lies the imperial capital of the Dian dynasty, Yanjing. This grand city, steeped in despair and sorrow for countless days, was abruptly roused on this fateful day by a terrifying aura that descended from the heavens, akin to a resplendent sun. With a thunderous roar, a golden beam of light, reminiscent of a divine sword or a celestial spear, violently tore through the clouds above Yanjing, precisely landing within the purple micropalace, the very symbol of supreme imperial power. Following this, an overwhelming and magnificent pressure, seemingly transcending the mundane and resonating with the laws of the cosmos, swept through the entire city like a tsunami. Under this oppressive force, millions of mortals felt a heavy weight upon their chests, as if crushed by an invisible mountain, compelling them to kneel towards the direction of the palace involuntarily. Within the city, all cultivators, whether the sequestered nobles or the patrolling imperial guards, were struck with terror, their hearts quaking with fear and their resolve shaken. What is this? The aura of the tribulation stage? My heavens, when did an ancestor of the Dian dynasty emerge from the tribulation stage? This aura feels so familiar. It is the Emperor's dragon aura? Impossible. Hasn't he His Majesty already? A tumultuous wave surged within everyone's hearts. Inside the purple micropalace, the crown prince and numerous royal family members, along with civil and military officials, were consumed with anxiety due to the obstinacy of the old emperor, uncertain of whether he was alive or dead. They were equally oblivious to the future of the Dian dynasty. At that moment, the golden beam of light, accompanied by the terrifying pressure that froze their very souls, thunderously descended. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in coarse linen, yet standing tall and dignified, with a resolute countenance, slowly materialized before them. All present were left in a state of disbelief. They gazed at this simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar figure, their minds blank. Familiar, for the contours of the old emperor Yendi lingered in his features. Unfamiliar, for the vigorous vitality and profound cultivation emanating from him were sensations they had never before experienced in the old emperor. Father Emperor? The crown prince, looking at this man who appeared even younger than himself, tentatively inquired in a trembling voice. With a slow nod, Yendi affirmed. His voice, no longer frail and weak, resonated with undeniable authority and vitality. Just a single word, a nasal tone, struck the souls of everyone present as if they had been struck by a colossal hammer. It is truly Father Emperor. Your Majesty, you not only have healed from your injuries, but have also returned to your youth. This, have you broken through? Have you entered the tribulation stage? Upon confirming the identity of the other party, the entire Ziwei palace erupted in a cacophony of disbelief and euphoric joy, emotions so profound they defied verbal expression. This was nothing short of a miracle, a phenomenon they had never dared to dream of. A man on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of the grave, not only regained vitality and youth, but shattered the shackles of a millennium, ascending to become a revered figure of transcendence. This revelation left them more astonished than the conquests of the great Yin dynasty, which unified the eastern domain. Silence. The Emperor of Yin spoke softly, yet his voice instantly quelled the tumult. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over everyone present, and each person who met his penetrating eyes felt their very souls laid bare, instinctively bowing their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Such was the majesty of a being who had transcended mortal limits. I stand here today, not by my own might, nor by the favor of fate. The Emperor's voice resonated through the vast hall, imbued with an unprecedented sense of reverence and awe. Rather, it is the encounter with the divine that has afforded me the grace of rebirth. He recounted his experiences in the mortal realm, omitting the more extraordinary details, merely stating how he had fervently implored for 3 days and ultimately received the benevolence of a venerable mortal, who granted him a bowl of divine porridge that restored his life. Even this modest account left all present captivated and yearning. The might of the venerable surpasses our mundane understanding. The grace of such a being cannot be repaid, even with the entirety of our great Yin-'s treasury. Determination sparkled in the emperor's eyes. He realized what he must do. With a decisive flourish of his robe, he issued his first decree since his rebirth, one that would send shockwaves throughout the eastern domain. Let my will be known. First, from this day forth, the mortal farmstead shall be revered as the sacred ground of our great Yin dynasty, holding a status above imperial authority and revered alongside heaven and earth. Second, a radius of 300 miles centered on the farmstead shall be designated as the divine forbidden zone. I shall personally lay down a great formation and dispatch the imperial elite, the dragon cavalry, to guard it day and night. Within this zone, whether human, demon, monster, or ghost, regardless of their cultivation or status, any who dare trespass shall be deemed traitors. Their entire lineage shall face extermination. Third, outside the forbidden zone, we shall gather the strength of the nation and use the finest materials to construct a heavenly inquiry altar. From this day forth, on this date each year, I, along with every future sovereign of the great Yin, must personally attend the altar, fasting for 3 days, to pay homage to the Venerable One, demonstrating our gratitude and ensuring we never forget. Fourth, let it be proclaimed to the world. Any citizen of the great Yin, who is fortunate enough to encounter the Venerable One or to receive even the slightest favor, regardless of their origin, shall be granted the title of king or minister, bestowing blessings upon 3 generations. Each decree echoed through the Ziwei Palace like thunderclaps, heralding a new era. Everyone was utterly astonished by the unprecedented, and, one might even say, mad decision of the Emperor of Yin to designate a mere farm as a sacred ground, to place its status above that of imperial authority, to decree the annihilation of 9 clans for trespassers. A venerable figure, whose name had never even been heard, warranted such reverence from an entire dynasty? Yet, no one dared to voice dissent, for they gazed upon the rejuvenated monarch before them, whose unfathomable presence and commanding gaze resembled that of a celestial deity. And they understood that his majesty was not mad. He was, in fact, more lucid than ever. He intended to irrevocably entwine the fortunes of the entire great Yin dynasty with that enigmatic predecessor and that mysterious humble farm. Soon, these edicts spread through the great Yin dynasty with a velocity akin to a whirlwind, radiating outward to the entire eastern domain. A single ripple stirred countless waves. The entire eastern domain erupted in fervor. Those princes and rival factions, who had previously been hesitant and restless, upon learning that the Emperor of Yin was not only alive, but had also stepped into the tribulation phase, immediately lowered their banners and ceased their hostilities, hastening to convey their congratulations and present lavish gifts, displaying a humility surpassing all others. The imminent crisis of fragmentation threatening the great Yin dynasty dissipated like smoke due to a mere bowl of pig feed. The name of the humble farm transformed from a clandestine legend among high-ranking cultivators into a resounding, supreme, divine forbidden ground known throughout the eastern domain. Embraced by both cultivators and commoners alike, countless individuals began to dream of embarking on a pilgrimage, fantasizing about receiving the predecessor's blessings and ascending to greatness like the Emperor of Yin. However, they remained oblivious. At that very moment, within the farm they revered as sacred, Lin Fan, the originator of it all, wore a look of bewilderment. He merely felt that since that peculiar old man had departed, his doorstep had finally become considerably quieter. At last, he could peacefully tend to his fields. Lin Fan stretched lazily, hoisted his hoe, and remarked on the splendid weather of the day. Chapter 48, System Upgrade. Opening the fish pond, the days seemed to have returned to Lin Fan's favorite state, a tranquil existence akin to a salted fish. Each day, at the break of dawn, he would rise slowly under the watchful, reverent gazes of the free laborers, going through his morning routine before shouldering his hoe to survey the fields. This so-called inspection primarily involved checking whether the tomatoes had ripened, if the cucumbers had grown wildly, and whether the potatoes were ready to be unearthed. These tasks hardly required his direct involvement. Ever since the arrival of Li Qingyun, the lord of the Yaoqi, and the esteemed Dan Emperor Gu He, the labor around his farm had been swiftly and eagerly managed by them. Chopping wood, Li Qingyun would rise before dawn, wielding his divine axe, meticulously practicing his wood-chopping sword technique on a pile of divine wood. To him, each swing of the axe represented a profound realization of the laws of destruction and creation. The firewood Lin Fan now utilized was chopped with such precision and uniformity that it surpassed even machine-cut standards. Fetching water? The celestial maidens from the Yaoqi would daily employ various elegant and ethereal gestures to draw water from the nine heavens' spiritual spring in the backyard. They would carry the water to the vegetable garden, not merely to irrigate, but as if performing a sacred ritual, chanting incantations, gracefully raising their jade hands, precisely pouring each drop of the essence of the Tao at the roots of the divine plants. Lin Fan observed their mystical antics with a sense of bewilderment. Yet the vegetables in his garden thrived remarkably. Cooking? Ever since the Dan Emperor Gu He took charge, the earthen stove in Lin Fan's kitchen had never ceased to burn. Gu He, like a devoted guardian, would kneel before the stove, meticulously controlling the heat. He would adjust between using yang or yin fire according to the dishes Lin Fan intended to prepare, distinguishing between dry and wet firewood. He would also alter the rhythm of adding wood based on the ingredients simmering within the chaotic cauldron, believing this to embody the pinnacle of alchemical practice. Lin Fan found great satisfaction in this arrangement, as he could now enjoy hot water at any moment and no longer needed to kindle the fire himself, greatly enhancing his convenience. As for sweeping, feeding chickens, and weeding, these chores had been eagerly divided among the remaining elites, each relishing their responsibilities. Lin Fan had finally embraced the retirement life he had long desired, where everything was effortlessly provided, though he still had to prepare his own meals. His greatest annoyance now stemmed from witnessing these eccentric individuals nearly come to blows over their eagerness to work. What a peculiar situation. Lin Fan reclined in his rocking chair, sipping the tea brewed with the Tao Enlightening Tea by Dan Emperor Gu He, lost in contemplation. He pondered that perhaps the greatest utility of his Shinnong system was not merely in agriculture. Rather, is it about treating mental illness? You see, since this group of individuals arrived, although they still exhibit eccentric behavior, at least there have been no more instances of public brawls or raucous disturbances. Each one has become considerably more docile. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, savoring this rare tranquility, a long-lost, frigid, and utterly emotionless mechanical prompt resonated within his mind, startling him unexpectedly. Ding! Detected that the host's farm's spiritual essence concentration has reached the upgrade standard. Detected that the host's farm's grand fortune concentration has reached the upgrade standard. Shinnong system, commencing upgrade. Upgrade progress, 10, 30, 70, 100. Upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Fish pond. Lin Fan abruptly sat up from his rocking chair. He remained frozen for a full 3 seconds before comprehending the situation. The system has upgraded? In the 3 years since his arrival, this lackluster system had only provided him with a meager increase in attribute points through daily sign-ins, remaining silent otherwise. He had long believed that this system was merely a rudimentary version 1.0, destined never to be updated. To his astonishment, it had actually upgraded? A wave of elation surged within Lin Fan as he hastily opened the translucent panel visible only to him. Indeed, beside the familiar icons of farmland, vegetable garden, and orchard, a new icon radiating a blue luminescence appeared. Fish pond. With a mere thought, he activated it. A brief text introduction materialized before his eyes. Fish pond. Within the confines of the farm, one can establish an exclusive fish pond for the cultivation of various aquatic life. The fish pond comes equipped with essential functions such as water purification, oxygen circulation, and ecological balance. Newbie benefit. The system will provide a complimentary batch of initial fish fry. Please accept carp fry gift pack X1. Fish, a fish pond. Lin Fan's eyes widened with excitement. He was nearly propelled out of his seat in exhilaration. He had long grown weary of the monotonous diet on his farm. Each day consisted solely of vegetables and chicken, with the occasional pig slaughter for a slight improvement in meals. Not a single fish in sight. For a foodie hailing from a culinary paradise, this was nothing short of torment. He had dreamt of savoring a delectable, home-raised fish dish, whether it be braised fish, fish with pickled vegetables, boiled fish, or fish head with chopped chili. Now, his dreams were finally poised to become reality. Ha! This is marvelous. Lin Fan could no longer remain idle. He sprang to his feet, a newfound vigor radiating from his countenance. Farming? What need is there for farming? Raising chickens? What purpose does that serve? Today, Lin Fan shall embark on a monumental task. He is going to dig a fish pond. He rushed to the corner of the yard, retrieving his well-worn shovel, polished to a gleaming shine after 3 years of use, along with an old yet remarkably sharp hoe from the tool shed. He surveyed the yard, where a group of free laborers toiled earnestly in pursuit of enlightenment, and a spark ignited in his eyes. Such valuable resources should not go to waste. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone present in a resonant voice. Please, hold on a moment. Li Qingyun, who was chopping firewood, paused mid-swing, his axe suspended in the air. The Yaoqi Saint Lord, engaged in sweeping, froze, as if the fallen leaves on his broom were caught in a spell. Dan Huanggu He, who had been stoking the fire, rushed out of the kitchen in a flurry. In that instant, all eyes converged upon Lin Fan, filled with fervent anticipation. They understood there was a new directive from their esteemed elder. This heralded yet another opportunity. Observing their electrified expressions, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then, in a tone that brooked no dissent, he gestured grandly towards a low-lying, vacant plot on the back mountain. Today, we shall not till the land or chop wood. Instead, we shall establish a dragon transformation pool. Lin Fan had initially intended to refer to a fish pond, but upon reflection, deemed it insufficiently grand for his elevated status and whimsically altered it to a more impressive name, a dragon transformation pool. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the prominent figures trembled as if struck by lightning. Their faces radiated an astonishment even greater than when they had been questioned about the profound truths of the universe, mingled with a euphoric delight. The dragon transformation pool, a legendary realm where mere fish could metamorphose into true dragons. Was the elder intending to manifest and create life before their very eyes, defying the bounds of bloodlines through the supreme Tao? With unwavering resolve, they all bellowed in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Each one, more exhilarated than Lin Fan himself, snatched up tools and surged towards the lowland of the back mountain, fearing that even a moment's delay might cause them to miss out on this unparalleled and epic-defining creation. Chapter 49. The dragon carp leaps from the water in the secluded hollow chosen by Lin Fan for the construction of a fish pond on the back mountain. A spectacle unfolded that could drive the entire Xintian continent into a frenzy. The most eminent swordsmanship master of the Eastern Domain, the sword fanatic Li Qingyun, wielded what appeared to him as an ordinary shovel, yet to others, it was at least a divine artifact of celestial caliber. With every thrust, it seemed imbued with the essence of mountain splitting, effortlessly turning over vast amounts of soil. The sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land, alongside a host of elder masters, collaborated to manifest their most rudimentary understanding of the principles of Earth. They meticulously transported the turned soil to designated locations, constructing a robust foundation for the pond with remarkable precision. The esteemed Dan Emperor Gu He, observing closely with his discerning alchemical eyes that could perceive the essence of all things, scrutinized the flow of the earth veins to select the position with the most abundant spiritual energy for the elder's dragon transformation pool. Other laborers from various esteemed sects displayed their unique talents. Those proficient in formations measured the land with their footsteps, silently calculating the placement of the spirit-gathering array. Meanwhile, those skilled in crafting felt the texture of the soil with their fingers, contemplating ways to reinforce the pond's walls. Through the collective efforts of this elite construction team, all of whom possessed prowess at or above the void return stage, a monumental endeavor that would take mere mortals several months to complete was astonishingly finished in less than half a day. A vast fish pond, spanning several acres and reaching several fathoms in depth, emerged miraculously in the back mountain, its shape elegant and lines fluid. Indeed, quite impressive. Efficiency is commendable, Lin Fan remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he beheld the pond, larger and more magnificent than he had anticipated. Truly, One could not underestimate the vigor of professional enthusiasts at work. The next pivotal step was the introduction of water. Lin Fan grasped 2 large wooden barrels and approached the familiar Nine Heavens spiritual spring well in the backyard. With a splash, he cranked the winch, drawing up 2 barrels of crystal-clear spring water, shimmering under the sunlight. Then, under the breathless gaze of all present, akin to a sacred pilgrimage, Lin Fan poured the 2 barrels of what he perceived as ordinary well water, yet others regarded it as the source of myriad paths and the fountain of life, into the freshly excavated dragon transformation pool. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The seemingly mundane well water, upon contact with the pond's bottom, which was infused with the profound essence of the thick soil, erupted with a resounding hum. An overwhelming surge of life essence erupted forth, as if the bottom of the fish pond had been activated, beginning to spontaneously seep forth equally clear and sweet spring water. The spring water flowed forth in increasing abundance, with the water level rising at a visibly rapid pace. In the brief span of a single incense stick's burning time, the vast fish pond was entirely filled with divine water, exuding endless Taoist rhythms and the essence of life. This is an act of creation from nothingness. It is the transformative method of turning stone into gold. The ancient Dan emperor, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, nearly collapsing to his knees. Senior, it was never about drawing water. The 2 buckets he had earlier were merely a prelude, a signpost. He intended to summon unparalleled power to conjure a life-giving celestial river that connects to the heavens above. Everyone was once again astounded by the miraculous display inadvertently revealed by Lin Fan. Even Lin Fan himself was momentarily taken aback. Oh, this land can produce water on its own? He scratched his head, contemplating, and began to understand. Ah, the land of my farm has been transformed by the system. Allowing for better water retention, I must have struck an underground water vein. He paid it little mind, finding it rather convenient. With the water in place, the next step was to release the fish fry. With a thought, Lin Fan retrieved the shimmering golden carp fry gift pack from his system backpack. Would you like to use it? Yes. Upon his command, a gentle golden light erupted from his hand, gracefully descending into the shimmering dragon transformation pool. As the light dissipated, hundreds of ordinary carp fry, each no longer than a finger and vibrantly red, appeared in the water, joyfully swimming about. All set. Time to wrap up. Lin Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction, envisioning how, in a few months, this place would transform into a bountiful fish pond where he could indulge in a grand fish feast. He turned away, humming a little tune, leisurely returning to his house for tea. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, those hundreds of seemingly ordinary carp fry began an astonishing and celestial evolution the moment they came into contact with the divine water infused with boundless Taoist essence. On the first day, the fry grew from finger length to the size of a palm. Their originally mundane red scales began to shimmer with a faint metallic luster. By the 3rd day, all the carp had exceeded a foot in length, their forms becoming more streamlined, radiating explosive power. Most astonishingly, each of them developed a small, tumor-like protrusion on their foreheads, almost as if it were a shared trait. By the 7th day, a monumental change unfolded. The entire dragon transformation pool seemed to boil with activity. The surface of the water shone with golden brilliance. Creatures over a meter long, their bodies adorned with scales as hard as gold, emerged, some even sprouting for fierce, claw-like appendages reminiscent of eagle talons, with majestic horns atop their heads, exuding an overwhelming draconic majesty, swirling and chasing frantically in the water. What once appeared to be mere carp has unmistakably transformed into a gathering of dragon carp, their bloodlines regressing to ancestral origins, on the brink of a magnificent metamorphosis into true dragons. At that moment, one of the most robust specimens, adorned with resplendent golden scales and boasting the longest, sharpest horn atop its head, seemed to have amassed an abundance of power. With a sudden flick of its tail, a colossal splash erupted into the sky. Its entire form shot forth from the water like a swift arrow, soaring towards the heavens. In midair, it unfurled its powerful, agile body, the golden scales glistening under the sun, radiating dazzling rays of light. As it opened its mouth, it seemed poised to unleash a roaring proclamation of exhilaration. Yet, Due to its incomplete transformation, the sound bore a hint of immaturity. A resounding, clear, yet undeniably regal, youthful dragon's roar reverberated throughout the mortal farmstead, spreading wildly in all directions. Chapter 50. The Elder raises a true dragon. In the eastern region, amidst the Wan Yao mountain range, lies a domain ruled by the demon race, where ordinary human cultivators dare not tread lightly. Deep within the mountains, in a magnificent palace constructed from ancient trees aged over millennia, an elderly figure clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an aura of terror characteristic of someone in the late stages of transcending tribulation, slowly opened his molten gold vertical eyes. He is none other than the sovereign of the eastern region's demon race, the Golden Flood Dragon Emperor. Not long ago, he learned of a forbidden zone within human territory known as the Mortal Farm, which had stirred quite a commotion. Even the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty had found new life there, stepping into the realm of transcending tribulation. Initially, the Golden Flood Dragon Emperor scoffed at the notion. In his eyes, humanity was inherently cunning, adept at creating illusions. This so-called mortal farm was likely a ruse devised by some sect within the human race to vie for fortune. However, as increasingly detailed and shocking information began to emerge, his skepticism started to waver. Especially upon hearing rumors of a mythical Qilin guarding the farm, he could no longer remain idle. It is well known that the demon race places the utmost importance on bloodlines. The Qilin, a legendary beast of ancient myth, stands alongside the true dragon and the divine phoenix as one of the most exalted bloodlines, the progenitor of all beast-like demons. If the rumors hold any truth, then as the ruler of the eastern region's demon race, the Golden Flood Dragon Emperor must pay a visit. For it concerns not only his personal path, but the very future of the entire eastern region demon race. Thus, he suppressed his pride, concealed all demonic aura, and transformed into an ordinary elderly human. Quietly, he stealthily approached the outskirts of the fabled mortal farm. He dared not venture too close, for he could distinctly sense a terrifying pressure emanating from that region, one that made his heart tremble. Concealed behind a secluded hillside, he cautiously released a fragment of his divine consciousness and activated his innate divine ability, the Void Demon Eye, peering toward the mysterious farm. Yet he saw nothing. The farm appeared shrouded in an invisible mist, impenetrable to his gaze. Could it be that the rumors were false? A flicker of disappointment crossed the Golden Flood Dragon Emperor's mind. Just as he prepared to withdraw his consciousness and return home, an unexpected and resounding dragon roar, pure and filled with unparalleled majesty, erupted from the direction of the farm's rear mountain. Immediately following that, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory, one that could shatter his very resolve. He witnessed a golden figure, several yards in length, adorned with a magnificent single horn on its head, for claws beneath its belly, and shimmering dragon scales covering its entire body. Leaping forth from a pond at the back of the farm, the figure, soaring through the air with wild abandon, exuded both agility and a profound sense of power. The aura emanating from it, though still youthful, was pure to the utmost degree, an overwhelming dragon majesty. It descended upon the spirit of the Golden Jiao Demon Emperor like countless ancient divine mountains, crashing down with relentless force. Truly, a real dragon. The pupils of the Golden Jiao Demon Emperor suddenly constricted into the most perilous pinprick. His body trembled uncontrollably with violent quakes. He, possessing a faint trace of dragon lineage, had cultivated for over 10,000 years merely to attain his current form. His greatest aspiration throughout his life was to one day undergo the ultimate transformation, to leap over the dragon gate and become a true dragon. In pursuit of this dream, he scoured the entire Xintian continent, yet found not a single trace of a true dragon. He had always believed that true dragons had long since vanished in the primordial era. But now, at this very moment, he beheld with his own eyes, witnessed a living, utterly pure-blooded juvenile true dragon. Thud! An irresistible and absolute pressure emanating from the depths of his bloodline caused his legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. He crawled toward the true dragon, trembling violently, not daring to lift his head even slightly. In his eyes, this so-called demon emperor appeared merely as a loathsome mudfish, a humble, laughable, and utterly self-deprecating mudfish. And that was not all. What plunged him deeper into despair was the clear sensation he felt. Within that seemingly modest pond lay hundreds of powerful and pure dragon auras, identical to that of the true dragon leaping from the water's surface. A thought so terrifying that he dared not entertain it. A thought that shattered his soul and fractured his resolve, surged wildly within his mind. That pond is a dragon lair. The elder, he actually raised a whole pond of true dragons? In that moment, the mind of the golden Jiao demon emperor ceased all thought. He felt as though his understanding of this world and the very concept of power had been utterly, mercilessly, and devastatingly overturned. Using a Qilin as a watchdog, employing a sky-eater beast as a household pig, and now, using a troop of true dragons as ornamental fish. Was this even remotely reasonable? Run. After a brief moment of stupor that nearly shattered his soul, only one word remained in the mind of the golden Jiao demon emperor. He dared not linger for even a moment longer. He did not even dare to cast another glance. He feared that should he gaze upon those hundreds of true dragons even once more, any one of them could unleash a breath of dragon fire, obliterating his very essence. He sacrificed half of his vital essence. He unleashed his ultimate life-saving technique, the blood escape, which he had employed only thrice in his lifetime. His figure transformed into an almost imperceptible crimson streak of light and vanished in an instant. The speed surpassed even that of light itself. All he desired was to swiftly escape from this terrifying abyss that rendered even breathing a struggle. Days later, a groundbreaking revelation erupted from the heart of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Xiantian continent. Among the demon race. Extra. His Majesty the Demon Emperor has witnessed the divine manifestation of the true dragon in the human forbidden ground, the mortal farmstead. It is said that within that sacred domain lies a dragon transformation pool, harboring hundreds of juvenile true dragons. The master of that realm, a mysterious elder of the human race, astonishingly used true dragons as mere fish in the pool. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire demon race went utterly berserk. Countless creatures with a faint trace of dragon blood, such as serpents, pythons, and crocodiles, became infatuated. They disregarded all else and surged madly from their territories toward the legendary mortal farmstead. They were not there to offend. They came to pay homage, to behold the divine might of the true dragon, to bask in the sacred radiance of the dragon transformation pool. They fantasized that perhaps, like the common carp in the pool, they too might seize an opportunity, leap over the dragon gate, and transform into dragons. In an instant, the entire eastern region was abuzz with the gathering of myriad demons. Countless bizarre and powerful beasts congregated outside the mortal farmstead, a dark mass, yet all remained astonishingly quiet, prostrating on the ground, creating an unprecedented and magnificent tableau of beasts in worship. And the architect of all this, Lin Fan, was at that moment seated by the fish pond, holding a makeshift fishing rod, his face marred with worry. Alas, what is happening? Why are these fish growing so fast? Just a few days have passed, and they are as large as water buffaloes, sporting peculiar horns atop their heads. The meat must surely be tough and unpalatable. What vexes him further is, after fishing for half the day, he has not caught a single one. He gazed at the lively, elusive creatures swimming in the water, refusing to bite, once again expressing the simple and unadorned troubles of a humble fish farmer. Chapter 51. The obsession of the Dan Emperor of the Night deepens ever more profoundly. Above the humble mortal farm, the Milky Way dazzles like an inverted ocean of diamonds, each star exerting every ounce of its brilliance, seemingly eager to unveil the mysteries of this earthly divine realm. Yet, regardless of their fervent endeavors, all radiance is inexorably devoured and neutralized by a gentle, yet overwhelmingly authoritative force as it reaches the invisible grand formation that envelopes the entire farm. Here exists a sanctuary, independent of the heavens and the earth. In the kitchen, the flames dance around the cauldron, which, in the eyes of the Dan Emperor Gu He, holds a value 1,000,000,000 times more esteemed than his treasured 9-dragon divine fire furnace of the Danxia sect. Within the pot simmers a concoction, enriched with countless sacred fruits and medicinal herbs. Pig feed. The once mighty Gu He, a 7th-grade Dan Emperor revered across the eastern domain, now resembles the most humble and devout of fire tenders, kneeling before the hearth. His countenance is a canvas of two contrasting, yet strangely harmonious expressions. One half radiates bliss, while the other is steeped in anguish. The joy stems from the exhilarating realization that his alchemical prowess is advancing at an astonishing and unimaginable pace. Ever since he had the honor of serving as the personal fire tender to his esteemed predecessor, the moment he cherishes most each day is witnessing the master concoct this divine elixir in the hands of his mentor. Every seemingly mundane action encapsulates profound principles of the Tao. The act of washing the herbs appears to him as a purification with the ethereal waters of the nine heavens, cleansing every trace of worldly karma from the sacred plants. The slicing of the vegetables, devoid of any magical fluctuation, is executed with such precision that each cut aligns perfectly with the laws woven into the medicinal fruits, preserving their inherent properties flawlessly. The order in which the ingredients are added may seem arbitrary, yet it adheres to the supreme alchemical principles of yin, yang, and the five elements. As the custodian of the divine flames, Gu He bears an immense responsibility. He must deftly gauge the heat, discerning when to employ gentle simmering to nurture the essence of the herbs with life-giving fire, and when to unleash fierce flames to awaken their latent potential through destruction. This experience serves as the pinnacle of real-time alchemical education for him, the 7th grade Dan Emperor. He feels that a day spent tending the fire here imparts more wisdom than a century of solitary cultivation in the Danxia sect. The bottleneck that had plagued him for over a millennium on his path to becoming an 8th grade Dan Saint now loosens like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it could be shattered at any moment. This happiness penetrates his very soul, ensnaring him in its intoxicating embrace. Yet, alongside this joy exists an even more profound agony that rends his heart, the torment of wastefulness. Such appalling waste. He watches helplessly, observing his esteemed senior casually toss into the pot a celestial herb, ancient and brimming with the profound laws of life, which resembled nothing more than wilted vegetable leaves. Witnessing the senior treat a reincarnation fruit, coveted even by those transcending tribulation and containing the enigmatic secrets of life and death, as mere seasoning, discarding it without a second thought. Watching as the senior carelessly placed within the hearth a branch of the world tree, coveted by any master of artifact forging, imbued with the essence of true solar fire, treating it as ordinary firewood. And all of this, the culmination of which produced a divine elixir, its fragrance wafting for millions of miles, a single whiff capable of extending one's lifespan by a century, ultimately destined for the feeding trough of the gluttonous, slothful beast in the backyard. Each time he beheld that beast contentedly devouring the pot of divine elixir, licking its lips in satisfaction, Gu He felt his heart bleed. His heart ached to the point of suffocation. He wished to transform into a pig himself. No, he felt he was unworthy even to become a pig that could partake of the elixir brewed by his senior's own hands. Alas, Gu He let out a long, drawn-out sigh, his wrinkled visage etched with turmoil and yearning. He dreamt fervently. He longed to beseech his senior for a single pill. No, even half a pill, or perhaps just a spoonful of the broth. He was 100% certain that if he could obtain even the slightest essence of the elixir, he would immediately shatter his shackles, ascend to sainthood, becoming the first 8th-rank alchemist in the Xiantian continent in millennia. At that point, his Danxia sect would soar to new heights. Gu He would etch his name into the annals of history. For this ambition, he had labored more diligently than any other on the farm these past few days. Chopping wood, Li Qingyun, that sword-crazed madman, practiced his wood-chopping sword technique daily, appearing quite industrious. However, Gu He, employing alchemical flames, meticulously refined every impurity within the spirit wood's core beforehand, ensuring it burned more completely and purely. Fetching water? The fairies from the Yaoqi, with their flamboyant poses, watered the divine plants, a delightful sight. Yet, Gu He, seizing the moment when no one was watching, discreetly tossed a few of his meticulously preserved yuan-nourishing pills, which had enhanced the water's quality for millennia, into the nine heavens spirit spring, making the divine water even sweeter. Though he knew this was mostly a psychological effect, the intention mattered. Sweeping? Feeding chickens? He eagerly volunteered for every task. He even took on the unparalleled honor of massaging his senior's legs and back. Each time, He carefully transferred the purest essence of his alchemical energy through his palms into his senior's body, helping to invigorate the meridians and promote circulation. Though each time, his meager energy dissipated like a cow sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace, he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. In his eyes, this was the sole manner in which he could express his loyalty to his esteemed predecessor. He firmly believed that sincere effort could move mountains. As long as he exerted himself with enough diligence, devotion, and thoughtfulness, his mentor would eventually be touched by his steadfastness. One day, he envisioned the elder, with a pleased countenance, pointing to the trough and saying, "Little Gu, I have noticed your commendable performance lately. This leftover meal shall be your reward." The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers of excitement through Gu He, his weathered face beaming with joy akin to a radiant flower. Meanwhile, the catalyst for all this, Lin Fan, observed with a look of skepticism the elderly firekeeper before the hearth, whose expressions oscillated between laughter and tears, resembling the dramatic face changes of a Sichuan opera performer. Lin Fan sensed that the old man's condition seemed to be deteriorating. Sighing, he shook his head, murmuring to himself, "This old fellow is truly pitiable." Over the past few days, he has worked relentlessly, chopping wood and fetching water, even more industriously than the celestial carpenters. Yet, his gaze remains oddly peculiar. Every time I feed the pigs, he trails behind, fixated on the pot of pig feed, drool nearly pooling on the ground. Could it be that he truly starved to death in a past life? Or does he believe that our pig feed surpasses the meals I prepare? Lin Fan found himself perplexed, contemplating whether he ought to consider serving the old man a separate bowl of pig feed during his next cooking endeavor. Chapter 52. The fortune of a spoonful of soup. The fading rays of the setting sun cascaded gently over the mortal farm, resembling spilled golden honey, enveloping every leaf and inch of soil in a warm and sacred glow. At the kitchen door, Lin Fan lifted the sturdy iron pot, which he perceived as quite durable, while the ancient emperor of Dan regarded it as the chaotic cauldron of all things, and strolled leisurely towards the pigsty in the backyard. Inside the pot was a steaming, fragrant concoction of specially prepared pig feed. Today, Lin Fan was in high spirits. He had just discovered a few exceptionally ripe peaches in the orchard on the back mountain. These peaches were larger than the usual longevity peaches, their surfaces a delicate pink, adorned with a fine layer of fuzz, exuding an enticing aroma. After sampling one himself, he found it to be delightfully sweet, bursting with juice, filling him with an invigorating energy. Realizing that such treasures should not be savored alone, he decided to toss the remaining peaches, along with some other leftover fruits and vegetables, into the pot, enriching the meal for the robust black pig, a cherished member of the household. Thus, today's pig feed was remarkably unique. The ancient emperor of Dan, along with Li Qingyun and the Yaoqi holy master, who were engrossed in their cultivation, were instantly invigorated by the delightful scent wafting through the air. They could distinctly sense that the life essence and longevity principles infused within this pot of divine concoction were more potent than ever before. Could it be the legendary Pan Tao, allegedly flourishing in the celestial realm of Yaoqi, blooming once every 3,000 years and bearing fruit in the same span? Consuming one could grant one the longevity of the heavens. The divine fruit of the Pan Tao? The ancient emperor of Dan trailed behind Lin Fan, his eyes wide with excitement as he beheld the few tender peach pits in the pot, trembling with exhilaration. How could the elder use the Pan Tao to prepare pig feed? Such extravagance! It was an unspeakable luxury. His heart ached and raced. He understood that the potency of today's divine concoction was unprecedented. If he could obtain but a single drop, no, even merely inhaling the steam from this broth would bestow immeasurable benefits. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the group behind him was lost in wild fantasies. He hummed a cheerful tune as he approached the pigsty. "Hey, time to eat," he called out exuberantly. "Oink, oink." The black beast of devouring, upon hearing its master's call, eagerly emerged from its cozy straw nest, wagging its short tail and scampering forth. It gazed at the enticing food in the pot, drooling profusely. "You glutton, all you think about is eating." Lin Fan teased with a smile, then lifted the heavy iron pot, aiming to pour the delectable pig feed into the massive stone trough. However, perhaps due to an exceptionally joyful mood today, a bit too much strength was exerted. Or perhaps the mighty devourer beast was overly excited and inadvertently nudged Lin Fan's leg with its hefty head. In any case, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Fan's hand suddenly trembled. That heavy chaos cauldron tilted slightly in his grasp. Splash! A ladle of scalding, golden broth, radiating with a spectrum of colors and exuding an ethereal aura, surged forth from the pot's edge. That ladle of soup traced a graceful, golden parabola through the air. Its target was none other than the eagerly watching, salivating Dan Emperor Gu He. At that moment, all who witnessed this scene held their breath. In the eyes of the Yaoqi Holy Lord, Li Qingyun, and others, this was no mere accident. It was unmistakably a test from the Elder. The Elder was bestowing a reward upon the worthy in the most unexpected manner, assessing the opportunities and resolve of everyone present. As Dan Emperor Gu He gazed at the golden droplet, akin to a shooting star, hurtling towards his face, his mind plunged into a tumult of struggle and ecstasy. Should he dodge? Or should he not? Dodging, with his 7th grade Dan Emperor reflexes, would be a trivial matter. Yet, could he evade it? Would he dare to evade it? This was a reward from the Elder. It was the supreme medicinal essence of the Pan Tao divine fruit, a grand alchemical pill. It was the extraordinary opportunity he had yearned for, having prayed countless days and nights to obtain. To dodge would be to profane the Elder's grace. It would mean relinquishing this rare fortune. Not dodging. He could not even consider it. In a flash, Gu He's heart made its decision. A wild and resolute light ignited in his eyes. He not only refrained from dodging. Instead, he squared his shoulders, extended his neck, and willingly presented his wrinkled old face to meet this monumental blessing. He wanted to demonstrate his dedication and reverence for the path to the Elder. However, his desire for this opportunity was matched by others. At the very moment Gu He extended his face, a sharp voice rang out from the side. "Begone!" The Yaoqi Holy Lord, usually regal and untouchable, now resembled a protective leopard with gleaming eyes filled with determination. With a swift movement, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, appearing slow yet moving with the speed of a shooting star. She instantly positioned herself in front of Gu He. She opened her cherry-red lips, seemingly intent on catching that droplet of divine broth with her mouth. "Yaoqi's old nun, do you dare to compete with me?" Upon witnessing this, Gu He's eyes blazed with fury. He wished to intervene, yet it was already too late. He chuckled. "Ah, Taoist Gu He, such an opportunity should be shared by all who witness it. Why hoard it for oneself?" Just then, a piercing sword intent flashed by. The sword-mad Li Qingyun, who had been chopping wood, had also made his move unbeknownst to anyone. He did not seek to seize the droplet of divine broth. His aim was the still tilting chaotic cauldron. He intended to catch the imminent outpouring of more divine elixir with his sword sheath. "All of you step aside." A furious roar erupted. The ancestor from a top-tier body refining sect, who had been cleaning the pigpen, was now red-eyed. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, and with a fierce stomp, the ground trembled beneath him. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards that droplet of divine broth. He sought to withstand the unparalleled essence of this droplet with his indomitable flesh. He aimed to comprehend the Tao through his corporeal form. In an instant, the scene spiraled into utter chaos. The Yaoqi saint, Li Qingyun, the body refining elder, all the laborers present were driven mad. They showcased their extraordinary abilities, grappling with one another over a mere spoonful of pig feed broth. Though in this desolate land of magic, they could not wield spiritual power, their bodies, tempered over thousands of years, remained immensely powerful. Diamond elbow, mountain press, monkey steals peach. They jostled and shoved one another, tripping and elbowing in a tumultuous melee. The scene descended into utter pandemonium. It resembled a street brawl among the pinnacle powers of the Eastern Domain. Amidst this chaos, the alchemist Emperor Gu He, unnoticed by anyone, flashed a glint of cunning in his eyes. His earlier frenzied demeanor of attempting to catch it with his face had merely been an act. His true intention was to divert everyone's attention. At the moment when all were embroiled in their frenzied contest, he made his move. He swiftly retrieved a bowl crafted from a millennia-old warm jade, which he had long prepared, from his bosom. With a flick of his wrist, the jade bowl slipped from his hand, tracing an intricate trajectory he had meticulously calculated countless times. With a soft thud, the spoonful of pig feed broth, poised to fall, landed perfectly within his jade bowl, not a single drop spilled. Ha! It's in my grasp. Gu He rejoiced internally. He deftly caught the jade bowl, no longer concerned with the brawl among his companions, nor the expression on the elder's face. His hands trembled as he gazed at the murky, greasy contents of the bowl, which emanated an endless essence of Tao, seemingly containing the divine broth of an entire universe. He understood that opportunities like this are fleeting and must not be squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the jade bowl to his lips and, without further ado, gulped it down in one swift motion. Lin Fan stood utterly bewildered by the sudden spectacle before him. He remained rooted to the spot, holding the large iron pot from which the broth continued to drip, his face awash with bewilderment as he observed the chaotic scene unfolding around him. What had he just witnessed? All this commotion was merely the result of his careless spill of a ladleful of pig slop. This group of individuals, whom he regarded as somewhat eccentric free laborers, had gone utterly mad, engaging in a frenzied melee. The sweeping fairy even attempted to catch the broth with her mouth. The woodcutter, a swordsman, resorted to using his sword sheath to scoop up the soup, and that foolish giant thought to hurl himself into the fray. Most absurd of all was the old man tending the fire, who had somehow brought a bowl with him. In the end, he actually managed to catch it and drank from it in one gulp. Madness, utter madness. Lin Fan felt as though his perception of the world had once again been irrevocably altered. Was it merely a ladle of pig feed? What would happen if it were too hot? Each of them acted as if they had never tasted food in their lives. He shook his head, his face etched with disdain and helplessness. He resolved that he must keep his distance from this peculiar group in the future, and when feeding the pigs, he ought to maintain an even greater distance. If such a spill were to occur again, he had no doubt that they would snatch away his pig trough. Chapter 53. The emergence of the Dan Sage. What appeared to Lin Fan as a greasy and murky bowl of pig's food soup transformed in the mouth of the Dan Emperor Gu He into the primordial chaotic fire capable of igniting the entire universe. Boom! A force of indescribable ferocity surged within him, akin to the simultaneous eruption of countless volcanoes. In that fleeting moment, Gu He felt as though he had not merely consumed a bowl of soup, but had swallowed a sun on the verge of explosion. The potency of that force was overwhelmingly tyrannical, shockingly unyielding, and utterly unreasonable. It was not gently reshaping his body. Rather, it sought to annihilate, and then reconstruct. Crack, crack. His meridians, which had been tempered for millennia by seventh-grade Dan fire, were as resilient as they were, yet under this onslaught, they shattered like fragile glass, piece by piece. Excruciating pain, a heart-wrenching agony that penetrated to the marrow surged through his entire being in an instant. He could scarcely utter a scream. His aged visage turned a deep crimson, veins bulging like ferocious dragons, pulsating violently upon his forehead and neck. Had he gone too far? This was the last thought that flickered through Gu He's mind. He had overestimated his own capabilities and utterly underestimated the power of this divine broth. He believed that with his cultivation as a seventh-grade Dan Emperor, refining a mere spoonful of soup would be more than sufficient. Yet, he had never anticipated that this broth contained the profound essence of the Pan-Tao divine fruit, a transcendent treasure capable of extending even an immortal emperor's lifespan. The energy it harbored was beyond what a mere mortal Dan Emperor could endure. He sensed that his corporeal form, his dantian, and his very soul were on the brink of being utterly obliterated by this terrifying force, reduced to the most insignificant dust in the cosmos. However, just as he was about to perish, his soul extinguished in the final moments, a peculiar and pure life force, as if birthed from the dawn of creation, quietly emerged from the maelstrom of destructive power. This was the essence of life, and the principles of creation contained within the divine soul wood core that Lin Fan had used for firewood. Amidst destruction, new life was conceived. Within despair, hope lay hidden. This nascent force enveloped Gu He's crumbling foundation and soul like the gentlest spring rain, initiating a process of repair, nourishment, and reconstruction. An unprecedented and earth-shattering transformation unfolded within the body of Dan Emperor Gu He. He felt his body dissolving, only to be reassembled in a manner far more perfect, more aligned with the Tao. His shattered meridians were replaced by a golden divine chain shimmering with Dan symbols. His murky dantian was shrouded in a mist of chaos, as though evolving into a realm capable of nurturing myriad creations. As he reached the pinnacle of his mastery over the 7th-grade alchemical fire, it began to undergo a frenzied transformation under the impetus of this newfound power. The flames shifted in hue, from a deep crimson to a vibrant orange, then to a verdant green, and finally to a resplendent azure. Ultimately, it transformed into a blazing blossom of prismatic flames, both enchanting and sacred, as if capable of incinerating the heavens and refining all that exists. The 8th-grade imperial fire, the chaotic, glazed flame. The alchemical fire's metamorphosis. The reconstitution of his foundation. The elevation of his spirit. Ancient River could no longer contain the terrifying power surging within him, ready to erupt. He barely had time to offer his apologies to his predecessor before instinctively settling into a lotus position on the ground, his hands forming an intricate alchemical seal, fervently guiding that force, assaulting the final barrier that had hindered him for millennia, the threshold to the supreme realm of alchemy. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted explosively from his center. The entire mortal farm trembled slightly under the impact of this force. In the courtyard, the Saint of Yaoqi and Li Qingyun, who were engaged in a fierce struggle, were all thrown to the ground by this power, their faces smeared with dirt. Astonished gazes fixed upon Ancient River, who sat cross-legged, enveloped in a halo of 7-colored divine light. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. Li Qingyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Merely a spoonful of leftover broth, and he is about to attain sanctity? The beautiful eyes of the Saint of Yaoqi brimmed with boundless jealousy and regret. Why did they have to fight for it? Why did they not wait patiently? Perhaps, if they had, their predecessor might have graciously bestowed upon them a bowl. Now, it seems that the opportunity has been monopolized by this cunning old fox, Ancient River. Their hearts bled with anguish. At the same time, as the aura within Ancient River reached its zenith, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The once clear azure sky above the mortal farm was rapidly enveloped by vibrant, multicolored clouds within mere breaths. These clouds were not ordinary. They were formed from the purest, most refined laws of alchemy gathered from the heavens and the earth. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 hues of clouds intertwined and surged in the sky, creating a magnificent tableau, as if a divine miracle had descended. Ethereal, mystical notes of alchemical resonance filled the air. The sound seemed to sing the birth of a new saint, as lotus flowers of alchemy, formed from the essence of the world, slowly drifted down from the void, gracefully blanketing the entire rear mountain with their fragrant presence. Heavenly clouds descended. Earthly alchemical lotuses surged. The Tao resonated. Outside the farm, those influential figures, who had been anxiously grappling with the mysteries of the Tao, were struck with astonishment as they sensed this familiar yet foreign celestial phenomenon, all raising their heads in unison. This is the manifestation of a saint's emergence in the realm of alchemy. An elder from the esteemed Dan Tao lineage let out a piercing scream, the sound sharp and intense due to overwhelming shock. Heavens! It is the Dan Saint. After 30,000 years since the first Dan Emperor, we have finally witnessed the emergence of another 8th-ranked Dan Saint in our Xiantian continent. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Who has attained such an extraordinary fate within this predecessor's sacred grounds? Surely, it must be that old scoundrel from Danxia sect, Gu He. He has truly succeeded. Expressions of envy, jealousy, and boundless fervor adorned the faces of the onlookers, their gazes toward the farmstead becoming increasingly fervent. What kind of unimaginable, earth-shattering secrets still lay hidden within this sacred ground that could elevate a Dan Emperor to sainthood? Half an hour later, the celestial clouds and Dan lotuses gradually dissipated. Gu He, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. 2 beams of radiant, 7-colored light, embodying the profound truths of the Dan Tao, erupted from his eyes, piercing the heavens and creating 2 gaping holes in the clouds above. His aura had transformed entirely. If he had previously been akin to a volcano brimming with boundless treasures, he now resembled a vast and profound starry river of the Dan Tao, capable of nurturing all creation. Every movement he made resonated with the laws of the Dan Tao. Gu He, the Dan Emperor, had, at this moment, shattered the shackles of a millennium, successfully stepping into the exalted realm of the 8th-ranked Dan Saint, a pinnacle that countless Dan masters could only gaze upon in their dreams. I have attained sainthood. He felt an unprecedented, terrifying power within him, as if he could refine the very heavens and reverse the cosmos. His mind went blank, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of joy and gratitude that engulfed him like a flood. He slowly turned his head to face the young predecessor, who regarded him with a look of disdain, as if he were something unsightly. He understood who had bestowed all of this upon him. With a thud, Gui could no longer contain his excitement. His knees buckled, and he prostrated himself heavily towards Lin Fan, pressing his forehead against the ground tainted with the aura of divine elixirs, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for granting the saintly great Dan. I can never repay this in my lifetime. May I serve you as a furnace attendant in all my future lives. Never to betray." He wept like a 300-pound child, convinced that the wisest decision of his life had been to shamelessly rush in and grasp the thigh of his esteemed predecessor. Meanwhile, Lin Fan gazed at this seemingly mad old man, who moments ago had been fighting over a ladle of pig feed and was now kneeling and wailing about the saintly great Dan. He could only feel utterly exhausted. He rubbed his ears, still buzzing from the shock, and dismissively waved his hand. "Enough, enough. A breakthrough is a breakthrough. What is all this wailing about? Do you not realize you are disturbing my sleep? Furthermore, keep your distance next time. I certainly do not wish to see you scalded by pig slop again. Honestly, you are nothing but a source of vexation." Chapter 54. The Conspiracy of the Great Demonic Master. The Emergence of the Pill Saint. This news struck like a colossal nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, spreading across every corner of the Xiantian continent at a terrifying velocity that seemed to surpass even light itself within a single day. The entire realm trembled, and visitors from all directions flocked forth. Countless reclusive old monsters and secluded ancestors were jolted awake by this revelation. An 8th-grade pill saint. Such a realm is the stuff of legends. It is a status that stands shoulder to shoulder with those in the tribulation transcendent stage, and in certain respects, it may even hold a more exalted position. The existence of a pill saint signifies the continuous emergence of 8th-grade imperial pills capable of defying fate. With a mere word, he could elevate an obscure sect into a top-tier force that could rival the imperial powers of the sacred land. A stamp of his foot could send tremors through the entire continent's pill market. And now, this mythical figure has unexpectedly emerged from a mysterious mortal farm in the eastern region. Moreover, it is said that his breakthrough was merely due to a spoonful of leftover soup brewed by a senior. This news undoubtedly poured an additional ladle of hot oil into an already boiling pot. The entire Xiantian continent erupted in fervor. Numerous sects and forces that had previously been hesitant and skeptical could no longer remain still. They frantically rushed toward the mortal farm, bearing their most precious gifts. They did not seek to attain the same opportunity for sanctification as the pill Emperor Guhi. They merely yearned to catch a distant glimpse, to breathe the air of that place, to absorb even a trace of the senior's Tao charm. Such a blessing would be immense. In no time, the area outside the mortal farm, already teeming with people, became utterly congested. Even the mountains surrounding the farm were densely populated with pilgrims who had come from all directions. Each of them stood cautiously, wary of making any noise, gazing with the most reverent and fervent eyes toward the ordinary farmhouse that had, in their hearts, become more sacred than any celestial palace or divine temple. The righteous forces, naturally, rejoiced and felt a sense of pride. To them, Pill Emperor Gu, he was a venerable figure of great virtue. His ascension to sainthood undoubtedly added a powerful ally to their righteous alliance, marking a monumental victory for their side. This bolstered their confidence when facing the increasingly rampant demonic forces. However, when this news reached the ears of the demonic factions, it struck like a bolt from the blue. In the Blood Demon sect's main hall, a grand edifice constructed from the blood and bones of countless beings. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if the very air was solidifying into clots of blood. At this moment, the leader of the Blood Demon sect, the Blood River Old Demon, sat upon his throne sculpted from millennia-old blood jade, his countenance ashen with fury. Before him lay the dog bowl, which he revered as a sacred artifact and devotedly tended to day and night. Now, it too seemed to sense its master's wrath, its once subtle aura dimming noticeably. Unthinkable. Unthinkable. The Blood River Old Demon slammed his hand against the armrest, causing the incredibly hard blood jade to fracture with fine cracks. His teeth clenched, his blood-red eyes brimming with insatiable envy and resentment. Ancient River, that old scoundrel. He has actually attained sainthood. This news was even more difficult for him to bear than when he had heard of the obliteration of the Ghost King's clan. An alchemist saint. What does that signify? It meant that the Righteous Alliance would now be able to continuously produce 8th-grade Imperial pills capable of mass-producing void-returning experts and even transcending Tribulation Masters. In this shifting balance, their demonic path space for survival would be inexorably constricted. In no time, they would likely face total eradication at the hands of those self-righteous hypocrites of the righteous path. Master, please calm your fury. Below the Grand Hall, the elder who had once single-handedly infiltrated the farm and retrieved the dog bowl, oh no, now a reborn arm, stepped forward with a bow and urged, in my humble opinion, this situation may not be entirely unfavorable for us. Oh, the Blood River old demon's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Do enlighten me. The elder inhaled deeply, eyes shimmering with cunning and wisdom, and slowly spoke. Master, consider why that old scoundrel, Ancient River, was able to attain sainthood. Is it not due to his audacity in ingratiating himself with the predecessors, ultimately receiving a ladle of divine broth as a reward? What does this imply? It indicates that although the predecessors possess immense power, they are truly indifferent to those divine artifacts. They do not prohibit, and one might even say they tacitly permit, those around them to gain opportunities from them. Upon hearing this, the Blood River old demon's eyes lit up. Indeed, he recalled his own past. Initially, he had stumbled upon this dog bowl, which had led to an explosive upsurge in the fortunes of the Blood Demon sect. Meanwhile, that foolish Ghost King, in his arrogance, sought to trample the sacred grounds, only to suffer total annihilation, reducing himself to a pitiful cleaning servant. The stark contrast between the two was clear. The predecessor's sacred grounds were to be revered and not violated. The predecessor himself was to be worshipped and not opposed. However, those divine artifacts, which the predecessor disregarded, could indeed be borrowed for use. An utterly insane yet irresistibly alluring thought began to take root fervently in the Blood River old demon's mind. Master, time waits for no one. Upon witnessing the sect leader's wavering resolve, the elder swiftly seized the opportunity to incite further. In these times, the righteous path boasts formidable figures such as the alchemist saint of Ancient River, the sword fanatic Li Qingyun, and the women of the Yaoqi Holy Master, all fervently surrounding their esteemed predecessors, their prowess advancing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, our demonic faction languishes, our Ghost King rendered powerless, other sects in disarray, morale at a nadir. If we do not act promptly, our demonic path shall face dire peril. We must take the initiative and seize a monumental opportunity for our faction. Suddenly, the Blood River old demon rose abruptly from his throne, pacing the hall with a tumultuous gaze. He recognized the veracity of the elder's words. Passivity would lead only to ruin. Only through audacious action could a sliver of hope remain. Yet, how should they proceed? A reckless assault would spell doom, the fate of the Ghost King still fresh in his mind. To plead for mercy? He, the Blood River old demon, could not stoop to such depths. Moreover, the ranks of the righteous were already filled with those hypocrites. Even if he approached, he would likely be relegated to the sidelines. Thus, the solitary course of action remained. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in the Blood River old demon's eyes. Convey my secret edict. He commanded the elder in a voice only they could discern, chillingly resolute. Immediately, in my name, covertly contact the leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect, the Master of Harmony sect, and also the head of the Een Corpse sect. Inform them that I have uncovered a path, one that could restore our demonic faction to its former glory, even overpower the righteous. Let them know that I wish to convene for a grand scheme, targeting the mortal farmstead for untold riches. Chapter 55. Do they wish to steal chickens? The secret invitation from the Blood Demon sect fell upon the upper echelons of the major demonic sects in the Eastern Domain like a colossal stone cast into stagnant waters, stirring up a tempest of intrigue. The Heavenly Kill sect, renowned for its mastery of slaughtering techniques through the cultivation of malevolent energy. The Joyous Union sect, known for its nefarious practices of yin gathering and yang supplementing. ensnaring souls with its allure. The Corpsine sect, a peculiar order that dwells amongst the dead, excelling in the creation of zombie puppets. Although these sects are all part of the demonic path, they engage in constant rivalry and mutual suspicion, each looking down upon the others. Yet this time, upon receiving the heartfelt yet seductively tempting letter from the old demon of Blood River, they astonishingly chose to temporarily set aside their grievances. For the grandiose pathway described in the letter, the promise of immense wealth, was simply too alluring. That night, in a desolate place known as the Black Wind Valley, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, several figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy silently descended. At the forefront stood the leader of the Blood Demon sect, the old demon of Blood River. To his left was a towering figure, enveloped in palpable crimson malevolence, reminiscent of a deity emerging from a sea of corpses. He was the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect, a formidable giant of the demonic path at the late stage of the Void Return phase. To the right of the old demon stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a pink palace gown, her enchanting gaze capable of captivating souls with every subtle smile and frown. She was the leader of the Joyous Union sect, a name that sent shivers down the spines of countless righteous cultivators, yet one they secretly coveted in their dreams. Finally, lurking in the shadows was a gaunt elder swathed in a black robe, with only his ghastly green eyes visible, emanating a strong stench of decay. He was the master of the Corpsine sect, a peculiar being who dealt with the dead daily. These four individuals represented the most formidable force of the demonic path in the Eastern Domain, second only to the Ghost King. Old Blood River, cease your riddles, thundered the leader of the Heavenly Kill sect, his temper as volatile as a storm. What exactly is this immense wealth you mentioned in your letter? Should you dare to deceive us? Do not blame my Heavenly Kill God-slaying blade for being unmerciful. Haha, why the haste, Brother Shah? Chuckled the leader of the Joyous Union sect, her voice sweet and intoxicating, sending warmth coursing through the lower abdomens of the two men present, except for the silent master of the Corpsine sect. I am far more intrigued by what Blood River has called the Heavenly Path. Is it even more blissful than my path of supreme joy? Ignoring her banter, the old demon of Blood River cast a glance at the perpetually silent master of the Corpsine sect, then slowly retrieved from his robes the object that had become more precious than his own life, a broken bowl. Esteemed guests, behold, he declared, cradling the battered dog bowl in his hands, his expression a mix of fervent devotion and fervor. The other three titans of the demonic path cast their puzzled gazes upon the seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat filthy, broken bowl. They could not fathom the purpose behind the Blood River old demon producing such an object. However, as they cautiously probed with their divine consciousness, their expressions underwent a dramatic transformation. This is... The burly figure of the Heavenly Evil sect's leader trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. What pure essence of slaughter and destruction? No, look, there are also the laws of creation and life within it. The leader of the Harmonious Union sect also paled, sensing from the chipped edge of the bowl a sliver of the primordial yin-yang fusion, the supreme law of life creation that she had long yearned for. Meanwhile, the head of the Yin Corpse sect shook uncontrollably, his ghastly green eyes fixated on the indelible stain at the bottom of the bowl, his voice hoarse, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The perfect cycle of death and vitality. All three were thoroughly shaken by the terrifying essence contained within this seemingly inconspicuous bowl, an essence that returned to simplicity yet encompassed myriad paths. Esteemed guests, do you now believe my words? The Blood River old demon observed their ghostly expressions with a sense of dark satisfaction, his face adorned with an enigmatic smile. He recounted, with embellishments, how he stumbled upon this bowl and how the Blood Demon sect prospered as a result. Then he shifted his tone, making it exceedingly grave. I have summoned you today, not to boast, but to share a staggering conclusion I have reached after countless days and nights of deliberation. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, articulating each word with precision. That venerable elder, that supreme being residing in the mortal's farmhouse. He has no regard for any divine objects within his sanctum. The fact that I could effortlessly pick up this dog bowl serves as the best proof. The reason the Ghost King met his demise was not due to his desire for divine objects, but rather because he was too noisy. He offended the elder's tranquil cultivation. Thus, a frenzied and audacious light flickered in the eyes of the Blood River Old Demon. Our path to survival does not lie in opposing the Elder, nor in groveling like those hypocritical righteous sects, but rather in seizing the opportunity while the Elder frolics in the mortal realm, indifferent to worldly affairs, to borrow a divine object from his sanctum, unbeknownst to anyone. Upon hearing this, the other three titans of the demonic path collectively gasped in shock. 2. To steal from the Elder's sanctum? This is no different from robbing the judge's pen in the Hall of Yama. This is sheer madness. Blood River, have you lost your sanity? The leader of the Heavenly Fiends sect bellowed. Do you not recall the fate of the Ghost King? No, I am not mad. It is you who are deranged. The Blood River Old Demon countered passionately. Times have changed. The Ghost King charged in recklessly. We, however, are merely borrowing. We shall enter quietly and exit unobserved, not disturbing our esteemed predecessors in the slightest. As long as our movements are sufficiently subtle, those of such exalted status would scarcely deign to acknowledge us insignificant creatures. Wealth and glory lie in perilous pursuits. Do you wish to stand idly by as the righteous path grows stronger each day, ultimately driving us to our doom? His words struck the hearts of the other three like heavy hammers. They fell into silence, for they understood the truth in the Blood River Old Demon's assertions. Then, what do you wish to borrow? The alluring leader of the Harmony sect inquired softly, her eyes glinting with intrigue. A chilling smile crept across the lips of the Blood River Old Demon as he slowly uttered two words, steal. A chicken. Steal a chicken? All three were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the depths of insatiable greed ignited in the old demoness eyes. Have you all forgotten how the Ghost King's 100,000-strong army was obliterated? It was devoured by those divine chickens in the esteemed predecessor's domain. To effortlessly consume an army of that magnitude, what does that signify? Each of those chickens is at least akin to a formidable guardian beast of the tribulation stage. Just imagine if we could acquire even one, merely one. If we could refine its flesh and blood into the 10,000 demon blood pill, or transform it into our very own magical companion, our power would surge to unfathomable heights. At that point, what could a mere ancient river hope to achieve against us? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Heavenly Fiends sect, the Harmony sect's matriarch, and the master of the Immortal sect all felt their breaths quicken dramatically. The last vestiges of reason within them were utterly consumed by this boundless avarice. Yes, stealing just one chicken, a chicken that appears the weakest. This plan, though fraught with risk, promised rewards beyond imagination. Excellent. Let us proceed, exclaimed the leader of the Heavenly Fiends sect, slamming his thigh in enthusiasm. I too agree. However, should we succeed, the primordial Ina of that divine chicken must belong to me. The matriarch of the Harmony sect purred, licking her crimson lips, her laughter fluttering like petals in the wind. The bones of the chicken shall belong to me, the master of the Immortal sect croaked in his harsh voice. Agreed. It is settled. The Blood River Old Demon reveled in delight at the success of their scheme. He immediately began orchestrating what could only be described as the most audacious and reckless chicken-stealing plan in the history of the Shintian continent. To infiltrate the predecessor's domain and stealthily abscond with the divine chicken required absolute precision. Here, I possess an ancient magical treasure known as the Shadow Cloak. When donned, it conceals all presence, making it nearly imperceptible even to the divine consciousness of tribulation stage experts. In my celestial sect, there exists a specially crafted net known as the Heavenly Web, designed to ensnare avian divine beasts. Once ensnared, even the most resplendent phoenix would find it arduous to escape. My Hahuan sect possesses a form of enchanting melody, the mesmeric celestial sound, capable of temporarily bewildering the minds of divine beasts, allowing them to be spirited away in slumber. As for my Immortal sect, we wield an ancient relic, the Void Escape Talisman, passed down through the ages, that can momentarily rend the fabric of space and bypass most restrictions. Several formidable figures of the demonic path unveiled their most prized possessions. They began to meticulously devise plans, scrutinizing every detail of the farm, analyzing the patrol patterns of Li Qingyun and the Lord of the Yao Pool, and calculating every conceivable eventuality. They resolved to form a death squad composed of the most adept elders from their respective sects, masters of stealth and concealment, to act in unison. Their objective was not to provoke the imposing and formidable General Rooster, but rather to pilfer a seemingly weak, inconspicuous hen, the easiest target. They were convinced that with a well-crafted plan and swift execution, they could utilize the Void Escape Talisman and vanish before their predecessors could detect their presence. Chapter 56. The most imposing defense. The night was as dark as ink, devoid of stars and moonlight. Thick, heavy clouds loomed ominously above, devouring the last vestiges of light, as if the entire world had succumbed to an eternal silence. In this impenetrable darkness, several shadows, nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, moved like the most agile of owls or phantoms emerging from the underworld, stealthily skimming the ground towards the mortal farmlands, hastening with purpose. They were a clandestine death squad dispatched by the four foremost demonic sects: the Blood Demon Sect, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect, the Ecstasy Sect, and the Incorpse Sect, tasked with executing a covert operation. This team consisted of 4 members, each a venerable elder who had secluded themselves for centuries, achieving mastery in the late stage of Void Return. They were the pinnacle of expertise in stealth, breath suppression, and assassination within the demonic arts. Their shadow cloaks, treasured artifacts of the Blood River's ancient sorcerer, were said to be crafted from the hide of an ancient demonic deity. When donned, these cloaks allowed the wearer to merge seamlessly with the void, shielding them from any probing consciousness. Even those of considerable prowess during tribulation would find it challenging to detect their presence unless they were exceedingly vigilant. For this operation, they had indeed brought forth their elite, fully armed for the task. Yet, at this moment, these formidable figures, who could command respect and instill fear in their respective realms, were palpably tense, their palms clammy with sweat, and their breaths deliberately suppressed to the barest minimum. Be cautious. We are approaching the so-called end of Dharma Realm. The leader, Elder Bloodshadow from the Blood Demon Sect, warned the others telepathically, his tone laden with gravity. What end of Dharma Realm? To my mind, it is merely a dilapidated ancient formation capable of blocking spiritual energy. Elder Slaughter from the Heavenly Slaughter Sect, known for his fiery temperament, scoffed dismissively, carefully navigating through the shadows. The sect master of Blood River is overly cautious. To steal a few chickens, he has summoned us 4 to take action, such a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Do not underestimate the situation, Brother Slaughter, cautioned the alluring Elder Charm from the Ecstasy Sect, her voice sultry yet filled with warning. Let us not forget the fate of that fool, the Ghost King. This place is treacherous. We must tread carefully lest we find ourselves capsized in the mire. Ha ha ha, let them be as sinister as they wish. As long as our movements are swift, we shall snatch the prize and use the Void Escape Talisman to flee miles away. Even if the Elder himself intervenes, he may not catch us. Elder Corpse from the Incorpse Sect cackled, his laughter echoing like a night owl's call, brimming with confidence in the talisman. As they conversed, they had silently infiltrated the outskirts of the mortal farmstead. Suddenly, upon entering this area, an unspoken tension gripped them, and they halted in unison. They distinctly sensed an invisible yet overwhelming force enveloping them in an instant. Under the oppressive force, the mana within them, once surging like a mighty river, suddenly felt as though it had been cast into a frigid abyss, its flow becoming sluggish and hindered, as if ensnared in a quagmire. How terrifying is this field suppression! Even though they had prepared themselves, they were still drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming potency of this force. Nevertheless, this only confirmed that the conjecture of the Blood River Sect Master was indeed correct. The master of this place must have encountered some predicament, relying solely on this field for self-preservation. We need only to proceed with caution, refraining from any fluctuations of spiritual energy, and we shall not trigger the prohibitions of this realm. Elder Bloodshadow, the most seasoned among them, quickly rendered a judgment and led the group to circumnavigate the outskirts of the farmstead in search of a point of infiltration. However, they soon discovered that the situation was far more complex than they had anticipated, by a factor of 1,000. The defenses of this farmstead were anything but formidable. It was akin to an impenetrable fortress, a celestial gate of the 9 heavens. They initially attempted to infiltrate through the main entrance. Yet, before they could approach within 100 meters of the fence, a chilling and piercing sword intent erupted from what appeared to be an unremarkable large blue stone at the entrance of the courtyard, soaring into the sky. This sword intent was pure, domineering, and refined to an extreme degree. It loomed like the sword of Damocles above their heads, threatening to cleave them to dust at any moment. The four elder practitioners of the demonic path were so terrified that their souls nearly fled their bodies, scrambling backward for several hundred meters before they could finally halt, trembling with trepidation. They gazed in horror at the blue stone, where they beheld an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his gaunt visage seated in tranquil meditation. He did not even open his eyes. The mere sword intent radiating from his being was enough to instill a sense of lethal threat in these four late-stage practitioners of the void. Is that the sword maniac from the Qingyun sword sect? Li Qingyun, Elder Slaughter exclaimed in recognition, his voice sharp with disbelief. Impossible. Had he not broken through to the nascent soul stage a century ago? Why does his sword intent feel even more terrifying than that of a legendary sword immortal in the tribulation stage? He is merely standing guard here. At this revelation, the other three were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. A being comparable to a tribulation sword immortal was merely a gatekeeper of this farmstead? Then, what kind of apocalyptic existence must the master of this farmstead, that mysterious elder, be? For the first time, a flicker of doubt emerged in their hearts regarding the Blood River Old Devil's earlier claim of that elder's decline. No. Do not panic. Elder Blood Shadow forcibly suppressed his fear, gritting his teeth as he transmitted a message. Perhaps Li Qingyun is merely here by chance, seeking enlightenment. Yes, it must be so. Let us change our approach. They dared not approach through the main entrance, opting instead to circumvent to the side of the farm, attempting to infiltrate from the seemingly tranquil vegetable patch nearby. However, as they drew closer, a few ethereal and chilling yet undeniably sacred presences began to rise quietly from amidst the crops. There, several women clad in simple garments, yet exuding an unmistakable elegance, were meticulously watering the flourishing vegetables with buckets and ladles. The foremost among them, regal and enigmatic, was none other than the sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land, and behind her stood several elders, long secluded for centuries, nearly forgotten by the world. This illustrious assembly of celestial women, whose mere presence could send tremors through countless sects in the eastern domain, was now, astonishingly, tending to the crops like the most ordinary of peasant women. Furthermore, their faces radiated an authentic, blissful, and contented smile. Gulp. The four demonic elders found themselves struggling to swallow. They felt their worldview being ruthlessly dismantled time and again. If one could argue that Li Qingyun serving as a gatekeeper was merely a coincidence of enlightenment, then what could possibly explain the entire Yaoqi sacred land? From the sovereign to the elders, coming here to act as farmers? Could it be that the allure of the predecessor was so profound that even the ruler of the realm of women willingly came to serve him as a maid? An absurd sensation welled up within them. Change direction. The voice of Elder Bloodshadow trembled. They stealthily crept towards the rear courtyard of the farm, where the defenses seemed weaker. However, upon witnessing a figure radiating the fragrance of elixirs, fervently kneeling beside a pig pen, delicately wiping a stone pig trough with the most precious silk handkerchief, they were left utterly numb. A late-stage Yuan Ing sword immortal as a gatekeeper, a mid-stage tribulation sovereign as a farmer, a newly ascended 8th grade alchemist, tending to pigs? This was beyond mere fortifications. It was as if a realm of deities had arrived, compelling anyone to take a detour. Retreat. Elder Slaughter's fighting spirit had been utterly extinguished, his voice laced with despair. What are we even stealing? I feel that if we linger here any longer, we will be torn to shreds by those lunatics. No, we cannot retreat. Yet at that moment, a frenzied glint akin to that of a reckless gambler ignited in Elder Bloodshadow's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Do you not see? Li Qingyun is guarding the front gate. Those women of Yaoqi are tending to the vegetable patch. That old rogue Gu, he is watching over the pig pen in the back. They are, all merely safeguarding their own opportunities. Our objective, the chicken coop, nestled in the corner of the yard. There lies, precisely within their defensive blind spot. It is the soul gap. This is destiny. It is the divine opportunity bestowed upon us, the practitioners of the arcane arts. Fortune favors the bold. If we act swiftly, before they can react, we shall pilfer the chickens and escape with the void escape talisman. Then, everything will come to an end." His words were like the most potent poison, reigniting the flickering flames of greed within the hearts of the other three. Indeed, the only gap, the chicken coop. The four exchanged glances, each reflecting the same madness and resolve in their eyes. They donned their shadow cloaks once more, meticulously suppressing their presence to the utmost degree. They transformed into four genuine, intangible shadows, exerting immense effort, and at last, without alarming anyone, they stealthily approached the seemingly ordinary yet hope-laden chicken coop. They gazed at the coop, where plump chickens huddled together, blissfully asleep, appearing utterly harmless. The hearts of the four raced, threatening to leap from their throats. Success was within their grasp. Chapter 57. The gaze of the general. The moonlight, akin to liquid mercury, was obscured by thick clouds, filtering through only a few faint and frigid rays. Before the chicken coop, for shadows melded seamlessly with the darkness, resembling venomous serpents that had lain in wait for millennia, fixating intently on their prey, which seemed so near yet felt as distant as the heavens. Their breaths had long since ceased, their heartbeats appeared to have been suspended, and their very souls were taut with an intensity unprecedented. Success or failure? Would this be the ascent to greatness, leading the demonic path back to its zenith? Or would it plunge into irretrievable despair, following in the foolish footsteps of the Demon King? The stakes could not be higher. Commence, commanded the Elder of Bloodshadow, his voice teeming with uncontainable excitement and tremor as he relayed his final and most succinct directive through the realm of thought. They had meticulously observed and pinpointed their target for this operation. It was not the imposing, resplendent rooster, whose grandeur was unmistakable and formidable. Instead, their sights were set on the unassuming little hen nestled in the farthest corner of the coop, appearing the smallest and most inconspicuous, nearly drooling in slumber. In the world of these ancient fiends, the wisdom of selecting the softest fruit to squeeze was well understood. Despite being a divine chicken, they surmised that this diminutive hen possessed the weakest prowess within the entire flock. Securing such a seemingly frail divine chicken would bring them unparalleled wealth beyond imagination. Tasked with the action was the elder of the heavenly slaughter sect. The net he wielded, known as the celestial net of trapping, was one of the sect's treasured artifacts. Forged from the silk of the primordial beast, the rift-splitting demon spider, mixed with the elite black iron from the depths of the netherworld, refined over 3 millennia. Once unleashed, not even a divine dragon or phoenix could escape its confines, as the silk was imbued with spatial entrapment and the corrosive laws of malevolence. A glint of greed and ruthlessness flashed in the elder's eyes as he cautiously summoned the thin, yet terrifyingly potent black net from his sleeve. He held his breath, channeling the vast majority of his suppressed power into the net, preparing to strike with the force of a tempest and ensure a decisive hit. He would then shatter the escape talisman and flee 1,000 miles. However, just as he was about to activate the artifact and cast the celestial net, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Within the coop, the once slumbering General Rooster, its eyes tightly shut as if in a deep stupor, suddenly revealed its obsidian-like eyelids, lifting them without warning. Almost instantaneously, upon the opening of its eyes, the 4 dark elders felt their souls ensnared as if gripped by an icy, merciless hand that had emerged from the primordial wilderness. Their bodies froze instantaneously, as if time itself had come to a halt. In that moment, their thoughts felt utterly paralyzed. They beheld it, the pair of eyes so terrifying that they would remain etched in their memories for eternity. These were not the eyes of a mere fowl. Within them lay no anger, no intent to kill, nor any hint of emotional fluctuation. Instead, there was only indifference. It was a detachment that seemed to have witnessed the cyclical passage of eons, accustomed to the rise and fall of countless worlds, divine, absolute, frigid indifference. Under the gaze of those eyes, the proud elders of the demonic path found their cloaks of shadow, designed to shield against all probing thoughts, transforming into nothing more than a ludicrous, transparent guise akin to the Emperor's new clothes. They felt as though every facade, every secret, every dark and filthy thought hidden deep within their souls was laid bare, ruthlessly and completely. Penetrated by that gaze, they stood there, like 4 naked mortals, trembling before an exalted deity that regarded them with chilling scrutiny. What manner of being is this? The soul of Elder Bloodshadow screamed in madness. Quaking in terror, he felt that his formidable cultivation, which he had so proudly attained, was rendered insignificant before those eyes, like a pitiful ant, ready to be crushed under a mere fingertip. This was no illusion. It was an overwhelming, terrifying oppression from a higher realm of existence, a soul dimension beyond comprehension. Divine. Divine beast? Elder Slaughter's mind had completely short-circuited. The net he held, woven with celestial intent, slipped helplessly from his stiff fingers, falling to the ground. He finally comprehended the magnitude of his folly, the sheer absurdity of his error. This group of self-righteous fools, had dared to attempt to ensnare an ancient deity clad in chicken feathers with naught but a frayed fishing net. It was a jest, a colossal farce that could doom the entire Shintian continent. It was over. All was lost. Only these two words lingered in the hearts of the four demonic elders. Endless fear and boundless regret gnawed at their crumbling souls like the fiercest of demons. They yearned to flee. They wished to kneel and beseech for mercy. Yet, they found themselves utterly incapable. Their bodies and souls were ensnared, firmly locked in the indifferent gaze that held them captive. Not even a finger could they move. They dared not even entertain the thought of pleading for mercy, for they understood that before such an existence, any utterance, any action, would be an affront, an invitation to their own demise. Silence. A suffocating silence enveloped the scene. For formidable masters of the demonic path, in the late stages of their transcendent phase, stood poised in stealth, resembling four lifelike ice sculptures, frozen before the henhouse. The only movement that betrayed their presence was the frantic contraction of their pupils, a reflection of their overwhelming terror. Please, don't kill me. The enchanting elder of the Maiguzong, once the object of countless men's infatuation, now found herself emitting the most humble and harrowing pleas from the depths of her soul. For the first time, she felt the chilling approach of death, a true, eternal demise devoid of even the slightest chance of reincarnation, one that obliterated her very essence. At that moment of desperate peril, when their lives hung by a thread, the leading elder of Bloodshadow, ignited by an unknown source of survival instinct, unleashed the last vestiges of his soul's power. He detonated half of his own spiritual essence, sacrificing himself to gain a fleeting moment of action, a mere fraction of a second. His fingers, with sudden ferocity, grasped the ancient escape talisman concealed within his robes, the last vestige of hope for them all. With a hum, a faint yet profound silver light shimmering with the laws of space emerged. A slender fissure, as delicate as a strand of hair, painstakingly manifested before the four demonic elders. Hope. This was their sole glimmer of salvation. In an instant, a surge of euphoric relief ignited in their eyes as they disregarded all else, expending every ounce of their strength to hurl themselves toward the rift, a symbol of life itself. Chapter 58. The spatial storm in the chicken coop. The night was as if it had been torn open by a sudden appearance of a silver rift, creating a ghastly wound. The power of space rippled through the frigid air like invisible ripples, bringing with it a glimmer of hope. The four elder sorcerers, in that moment, resembled mortals on the brink of drowning in an endless abyss, catching sight of the soul lifeboat bobbing in the distant sea. Their eyes sparkled with a blend of euphoric relief and madness, a testament to their survival against all odds. With reckless abandon, they expended their final reserves of strength, igniting the very essence of their souls, as they lunged desperately toward the rift that symbolized life itself. If only they could enter. If only they could slip through this fissure. They could escape this dreadful abyss that sent shivers through their very souls. They could live. However, their desire to flee seemed to be met with disapproval from the entity within the chicken coop. A soft sound echoed. A low hoarse crow, imbued with the impatience of being roused from a deep slumber, emerged from the throat of the slumbering General Rooster, who appeared poised to drift back into sleep. The sound was faint, almost like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. Yet, within the magnified perception of the four elder sorcerers, this sound was akin to the creator deity uttering the first and final syllable of termination at the universe's core. This was not merely sound. This was the manifestation of will. This was an oracle infused with transcendent authority. Buzz. Almost instantaneously upon the crow's echo, the rift that had once appeared relatively stable, cleaved open by the escape talisman, seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand of unparalleled might, which violently twisted it. The once smooth edges of the rift contorted into grotesque irregularities. The previously stable laws of space were, in that moment, forcibly and brutally rewritten by an even more superior, domineering, and irrational will. The stable passageway transformed in the blink of an eye into a vortex of death, overflowing with destruction and chaos, capable of shredding all matter and soul. No, the first to reach the rift, the Bloodshadow Elder, barely had time to emit a chilling, despair-laden scream. Half of his body had already plunged into the twisted rift. And then, there was nothing more. The tempestuous spatial turbulence, akin to countless razor-sharp blades, instantaneously disintegrated his corporeal form, his soul, his foundational essence, along with all traces of his existence, reducing them to the most insignificant, inconceivably minute void. He did not even have a moment to feel a trace of pain before he was utterly erased from this world. Help me, the elder of the Bloodslaughter sect could only watch helplessly as his companion dissolved into nothingness before his eyes. A profound terror, emanating from the depths of his soul, drenched his colossal form in cold sweat in an instant. He wished to retreat. He yearned to flee from this death trap, a horror infinitely more terrifying than the abyss of hell. Yet it was too late. The twisted rift in space seemed to possess a life of its own. Like a colossal beast of the void with a gaping maw, lunging forward with a ravenous pull, an irresistible, terrifying force was suddenly exerted upon him. No, I do not wish to die. The elder of Bloodslaughter let out a final roar, filled with resentment and regret. His body, uncontrollably drawn in, was engulfed by the chaotic storm of annihilation. Then, like Elder Bloodshadow, he too silently transformed into nothingness. The demon god above, the alluring elder of the Hahuan sect, once the object of obsession for countless men, now appeared ghastly pale, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A foul stench began to emanate from beneath her skirts. She had been so frightfully terrified that she had lost control, gazing at the tempestuous storm of space before her, resembling the very mouth of hell, and the two companions who had been reduced to mere remnants. Her mind had ceased to function entirely. Her sole thought was, why? Why did we provoke such a being? Why did we come to steal? The last elder of the Corpse sect fared even worse. Half of his body was swept away by the edge of the spatial storm. His flesh, hardened into divine iron through millennia of corpse energy cultivation, was instantly torn apart, corroded, and transformed into a putrid pool of blood and pus. He emitted a chilling, inhuman wail, writhing and struggling frantically on the ground. The entire ordeal, though it seemed lengthy, transpired in the span of a single breath, from the crow of a rooster to the demise of three formidable figures of the demonic path and the grievous injury of one. So swift that it rendered everything almost surreal. So swift that it appeared as an absurd farce. When the rift that had devoured the three demonic titans slowly closed in the air and vanished without a trace in the henhouse, the rooster named General seemed to think it had merely accomplished a trivial task. It appeared to feel a sense of tranquility. Anthropomorphically, it yawned, shifted into a more comfortable position, nestled its head beneath its wings, closed its eyes, and resumed its deep slumber, as if the cataclysmic event that could have severely wounded the entire eastern domain of the demonic path had no bearing on it whatsoever. It was merely an ordinary country rooster, disturbed from its serene slumber by a few bothersome flies. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blooming flowers. Lin Fan hummed a cheerful tune as he carried a bucket of specially prepared chicken feed, a mixture of bran and vegetable leaves, ready to nourish his cherished fowls. As he approached the chicken coop, he suddenly noticed something unusual beside it. Scattered on the ground were fragments of black material, resembling tattered cloth, strewn haphazardly. Additionally, there were peculiar, irregular charred marks, as if something had been burned. Curious, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and crouched down to pick up one of the fabric scraps. The texture was strange, smooth yet resilient, neither cotton nor silk. How odd, he pondered. Had there been a strong wind last night? He scratched his head, muttering to himself, whose laundry had been blown over to my place. Or perhaps it was yet another thoughtless individual discarding their trash. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation. It seemed his farm was on the verge of transforming into an open-air rubbish dump, with opportunistic scavengers leaving behind their ill-gotten gains and unknown litter from elsewhere. It was truly disheartening, reflecting a lack of civic responsibility. He sighed, dismissing the matter from his mind. grabbing the pristine broom, meticulously cleaned by the lord of the Yaoqi. From the corner, he meticulously swept the scraps and charred remnants into a single pile. Without hesitation, he cast them into the nearby fire pit designated for burning refuse. Once this task was complete, he dusted off his hands, satisfied, and began to feed the plump chickens, who clucked eagerly, awaiting their meal. In his eyes, it was yet another unremarkable day. Chapter 59. The Cost of Failed Deception in the Black Wind Valley, a clandestine stronghold of the Eastern Domain's demonic sects. A perpetual shroud of toxic miasma and chilling malevolence envelopes the land. Any living soul that dares to tread here would, within mere moments, be reduced to a pool of putrid blood. Yet, amidst this desolation, the atmosphere in the deepest recesses is even more stifling and frigid than the noxious vapors surrounding them. The leaders of the four major demonic sects, Shueha, the Blood Demon, Shatu, the Lord of Heavenly Calamity, Megu, the Enchantress of the Joyful Union, and the Corpse Taoist of the Een Corpse sect, have remained in silent vigil since the previous night, eagerly anticipating the triumphant return of the daring band tasked with a perilous mission. Their faces are a tapestry of anxiety, anticipation, and an unmistakable glimmer of avarice. They harbor a firm belief that, with the concealment offered by the shadow cloak, the entrapment of the heavenly net, and the supreme power of the void escape talisman, this endeavor is not merely a gamble. It boasts at least an 80% chance of success. If only they can secure victory. If only they can retrieve a divine chicken. Such an achievement would allow them to completely reverse their fortunes, even to subjugate the righteous sects, establishing themselves as the true sovereigns of the Eastern Domain and the entire Xintian continent. The mere thought of this scenario ignites a fervor within their hearts. Before them, four soul lamps crafted from white bones emit an eerie green glow. The wicks are not fueled by ordinary flames, but by a fragment of the life essence of each elder. As long as they draw breath, these soul lamps will burn eternally. Calculating the passage of time, they should have succeeded by now. Shouldn't they? Shatu, glancing at the steadily burning lamp, expressed his impatience, his voice grating like rusty iron. Patience, brother Shatu, Megu interjected with a delicate laugh, her eyes sparkling. Perhaps our elder Zhang is enchanting the little divine chicken with her hypnotic melody. It is a delicate task, one that cannot be hurried. A melody? In my view, it would be far more prudent to simply knock it unconscious and take it away. Shatu retorted with a dismissive snort. As long as we can bring it back, alive or dead, it matters not. My corpse refining technique is in dire need of a material of divine beast caliber, chuckled the corpse Taoist, his laugh as grating as ever. Shueha remained silent. Though he was the instigator of this plan, an unsettling unease had crept into his heart. For reasons unknown, he sensed that the events would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Instinctively, he reached for the tattered dog bowl, wrapped in the finest blood silks, hidden within his robes. Only this sacred object, imbued with supreme Taoist essence, could quell his restless spirit, even if just slightly. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A soft crack echoed through the air. The soul lamp belonging to Elder Shuiying, placed farthest to the left, flickered violently before it extinguished without warning. No, it was not merely extinguished. It was that ethereal flame of the soul, which, in an instant, was completely obliterated by an unfathomable force, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. The soul lamp, crafted from bones, shattered with a crack in the next moment, transforming into a mound of pale dust. Within the grand hall, an oppressive silence descended, as if death itself had claimed the space. The faces of all present were etched with disbelief. What has transpired? Blood Shadow, the ruthless leader of the Slaughter sect, abruptly rose, his eyes brimming with terror. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a series of three nearly simultaneous soft sounds echoed. The soul lamps representing the Celestial Scourge sect, the Harmonious Union sect, and the Corpsine sect, after a violent tremor, were extinguished in unison. Three bone-crafted soul lamps shattered simultaneously, turning to dust. The souls were utterly annihilated, without a trace of true essence escaping, completely obliterated. No. At that moment, the four formidable leaders of the demonic sects released roars of disbelief. The color drained from their faces, rendering them as pale as parchment. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably from sheer shock and dread. It was over. All was lost. the 4 pinnacle warriors they had dispatched, the elite team of daring thieves they had placed their hopes upon, along with the ancient demonic treasures and sacred artifacts they had invested so heavily in, within the span of less than a stick of incense, had been utterly vanquished? Not even a hint of a distress signal had managed to return. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. The leader of the Celestial Scourge, his eyes blazing crimson, appeared to be driven to madness. They possessed the Shadow Cloak. They had Heavenly Net. They even had Void Escape Talismans. Even when confronted by an ancient monster of the Tribulation stage, they could surely have escaped with at least 1 or 2 survivors. How could it be? How could they have been completely annihilated? Was it that senior who intervened? The voice of the Enchantress of Bones was laced with profound terror, her once enchanting visage now pale and disfigured by fear. No, that is not right. The Blood River Old Demon, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, dry, and filled with the dread of having survived a calamity. He recalled himself, remembering how he had inadvertently picked up this dog's bowl from the entrance of that farmstead. At that time, he had been weak and insignificant, like an ant on the roadside. The senior had not even deigned to acknowledge him. And this time, they had come with premeditation, with organization, driven by a fierce intent to provoke. He finally understood. He finally grasped how that fool, the Ghost King, had met his demise. He slowly lifted his head, and within his blood-red eyes, there resided an unprecedented, profound terror intertwined with enlightenment. He gazed at his 3 companions, who were on the brink of madness from fear, and with an incredibly dry and painful tone, he articulated the truth that could make the entire demonic realm tremble. We have all erred. Gravely so. A bitter smile escaped him, his voice laden with endless self-mockery and regret. We, from the very beginning, should not have harbored any greed towards the domain of our predecessors. Did you think that my acquisition of this sacred object was due to my formidable strength and meticulous schemes? He pointed at himself, shaking his head in frenzy. No, quite the opposite. The reason I obtained it was not because of my prowess, but because I was weak. In the eyes of such esteemed beings, I was merely a humble and inconspicuous ant passing by. I picked up this discarded vessel, much like an ant would carry away a grain of rice that had fallen from the foot of a giant. Tell me, would a towering giant care if an ant were to take away a single grain of rice? It would not. It wouldn't even bother to glance down. The voice of the Blood River Old Demon grew increasingly agitated and desolate. However, this time was different. This time, we acted with premeditation. With treasures in hand and murderous intent, we sought to lay claim to that elder's pet. This was no longer an ant moving rice. This was a horde of reckless rats attempting to invade the lair of a dragon to steal its eggs. Tell me, when a slumbering dragon discovers that rats wish to pilfer its eggs, what do you think it would do? It need not even open its eyes. A mere gentle breath would suffice to reduce those rats, along with their entire world, to ashes. These words fell like the coldest water from the celestial springs, drenching the heads of the 3 formidable figures in the demonic realm. In an instant, they were enlightened, only to find themselves plunged into a chilling abyss. They finally comprehended the magnitude of their blunder. All the previous rumors about the mortal farm were not exaggerations. Rather, they were modest and conservative. They could not fathom the greatness and terror of the farm's master. Thud, the leader of the Celestial Calamity sect, a decisive and fearless demonic hero, felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, mumbling to himself, "Rats, stealing dragon eggs. Ha 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 ha." He had lost his sanity. The leader of the Hahuan sect, the enchanting bone fairy, was so terrified that her beauty faded, drenched in fragrant sweat. She collapsed onto her chair, unable to move even a finger. Meanwhile, the corpse practitioner from the Corpse sect let out a bizarre shriek, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, fleeing frantically from the valley without looking back, uttering a sound that was anything but human. "I'm done. I will cease all activities. I shall seal the mountain for 10,000 years." The Blood River Old Demon observed this pitiful scene, his heart heavy with profound sorrow. They had intended to steal a meal, yet ended up losing much more. No, their loss transcended mere sustenance. They had forfeited the last vestiges of demonic essence. This was a grievous loss that would take thousands of years for the demonic path to recover from. Chapter 60. The fence of the ancestor, the catastrophic failure of the chicken-stealing scheme, shattered the last vestiges of hope and delusion within the Eastern Domain's demonic path. The Blood Demon sect's leader, the Elder Blood River Demon, having narrowly escaped the collapse of his Tao heart from the sheer terror of that event, fled back to his sect under the cover of night. His first decree was to issue an unprecedentedly severe mountain-sealing edict. He proclaimed that the Blood Demon sect would be sealed for a millennium starting today. All disciples, regardless of their status or rank, were forbidden from stepping even a single pace beyond the protective mountain array. He intended to utilize this millennium to digest the fear instilled by the incident and to pray fervently that the enigmatic elder would not impose true divine retribution upon them due to their folly. Simultaneously, other factions involved in the conspiracy, such as the Celestial Devil sect and the Harmony sect, made identical choices. In the span of one night, the entire Eastern Domain's demonic path collectively retreated into itself. They resembled startled quails, retreating into their shells and daring not to entertain any further reckless thoughts. This directly resulted in an unprecedented and peculiar semblance of peace within the Eastern Domain's cultivation realm for a considerable period. The righteous cultivators observed that the once arrogant and chaotic demons seemed to have vanished into thin air overnight. Little did they know, this entire turn of events was merely the consequence of a few chickens. Within the confines of Immortal farmstead, Li Qingyun, the lord of the Yao Pool, and the Pill Emperor Gu He, alongside their fellow laborers, bore witness to how the four formidable figures of the demonic path were reduced to ashes at the mere sound of the general's call. Their reverence for the elder soared to an unprecedented, even pathological level. Yet, amidst their awe, an unprecedented sense of crisis also emerged. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you all witnessed the events of last night. The lord of the Yao Pool solemnly convened Li Qingyun and Gu He, along with several core laborers, while Lin Fan slumbered peacefully indoors. Those demons, undeterred by their previous failures, dared to covet the elder's divine fowl. Their intent is indeed worthy of condemnation. Although they ultimately met their demise under the might of the general, this serves as a dire warning for us. Li Qingyun, grasping the heavenly opening divine axe, let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with sword intent. What the Lord has stated is profoundly true. The elder, engaging with the mundane, refrains from intervening lightly. However, as the servants of the elder, how can we stand idly by while these petty individuals repeatedly disturb the elder's serene cultivation? We must fortify the defenses of our sanctuary. Indeed, the Pill Emperor Gu He concurred gravely, pointing to the rustic bamboo fence surrounding the farmstead, lamenting, "Esteemed colleagues, behold, the elder's sanctuary is a sacred realm, the source of myriad paths. Yet this mundane barrier, this fence, is far too rudimentary. It is utterly unworthy of the esteemed status of our predecessors. It fails to exemplify the supreme dignity of the venerable dojo. This is nothing short of an affront and dereliction towards us, the humble servants." Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could such a prestigious dojo of forbidden existence be surrounded by such a flimsy circle of bamboo? If word were to spread, where would they hide their faces? Those unaware might even think they are mistreating their master. I concur with the perspective of the esteemed Dan Sheng, Gu He, a leader from the Tiangong Pavilion, a sect dedicated to weapon forging, who happened to be assisting at the moment, stepped forward and passionately declared, "We must reconstruct a guardian wall for our predecessor, a wall robust enough to repel all malevolent forces, showcasing the unparalleled might of our venerable master." What are we waiting for? Li Qingyun, a man of action, hoisted an axe, ready to venture to the back mountain to fell divine timber. But wait. The holy master of Yaoqi halted him, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she pondered. This matter is of great significance. It is not ours to decide unilaterally. We must first seek the elder's counsel. Should the elder acquiesce, we may proceed. If the elder disapproves, it indicates that this seemingly ordinary fence harbors profound truths beyond our comprehension, and we must refrain from rash actions. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt it was reasonable. Thus, they elected the eloquent and astute Dan Huang, Gu He, as their representative to approach Lin Fan. Lin Fan had just awakened from his afternoon slumber, preparing to inspect his large, peculiar fish in the pond. However, as he stepped outside, he was intercepted by Dan Huang Gu He. The elder respectfully bowed deeply before him and, In a tone so obsequious it sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine, addressed him. Esteemed elder, I humbly dare to request a matter of great importance. Speak. Lin Fan replied, stifling a yawn. Gui cleared his throat, artfully embellishing their previously agreed-upon proposal with a grandiloquent and philosophical flair. Esteemed elder, this sacred domain of yours is the source of myriad paths, the genesis of chaos. Every blade of grass and tree contains profound truths. Every brick and tile is a divine treasure. Yet, it is precisely this barrier that separates the mundane world, this fence that seems rather insubstantial, and may allow the taint of worldly corruption to encroach upon your serene sanctuary. Therefore, we dare to beseech your grace. Allow us to utilize our lifelong learning to forge anew a timeless barrier that embodies your unparalleled authority. Listening to his flowery and enigmatic discourse, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback before finally grasping the essence of his words. Ah, so they are dissatisfied with my fence and wish to assist me in constructing a new one? Lin Fan cast his gaze upon the half-height, weathered bamboo fence, bleached by the sun and wind, and found himself in agreement. Indeed, this fence leaves much to be desired. Not only is it short, but it is also not sturdy. The previous flock of chickens I raised seemed as if they had been injected with hormones, exhibiting astonishing strength, often flying over the fence, leaving me in a chase. Now, with the addition of a fish pond, if I were to raise something else in the future, this little fence would be utterly inadequate. These individuals, despite their peculiarities, have proposed a rather intriguing idea. Moreover, it seems that, according to them, I wouldn't need to spend my own money or provide materials. Very well. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, agreeing without hesitation. This fence does indeed require replacement. It is too low to contain the chickens. Since you all have taken the initiative, I shall entrust this matter to you. Find a way to procure the materials and construct a taller, sturdier fence for me. Oh, and remember to leave a gate. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he paid them no further heed and strolled towards the fish pond on the back mountain. What he did not notice was that, after he turned away, Dan Huanggua, along with those eavesdropping behind him, including Li Qingyun and the Yaoqi Saint Lord, erupted into an unparalleled ecstasy upon hearing his agreement. The senior has consented. Guha was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face as he bowed deeply 3 times to Lin Fan's retreating figure. Did you hear that? The senior not only agreed, but also personally issued a mandate. The senior specified that it must be tall and sturdy. Tall signifies reaching the heavens, drawing upon the power of the stars. Sturdy signifies connecting with the depths of the earth, tapping into the dragon veins. The senior is personally guiding us on how to establish this mountain protection array. Li Qingyun and the Yaoqi Saint Lord trembled with excitement. To them, this was no mere wall repair. It was clearly a grand task assigned by the senior, a monumental undertaking that would allow them all to partake in an unparalleled creation. Quick, Heaven's craftsman, aren't you the best at refining tools? Hurry and bring out your finest stellar gung metal. Thick earth sect. Didn't you find a piece of divine mud of the great path from the senior last time? Quickly contribute it for the formation's foundation. And you all, don't just stand there. Share any treasures you have. To contribute to the senior's domain is a fortune we have cultivated over lifetimes. In an instant, the entire farm was set ablaze with enthusiasm. All the prominent figures, invigorated as if by a potion, frantically began to rummage through their storage treasures. Stellar gung metal, 9 nether mysterious iron, earthly vitality soil, 10,000 years warm jade, countless exquisite divine materials, any one of which could incite a frenzy in the Sacred Land dynasty, now lay discarded like worthless refuse in the courtyard of a farm, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Among those fortunate enough to be present was Zhang Daoling, a master of formations from the Chimanji zone, who had recently passed his assessment. Overcome with exhilaration, he fainted on the spot. Upon being revived by his companions with cold water, he clutched the pile of divine materials and knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He exclaimed, "Heavens! I am truly blessed to witness in my lifetime the opportunity to utilize such an abundance of divine materials to construct a grand formation." Turning his gaze to the materials radiating the essence of the Tao, he observed the surrounding area, where every bamboo and vine intertwined in a manner he perceived as a nascent form of the primordial formation, embodying the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. He felt that he was but a single step away from grasping the ultimate mysteries of formation. He resolved to use this primordial formation as the foundation, infusing it with these myriad divine materials as its flesh, aligning the cosmic stars as the focal point of the formation, and grounding it with the dragon veins of the earth. He envisioned crafting a formation unprecedented in history, one that could suppress eternity and safeguard the heavens, a supreme, killing array. Meanwhile, Lin Fan reclined in a rocking chair, observing the commotion as this group debated over a heap of colorful, glittering rubble and decayed wood for the purpose of repairing a wall. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Shaking his head, he sighed. Alas, the world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. Is it necessary to place such importance on merely constructing a chicken coop wall? Chapter 61. Observing the fence and the epiphany, the night enveloped the land like aged ink, dense and impenetrable. Above the humble farmhouse, the Milky Way lay concealed, and the moonlight dimmed, as if even the primordial light of heaven and earth feared to cast its gaze upon this seemingly ordinary, yet transcendent realm, a sacred domain beyond the trifles of the mortal world. In stark contrast, the courtyard of the farmhouse buzzed with fervor and vitality. To be more precise, it was a grand gathering of enlightenment, imbued with sanctity, solemnity, and zeal. The master of the Chiman formation sect, known as the mad genius of formations, Zhang Daoling, a ninth-rank formation emperor capable of rendering countless sects' protective arrays utterly ineffective with a mere stamp of his foot, now knelt before a circle of rudimentary bamboo fencing, embodying the most devoted of disciples. His eyes, already laced with a spiderweb of crimson veins, were sunken and weary, his visage haggard, as if he had not closed his eyes for several days. Yet his spirit, his very essence, surged with unprecedented excitement and fervor. He stared intently at this humble, seemingly dilapidated fence, utterly entranced, lost in a delirium of madness. In a nearby corner, Li Qingyun, diligently crafting the spiritual heart of a wooden talisman for his forebear, cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Daoling, scoffing at him. Another lunatic. In his eyes, aside from the elder and himself, the rest of those in the farmhouse were nothing but deranged souls. Meanwhile, the holy lord of the Yaoqi, meticulously polishing a stone table with a silk handkerchief, observed Zhang Daoling's rapturous demeanor, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound understanding and a hint of sympathy. She comprehended all too well. She, too, had once stood on the threshold of this divine realm, overwhelmed by the awe of witnessing her forebear's primal creation, experiencing a similar loss of composure. The Tao lay before her, tantalizingly close, yet seemingly separated by light years. That feeling was potent enough to drive any seeker of truth to madness, to ruin. And at this moment, in the eyes of the formation Emperor Zhang Daoling, what lay before him was no ordinary fence. It was, in fact, a celestial formation crafted from the very essence of heaven and earth, with stars as its focal points and the laws of nature as its intricate patterns. A supreme, innate divine array. 7 days prior, filled with trepidation and excitement, he had passed the 3 profound inquiries posed by his elder, earning the privilege of becoming a menial servant in this realm, tasked with mending the fence. Initially, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He perceived his duties as less profound than Li Qingyun's direct pursuit of the sword's source, or the Holy Lord's cleansing of worldly dust. Far inferior to the alchemical mastery of the Dan Emperor Guha, who could intimately listen to the ways of elixirs. What wisdom could be gleaned from patching a fence? However, when he first approached this task as a formation master, carefully observing and studying the fence constructed by his elder, his worldview collapsed in an instant. His soul was instantaneously engulfed by an indescribable torrent of vastness, grandeur, and profound depth. He perceived a revelation. Each seemingly ordinary bamboo, precisely positioned, corresponded exactly to the location of a principal star within the celestial firmament. Ziwei Tianshi, Taiwei. 365 bamboo stalks, neither more nor less, perfectly aligned with 365 principal stars. This was unmistakably a prototype of a grand formation centered around an agricultural estate, with the heavenly bodies serving as its focal points. Yet, this was not the end. He was astounded to discover that the ordinary vines entwined around the bamboo, securing them, followed a trajectory and knotting method that astonishingly harmonized with the direction of the ancient earth dragon vein, which had slumbered for countless millennia beneath the mountains. Each vine resembled a living dragon vein. Each knot appeared as a pivotal node capable of channeling the Earth's power, suppressing the ages. The 9 curves and loops. The dragon vein returning to its source. This was the legendary 9 curves Yellow River Formation, long lost through epochs, based on the Earth's dragon vein, capable of ensnaring deities. The celestial star formation, primarily for offense, harnessed the forces of the cosmos to annihilate worlds. The 9 curves Yellow River Formation, chiefly for binding, utilized the Earth's dragon vein to subdue the divine. These 2 legendary formations, which should be irreconcilably at odds, were now seamlessly and flawlessly intertwined by the predecessor in the simplest, most unadorned manner. Formed of fences, utilizing the heavens and the earth as its array. The balance of yin and yang, embodying both offense and defense. What extraordinary craftsmanship, what unfathomable mastery of formation techniques was this? This transcended mere formations. This was creation, a manifestation of the divine, capable of influencing all things, manipulating the universe at will, the handiwork of a creator. I was mistaken. In the depths of Zhang Daoling's soul, a tempest surged, and he murmured to himself, tears of anguish streaming silently down his bloodshot eyes. I was wrong. I was absurdly wrong. He recalled his own journey. He remembered his centuries-long pursuit of the so-called formation techniques. He sought the complexity of formations, the esotericism of patterns, and endeavored to construct the most magnificent arrays with the rarest materials. He believed that the mere thought of a formation could summon winds and thunder, vanquishing formidable foes, and that this constituted true strength. Yet now, gazing upon the predecessor's return to simplicity, creating a fence formation with such ease, he realized how laughable and naive he had been, how limited his perspective had been, what a narrow view he had taken. What truly defines strength? It is the ability to utilize readily available materials, to effortlessly wield the simplest objects imbued with profound truths. It is transforming the most terrifying of killing arrays into the most mundane of daily affairs. This is the essence of true strength. This is the ultimate truth of formation techniques. This is the supreme realm of simplicity and the return to authenticity. I have comprehended. Ha ha ha. At long last, I have grasped the truth. After enduring 7 days and nights of relentless, sleepless fervor, nearly exhausting my very essence through frenzied contemplation and insight, Zhang Daoling has finally pierced through the veil that has perplexed him for millennia, obstructing his vision of the ultimate path of formations. The thin membrane. He abruptly rose from the ground, letting out a thunderous roar towards the heavens, his laughter brimming with the ecstatic joy and excitement repressed for 1,000 years. At that moment, the aura belonging to the 9th-rank Formation Emperor erupted forth with a cataclysmic force. Yet, in an instant, it was retracted, vanishing without a trace. A more profound, ancient, and harmonious essence, seemingly merging completely with the very fabric of this world, began to emanate from him slowly. His gaze transformed from one of obsession and madness to a steadiness akin to the rich earth beneath his feet, vast as the starry sky above. Buzz. The skies above the mortal farming estate darkened and shifted. Streams of golden clouds, formed from pure laws of formations, converged from all directions, coalescing into a colossal celebratory canopy hovering above his head. Countless mysterious formation patterns, like golden raindrops, cascaded from the heavens, entering his body, cleansing his foundation of Tao and elevating his soul. Heaven. The heavens have bestowed clouds. The formations resonate. Has someone truly broken through again? Outside the estate, those great figures, still grappling with the profound questions of the Tao, were struck with astonishment as they sensed this familiar yet alien phenomenon. They all turned, wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost, towards the interior of the estate. This is the celestial phenomenon that heralds the emergence of an emperor of formations. An ancestor from a similarly esteemed formation lineage screamed in disbelief, his voice sharp with overwhelming shock. It is Zhang Daoling, the formation madman from the Chiman formation sect. He has actually achieved the rank of emperor on the spot. Oh my heavens! Following the Dan sage, our Xiantian continent has birthed yet another 9th-rank formation emperor. What manner of place is this mortal farming estate? Could it possibly be the legendary sanctuary of saints? Every face was etched with boundless envy, jealousy, and all-consuming fervor. They yearned to rush in immediately, even if it meant merely being a menial laborer tending to the fences. If only they could remain. Perhaps the next to ascend to emperor or saint would be themselves. At this moment, under the fervent gazes that seemed capable of igniting flames, Zhang Daoling, the newly crowned ninth-rank formation emperor, after a brief moment of elation, slowly turned around. He faced the young man emerging from the house, yawning, with an expression that suggested a touch of madness. To the elder who had bestowed upon him the supreme path, reconstructing his journey in the realm of formations, he knelt heavily, prostrating himself in profound reverence. His forehead was pressed firmly against the sacred ground, his voice choked and hoarse from overwhelming emotion, yet imbued with an unprecedented determination that pierced the heavens. Thank you, esteemed elder, for passing down the true understanding of the formation path. In this lifetime, Zhang Daoling has no means to repay you. I wish to guard this divine realm for you. The formation exists, as do the people, even in death. Souls scattered, I shall protect you with unwavering resolve. Lin Fan had just awakened from his afternoon slumber and was preparing to check on his unruly, oversized fish in the pond. However, upon stepping outside, he was met by the sight of a newly arrived carpenter who had been tasked with repairing the fence. The man was kneeling on the ground, weeping, shouting, and jumping about in a frenzy, babbling incoherently about the true understanding of the formation path and guarding the divine realm, words that made no sense to Lin Fan. Observing the carpenter's reddened eyes, the fervent expression on his face, and his animated gestures, Lin Fan glanced over at the fence, which appeared just as dilapidated as before. A profound weariness settled upon him. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he wore a look of utter disillusionment. Alas, it is over. Another lunatic. Is this a farm or a mental asylum? No, the fence must be repaired swiftly. Once it is fixed, I shall drive this mad crowd away. I have truly had enough. Chapter 62. The most potent mountain guarding formation. The formation exists, and so do the people. Should the formation falter, the souls would scatter, yet one must protect Senior Zhou. The newly ascended ninth-rank formation emperor, Zhang Daoling, uttered a vow brimming with profound devotion and resoluteness, echoing like thunder across the skies of the mortal realm. Each word encapsulated his profound comprehension of the path of formations, transforming into invisible laws deeply etched into the core of his spirit. This is his path. It is also the most solemn promise he can bestow upon the elder who granted him a new lease on life. Beyond the farmstead, the prominent figures of the Eastern Domain, who were previously entangled in their contemplations of the great Tao, witnessed yet another supreme being attain imperial status within the Elder's domain. Their last vestiges of restraint and reason crumbled entirely. Madness. This world has descended into utter insanity. The alchemist saint. The formation emperor. Who will rise next? Is it the artifact sovereign's turn? No, I cannot wait any longer. Senior. I too wish to build fences. My carpentry skills are hereditary. Get lost. What are you, a body-refining demon? Know of carpentry. Senior, look at me. I am the true professional. I have crafted wooden figures for 3,000 years with my life-bound sword. My understanding of wood has reached unparalleled heights. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the farmstead once more. Countless illustrious figures, revered by millions, now resembled a throng of commoners brawling over a discounted cabbage at the market, their faces flushed with fervor, almost on the brink of physical confrontation. At that moment, they desired nothing but entry into the farmstead, even if it meant being the most humble laborer, mending fences. Inside the farmstead, Lin Fan observed the increasingly tumultuous scene before him, hearing the cacophony of insults from outside, and felt a pounding in his temples. Enough. He had truly had enough. All he wished was to live quietly as an unambitious farmer. Why was this so difficult? Silence. Lin Fan could no longer contain his frustration. With a darkened expression, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the maddened crowd outside. Instantly, the world seemed to be paused. All the quarreling figures froze in place, silenced, not daring to even breathe. They could distinctly sense that a formless, indescribable will, capable of dimming the heavens and compelling all things to submission, had just swept past them from the young elder, though that will lasted but a fleeting moment. Vanishing without a trace as if it were merely an illusion, They understood it was no mere figment. The elder was truly enraged. In an instant, an overwhelming dread filled the hearts of all present. It was over. They had disturbed the elder's tranquil cultivation in their fervent contention. They have provoked the divine. All the influential figures, in unison, fell to their knees with a resounding thud, trembling in despair etched across their faces. Lin Fan gazed upon the multitude of prostrate figures outside, their demeanor resembling that of disturbed souls, and the agitation within him finally began to dissipate. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed the terrified farm laborers in the courtyard with a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. I care not the methods you employ. You have 3 days, merely 3 days to restore this crumbling wall. Should you fail, you and that rabble outside shall be rid of me. With that, he turned away from them, his expression dark, and strode back into the house, slamming the wooden door shut with a resounding bang. He resolved that in these 3 days, he would indulge in peaceful slumber, preferring to remain oblivious to the chaos outside. In the courtyard, Li Qingyun, the lord of the Yaoqi, the Dan Emperor Gu He, and the newly ascended Array Emperor Zhang Daoling, upon hearing Lin Fan's ultimatum, were initially taken aback, but their faces soon transformed into expressions of unprecedented joy and excitement. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The Dan Emperor Gu He trembled with exhilaration, pointing at the firmly shut door, his voice sharp with enthusiasm. The senior, our venerable elder, has finally bestowed upon us an official divine mandate. 3 days. The elder has granted us but 3 days. This is a test, a final trial of our loyalty and capabilities. Furthermore, the lord of the Yaoqi, her enchanting eyes sparkling with brilliance, interjected. The elder also mentioned expelling those impure in heart from beyond the gate. What does this signify? It signifies that the elder acknowledges us. He regards us as true kindred. Indeed, the heavenly axe in Li Qingyun's grasp hummed with excitement, its blade radiating intent that soared to the heavens. The elder is conveying to us that this eternal barrier must not only be sturdy but must also possess the supreme power to discern the pure from the impure and sever the mundane from the sacred. Zhang, my friend. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Zhang Daoling, who had just broken through to the 9th rank of Array Emperor and remained kneeling in a daze. Do you comprehend the elder's decree? Awakened by their gaze, Zhang Daoling shook off his stupor, his consciousness returning with a jolt. He nodded vigorously, his once innocent eyes now deep and starry, bursting forth with unprecedented confidence and fervor. I understand. I, as a junior, have fully grasped it. Rising abruptly, he reverently performed a deep bow before the tightly shut wooden door. Then, he turned to face the crowd, confronting the mountain of extraordinary materials in the courtyard, each capable of inciting a tempest of bloodshed in the outside world. His entire demeanor transformed. If he had previously been a madman obsessed with the intricacies of array formations, at this moment, he had ascended to become an emperor of array, wielding the laws of heaven and earth, with his words commanding reality itself. Fellow Taoists, his voice, once filled with deference and humility, now resonated with undeniable authority and confidence. The decree of our esteemed predecessor has been issued. We must not betray their expectations. From this moment forth, I implore you all to heed my command. Taoistly, he cast his gaze towards Li Qingyun. Here, utilize your supreme swordsmanship to cleave this stellar metal into 3,600 equal pieces of array foundation. Each shard must embody your purest essence of annihilation sword intent. Understood. Li Qingyun's eyes sparked with battle intent as he charged forward with his axe. Taoist Yaoqi, present. Employ the life spring to harmonize this earthly clay. Ensure it embodies the essence of perpetual life, perfectly merging with the dragon vein's energy. At once, the Yaoqi sovereign's expression turned solemn as she led the elders in her sect to enact the secret arts. Taoist Guha. Here. Guha approached with a fawning expression. Please. Continue stoking the fire. Zhang Daoling pointed towards the kitchen. I require you to use chaotic glazed flame to refine this 9 nether mysterious iron, transforming it into the ink for our array inscriptions. I will ensure the task is completed. Guha, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of excitement, realizing he finally had the opportunity to partake in this monumental creation. And you all. Zhang Daoling's gaze swept over the remaining laborers, those skilled in weapon crafting. Prepare the formations. Those adept at water control manage the flow. Those who excel in spiritual attacks inscribe the soul banishment seal. Everyone, each in their respective roles, worked tirelessly without rest. Within 3 days, we shall forge for our predecessor, the unparalleled, supreme divine array of the ages. Yes, the collective roar of the crowd echoed, shaking the heavens. Under the direct command of a newly ascended 9th-rank array emperor, alongside a late-stage nascent soul, sword immortal, a mid-stage tribulation sovereign, an 8th-rank pill sage, and dozens of esteemed experts from various sects and families, all collaborating with fervor. Moreover, with the lavish expenditure of countless legendary materials, a formidable protective array, unprecedented in the history of the Xiantian continent, began to rise from the ground at a frenzied pace. This grand formation was rooted in the innate Tao rhythm contained within Lin Fan's seemingly ordinary fence. With the earth as the foundation, the celestial stars as the nodes, and the essence of the 9 nethers profound iron as ink, the supreme array patterns were inscribed by Zhang Daoling, freshly enlightened from the true understanding of his predecessor's array techniques. It harnessed the celestial energies of the cosmos above while connecting to the dragon veins of the 9 nether below, infused with the eternal laws of life by the sovereign of the Yaoqi. The intent to obliterate all was branded upon it by Li Qingyun, and the chaotic glazed flames of the Dan Emperor, Gu He, tempered it for a full 49 hours. On the surface, this grand formation appeared as an imposing wall, constructed from various divine materials, soaring to heights of over 10 zhang, radiant and seemingly indestructible. Yet, its true essence was an intangible, world-encompassing, unparalleled killing array, wholly integrated with the Tao rhythm of the entire farm and this realm of diminished magic, enveloping an expanse of 300 miles. 3 days later, at the instant Zhang Daoling completed the final array pattern, a resounding boom echoed. A 9-colored divine light pierced the heavens, soaring from the heart of the farm. The entire eastern region was transformed as auspicious omens descended, and purple energy rolled in for 30,000 miles. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and celestial melodies resonated from the heavens. Countless reclusive old masters, startled by this terrifying cosmic phenomenon, spewed blood and shock. They were astounded to discover that the spiritual essence of the entire eastern region, along with its dragon veins, and even the celestial movements of the stars above, were forcefully drawn in unison towards a singular direction, the mortal farm. The formation was complete. Zhang Daoling gazed at the masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted, a culmination of his life's work, and trembled with excitement, his heart bursting forth in a moment of exhaustion that rendered him unconscious. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Yaoqi and Li Qingyun, though pale and drained of magical energy, wore expressions of profound joy, a heartfelt smile reflecting the glory of their accomplishment. The array had been established. Henceforth, this mortal farm would stand as the safest, yet most perilous place in the Xiantian continent. Any unwelcome existence, even a true immortal descending, would be instantly crushed to mere dust by the celestial forces and Earth's energies summoned by the formation upon approaching. At this moment, within the house, Lin Fan awoke after 3 days and nights of refreshing slumber. Stretching his limbs, he opened the door to check whether the workers had repaired the wall. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight of the towering, sturdy wall, shimmering with multicolored brilliance, resembling the dazzling interior of a KTV room. Wow! Lin Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is just too extravagant, isn't it? It's just a wall repair. Does it need to be this ostentatious? He approached the wall, extending his hand to caress its smooth, frigid surface, then lifted his gaze to the towering height of the barrier, which seemed to touch the heavens. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was quite impressive, sturdy and tall. Now, there was no doubt that my chickens would not be able to escape. Moreover, this wall emits light at night. It even saves on electricity. Remarkable. These eccentric individuals, despite their peculiar mental state, truly deliver exceptional value in their work. Chapter 63. The commoners of the neighboring village, the commoner farm, fortified by the construction of an unparalleled array of defenses, became an impregnable stronghold, impervious to both gods and demons. This development brought immense relief to Li Qingyun, the holy master of Yaoqi, and the other laborers of the farm. They felt that they had finally made a modest contribution to the sanctum of their predecessors. no longer burdened by the worry of unwelcome intruders disturbing their elders' serene cultivation. They could now devote themselves more peacefully to their daily tasks, chopping wood, sweeping, tending the fire, and seeking enlightenment. However, unbeknownst to them, on the other side of the mountains they regarded as a divine sanctuary, lived a group of individuals they had never acknowledged or considered true commoners. Yunshi village is a secluded hamlet, so remote that it cannot be found on any map. Nestled within a picturesque valley, a crystal-clear stream meanders through the village, lending it its name. Here reside dozens of simple mountain dwellers who rise with the sun and rest at dusk, living from generation to generation through hunting and farming. They are oblivious to the concepts of cultivation, sects, or spiritual energy, and possess scant knowledge of the vast empire known as the Dayan dynasty that lies beyond their mountains. In their world, the sky is merely the blue expanse above, and the earth is the rich soil beneath their feet. The highest authority is the village chief, and the most formidable person is the young hunter, Nyo, who can fell a wild boar with a single arrow. To them, Lin Fan, who occupies a vast valley on the other side of the mountain, is somewhat reclusive and peculiar, yet ultimately a decent neighbor. Their awareness of Lin Fan stems from the hunter's occasional passage by his impressive farm while pursuing game long ago. They have seen him, a youthful and amiable figure, who, despite his reticence, has made an impression on them. They have also observed the crops he cultivates. To be candid, they consider Lin Fan's agricultural endeavors to be rather lacking. His tomatoes, resembling small balls, are strikingly red yet devoid of genuine tomato flavor, tasting more like overly sweet fruit, wholly unsuitable for cooking. His cucumbers, long and thick with abundant moisture, similarly lack flavor, rendering them unpalatable. As for his potatoes, although large, they seem to lack sufficient starch, resulting in a texture that is neither crisp nor tender, but rather odd. The sole redeeming quality of his produce is its astonishing growth rate and high yield, so much so that Lin Fan cannot consume it all, often allowing these peculiar vegetables to rot in the fields. Initially, the villagers lamented this waste, thinking Lin Fan, the young man, was rather profligate. Later on, Lin Fan, perhaps due to a shortage of salt at home, took it upon himself to carry a sack filled with peculiar tomatoes and cucumbers, traversing mountains and valleys until he arrived at their village of Yunshi, hoping to exchange them for some salt and rice. The villagers, noticing his solitary existence in the mountains and feeling a pang of sympathy, despite their belief that his vegetables lacked flavor, adhered to the spirit of neighborly assistance and exchanged a small bag of salt for his entire sack of produce. That occasion marked the singular and final friendly interaction between Yunshi village and Lin Fan. Soon after, the hunters of the village ceased to approach the farm. They claimed that the farm seemed to be haunted. The hunter, Nyo, was the first to perceive something amiss. One day, while pursuing an injured deer, he unwittingly found himself near the farm. From a distance, he spotted an elderly man in ancient garb seated at the entrance of the farm. The old man remained as motionless as a statue, yet Nyo, a hunter accustomed to the wilderness, sensed an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from him, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Alarmed, he nearly dropped his bow and arrow and fled in a panic. Subsequently, several brave young men, skeptical of the tales, stealthily approached for a closer look. What they witnessed was even more surreal, a sight that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. They beheld a multitude of similarly clad peculiar individuals within the farm. Both men and women appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting, strikingly beautiful. However, these ethereal beings were engaged in tasks far more menial than those of the mountain farmers. They observed a regal woman, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of a queen, sweeping the ground with a look of profound happiness and satisfaction on her face. They saw the white-bearded old man, who had been meditating at the entrance, chopping firewood. Each swing of his axe seemed to carry the weight of a sacred ritual. They even witnessed another ethereal-looking old Taoist kneeling before a stove, stoking the fire. As he fanned the flames, tears of joy streamed down his face, and he muttered incantations. What was happening? Were these individuals mad? Or perhaps, a more sinister thought crept into their minds. Were they enslaved by Lin Fan, the seemingly harmless young man? The mere notion sent chills down their spines. They could hardly fathom that their reclusive and somewhat lethargic neighbor could possess such terrifying power. How could he compel a group of formidable city dwellers to willingly chop wood, sweep, and stoke fires for him? Who, exactly, was this Lin Fan? This news spread through Yunshi village like a swift gust of wind, instilling a sense of unease among the villagers. They no longer dared to approach the mountain range, and their initial sympathy and curiosity towards Lin Fan, the peculiar neighbor, transformed into a profound sense of reverence and fear. The entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of anxiety and speculation. The village elder, a venerable man in his 80s, wise and respected, was particularly troubled by the situation. Unlike the younger folk, who indulged in wild conjectures, he sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. He had encountered Lin Fan before. Though somewhat eccentric, the young man's eyes were clear and did not suggest that he was a nefarious character. This matter required clarity. Leaning on his well-worn wooden cane, polished to a sheen from decades of use, the old village chief paced beneath the grand banyan tree at the village entrance. After all, Lin is our neighbor in Yunshi village. Has he truly encountered trouble, or has he become an entity beyond our reach? We must ascertain the truth. What if? What if he is genuinely in distress, coerced by those strange individuals? As neighbors, how can we stand idly by? Deep within the old chief's heart resided the simple, enduring tradition of mutual aid that mountain dwellers cherished. He resolved to take action. He would personally investigate the matter further, enlisting the two boldest and most level-headed young hunters in the village, a Nyo and a Hu. He intended to bring along the village's most cherished offerings, a small jar of homemade honey and a piece of wild boar leg that had been air-dried for 3 years. He was determined to pay another visit to that neighbor residing on the other side of the mountain. Chapter 64. The villagers concerned the dawn, akin to shattered gold leaf, penetrated the layers of entwined branches, casting mottled specks of light upon the moss-covered forest path. A trio, comprising an expedition team, tread cautiously through the serene mountain woods. At the forefront stood the venerable village chief of Yunshi, a man of esteemed reputation. Leaning upon his cane, he advanced with remarkable steadiness, his weathered eyes shimmering with a wisdom and vigilance that belied his years. Following closely behind were two of the village's most intrepid and skilled young hunters, Ainyo and Ahu. One bore a bow and arrows, while the other sported a knife at his waist, their keen gazes sweeping the surroundings as if on guard against any ferocious beast that might leap from the thicket. Yet they understood that today, they were to confront something potentially 1,000 times more fearsome than the fiercest bear lurking in the mountains. "Village chief, do we truly have to go?" Ainyo queried, his throat dry as he beheld the increasingly ominous woods ahead. "Last time, I merely caught a distant glimpse, and it nearly terrified me to death." "Indeed, chief," Ahu echoed, "those individuals, they are exceedingly strange. I cannot shake the feeling that they are not human, but rather creatures from the mountains." The old village chief halted, casting a discerning glance back at the two young men. A flicker of determination ignited in his murky eyes. "What is there to fear?" He struck the ground emphatically with his cane, his voice resonating with gravity. "We are not embarking upon any malevolent endeavor. Shaolin, we have watched him relocate to these mountains. Alone and destitute, he is now surrounded by a band of dubious characters. Who knows what grievances he may have suffered or what tribulations he may endure. We, the people of Yunshi, though gentle in nature, cannot idly stand by while our neighbor is bullied, too frightened to utter a sound. Today, this old frame of mine shall venture forth to scout the path. We must ascertain the intentions of these peculiar individuals. If they are indeed tormenting Shaolin, we will return, rally the men of the village, arm ourselves, and confront them." The village chief's words rang with conviction, imbued with the rustic courage of mountain folk unafraid of tyranny. Ainyo and Ahu, stirred by his fervor, found their trepidation dissipating, replaced by a surge of impassioned resolve. Indeed, what is there to fear? The men of Yunshi dare to confront even the fiercest of bears. Why should we fear a few city dwellers masquerading as spirits? The chief is right. If it comes to it, we shall fight. Let us proceed. We shall discover the truth. No longer hesitating, the trio quickened their pace, advancing toward the fabled homestead. Yet, with each step closer, an intensifying sense of unease enveloped them. They noted that the surrounding forest had grown eerily silent. Too silent, almost sinister. Normally, this place would resonate with the melodies of birds and the buzz of insects, teeming with the exuberance of life. Yet now, not even the faintest chirp of a cicada could be heard. It seemed as though all living beings were gripped by an inexplicable fear, refraining from uttering a single sound. At long last, upon emerging from the final thicket, their vision was suddenly illuminated. Before them stood a grand and magnificent wall, radiant with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a towering fortress, manifesting without warning. This was Aniu and Ahu found themselves utterly astonished, their jaws nearly grazing the ground at the surreal sight before them. In their memories, this place had merely been a dilapidated bamboo fence, barely reaching half a person's height. How could it have transformed in just a few days into a wall that loomed even higher and more imposing than their village's own fortifications? And it emitted light? A miracle. The old village chief's lips trembled. After living for over 80 years, he had never witnessed such a fantastical scene. He felt as though he had not merely arrived at a neighbor's abode, but had trespassed into the fabled celestial residence of the mountain deity. As the three of them stood, spellbound by the divine wall, they were confronted by an even more bewildering spectacle. In the open space beyond the wall, there thronged a multitude of peculiar individuals, some standing, some seated, some kneeling. Hundreds, if not thousands, clad in an array of bizarre garments. Each one of them exuded a palpable intensity, their gazes sharp, clearly not benign. Yet, at this moment, they all appeared as the most devout of worshippers, bowing in reverence to the divine wall. Some were meditating with closed eyes, murmuring incantations, while others danced with frenzied movements, seemingly practicing some arcane martial arts. Some even prostrated themselves before the wall, rhythmically knocking their foreheads against the ground. The scene was utterly surreal, profoundly solemn, yet disturbingly insane. Oh my heavens! Aniu and Ahu, terrified, felt their legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They finally comprehended why the birds and beasts of the mountains dared not approach this place. Who would dare venture near such a throng of lunatics? The old village chief, too, was shaken to his core, his back drenched in cold sweat. He now found it hard to dismiss the rumors the young people had spoken of, how the little forest had been ensnared by a sinister cult. This bore an uncanny resemblance to it. Village chief, Ahu's voice quivered, tinged with desperation. We should flee. This is too terrifying. No, we cannot leave. The old village chief forcefully suppressed his fear, his gaze fixed upon the wall as he gritted his teeth. We have yet to find Xiao Linzi. We must ascertain whether he is safe. He resolved that fortune favors the bold. No, it was for the sake of their neighbor that he would risk it all. He needed to draw closer. He yearned to uncover what lay beyond the wall. He relied on his advanced age and frail appearance, appearing harmless as he leaned on a cane, feigning the role of a lost old man from the mountains. Trembling, he emerged from the thicket and slowly made his way toward the divine wall. The prominent figures at the entrance, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of an ordinary elderly man, were initially taken aback, but soon their eyes revealed profound envy and respect. To them, this old man exuded not a trace of spiritual energy. His aura was as pure and blank as a pristine sheet of paper. This embodied the ultimate realm of returning to simplicity that their predecessors sought. This elder must surely be a companion of their forebears, a being capable of engaging in equal dialogue with them. In an instant, all the dignitaries willingly parted to create a path for the old village chief, even bowing respectfully in his direction. The old village chief, bewildered by this spectacle, felt a surge of anxiety within. With a steely resolve, he followed the path that had been cleared for him and approached the divine wall. He dared not touch the luminous surface. Instead, he sought a small dog hole in the fence that he had known of before. To his delight, he found that the dog hole still existed. He bent down cautiously, bringing his aged eyes closer to the opening, peering carefully into the courtyard. And then, he was utterly petrified. He beheld the young man, Lin Fan, whom he had longed for and worried about, leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, sipping tea and basking in the sun. Beside him, the white-bearded elder, who had once posed a dire threat, was energetically chopping wood with an axe. The regal woman, exuding an aura reminiscent of a queen, was meticulously sweeping the ground. The ethereal old Taoist was kneeling before a hearth, intently tending to the fire. Additionally, there were a dozen or so other figures, each resembling celestial beings, some feeding chickens, others fetching water, and still others weeding. On everyone's faces, there radiated an inexplicable, heartfelt, joy, contentment, and honor. At that moment, the old village chief's mind crashed. He felt as though the worldview he had built over 80 years was being mercilessly ground to dust by the absurd, bizarre, yet strikingly real scene before him. He finally understood. He comprehended why those eccentric individuals were so devout. He grasped why this farm had undergone such unbelievable transformations. Little Lin. How could he have been captured? He was the one who had ensnared everyone. A god. No, an existence more terrifying than a god. The old village chief felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. His legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of life. In a stupor, he could only mutter repeatedly, "It's over. We, the villagers of Yunxi, have been neighbors with the mountain god for so many years, and yet, we dared to exchange a mere bag of salt for an entire sack of celestial fruits? This is truly audacious. We must leave quickly, lest we disturb the mountain god during his meditation." Upon hearing this, the other villagers hurriedly helped the old chief to his feet and fled in a panic. Chapter 65. The legacy of an axe. On a seemingly ordinary afternoon at the Mortal farm, the sun lazily poured its warmth into the courtyard, casting an elongated shadow beneath a towering tree that had just begun to take on the semblance of the world tree. Underneath its boughs, Lin Fan reclined in a soul-nurturing wooden rocking chair, teetering on the brink of slumber. In the yard, the farm laborers diligently occupied their sacred duties, earnestly contemplating the profound truths of existence. Everything appeared to be enveloped in a serene, harmonious, yet oddly eerie atmosphere. Amidst this uncanny tranquility, one individual stood in stark contrast, consumed by inner turmoil. He was the sword madman, Li Qingyun. At that moment, he stood before a pile of firewood in the corner of the courtyard, meticulously polishing the celestial axe in his grasp until it gleamed with a flawless luster. His brow was furrowed in deep concentration, and his gaunt face bore the marks of confusion and uncertainty. Since the last time he observed his predecessor's awe-inspiring wood-splitting sword technique, he had attained enlightenment in a single moment, successfully breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Over the past few days, he had approached each practice session with a pilgrim's devotion, emulating every movement of his predecessor with precision, diligently rehearsing the supreme sword technique he had named the 9 Axes of Creation. His swordsmanship indeed progressed at an astonishing pace, and he felt himself drawing ever closer to the legendary realm of the sword immortal. However, just yesterday he sensed that he had encountered yet another bottleneck, a barrier he could neither comprehend nor surmount. No matter how closely he imitated or how deeply he contemplated, each strike of his axe failed to attain the transcendent simplicity and return to essence that characterized his predecessor's mastery, a state of seamless unity with the cosmos, unmarred and profound. His axe bore an irrepressible hint of craftsmanship, a trace of the sword's sharpness. What, pray tell, was amiss? Li Qingyun pondered in vain, his fingers tracing the cold blade of the axe as he murmured to himself. He even began to doubt whether it was because he was wielding an axe instead of a sword. Must the 9 axes of creation be executed with a true axe to grasp its ultimate profundity? As he sank deeper into this spiral of self-doubt, teetering on the edge of losing his resolve, he suddenly caught sight of his predecessor, who had been napping in the rocking chair. The elder slowly rose, stretched languidly, yawned, and ambled toward the corner where a cluttered tool shed stood. Li Qingyun's heart raced, and he instinctively held his breath, focusing all his attention on the unfolding scene. He understood that his predecessor was about to begin the evolution of the great Tao once again. He watched as Lin Fan rummaged through the tool shed for a considerable time before finally emerging with an old firewood knife, its blade rusted and marred by several chips. Then, he retrieved a piece that appeared dull and bore a rough, uneven surface, a common whetstone. Li Qingyun was initially taken aback by this scene, but soon, a terrifying brilliance ignited in his eyes. In that instant, he comprehended. The elder was enlightening him. The elder was conveying that the true essence of a formidable weapon does not reside in its form or material, but rather in the wielder, and in the wielder's spirit. The myriad paths of the Grand Tao lead to the same destination, whether it be the sword, the axe, or even this most ordinary of knives. Their essence remains identical. He had previously been too attached to the distinctions between the axe and the sword. Just as Li Qingyun's thoughts surged with excitement, As if he were on the verge of enlightenment, he witnessed Lin Fan, armed with that old chopping knife and the whetstone, approach the well in the backyard. He drew a bucket of water, then squatted by the well, beginning to vigorously sharpen the knife. As he sharpened, he muttered to himself, "Alas, this axe, which that old manly uses daily to chop wood, has nearly developed a patina. I feel too embarrassed to ask for it back. I can only find this old chopping knife to sharpen, so I can use it tonight to deal with those few big loaches." The big loaches he referred to were, of course, the 8 unfortunate flood dragons raised here by the third prince. He felt that, having been well fed and grown plump over the past few days, it was time to slaughter one and savor the taste of braised loach segments. To him, this statement seemed utterly mundane. Yet, to Li Qingyun and the other laborers eavesdropping in the courtyard, it resonated like the thunder of the heavens, crashing violently. What? The esteemed elder would actually personally sharpen the knife? To personally deal with those few flood dragons, comparable in might to beings of the void realm? What a tremendous lowering of status. What a remarkable indulgence in the mortal realm. Li Qingyun was so exhilarated that his entire body trembled. He knew that his chance to shine had arrived. If word spread that the elder was personally sharpening the knife, how could he, the woodcutting apprentice, hold his head high? This was undoubtedly the greatest dereliction of duty on his path of cultivation. He could no longer concern himself with any insights. In a flash, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and rushed to Lin Fan's side. Then, with a resounding thud, he knelt upon the ground. "Elder, you must not." Li Qingyun's voice quivered violently with excitement and trepidation. "Such menial labor, how could it? How could it trouble your esteemed self? This would be a humiliation for the junior. The junior earnestly requests the elder to allow him to polish this dragon-slaying divine weapon. The junior is willing to hone this unparalleled sharpness that can sever the ties of eternity for the elder." Lin Fan was deeply engrossed in his task when he was suddenly startled by the sword-crazed man who had knelt before him. Observing Li Qingyun's face, which bore the expression of someone whose world had just collapsed, he glanced at the crude chopping knife in his hand, an implement he himself found rather unsatisfactory. A divine weapon to slay dragons? An unparalleled brilliance? Had the old man lost his senses again? Lin Fan felt a wave of exasperation, yet, seeing the resolute expression on Li Qingyun's face, which seemed to declare that he would perish if not given the chance to sharpen the blade, he resignedly handed over the chopping knife and the whetstone. "All right, fine, take it. But be gentle. This is an antique. Don't ruin it." "Why, yes, sir," Li Qingyun replied, his hands trembling as if he were cradling a sacred relic, a treasure that had endured for millions of years. As he carefully accepted the worn chopping knife and the divine stone from Lin Fan, it was as if he had discovered a priceless gem. He understood that this was a test from his predecessor, as well as an extraordinary blessing. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Mimicking Lin Fan's posture, he squatted by the well. He refrained from using any spiritual energy, for he recognized that employing it to polish a divine weapon would be sheer blasphemy. Instead, he used his hands, once masters of the supreme sword path, capable of effortlessly rending the void, to delicately dip into the well water, which to him seemed like the essence of the heavens. Then, with the utmost precision in angle and force, he began to methodically grind the blade of the divine weapon against the divine stone, slowly and steadily, back and forth. In that moment, his heart attained a profound tranquility. His gaze was fixed solely on the knife in his hand and the stone before him. His spirit seemed to merge entirely with the cold blade and the rough surface of the stone. He felt as though he had transformed into an ordinary knife grinder, one who had lived for a century. Day after day, year after year, he repeated this most simplistic, monotonous yet pure action. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the day his predecessor had split wood, wielding a seemingly casual yet profoundly insightful axe strike that contained the truths of the universe. He recalled the ordinary, yet profound stroke his predecessor had made while sharpening the knife, which resonated with the trajectory of the great Tao. Chop, slice, stab, flick, grind. The interplay of speed and slowness, hardness and softness, movement and stillness, destruction and creation. Countless opposing principles of swordsmanship collided, intertwined, and transcended within the depths of his consciousness. Gradually, the sharp sword intent that had surged within him, a remnant of his recent breakthrough to the late stage of the Yuan-Ing realm, began to recede, slowly and gently. It was not vanishing, but rather becoming thoroughly integrated into his very bones, blood, and soul. It infused every breath he took, every heartbeat, and every mundane action he performed. His gaze had lost its previous sharpness, akin to that of a hawk, and instead transformed into a clarity and simplicity reminiscent of a humble woodsman. His demeanor was no longer marked by ostentatious brilliance, but rather embodied that of an ordinary elder, one who had spent a lifetime chopping wood and honing blades. He remained himself, yet he was also no longer the same. He had finally touched upon the ultimate realm of swordsmanship, a state of returning to simplicity. As he polished the worn woodcutter's knife to a dazzling edge, sharp enough to sever a hair, he reverently returned it to Lin Fan with both hands. The Yaoqi holy master, who had been observing from the shadows, was filled with an overwhelming astonishment. She could sense nothing from Li Qingyun. She could no longer perceive even a trace of the sharpness and sword intent typical of a sword cultivator. He appeared as the most ordinary of mortals, devoid of any cultivation. However, the Yaoqi holy master understood. In that moment, Li Qingyun was 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold more terrifying than the sword madman he had been in the late stage of the nascent soul. He had forged himself into a sword, a supreme blade hidden within its sheath, having repressed all its brilliance, only waiting for the moment it would be drawn, ready to astound the world. Thank you, Senior, for imparting to me the concealing edge technique. Li Qingyun's voice was hoarse and dry, yet imbued with an unprecedented calmness and joy born from profound enlightenment. He deeply bowed to Lin Fan, tears silently streaming down his once impassive face. Lin Fan gazed at this sword lunatic, who had been moved to tears by a few of his somewhat pretentious phrases, and felt utterly helpless. He placed the axe back into Li Qingyun's hands, patted his shoulder, and sighed deeply. Alas, old Li, it seems your affliction is beyond cure. Perhaps it would be best for you to continue chopping wood. This may indeed be the most suitable vocation for you. Chapter 66. My dog can do a backflip. Life at the Mortal Farm is invariably steeped in unpretentious monotony, at least from Lin Fan's perspective. Ever since a group of self-proclaimed carpenters, firewood workers, and gardeners arrived as free labor in his yard, Lin Fan's once languorous existence has ascended to unprecedented heights of idleness. His daily routine now consists of 3 simple tasks: eating, sleeping, and pondering how to pass the tedious hours of the day. The farm work is eagerly undertaken by others. Those ethereal elders tend to his vegetable garden with a meticulousness that rivals that of a royal botanical garden, every vegetable flourishing with a sheen as if illuminated from within. The wood chopping is the domain of a mad swordsman named Li Qingyun, who wields Lin Fan's axe with such fervor in the yard's corner, his focused demeanor suggesting he is not merely chopping wood, but rather delving into the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. The task of stoking the fire has been claimed by another eccentric, Gu He, who dedicates every waking hour to the hearth, displaying a devotion surpassing that of a grave guardian, ensuring Lin Fan can always enjoy water at the perfect temperature. Even the mundane chores of feeding the chickens and pigs have incited fierce competition among the laborers. Lin Fan feels utterly redundant. He languidly reclines in the rocking chair, gazing at the tree he casually planted, which has now grown to a size that obscures the sky, and lets out a long sigh. Alas, what a fall from grace! Swinging his legs and squinting against the sunlight, he wears an expression of utter disillusionment, reflecting on how he, a distinguished traveler from another realm, has descended to a state of idle existence, merely awaiting the end. If this were to be revealed, it would be a disgrace to the entire legion of adventurers. His gaze inadvertently lands on the entrance of the yard, where a large yellow dog sprawls lazily, drooling in its sleep. You lazy creature, Lin Fan mutters with irritation. All you do is eat and sleep, growing as rotund as a pig. Are you even guarding the house? Have you exercised at all? At this rate, you'll inevitably face health issues. As he speaks, an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Indeed, since he has so much time on his hands, why not seek some amusement? For instance, training the yellow dog? The thought of transforming this lethargic canine into a star performer of a circus, capable of sitting, shaking hands, spinning in circles, and even executing a backflip, piques Lin Fan's interest. Without further ado, Lin Fan leaps from the rocking chair and rushes into the kitchen, rummaging through cupboards. He intends to concoct a secret weapon for training the yellow dog biscuits. He scoops a handful of what he perceives to be ordinary flour. Yet in the eyes of the alchemist Gu He and others, it is a spirit grain imbued with the essence of life. He also retrieves 2 eggs from the henhouse, which he regards as simple chicken eggs, but are seen by the Lord of the Jade Pool as divine avian orbs. Finally, he cuts a small piece of what he considers ordinary pork from the cured meat hanging from the rafters, yet in the eyes of the third prince, it is the flesh of a mythical dragon. Blending these ordinary ingredients together, with a touch of the well water from the 9 heavens spirit spring, he kneaded the mixture into a dough, which he then placed into the chaotic, all-encompassing cauldron. Utilizing the remnants of the divine soul-wood's embers, he slowly baked it. Soon, an alluring and overwhelming aroma, rich enough to ensnare one's very soul, wafted from the kitchen. Li Qingyun, who was chopping wood, caught a whiff of this fragrance and felt the sword essence within him nearly surge uncontrollably. He swiftly severed any distracting thoughts. Silently reflecting, the elder is once again concocting the great elixir of bodily sanctification. We must not be distracted. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Yaoqi, watering the plants, felt as if her celestial form had been cleansed by this scent. She dared not slacken her efforts, diligently ensuring that each droplet of the great Tao spring was precisely administered to the roots of the divine flora. Lin Fan remained oblivious to the imaginations of those outside. He gazed with satisfaction at the golden brown, crispy, and fragrant dog biscuits. Indeed, it was a feast for the senses. Now, he had no fear of that lazy dog disobeying him. He eagerly approached De Huang, holding the freshly baked dog biscuits. Meanwhile, outside the farm, beyond the eternal barrier constructed from countless divine materials, hundreds of esteemed figures from the eastern domain gathered. They refrained from the previous raucousness, settling into a meditative posture, quietly attempting to glean a fragment of the great fortune emanating from this sacred ground. Suddenly, they beheld the mysterious elder emerge from the dwelling, a piece of sacred sustenance radiating golden light, with Taoist resonance swirling, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. Everyone's breath caught in their throats at that moment. Their eyes sparkled with unprecedented fervor and anticipation. It had arrived. At last, the elder was about to embark on the evolution of the Tao once more. They watched as the elder approached what they perceived to be a Kirin divine beast, an ordinary dog. Could it be? The elder intended to use this sacred sustenance to evolve the supreme laws of contract and life? All eyes widened, their divine senses heightened to the utmost, fearful of missing any detail. Then, they heard Lin Fan's clear voice. De Huang, lazy dog, time to get to work. He waved the dog biscuits enticingly, coaxing. Do you want to eat? Then obey my command. The esteemed figures were left bewildered. They observed as the elder pointed to the ground, using a tone they could not comprehend, yet one that seemed to embody a certain suppressive principle, issuing the first command to the Kirin beast, sit. Initially indifferent, De Huang, upon catching the scent of the biscuits, reluctantly plopped down. Boom! At that instant, in the eyes of the gathered dignitaries, as the Kirin divine beast settled down, they sensed that the entire mortal farm seemed to be enveloped in an oppressive aura, as if weighed down by an invisible force emanating from the divine beast. It felt as though their souls were being crushed by an unseen primordial mountain, compelling them to kneel at that very moment. This was the manifestation of the suppression principle. A sect master, proficient in earth-based techniques, gasped in shock, his face ashen. Senior, he is demonstrating how to suppress an entire realm in the simplest manner. Lin Fan observed the great yellow beast sitting down with satisfaction. He broke off a small piece of biscuit and tossed it towards the creature, then extended his hand. Come, let us shake hands. Reluctantly, the great yellow beast lifted its paw and placed it upon Lin Fan's hand. Boom! Once again, an extraordinary wave of profound principles rippled through the air. In the eyes of a formidable practitioner of the path of contracts, he beheld a scene. At the moment the divine claw of the Qilin touched the senior's palm, golden chains of divine contracts, composed of the most fundamental principles, materialized out of thin air, flickering briefly between the man and the beast. It was a kind of supreme, equal contract, forged with the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, the true essence of contract was revealed, not enslavement, not control, but rather equality and coexistence. The demonic master felt as though struck by lightning, his resolve wavering for an instant. Lin Fan, delighted by the success of their handshake, rewarded the beast with another piece of biscuit. He found training the great yellow beast to be far simpler than he had anticipated. Consequently, he decided to increase the challenge. Holding a biscuit, he drew a circle in the air. "Come, great yellow, spin around and show me." The beast hesitated for a moment, then turned in place. Rumble. This time, everyone felt it. At the instant the Chilean beast spun, they perceived the flow of time, the cycles of life and death. Witnessing the season's eternal dance of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Rebirth. The senior was elucidating the principle of reincarnation. Heavens, what an extraordinary opportunity. If one could grasp even the slightest essence of it, would we not gain the chance for rebirth and renewal? The breaths of all the great figures became hurried, their faces flushed with excitement. Lin Fan regarded their fervor with bewilderment. What fantasies were these madmen concocting? He shook his head and resolved to unveil his trump card. He raised the final and largest piece of dog biscuit high. Addressing the great yellow beast with an air of anticipation and temptation, he proclaimed loudly, "Great Yellow, the final challenge. A backflip. As long as you can accomplish this, the entirety shall be yours." A backflip. Upon hearing those 3 words, all the distinguished individuals were struck with an overwhelming shock, as if struck by lightning. Their faces bore expressions of unprecedented astonishment and disbelief. If sitting symbolizes suppression, a handshake denotes a pact, and spinning represents reincarnation, then a backflip. This unmistakably signifies the supreme, mystical power of reversing the cosmos and the duality of yin and yang. It is akin to flowing against the currents of time, to strolling through the vast ocean of space. It embodies the ultimate essence of creation and annihilation, transforming existence into non-existence, life into death, and then death back into life. Predecessors. Could it be that they would dare to manifest such a forbidden path before their eyes? Every heart raced, nearly leaping from their throats. They fixated intently on that earthy dog, scarcely daring to blink. De Huang gazed at the enormous, irresistibly tempting dog biscuit, then glanced at its owner's expectant gaze. It hesitated. It was merely a dog longing for a tranquil existence. Why compel it to perform such a daunting feat? Yet, that biscuit was indeed enticing. After a prolonged internal struggle of 3 seconds, its appetite triumphed over lethargy. With a low growl, De Huang exerted its hind legs with vigor. Its corpulent form, under the fiery gaze of the onlookers, soared through the air like a nimble, rotund creature, tracing a graceful and agile parabolic arc. Then, landing with its 4 paws upright, it succeeded in the backflip. Boom! At the very instant it touched the ground, all the observing dignitaries felt as though countless stars had simultaneously erupted within their consciousness. They appeared to witness the birth and destruction of the universe. They saw the reversal and fusion of yin and yang. They beheld the upheaval and reconstruction of the cosmos. Puff, puff, puff. Numerous figures of slightly lesser cultivation, who had forcefully observed this forbidden path, could not withstand the terrifying impact of the profound principles, and they simultaneously spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, their hearts damaged, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, those of higher cultivation, such as Li Qingyun and the holy master of Yaoqi, also turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented ecstasy born from profound enlightenment. They each derived their own supreme path from this backflip. Lin Fan tossed the biscuit, which De Huang caught in its mouth. He looked outside at the disheveled individuals, some even fainting on the spot, and was left utterly speechless. He let out a long, deep sigh. Alas, the mental fortitude of today's individuals is remarkably lacking. I assent it. Was it merely a backflip? Must it be taken to such extremes? One by one, it feels as though I am being accused of animal cruelty. Chapter 67. The offering of the dynasty. The evolution of the thoroughfare at the mortal farm once again reverberated through the eastern domain of the cultivation world in a manner that Lin Fan could scarcely comprehend. The news of the Chilean divine beast performing a backflip and the manifestation of the supreme Tao that overturns the cosmos and reverses yin and yang spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner. Those mighty beings who had witnessed the miraculous event, some of whom had even coughed up blood and fainted, felt no fear. Instead, they reveled in joy as if they had struck the lottery. To them, this was a form of baptism, a chance for the predecessors to forcibly cleanse the impurities within their Tao foundations using the profound rhythms of the Tao. Though the process was excruciating, the outcome promised to render their paths to enlightenment broader and smoother. In no time, a fervent wave of pilgrimage surged across the eastern domain. Countless cultivators flocked from all directions, not for any other reason than to catch a glimpse of the legendary soil dog that was said to perform backflips. Outside the farm, the already crowded space became even more congested. Even vendors selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and roasted sweet potatoes, disguised as opportunistic rogue cultivators, sprang up, transforming the scene into a spectacle akin to the grandest temple fairs of the mortal realm. In the capital of the great Yin dynasty, within the Ziwei Palace, the recently rejuvenated and ascended Emperor Yin, having returned from the mortal farm and achieved the tribulation stage, found himself lost in deep contemplation. Seated upon a throne crafted from the bloodwood of ancient dragons, he toyed with a mundane peach pit, one that Lin Fan had carelessly discarded as refuse. Yet in his eyes, this pit still emanated a faint essence of life and the laws of immortality that sent shivers through even his formidable being. The grace of my predecessors is as heavy as Mount Tai, as profound as the vast ocean, murmured the emperor, his gaze, now as deep as the starry sky, filled with boundless gratitude and reverence. I have only knelt for 3 days and nights to exchange for this rebirth and ascent to the heavens. Yet my predecessor casually granted me a bowl of the remnants of his divine beast's meal. This kindness weighs heavily upon me, to the point of unrest in my sleep and meals. He understood that he must take action. It was imperative to express, in a manner that would truly catch the predecessor's eye, the utmost respect from himself and the entirety of the great Yin dynasty. But how to proceed? Should he present treasures of gold and silver? The emperor shook his head with a wry smile. That would be an affront to his predecessor. The fate of that fool Lu Qingyan lingered vividly in his mind. In the eyes of such a being, gold was likely less valuable than the soil beneath his feet. What about offering rare heavenly materials and treasures? That notion was even more ludicrous. The divine peaches, which could only serve as pig food in his predecessor's realm, would render the so-called divine medicines in the great Yin treasury unworthy even to be considered weeds. Should he send forth exceptionally skilled female cultivators? The Emperor of Flames immediately dismissed this notion. The celestial maidens of the Yaoqi sacred land, in terms of beauty and grace, are indeed unparalleled. Yet, in that realm, they are relegated to mere roles of cleaning and tending to plants. The vision of the elder has long transcended the mundane allure of the earthly realm. What he truly seeks is entirely different. So, what does the elder truly desire? The emperor's brow furrowed deeply as he endeavored to adopt the elder's perspective. Engaging in a fervent contemplation, the elder, living in seclusion, returning to simplicity, and indulging in the mortal realm, he disguised himself as an utterly ordinary peasant. This indicated that he relished the simplicity of mortal existence. A life filled with the essence of humanity, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Upon this realization, a radiant brilliance suddenly ignited in the emperor's eyes. He understood. He finally comprehended. The elder lacked not treasures, not divine elixirs, nor cultivation. What the elder yearned for was a hint of joy from the mundane world to embellish his simple life. And what constitutes the greatest pleasures of mortals? Is it the indulgence in carnal delights? Is it the lavishness of silk and sumptuous feasts? No, too pedestrian. At the elder's level of enlightenment, he must be pursuing a more refined and pure enjoyment of the spirit. It is the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It is poetry and song. It is the revelry of dance and harmony. Yes, it must be so. The elder surely found the wilderness too desolate and uninteresting, prompting him to engage in the playful training of that divine beast's backflip. He is seeking amusement, and he, the sovereign of the great Flame dynasty, can undoubtedly provide the elder with more elegant and delightful entertainment. The more the emperor thought, the more exhilarated he became, feeling he had finally grasped the correct approach to flatter the elder. Moreover, this adulation must be unique. It must be fresh and refined. It cannot be performed by cultivators, for they carry spiritual energy and an aura of conflict, which would disrupt the elder's tranquil mortal disposition. It must be true mortals, those with unblemished backgrounds, pure hearts, who have never encountered cultivation, like a blank slate mortal maidens. With their most innocent and pristine voices and dances, they shall present the elder with a grand tribute that belongs solely to the realm of mortals. This would be the highest homage to the elder's indulgence in the earthly realm. Ha ha! Brilliant! Brilliant! The Emperor of Flames suddenly leapt up from his throne, pacing back and forth within the great hall, his face illuminated by an unprecedentedly excited smile. He believed this idea to be nothing short of genius, a stroke of divine inspiration. He hesitated no longer. He immediately issued a series of commands that set the entire bureaucratic system of the Great Flame Dynasty into a frenzy. Proclaim my decree. First, at once, from the 1,300 prefectures of my Great Flame Dynasty, select, between the ages of 16 and 18, possessing unparalleled beauty, a pure lineage, and a kind heart. These are the mortal maidens who have never encountered any path of cultivation, a total of 365, to correspond to the cycles of the heavens. First, immediately, summon the finest musicians, painters, dancers, and performers from the palace. I desire them to cultivate these 365 maidens into the most exceptional artists in the shortest time possible. Second, at once, command our kingdom's foremost poet, the esteemed scholar Zhang Tingyu of the Hamlin Academy, to compose an awe-inspiring hymn that shakes the heavens and moves the spirits. Based on the myriad legends surrounding the mortal farmland that I have provided, the title shall be The Song of Shinnong. Third, prepare the most lavish yet understated ceremonial procession. I shall personally escort this gift delegation to the mortal farmland in 1 month's time, to present my sincere heart from the great Yin dynasty to the esteemed elder. Decrees, like snowflakes, fluttered out from the purple micro-palace. The vast machinery of the great Yin dynasty, in its quest to appease a humble farmer, commenced an unprecedentedly frenzied operation. 1 month later, a grand procession, composed of 365 maidens who had undergone rigorous training, reaching the pinnacle of mortal beauty, grace, and skill, arrived under the personal escort of the old Emperor, Yin Di. They traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving once more at the mortal farmland, which had become more sacred to them than any holy site. Yin Di dared not display the same arrogance as before, like Lu Qingyan. He commanded the convoy to halt before the Wenxiantai, an altar built by the great Yin dynasty for the elder. Then, he personally led all the maidens in a ritual of incense burning and bathing, fasting for 3 days, donning the purest garments woven from the silk of the Tianshan snow silkworm. With all preparations complete, he faced the direction of the farmland, respectfully performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Then, with a voice imbued with the essence of the tribulation stage yet as gentle as a spring breeze, he proclaimed, "Descendant of the great Yin sinner, Yin Shi, I dare to present this humble offering, to celebrate the tranquility of the elder's realm and express gratitude for the elder's benevolence in bestowing life anew. I offer the mundane melodies and earthly dances in hopes of eliciting a smile from the elder. I sincerely hope for the elder's grace." Chapter 68. The immortal melody of the mundane world, the voice of the Flame Emperor, filled with reverence and devotion, resonated for a long time in the silent valley. Within the farmstead, an eerie stillness prevailed, devoid of any response. To him, it signified the tacit approval of his predecessors, as well as their silent test for these mere mortals. He dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Taking a deep breath, he gently nodded to the 365 exquisite maidens who were already poised and ready. Suddenly, a melodious and crystalline sound, reminiscent of a jade chime capable of cleansing the soul, erupted from the altar of the questioning heaven. Following this, an ethereal and transcendent song, devoid of any earthly essence, flowed from the lips of the 365 maidens, akin to the pure springs of the mountains or the celestial melodies from beyond the skies. In the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were still indistinct, there resided a divine farmer at the heart of the mountains, planting cucumbers, reaching the heavens and the earth, consumed by the holy maiden, ascending in broad daylight. In the courtyard, a lazy dog lounged by the door, barking lightly to repel the heavenly tribulations. Impervious to all methods, the divine axe split wood, creating the world, observed by the sword immortal, who, in a moment of enlightenment, concealed the sword's intent. The divine cauldron simmered broth, unifying all things. The alchemy emperor, upon catching the fragrance, attained sanctity and claimed the title of Emperor of the Alchemical Path. This piece, the divine farmer's ballad, was crafted by the foremost poet of the Great Flame Dynasty, who poured his lifelong dedication into adapting it from the myriad legends of the mortal farmstead. Sung through the purest and most untainted voices, it unexpectedly conjured a peculiar enchantment that even the Flame Emperor had not foreseen. The song, devoid of any law's power, seemed to encapsulate the most primal emotions of awe and reverence. It bore no charm or manipulation, yet appeared to pierce deep into the soul, awakening the ancient yearning for beauty that had long been frozen by the passage of time and the brutality of conflict. As the song flowed, the 365 maidens began to dance gracefully. Their movements resembled drifting clouds, startled swans, gentle breezes caressing willows, and celestial cranes spreading their wings. Each gesture was imbued with the vivacity and innocence of youth, each gaze filled with the purest adoration and yearning for the unseen deity. They understood not the concepts of the great path or the laws. They only knew that they were using their finest years and most exquisite skills to please a being legendary and divine. This pure intention transformed into an invisible force, melding into their song and dance. Gradually, a miracle unfolded. As their song and dance resonated, the surrounding world harmonized in response. Invisible blossoms, formed from the purest essence of life and the joyous law, quietly bloomed beneath their feet. The song pierced through the eternal barrier constructed from countless divine materials, breaching the ancient killing formation laid by the nine-rank formation emperor. Like the gentlest spring breeze, it softly wafted into the tranquil mortal village. In the courtyard, Li Qingyun, who was splitting wood, abruptly halted his divine axe upon hearing the melody. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his eyes. He sensed that his heart, once sharpened by the sword intent to the point of resembling eternal ice, devoid of any emotional ripples at that moment, inexplicably felt a trace of warmth. He seemed to recall, before he embarked on the path of immortality, the sweet song sung by his childhood neighbor beneath the peach blossom tree in that small mountain village. It dawned upon him that the sword was not solely defined by its sharpness and coldness. Could it be that the sword could also possess warmth? Li Qingyun murmured, realizing that his swordsmanship, which had attained a state of returning to simplicity, suddenly found new opportunities for breakthrough. The Yaoqi saintess, while sweeping the ground, trembled at the instant she heard the song. Tears, uncontrollably, cascaded from her serene eyes, which had long since grown indifferent to the world's tumult. Memories flooded back to when she was an innocent little girl, rescued from the icy wilderness by her master. Hand in hand, they traversed the ethereal realm of Yaoqi. As he recounted tales of ascension and immortality, back then, her heart brimmed with pure and beautiful fantasies of the future. Yet, as her cultivation progressed and her status rose, she gradually lost herself in the pursuit of power and influence, forgetting the original intention of her practice. What truly was the essence of my cultivation? The Yaoqi saintess stood there, lost in thought, her broom slipping from her grasp. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented and intense loosening of the bottleneck she faced in her mid-transformation. Dan Huangguhi, tending to the fire, was moved to tears upon hearing the song, his sorrow flowing freely. His life had been devoted to alchemy, having never known a partner or sired offspring. He believed that the path of alchemy encompassed his entirety. Yet now, as he listened to the joyous melody of life, he suddenly felt that his existence was lacking something as simple and genuine as the human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Was the ultimate goal of alchemy to become an emotionless refining machine? Guhi's spirit plunged into an unprecedented introspection. Just as he broke through to the 8th grade Dan Sheng, he found himself beginning to transcend once more under the influence of this earthly sentiment. In the entire mortal village, all the great figures who were contemplating the Tao paused their actions. They expressed a myriad of emotions, some weeping, some laughing, some entranced, and others intoxicated. In this celestial melody, sung by a mortal maiden, they all discovered the deepest and most elusive fragment of their own hearts. In an instant, the sky above the mortal farm was filled with extraordinary phenomena. Sword energy soared into the heavens. Radiant hues cascaded in myriad paths. The fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. Array patterns manifested vividly. Countless voices of breakthroughs echoed in harmony. Dozens of formidable beings, who had been ensnared at their thresholds for centuries, even millennia, astonishingly, all at once, attained enlightenment and broke through. Outside the farm, the Flame Emperor gazed upon this miraculous spectacle, witnessing the influential figures of the eastern region who had gained tremendous fortunes through his humble offering. He stood there, utterly bewildered. He merely intended to pay a compliment to his predecessor. How did such a colossal commotion arise? How did it seem that, inadvertently, he became the benefactor of the entire eastern region? Chapter 69. Does the senior prefer this melody? In the confines of his room, Lin Fan lay languidly upon his bed, musing over the three paramount philosophical inquiries of existence. What shall I dine on at noon? What shall I occupy myself with in the afternoon? What shall I indulge in during the evening? Just as he was on the brink of drifting into slumber, prepared to engage in a game of chess with the Lord of Dreams, a melodious and ethereal voice, akin to celestial music, wafted in through the window. Lin Fan's ears perked up, and his drowsiness dissipated significantly. Curiosity piqued, he rose from the creaky wooden bed and made his way to the courtyard. Following the direction from whence the sound emanated, he gazed beyond the newly erected, towering wall that obstructed his view of the outside world. Yet, the enchanting melody and the faintly visible, graceful dance that fluttered atop the wall captivated his attention. Lin Fan felt a surge of interest, a smile creeping upon his lips. Which artistic troupe has come to our humble abode to perform a commendable show? He listened intently to the song. Although the lyrics struck him as peculiar, speaking of cucumbers ascending and divine dogs retreating, leaving him somewhat baffled, he could not deny the tune was rather delightful. It was far more engaging than the daily discussions of metaphysical principles, laws, karma, and reincarnation held by the eccentric souls in the courtyard. Indeed, this melody resonates with me. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He mused that this is the essence of life, filled with food, drink, song, and dance. How delightful. He maneuvered the soul-nourishing wooden rocking chair into a comfortable position and reclined. He summoned his enchanting cousin, Su Wanyin, to brew him a pot of chrysanthemum tea made from wild chrysanthemums from the back mountain, a variant of the famed Enlightenment tea. As he leisurely sipped his tea, eyes closed, he absorbed the free concert outside, unable to resist tapping his fingers gently on the armrest of the rocking chair, keeping rhythm with the exquisite melody. His demeanor, relaxed and content, resembled that of an elder relishing retirement. However, to the group of distinguished individuals in the courtyard, just recently awakened from their contemplative reverie, his seemingly normal appearance was akin to the ultimate revelation of a divine being. They beheld it. They witnessed it clearly. The esteemed senior, far from being irked by the mundane song and dance, had instead brought forth his legendary Tao chair, said to be crafted from the essence of chaos. He had summoned the breathtaking woman, rumored to be closely connected to him, possibly his Tao partner, to prepare the legendary Enlightenment tea for him, and even indulged in the rhythms of the mundane, tapping along in sheer enjoyment. I have attained enlightenment. Li Qingyun, while chopping wood, observed Lin Fan's rhythmic finger-tapping, and in that instant, an astonishing brilliance ignited in his eyes. He perceived that with each tap of the elder's finger, there resided a unique, previously unfathomable rhythm of swordsmanship. This rhythm was neither hurried nor slow, neither light nor heavy, yet it resonated perfectly with the pulsations of the universe. It dawned upon him that the supreme essence of swordsmanship was not about sharpness or restraint, but rather rhythm. It is the mastery of the rhythm of all things, the harmony with the Tao. This is the true embodiment of the unity of heaven and man. Li Qingyun felt that his recently attained simplicity in swordsmanship was on the verge of yet another breakthrough at this moment. The humble practitioner has also comprehended. The alchemist, Dan Huang Guhi, gazing at Lin Fan leisurely sipping tea, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He observed that with each sip and swallow, the elder seemed to blend the essence of the mundane world with his own sublime Tao rhythm in a perfect yin-yang harmony, a fusion. It became clear to him that the ultimate goal of alchemy was not merely to refine all things, but rather fusion. It is the merging of heaven and earth, the union of yin and yang, the convergence of the mundane and the transcendental. This is the true essence of natural alchemy. Guhi felt that his recently ascended realm to the 8th grade Dansheng was, at this moment, showing signs of further elevation. We all have come to understand. At this moment, The Yaoqi Holy Master and all other esteemed figures simultaneously directed their expressions of profound reverence and fervor towards Lin Fan. They finally grasped the elder's true passion. How foolish they had been. Previously, they had regarded the elder as a lofty, ethereal being, untouched by worldly affairs. They had exhausted every means to fathom the Tao, to perceive the laws, and to showcase their own cultivation, yet they overlooked the most crucial point. The elder was reveling in the mundane world. He was playing the role of an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual find joy in discussions of battles and esoteric matters every day? What he cherished were the songs and dances of this world, the vibrant, earthly essence, the most simple, unadulterated joy. We have truly misplaced our priorities. Utterly foolish. All the esteemed figures felt a profound sense of remorse in their hearts. They gazed towards the outside of the farmhouse, where the Yin Emperor, Yin Di, was still feeling anxious and unsettled due to the unintended miracle he had caused. In everyone's eyes, there was an unprecedented, heartfelt admiration. Truly remarkable. This Yin Di, although not among the most formidable in terms of cultivation, possessed an unparalleled skill in discerning the elder's preferences. In this most mundane yet profoundly sincere manner, the elder's favor was graciously obtained. This is truly a textbook example of how to curry favor with one's seniors. In an instant, all the prominent figures held a deep-seated respect for the great Yin Emperor, the unparalleled master of flattery. They resolved that from this day forth, they too would embark on a journey of learning and imitation. Not only would they diligently fulfill their roles as farm laborers, but they would also strive to master the arts of the common folk, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. With unwavering determination, they aimed to demonstrate through their actions that they were not merely capable bodyguards or adept alchemists, but also cherished companions who could alleviate their elder's spirits and share in the joys of the mortal realm. Chapter 70. A daring idea. All performances must eventually conclude. The enchanting melody of the divine farmer's ballad, which had sparked a fervor of enlightenment throughout the Eastern Domain's cultivation realm, finally drew to a close after a full 3 hours, fading gently with its last lingering note. Outside the farmstead, the emperor of the great Yin Di, observed the esteemed figures who had garnered immense fortune thanks to his offering, each still enraptured in their moments of revelation, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. He glanced back at the interior of the farm, where a venerable elder appeared to be lost in contemplation, eyes shut, softly tapping the armrest with his fingers. A profound sense of satisfaction and pride swelled within him. He knew he had struck the right chord with his flattery. It was an unprecedented stroke of genius. Henceforth, the position of the great Yin dynasty in the Eastern Domain would remain unassailable. He bowed deeply once more towards the direction of the farmstead. Then, accompanied by a group of stunning young ladies who shared in his glory, he returned home with a heart full of contentment. He intended to designate the divine farmer's ballad as the national anthem of the great Yin dynasty, ensuring that every citizen sang its praises day and night, extolling the elder's supreme might. Meanwhile, within the farmstead, Lin Fan, having heard the abrupt cessation of the music, opened his eyes with a hint of lingering desire for more. Is that all? He smacked his lips, feeling a tinge of regret. Such ancient performance troupes truly lacked endurance. Nevertheless, after enjoying such a lengthy free concert, his spirits were undeniably high. He stretched lazily, rising from his rocking chair, intending to check on his fish pond and perhaps catch a couple of large fish for a barbecue later that evening. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, not far behind him, a gaze filled with complexity, scrutiny, and a touch of inexplicable intrigue was fixed upon him and his cousin, Su Wanin, who was tidying up the teacups for him. The owner of this gaze was none other than the sovereign of the Yaoqi Holy Land. At this moment, the sovereign's heart was tumultuous with unprecedented waves of emotion. She beheld Lin Fan's profile, relaxed and content after the performance, and then glanced at Su Wanin, who obediently followed Lin Fan like a devoted wife, serving him tea and adjusting his attire. A daring thought, one that made even her feel slightly unhinged and rebellious, yet brimming with endless temptation, began to sprout uncontrollably in her mind, proliferating like mushrooms after rain. Previously, she, like Li Qingyun and Gu He, had fallen into a cognitive trap. They all believed that the elder was a lofty deity, and their duty was to exert every effort to demonstrate their worth. Li Qingyun wielded his unparalleled swordsmanship to chop wood for the elder, guarding the sacred grounds. In the ancient realm, Gu He, wielding his unparalleled alchemical prowess, diligently tended the flames for his esteemed predecessor, crafting divine elixirs. Zhang Daoling, with his mastery over formations, established an eternal deadly array for the same venerable figure. Meanwhile, the celestial maidens of the Yaoqi sacred land adorned the courtyard with their ethereal beauty, nurturing sacred flora and embellishing this divine domain as if it were a celestial paradise. Each of them fulfilled their respective roles, striving with fervor to demonstrate their competence and worth, pleading silently, "Please do not cast me away." Yet today, the worldly tribute from the emperor of the great Yin, Yin Di, struck like a thunderous bell, awakening her from her reverie. She realized her folly. They had all erred. The venerable one cared little for their skills. He did not even regard their utility. Could Li Qingyun's swordsmanship surpass the call of a rooster? Could Gu He's alchemy rival the simple stew brewed by the elder's own hands? Could the beauty of the Yaoqi fairies compare to a single fruit born from the world tree? In the eyes of the elder, all that they took pride in was merely superfluous, mundane trinkets. So, what did the elder truly desire? At that moment, the gaze of the Yaoqi sacred master fell upon Su Wanyin. She perceived the pure, untainted adoration and attachment reflected in Su Wanyin's clear eyes as she looked at Lin Fan. She also observed the gentle and indulgent affection emanating from Lin Fan's tranquil gaze as he regarded Su Wanyin. In that instant, the Yaoqi sacred master felt as though struck by lightning. She reached a profound enlightenment. She finally comprehended that the elder sought not a formidable bodyguard, nor an adept alchemist, and certainly not merely a maid to sweep and water the flowers. What he truly needed was a companion to share the mundane joys of life, to witness the sun rise and set, to engage in conversation over a game of chess during moments of boredom, to offer a warm cup of tea and a gentle shoulder rub when wearied. He needed a wife. Yes, a wife. The elder longed for a home, for a partner who could bestow upon him the warmth and happiness of the mortal realm. This revelation struck her like a primordial divine thunder, sending tremors of profound shock and awakening through her very being. She turned her gaze to Li Qingyun in the courtyard, vigorously chopping wood, attempting to capture the elder's attention through the rhythm of his swordsmanship. Then she glanced towards the kitchen, where Gu He pondered deeply on how to please the elder through the fusion of alchemy. In her eyes flickered an unprecedented glimmer of exhilaration, a victorious thrill. A group of foolish men, who are only capable of violence and concocting elixirs. They utterly fail to comprehend the wisdom of their predecessors, nor do they grasp the essence of life. The sovereign of the Yaoqi let out a cold chuckle, fully aware that she had discovered the path that would eternally bind the Yaoqi sacred land to their illustrious forebears, the celestial highway. The emperor of the great Yin won a smile from the venerable one through the artistry of mortal song and dance. In contrast, the Yaoqi sacred land would summon forth its finest, purest, and most life-affirming fairies to create a warm abode for their esteemed predecessor. She was determined to demonstrate that the Yaoqi sacred land possessed an abundance of beauty, specifically, enchanting ladies who excelled both in the parlor and the kitchen, capable of engaging in profound discourse as well as sharing the intimacy of companionship. This audacious and fervent notion took root in the mind of the Yaoqi sovereign, growing uncontrollably and refusing to be dismissed. She made a resolute decision. Without delay, she would set this plan into motion. She would orchestrate an unprecedented selection event for a Taoist partner, honoring that supreme being who traverses the mortal realm. Chapter 71. The selection of the Yaoqi sacred land. She could no longer remain seated. She ascended to the Wenying altar, constructed by the great Yin dynasty. Here, she had meticulously concealed a barrier to thwart all forms of detection. From her bosom, she extracted a transmission jade talisman, exquisitely carved from millennia-old ice jade. This represented the pinnacle of communication artifacts within the Yaoqi sacred land, capable of traversing immeasurable distances to directly connect with the mountain-protecting array of the sect. Taking a deep breath, she imprinted her exhilarating, fervent, and somewhat incoherent revelation onto the talisman, word by word, through her divine consciousness. Transmit my decree. Immediately, without delay, within the entire Yaoqi sacred land, convene an unprecedented, high-profile, Tao companion selection event. The purpose of this selection is to choose a companion for that supreme being residing in the mortal farmlands, one who can share in his earthly pleasures and prepare his meals, a mortal wife. The only criterion for selection is to be the most adept in the art of living. As this decree, personally transmitted by the holy matriarch and deemed unconventional, resonated through the mountain-protecting array and came before the elders stationed at the Yaoqi sacred land. The entire sect, renowned for its strict adherence to rules and the purity of its disciples over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, erupted in uproar. What? The holy matriarch, has she lost her senses? An elder in charge of the disciplinary hall nearly suffered a heart attack upon reading the decree, almost collapsing on the spot. Selecting a wife for a man, and from among our own disciples. This is utterly absurd. It is an outrageous farce. It tarnishes the esteemed reputation of the Yaoqi sacred land, cultivated over countless generations. This cannot be allowed. Our disciples are paragons of purity. How could they engage in such impropriety with men? The holy matriarch has undoubtedly been bewitched by some wretched fiend. We must immediately proceed to the mortal farmlands and invite her back. In an instant, the elder's chamber descended into chaos. However, at that moment, the venerable Xianbing ancestor, the highest-ranking elder of the Yaoqi sacred land, who had lived for nearly 20,000 years and had long ceased to involve herself in worldly matters, slowly opened her eyes that seemed to hold the essence of ancient glaciers. Upon absorbing the entirety of the decree, particularly the segment regarding a bowl of leftover rice that inspired a transcendental being, her countenance, which had been frozen for millennia, melted away in an instant. What replaced it was an unprecedented and profound shock and fervor. Transmit my decree. The voice of the Xianbing ancestor was raspy and parched, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The holy matriarch's command is the will of heaven. Immediately, convene the selection throughout the entire sect. This matter concerns the everlasting foundation of our Yaoqi sacred land. Anyone daring to express even the slightest dissent shall be met with merciless retribution. The words of the ancestor resonate with finality. No one would dare to rebut again. An unprecedented grand and bizarre selection event, themed around the divine choosing of a consort, has fervently commenced throughout the sacred Yaoqi. The news spread like wildfire. Tens of thousands of female disciples from the sacred Yaoqi, be they from the outer sect, inner sect, or core disciples, have gone into a frenzy. For this is an opportunity to ascend to greatness, to stand beside an existence of empyrean stature. Let it not be said that they merely wish to become his wife. Even to serve as his foot servant would be a privilege they would gladly accept. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire sacred Yaoqi transformed dramatically. Those celestial maidens, who typically devoted themselves to secluded cultivation and martial prowess, cast aside their magical implements. They began fervently mastering the very mortal skills they once scorned. They delved into culinary arts, striving to create the most exquisite mapo tofu, using millennium-old spiritual herbs. They took up embroidery, attempting to weave a most lifelike depiction of mandarin ducks frolicking in water with silks from the ice silkworm of the nine heavens. They practiced playing the guqin, no longer producing the sounds of battle, but melodies filled with tender emotions, like phoenix seeking phoenix. The standards for selection were rigorously stringent. The first trial, beauty. All participating disciples were required to shed all celestial disguises, revealing their most authentic visages. A colossal light screen, projected by the Haotian mirror, hung in the sky above Yaoqi, akin to a live broadcast screen of later ages, showcasing each disciple's appearance for all judges, the esteemed elders, to scrutinize. The second trial, temperament. This challenge tested the understanding of mortals. Some disciples chose to don the guise of opulent noblewomen. Others opted to embody the innocent charm of the girl next door. Some even chose to portray the captivating courtesans of the brothel. A myriad of forms, each possessing unique merits. The third trial, talent. Instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song, culinary skills. Any skill associated with the essence of life became a criterion for evaluation. The entire sacred Yaoqi was enveloped in an atmosphere that was both tense and exhilarating, absurd yet sacred. After 10 full days and nights of fierce competition, ultimately, through the unanimous voting of all esteemed elders, a core disciple named Su Wanin emerged victorious. She was not only recognized as the most beautiful maiden of her generation within the sacred Yaoqi, her beauty radiant enough to eclipse the sun and moon, leaving flowers in shame. She was also endowed with a naturally astute and discerning mind, exceptionally intelligent and empathetic. Her mastery of the arts, from music to culinary finesse, had reached a transcendent level. Most importantly, in the temperament assessment, the role she chose to embody was not that of a lofty celestial being, nor an opulent noblewoman, nor the innocent girl next door. The character she embodies is a gentle, serene, and empathetic young lady, imbued with a subtle scholarly aura, capable of preparing a sumptuous meal for her beloved and adding a touch of elegance to every moment. This profound gentleness, which permeates her very essence and transforms life into a poetic experience, instantly captivated all the judges. They unanimously agreed that she is the most fitting companion for the esteemed veteran navigating the tumultuous realms of life. The victor has been determined. However, to truly become the cherished confidant of the elder, there remains one final step, the most crucial and challenging one. Chapter 72. Abandoning cultivation, becoming mortal atop the Yaoqi. The clouds churned and the rays of dawn illuminated the sky. Within the sacred halls of the Tongtian Palace, the very heart of the Yaoqi sanctum, a simple yet profoundly solemn ceremony was taking place. In the center of the grand hall, the ancestral tablets of all the masters who had ascended or attained enlightenment over the millennia stood silently, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom and melancholy. The venerable Xianbing, along with all the elders who remained within the sect, stood with solemn expressions on either side. Their gazes were fixed upon the center of the hall, where a captivatingly beautiful woman sat cross-legged, adorned in a flowing gown of pure white. She was Su Wanyin, the ultimate victor of the selection ceremony for companions. In this moment, Su Wanyin's face bore no hint of joy or excitement. Instead, it reflected a serene determination, as if she were about to embark on a sacred mission. Before her, suspended in the air, was the precious jade talisman sent by the Yaoqi's sovereign, a token of immense Taoist resonance, retrieved from the mortal realm at great peril. The talisman shimmered with radiant light, and faintly, one could discern a young man with clear, water-like eyes, reclining in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea. Wanyi, Xianbing gazed at her most cherished disciple, and for the first time, a complex emotion flickered in her ancient, icy eyes, an amalgamation of reluctance, solace, yet overwhelmingly, an unparalleled hope for the sect's future. Have you made your decision? Her voice trembled slightly, hoarse and dry. Once you take this step, you will lose everything. The 500 years of arduous cultivation that brought you to the realm of transformation, your immortal body that grants you eternal youth, and your lifespan that stretches into the seemingly infinite. From this moment forth, you will no longer be the exalted fairy of Yaoqi, revered by countless cultivators. You will revert to an ordinary mortal, subject to the cycles of life and death, with but a fleeting century of existence. Is it truly worth it? Xuanbing's gaze bore into Su Wanyin's eyes, seeking even a flicker of hesitation or reluctance. Yet, she was met with disappointment. Su Wanyin slowly raised her head, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, devoid of any tumult. She regarded Xianbing and the elders who had once held great expectations for her, and a radiant, heartfelt smile blossomed upon her lips, a smile as gentle as a spring breeze and as transformative as melting snow. Master, esteemed elders, she spoke softly, yet with the unwavering firmness of an ancient rock, I have made my decision. Since the day I was brought back to Yaoqi from the mortal realm at the tender age of 12, it has been nearly 500 years. For 5 centuries, the disciple has dared not to indulge in the slightest negligence, laboring day and night in arduous cultivation, all in hopes of one day comprehending the great Tao, attaining enlightenment, and soaring beyond, fulfilling the expectations of the sect. The disciple once believed that the great Tao was the unparalleled cultivation, the eternal life, the lofty perspective that gazes down upon all beings. She gently shook her head, her gaze falling upon the jade talisman of communication, resting on the young man leisurely sipping tea in a rocking chair. In her eyes sparkled a light known as profound understanding. Yet now, the disciple has come to realize that the great Tao is not the coldness of lofty heights. The great Tao is the rhythm of sunrise and sunset, the simplicity of daily sustenance. It is the gentle breeze in the mountains, the golden waves of grain in the fields, It is the warmth of preparing a meal for a beloved, and the satisfaction reflected in their smile as they sip from a bowl of hot soup. To accompany such existence, even in the guise of a mere mortal, to witness their toil in the fields, to share in their laughter, to bear their children. As Su Wanyin spoke those final words, her unadorned yet exquisite visage blossomed with a youthful, captivating blush. That is the true eternity. That is the authentic great Tao. The disciple gladly submits. At these words, the entire hall of celestial ascendancy fell into a profound silence. All the venerable elders were momentarily paralyzed. As if struck by lightning, they gazed at Su Wanyin, at her clear, resolute eyes, filled with boundless wisdom and enlightenment. A tempest surged within their hearts. They, too, have awakened. They finally understood why Su Wanyin would emerge victorious. Because she was the one who truly saw through it all. She grasped the ultimate truth of the predecessor's indulgence in the mortal realm. What a splendid declaration of glad submission. The venerable Xianbing trembled violently, tears of fervent emotion streaming down her cheeks. She knew she had not chosen the wrong person. The sacred Yaoqi had made the right bet. She suddenly let out a howl towards the heavens, her laughter brimming with endless pride and fulfillment. Our Yaoqi shall flourish, shall thrive immensely. No longer hesitating, she bowed deeply in reverence to Su Wanyin, this disciple poised to make the greatest sacrifice for the sect. Wanyin, from this day forth, you are no longer my disciple of Yaoqi. You are the most esteemed, Holy Mother of our sacred Yaoqi since time immemorial. The ceremony officially commenced. Su Wanyin sat cross-legged, her 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, gradually closing her eyes. She began to reverse the cultivation within her body, dispelling her energy. For any practitioner, this is a process more agonizing and despairing than death itself. This signifies the gradual destruction of centuries, even millennia, of arduous cultivation, all wrought by her own hands. Boom! A colossal, visibly tangible cyclone of spiritual energy erupted explosively from the very core of Su Wanyin's being. It was the manifestation of her divine transformation, beginning to disperse. The pure spiritual force surged forth like a breached dam, pouring uncontrollably from every pore of her limbs and body. The entire celestial hall was instantly enveloped in an aura so dense it was nearly palpable. Those outer disciples of lesser cultivation, upon merely inhaling the air, sensed their bottlenecks loosening. Su Wanyin's delicate face turned stark white as paper. Beads of sweat, each as large as a bean, cascaded down her forehead. Her body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. The act of dissipating her power felt akin to shattering a person's bones, fragment by fragment, grinding them to dust inch by inch. Such torment was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Yet, there was no trace of agony upon Su Wanyin's visage. Her lips maintained a gentle, yet resolute smile. In her heart, there resided a profound clarity. She understood that what she was relinquishing was merely strength, while what she was on the verge of acquiring was the entire world. As her spiritual energy ebbed away, her foundation began to crumble. Her soul started to wither. Her celestial form began to regress. The skin, once untainted by the mundane and as smooth as jade, began to soften, becoming more corporeal, infused with the hue and warmth of humanity. Her eyes, once dazzling like stars, capable of piercing through the hearts of men, transformed into pools of gentle autumn water, tranquil as the night. The ethereal grace that once set her apart and commanded reverence slowly faded away, replaced by a simplicity, a return to authenticity. She exuded a serene gentleness, untroubled by worldly conflicts, reminiscent of a girl from the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan, holding an oiled paper umbrella. She was no longer a celestial being. She had become a person, an utterly ordinary, yet breathtakingly beautiful, mortal woman. As the final trace of spiritual energy dissipated from her fingertips, Su Wanyin slowly opened her eyes. She felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. It was as if she had cast off a 1,000-pound burden, reborn anew. I have returned, she whispered softly. The Grand Master Xianbing approached her, personally removing the sacred attire of the Yaoqi. Then, she dressed her in a simple yet clean, pale blue skirt made from the most ordinary cotton fabric. With gentle hands, she arranged Su Wanyin's cascading tresses, securing them with the simplest wooden hairpin. Gazing at this transformed disciple, radiantly beautiful and seemingly otherworldly, Grandmaster Xianbing felt her eyes welling with tears once more. She understood that from this moment onward, Su Wani no longer belongs to the Yaoqi. She shall belong to that farm, and to the man who is akin to a deity.